Chapter 1. When Lin Shuang pushed open the door to the company lounge, Bai Tian was sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression, her eyes fixed on the television. She gripped the remote control tightly, her beautiful brows furrowed, and her delicate cheeks were filled with frost. Following her gaze, Lin Shuang looked at the TV, which was broadcasting an entertainment news segment featuring the movie star Wei Jinyan's wife, Jiang Ruoming, speaking confidently in front of the camera. After just one glance, Lin Shuang understood the source of Bai Tian's anger. She knowingly withdrew her gaze, poured a glass of warm water, and placed it on the table in front of Bai Tian before sitting down on the sofa in silence, keeping her company while they watched the interview. Jiang Ruoming on the screen was smiling brightly, with subtitles in the lower right corner reading Wei Jinyan's wife, Jiang Ruoming, which was the most straightforward introduction of her identity. Both Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan were actors, but Jiang Ruoming had always lingered in the third and fourth tiers of the entertainment industry, unable to compare to her husband, who had achieved fame at a young age and was already an award-winning actor. However, she had married well, and her status had significantly increased due to her association with Wei Jinyan. Wei Jinyan was usually busy with work and rarely had time for media interviews, so outlets that couldn't get to him often turned to Jiang Ruoming, trying to extract news about him from her. Jiang Ruoming was always very cooperative during interviews, and her every word seemed to revolve around her husband, even dropping occasional tidbits to grab the headlines. Of course, even if she said nothing at all, as long as she presented a somewhat melancholic appearance in front of the media, it was enough to spark endless rumors and speculations, frequently putting her on the trending topics list. Often, it wasn't until much later that Jiang Ruoming would step in to clarify things, while also showcasing her affection, pushing the heat to its peak. Wei Jinyan's fans were quite dissatisfied with this and often criticized her on Wei Jinyan Studios' Weibo account, accusing her of being clingy and riding on his coattails. Unfortunately, no one paid heed. Jiang Ruoming's fans shamelessly argued that they were a couple, so it wasn't clinging to fame but rather showcasing love. Even if it was clinging, it was justified and natural. Hearing such comments, Wei Jinyan's fans were enraged, and from then on, they began to attack Jiang Ruoming mercilessly. Thus, although Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan were married, their fans often quarreled, and the relationship was far from harmonious, even hostile. Recently, Jiang Ruoming became pregnant, taking the opportunity to stir up a frenzy of publicity with constant interviews, and the two fan bases were embroiled in heated disputes, making headlines. Now on screen, Jiang Ruoming was gently touching her barely noticeable baby bump with a radiant smile, looking blissfully happy. In front of the TV, Bai Tian peeled a segment of orange and put it in her mouth. It was sour and unpalatable after just one bite, her brows furrowed even deeper. The host looked at Jiang Ruoming and cheerfully asked, "You and movie star Wei are expecting a baby just a year after marriage. Don't you want to enjoy more time as a couple?" Jiang Ruoming smiled slightly, her voice filled with joy. "We didn't deliberately decide when to have a child. Jinyan said to go with the flow, and now that the child is here, we welcome it naturally." She lowered her eyes slightly, touched her belly with a gentle laugh, and seemed to think of something. Suddenly, she raised her head to look at the camera and shifted her tone. "Otherwise, if after 3 years of marriage, we still haven't conceived, that would be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? It might lead people to doubt whether our marriage is happy, or even misunderstand that it has long since become a mere formality." She paused meaningfully for a moment, then chuckled. "Of course, it could also be that my husband is not capable." The reporter across from Jiang Ruoming was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly laughed. "You're really humorous." Jiang Ruoming covered her mouth with her hand, exaggeratedly laughed a couple of times, wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes, and winked at the camera. "Right? I think it's just too funny." The television was filled with Jiang Ruoming's boisterous laughter, while Bai Tian, who had been married for exactly 3 years without conceiving, angrily set down the orange she was holding. Her watery eyes glared at Jiang Ruoming on the screen, her pearly teeth unconsciously biting down on her lower lip. Seeing her like this, Lin Shuang shook her head helplessly and handed her the cup of water. "Drink some water to calm down." Bai Tian released her lips, took the cup, and gulped down half of it, feeling a bit more comfortable in her chest. Wei Jinyan was her first love, and Jiang Ruoming had been her close friend for many years. There was no doubt that back then, she had been wearing a dazzling green hat crafted by the two of them. Of course, It was equally undeniable that Jiang Ruoming had just alluded to her in the interview. Since Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming got together 3 years ago, Bai Tian had completely severed ties with them. Yet Jiang Ruoming refused to let go. After the paparazzi caught sight of their relationship, and it was forced into the open, Jiang Ruoming began to flaunt her love life in interviews and variety shows as Wei Jinyan's girlfriend, intentionally or unintentionally showing off their affectionate daily life. If it had just been simple love showing, that would have been fine, but she often mentioned Wei Jinyan's ex-girlfriend in interviews, frequently saying how lacking in charm and terrible that person was, while portraying herself as gentle and understanding, using Wei Jinyan's ex-girlfriend to highlight her own virtues. In short, the figure of Wei Jinyan's ex-girlfriend, in Jiang Ruoming's words, was depicted as utterly wicked, the worst kind of woman, which served to belittle Bai Tian time and time again. Every day, Bai Tian watched them flaunt their love in the news, while Jiang Ruoming's veiled jabs at her made her feel increasingly irritated, even if she originally didn't care much for Wei Jinyan. Now, thinking back on her own foolishness from years ago, Bai Tian was still filled with anger, but she was also grateful that she had seen through the true colors of the scumbag and the scumbag girl early on. Being able to recognize the true nature of two close people around her at once was, in a way, a stroke of luck. Bai Tian popped another segment of orange in her mouth. It was still sour and bitter, just like how she felt. She wanted to let go, but still felt the anger. The interview on the TV was nearing its end. Jiang Ruoming, with a smiling face, looked at the large screen and slowly began, "I'm very happy to meet everyone here today. And now, it's time to say goodbye. The variety show Romantic Delusions that I'm participating in with Jinyan will soon begin recording, so please pay attention." Bai Tian picked up the remote and pressed the off button directly, preferring not to see it anymore. She closed her eyes to calm down for a moment, then opened them again, still filled with anger. She had tolerated Jiang Ruoming for long enough and didn't want to endure it any longer. She threw away the orange, slammed the table, and stood up angrily. "That Romantic Delusions she just mentioned, I want to participate too." Cough. Lin Shuang, who had just taken a sip of water, was startled and choked, unable to speak for a while. Bai Tian patted her back and huffed. "Isn't it just showing off love? I can do that too." Lin Shuang finally steadied herself, looked up at Bai Tian, and tried to speak calmly. "Romantic Delusions is a couples variety show that requires both partners to participate. May I ask, who will you be going with?" Bai Tian replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's Gu Zao." Since it was a couples show, she could only participate with her legal husband. Lin Shuang silently observed her, picked up her phone, and searched for a moment before expressionlessly reading aloud. 3 years of marriage without a public appearance together. Actress Bai Tian's marriage is already a mere formality. Bai Tian has not been pregnant since marriage, suspected of being abandoned, and reportedly suffered domestic violence at night, leaving her cheeks bruised, all because her belly is uncooperative. Spring has arrived. Flowers will bloom after spring. Bai Tian should get a divorce. Fans cheer for Bai Tian. "Even if we divorce, we will always be your strong support." "Stop." Bai Tian raised her hand to her forehead. "Don't read anymore." Ever since she announced her marriage, rumors about her unhappy marriage have been flying around without interruption for years. Lin Shuang snapped her phone shut and smiled slightly at Bai Tian, asking in a flat voice, "Are you sure President Gu is willing to participate in this program with you?" Bai Tian was a loss for words. After 3 years of marriage, she and Gu Zao were still just nominal spouses, rarely even having the chance to meet. Moreover, considering Gu Zao's status, it was a pipe dream for her to want him to accompany her on a couple's variety show to show off their love. Lin Shuang continued, "Even if President Gu is willing to participate, what do you have to show off? Have you had any romantic experiences or spent a honeymoon together? When others talk about sweet things after marriage, what will you say? That you've only met a few times after getting married?" Bai Tian, speechless. She slumped back onto the sofa, glancing at Lin Shuang with frustration. She felt that her college classmate and manager had an unmatched talent for delivering blows to people's spirits. "Are you awake now?" Lin Shuang asked. Bai Tian buried her face in the pillow and rubbed it, letting out a low groan. "I'm awake." Lin Shuang chuckled softly, cupping Bai Tian's face in her hands and gently tidying her messy hair that had gotten ruffled, revealing her delicate little face snow-like skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. Even without makeup, she looked flawless. Looking at her face, Lin Shuang's voice softened unconsciously. "Since you come to terms with it, get up and put on some makeup quickly." You can't be late for the red carpet at the TY Charity Gala tonight. Bai Tian nodded. She had always cooperated with work matters. Many stars would attend the gala tonight, and with reporters around, she needed to present her best state. As long as you have this beautiful little face, Jiang Ruoming will never win against you. Lin Shuang made a cheering gesture. Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan are past mistakes that can wait to be dealt with later. Your main task now is one word: beautiful. The gala was a place where female stars competed in glamour, and in such occasions, Bai Tian had never lost. Chapter 2. That night, the TY Charity Gala outside was dazzling with lights, and the glamorous red carpet stretched from the entrance to the banquet hall. Reporters and cameramen stood on one side of the red carpet, lights flashing and music playing cheerfully. The cameras were live streaming the situation inside, with some fans waiting in front of the live stream and others coming to guard the entrance of the venue. However, they were kept outside and not allowed in, yet their enthusiasm remained unchanged as they held up their light boards, eagerly waiting for their idol. Bai Tian sat in the car, looking out and seeing a few little girls holding her name light boards walking toward the venue. She couldn't help but wave at them through the window. They can't see you. Lin Shuang smiled helplessly at her gesture. The car window was tinted, and people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. The car sped past, and Bai Tian turned back to glance at the little girls' rosy cheeks from the cold. Even in such cold weather, their faces still radiated the joy of about to see their idol. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile. These were people who genuinely liked her, and regardless of whether they could see her or not, she was grateful for them. The driver stopped the car near the venue. Stars had to enter one by one, receiving interviews from the hosts and photos from the media. Bai Tian took out a mirror to check her makeup and outfit, smiled brightly at her reflection, then tossed the mirror back in her bag, preparing to enter. She waited in the car for a while, and the little girls had already reached the front of the venue, holding up their light boards. Seeing the little girls' fingers gradually stiffening from the cold, Bai Tian couldn't help but anxiously ask, "Why is it taking so long? The car in front won't move, and there are cars behind us with no space to maneuver, so we can only wait for the car in front to move forward," the driver said, equally anxious. Bai Tian furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this. The red carpet emphasized the order of entry, and many thought that those entering later were more seasoned and prestigious. So, some artists wouldn't enter early even if they arrived on time, insisting on waiting until the end and only entering after being asked multiple times by the staff, fine to be the last one to appear. With no other choice, Bai Tian had to wait a little longer. Seeing that the little girls were shivering from the cold, she couldn't help but look up at Lin Shuang and say, "Sister Shuang, get out and talk to the car in front. Ask them to move a bit so I can enter first." Lin Shuang nodded, opened the car door, and got out. Bai Tian had only been in the industry for 2 years. There was no need to compare entry order with seniors, especially since she knew Bai Tian didn't care about such superficial titles. Bai Tian lowered her head to adjust her dress, and when she looked up, she saw Lin Shuang returning with a cold expression, shutting the car door heavily. "What's wrong?" Bai Tian paused her movements. "No need." Lin Shuang glanced at the front, pouting. "They've already gotten out." Bai Tian followed her gaze and furrowed her brow sharply. "Why are they here?" She saw Wei Jinyan stepping out of the car in front, adjusting the cuffs of his suit, then turning back and gentlemanly extending his hand toward the inside of the car. Someone inside handed him their hand, and a foot stepped out of the car, wearing a pair of Barbie pink high heels. Bai Tian didn't need to look to know that Wei Jinyan's female companion must be Jiang Ruoming, since Barbie pink had been her favorite color since childhood. "I overlooked this. Wei Jinyan rarely attends such events, so I thought he wouldn't come this time and didn't ask the staff." Lin Shuang frowned, apologetically looking at Bai Tian. "Not your fault." Bai Tian shook her head. Although Wei Jinyan was a scumbag, he was indeed a good actor. He usually focused on filming, was very low-key, and rarely attended public events. Today, he must have come with Jiang Ruoming. It was not surprising that the event organizers kept such a hard to invite guest as a suspense until the end. It was normal for Lin Shuang to be caught off guard. As soon as the reporters outside saw Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming get out of the car, they immediately swarmed over. Wei Jinyan wore a black suit, and Jiang Ruoming was in a pink little dress, smiling brightly as she linked her arm with Wei Jinyan. She had just become pregnant, her waist still slendered. If one didn't know, they wouldn't be able to tell she was pregnant. But as soon as she got out of the car, she placed her hand on her belly, making it obvious. Bai Tian glanced at her, then at the impeccably dressed Wei Jinyan, unable to help but scoff. After 3 years apart, This scumbag still looked so suave. When she was in college, Wei Jinyan was already a rising first-tier male actor, very much in the limelight. He was invited to her school to give a speech as a representative of youth, and they accidentally got to know each other, naturally growing closer. Wei Jinyan was busy with work, and they often spent little time together, mostly maintaining a long-distance relationship. Wei Jinyan's parents were veterans in the entertainment industry, and he had been a child star since he was young, with some connections in the circle. Not long after they got together, he called Bai Tian, saying there was a suitable role for her to play at that time. Bai Tian was just a freshman and thought she wasn't skilled enough, so she declined. At that time, Jiang Ruoming lived in the same dormitory as Bai Tian. She overheard Bai Tian's conversation with Wei Jinyan and begged Bai Tian to give her the opportunity. She said her mother was ill and urgently needed money. Bai Tian's mother had also been seriously ill before, and she understood the hardships involved. So, after Jiang Ruoming's repeated pleas, she softened her heart and mentioned it to Wei Jinyan. As for whether he agreed, that was up to Wei Jinyan to decide. Wei Jinyan did not hesitate and readily agreed. This role was originally meant to please Bai Tian as long as he could make Bai Tian happy. The goal would be achieved, and he did not care who played the part. The character Wei Jinyan introduced was the female third lead in a movie. Although her role was not significant, the film was a major production by a renowned director. For Jiang Ruoming, as a newcomer, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to appear in such a big project. At that time, Bai Tian was truly naive, unaware of her own foolishness. To thank Wei Jinyan, she paid for a candlelight dinner. That night, she not only formally introduced Jiang Ruoming to Wei Jinyan, but almost gave away her first kiss as well. Fortunately, Jiang Ruoming had already taken a liking to Wei Jinyan and deliberately interrupted them, allowing Bai Tian to keep her first kiss. Otherwise, she would surely feel even more regretful if she thought about it now. That night, Jiang Ruoming was particularly happy, repeatedly thanking Bai Tian and swearing to be good sisters for life. She promised that once she made a name for herself, she would repay Bai Tian well. At that time, Bai Tian never expected that Jiang Ruoming would repay her in such a way. It turned out that Jiang Ruoming's goal was not just to be the female third lead, but also to get close to Wei Jinyan. Jiang Ruoming was excited not because she could join the cast, but because she finally had the chance to approach Wei Jinyan. 3 months later, Bai Tian went to visit the set and caught the two of them in bed. After the shock, Bai Tian immediately broke up with Wei Jinyan and severed ties with Jiang Ruoming, refusing to have any further contact. Compared to her short relationship with Wei Jinyan, she was more disappointed in her longtime friend Jiang Ruoming. She asked herself, throughout the years of being friends with Jiang Ruoming, she had never done anything wrong to her, yet she never expected Jiang Ruoming would treat her this way. After getting together with Wei Jinyan, Jiang Ruoming moved out of the dormitory and focused on her acting career, rarely coming back to school. She relied on her relationship with Wei Jinyan to land several roles, but her popularity remained low. Bai Tian studied acting diligently for 2 years at school and officially started acting in her junior year under her teacher's recommendation when her coursework eased. Jiang Ruoming, relying on her 2-year head start and Wei Jinyan's backing, frequently suppressed Bai Tian both openly and covertly. However, Bai Tian was beautiful, had solid acting skills, and was neither arrogant nor impatient, so there were always directors in the industry willing to give her opportunities. In just 2 years, she established herself in the entertainment industry and began to compete with Jiang Ruoming. This year, she starred in her first film as the female lead. Initially a low-budget production, it unexpectedly became a hit, allowing her to gain recognition and win numerous awards by the end of the year, including the Best Newcomer Award. Rising to become a first-tier female star. Now, Jiang Ruoming could no longer suppress her, but Jiang Ruoming's arrogance had not diminished. Instead, it became sharper and more biting. In her career, Jiang Ruoming could not hinder Bai Tian's sudden rise to fame, so she changed her tactics to suppress Bai Tian in her personal life, especially regarding the matter of boyfriends. She particularly enjoyed flaunting her relationship with Wei Jinyan in front of Bai Tian. Even the media and fans gradually noticed their unusual relationship, often comparing their marriages. When Bai Tian and Wei Jinyan were together, they were mindful of Wei Jinyan's celebrity status and did not leave behind even a single photo, so no media knew they had dated. Even Bai Tian herself had no evidence to prove Wei Jinyan was once her boyfriend, which was why Jiang Ruoming felt bold and unrestrained. Over the years, Bai Tian reflected deeply. Although she could not become Nyo Hulu Bai Tian, She would no longer be so naive. Are you okay? Lin Shuang looked at her with concern. This was the first time in 3 years that Bai Tian faced them directly, and she was afraid Bai Tian might lose control. I'm fine. Bai Tian reassured her with a smile that, in fact, Lin Shuang's worries were unnecessary. She felt no jealousy or sadness upon seeing them, only a deep sense of disgust towards the two. At first, her feelings for Wei Jinyan were more about youthful admiration than love. She thought Wei Jinyan was upright and had excellent acting skills, which led to a blind admiration for her senior. Therefore, after Wei Jinyan's infidelity, he was no longer the nearly perfect senior in her heart, nor was he the person she liked. Her sadness stemmed more from the betrayal itself. Reporters surrounded Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan, seizing the opportunity to interview them. Jiang Ruoming smiled and answered one by one, chatting happily with the media until Wei Jinyan's impatience began to show, prompting Jiang Ruoming to stop, smile at the reporters, and link arms with Wei Jinyan as they walked inside. As the two stepped onto the red carpet, the flashing lights made for a perfect couple. Adulterer. Lin Shuang spat. She had always been protective, especially Bai Tian. In college, she, Bai Tian, and Jiang Ruoming were in the same dorm, and back then, she couldn't stand how Jiang Ruoming always bullied the good-natured Bai Tian. After Jiang Ruoming stole Bai Tian's boyfriend, she had never given Jiang Ruoming a good look. Don't say it so harshly, Bai Tian softly advised. Lin Shuang glared at her. Just as she was about to retort, Bai Tian looked at Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming and gently said, just call them a scumbag duo. Lin Shuang. Chapter 3. Lin Shuang was silent for a moment, lowering her head to help Bai Tian tighten the bracelet on her wrist. Do you want to wait for the two scumbags to go in before walking the red carpet, so you won't have to see their annoying antics? No need. Bai Tian extended her slender fingers to play with the ruby earrings on her earlobes. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I avoid them? That's true. They should be the ones feeling guilty. Lin Shuang nodded, but couldn't help cursing. Those two have such thick skin. If I were them, I would have been too embarrassed to show my face. Not only do they not hide, they keep getting closer to you. How shameless. Ever since becoming a manager, her personality had become much more composed, but when facing Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, she still couldn't help but want to curse. All her good temper and patience were thrown aside. Over the years, she had dealt with Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's PR teams many times, and she still remembered how they had teamed up to suppress Bai Tian when she first entered the industry. She had never seen such bullying. If it weren't for Bai Tian not having any real dark spots, she would have probably been forced out of the industry long ago. The more Lin Shuang thought about it, the angrier she became. Looking at Bai Tian's face, she calmed down a bit. Beautiful things always have a way of uplifting one's mood, especially when they are exceptionally beautiful. She gently stroked Bai Tian's hair. My daughter, it's a good thing you have a big heart. Seeing Lin Shuang still harboring anger, Bai Tian deliberately teased her, covering her face with her hand as if whispering. Lowering her voice mysteriously, I heard Chun Fei is coming today. Chun Fei was a rising star in the new generation of singers this year, and also Lin Shuang's idol. Lin Shuang called herself a mom fan, deeply in love with Chun Fei, even using his photo as her phone's wallpaper. She always liked to say Bai Tian was her daughter and Chun Fei was her son, the two who caused her the most worry in the entertainment industry. Every day, she was worried sick about them. Upon hearing Bai Tian's words, Lin Shuang's eyes widened in surprise, her angry expression fading away, and an involuntary bright smile appeared on her face. Then, I need to be a little gentler. Can't scare Fei Fei. Bai Tian chuckled and turned to see Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming had just finished taking photos and were done with the red carpet. A staff member approached, standing outside the car and gesturing for her to enter. I'll go out first, Bai Tian said. Wait, Lin Shuang called to her, reaching out to slightly tug down her dress, revealing her impressive cleavage. Go for it. Bai Tian smiled, glanced down, and saw that the neckline wasn't too low, so she let Lin Shuang be. Bai Tian opened the car door, and the cold wind rushed in, causing her to shiver slightly. Then she raised a subtle smile and calmly got out of the car. At the end of the red carpet, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming were about to leave when they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. Naturally, they turned to look and saw the car door open, with Bai Tian stepping out. Their expressions changed simultaneously, and they froze in place. Bai Tian was wearing a light blue floor-length gown, walking gracefully towards the red carpet. The long dress perfectly outlined her curvy figure, and the sequins on the hem sparkled dazzlingly under the lights. Her long, thick black hair hung casually behind her, slightly curled at the ends, with a few playful strands resting on her smooth forehead. Her lips were red, her teeth white, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, glowing like moonlight, stunning beyond words. Wei Jinyan almost imperceptibly inhaled, his gaze fixated on Bai Tian's delicate cheek, unable to tear his eyes away for a long time. Jiang Ruming stood beside him, her eyes fixed on Bai Tian, a slight smile on her face. She had known Bai Tian would come today, which was why she had intentionally asked Wei Jinyan to accompany her to the charity gala. Her hand gently rested on her abdomen, and her smile grew larger. How could she not let Wei Jinyan's ex-girlfriend know the good news of her pregnancy? Moreover, Bai Tian was her good friend of many years. She naturally wanted to share this good news with her as soon as possible. The fruits of victory appeared even more fulfilling in front of the defeated. Bai Tian stood in the center of the red carpet, smiling generously at the media. Surrounded by flashing cameras and dazzling starlight, she paused for a moment, allowing everyone to take their photos, and, after the host asked a few questions, she turned and neatly signed her name on the backdrop before walking forward again, slightly lifting her skirt with her fingers. Casually glancing up, she happened to meet Wei Jinyan's gaze. Wei Jinyan was staring, and when his eyes unexpectedly met Bai Tian's, he was momentarily stunned. Bai Tian's almond-shaped eyes were as beautiful as they had been back then, clear like a pool of spring water, sparkling with light. Wei Jinyan's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, feeling guilty. He slightly turned his head and stopped looking at Bai Tian, but he couldn't help but think of those pure eyes, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his cheeks. His arm was still linked with Jiang Ruoming's, and her presence starkly reminded him of his betrayal of Bai Tian. He was not a good man. He still remembered the embarrassment of being caught in bed with someone else by Bai Tian. It was one of the few stains on his life. Before that, he had never thought he would cheat, but at that moment, he couldn't resist temptation. The arm that Jiang Ruoming had linked suddenly felt heavy. He gently moved, awkwardly withdrawing his arm from Jiang Ruoming's hold. Jiang Ruoming knew his thoughts and didn't insist, only sneering softly as she raised her head to glare at Bai Tian. Bai Tian met her gaze without flinching, even smiling slightly. However, the indifference in her eyes was unmistakable, as cold as if she were looking at a stranger. Jiang Ruoming's eyes flickered, jealousy bubbling up within her. Bai Tian was even more beautiful than before. Over the past 3 years, she had only seen Bai Tian through TV and online. The Bai Tian on camera was beautiful, but she thought that beauty mainly came from lighting and makeup. Now, seeing her in person, she realized Bai Tian was like a rare orchid, blooming in places she hadn't seen before. Bai Tian had become even more radiant, her temperament surpassing what it once was. Her straight neck from a distance looked like a proud white swan resting on a deep blue surface, both proud and aloof. They had once been very good friends, but Jiang Ruoming could never suppress her jealousy towards Bai Tian. She envied Bai Tian's beauty and her unwavering confidence. And that envy peaked when Bai Tian was with Wei Jinyan. Thus, she had schemed to steal Wei Jinyan away and take Bai Tian's opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. She thought she had rewritten Bai Tian's fate, trampling her underfoot, but unexpectedly, Bai Tian entered the industry alone and rose from supporting roles to leading roles, even winning a newcomer award she had never achieved. That familiar jealousy returned to her heart, burning like a fierce fire. She reached out to link her arm with Wei Jinyan's again, her fingers tightening as if grasping her victory, lifting her chin and looking at Bai Tian with a cold smile. Clearly, she had won, so why did Bai Tian maintain her pride in front of her? Bai Tian noticed the arrogance and triumph in Jiang Ruoming's expression, but remained unfazed as she calmly walked past them. The long dress she wore was cool and serene, far less dazzling than Jiang Ruoming's gown. Yet in that moment of passing, she overshadowed Jiang Ruoming's brilliance. The lights flickered as reporters hurriedly captured the scene. Seeing the amazement in the reporters' eyes, Jiang Ruoming suddenly gritted her teeth and unwillingly shouted, "Tian, Tian." Wei Jinyan's expression tightened, lowering his voice. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Ruoming didn't look at him, still staring at Bai Tian, a smile curling on her lips. The surrounding lights flickered as reporters and cameramen gathered around. Rumors had long circulated that Jiang Ruoming had repeatedly hinted at Bai Tian in her interviews, and everyone had speculated about their discord. Now that they finally met in public, everyone naturally hoped for a good show to grab tomorrow's headlines. Bai Tian turned her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Jiang Ruoming. The surrounding lights flowed across her face, her almond eyes sharper and more brilliant than the flickering lights. Jiang Ruoming felt a tightness in her chest and became somewhat nervous. Not daring to meet Bai Tian's eyes, she tightened her grip on Wei Jinyan's arm and then raised a smile, saying, Tian, I'm pregnant. Oh, Bai Tian replied flatly. Don't you want to congratulate me? Jiang Ruoming blinked innocently. Upon hearing her words, Bai Tian finally turned to face her. Her almond eyes slightly lowered as she glanced at Jiang Ruoming's belly. With her red lips slightly parted, she asked, Is this one in your belly mine? Jiang Ruoming was taken aback, frowning. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my family and friends. Jiang Ruoming's expression changed suddenly. Don't try to slander me in front of the media. I am loyal to Jin Yan, and of course the child in my belly is his. Oh, then it's not mine, nor is it my relative's. Bai Tian withdrew her gaze, tossed her hair, and said coldly, So your pregnancy has nothing to do with me. After saying this, she turned and left without giving Jiang Ruoming any time to react. No one expected her to speak so directly in front of so many media outlets. And everyone was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. By the time they reacted, Bai Tian had already walked far away. Jiang Ruoming couldn't help but feel angry and stamped her foot. She hadn't expected that after so long in the industry, Bai Tian's temperament had not changed at all. She thought that in front of the media, even if Bai Tian was angry or resentful, she would at least pretend to be gracious and kind, reluctantly congratulating her, allowing Jiang Ruoming to step on Bai Tian's broken smile and enjoy her happiness. Unexpectedly, Bai Tian countered her, showing no pretense at all. Chapter 4. Bai Tian thought she had finally rid herself of the eyesores Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan and could enjoy a moment of peace. However, when she walked in, she found that her seat was arranged right at the same table as Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch as she looked up at the staff member leading her. If she didn't know that the organizers were unaware of her past relationship with Wei Jinyan, she would almost suspect that they were deliberately causing trouble. The staff member, caught off guard by her gaze, nervously asked, Is there something wrong, Miss Bai? No. Bai Tian frowned and sat down at the place where her name card was placed. She glanced at the name card next to her that read Wei Jinyan, sighed in frustration. She had never liked to trouble others, and since the seating was arranged in advance, requesting a change now would cause a lot of trouble. The charity gala was about to start, and she didn't want to hassle the staff. After a while, Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan walked in together. Upon seeing Bai Tian sitting there, their expressions darkened. Jiang Ruoming snorted coldly, quickly swapped the name cards of Wei Jinyan and herself, and then sat down next to Bai Tian first. Wei Jinyan hesitated for a moment, pursed his lips, and silently sat down next to Jiang Ruoming. Jiang Ruoming looked around and initially wanted to suggest changing seats, but seeing the staff members busy and unable to attend to her, she had to give up. She couldn't help but pout and said sarcastically, How did the organizers arrange the seating? My husband is an award-winning actor. Why can any random person sit with him? Bai Tian couldn't be bothered to respond, pretending not to hear her and giving her not even a glance, while the others at the table frowned and glanced at her. Over the years, she had often used Wei Jinyan's name to assert herself, clearly someone who used to be cautious, but now she had gradually lost her sense of propriety. The table was filled with hot figures from the entertainment industry, and even Bai Tian was this year's newcomer award winner. Only Jiang Ruoming was there because of her identity as Wei Jinyan's wife, making her the least qualified to say such things. Wei Jinyan shot Jiang Ruoming a warning look, and Jiang Ruoming awkwardly lowered her head, realizing she had misspoken and had to reluctantly keep quiet. Wei Jinyan awkwardly smiled at the others and exchanged a few humble pleasantries. Bai Tian felt a bit bored and, seeing a fruit platter on the table, casually picked up a silver fork, selecting a piece of melon to eat, chewing it lightly. Jiang Ruoming noticed her actions, looked up in disbelief, and, too surprised to remember that they were no longer friends. couldn't help but comment as she used to. Are you crazy? Coming to a charity gala to eat melon? Bai Tian found her words somewhat ambiguous but didn't want to talk to her, so she popped another piece of fruit in her mouth, wearing an expression that said, "My mouth is busy, don't bother me, I have no time to talk." Jiang Ruoming frowned, sizing up Bai Tian. When she saw Bai Tian's slender waist, pointed chin, delicate and tender ankles beneath her skirt, and her calves much thinner than her own, she couldn't help but feel annoyed, turning her head in frustration. Wishing Bai Tian would eat more and get fatter, Jiang Ruoming decided to quiet down and no longer disturb Bai Tian, which allowed Bai Tian to relax and enjoy her food even more until the lights dimmed, reluctantly putting down her little silver fork and shifting her gaze to the stage. The organizers of this charity gala had invited the popular idol Chun Fei to perform the opening dance. Chun Fei had a sunny look, somewhat like a neighbor's boy, which made him very popular, especially with mother fans like Lin Xuan. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere became very lively. Bai Tian slightly turned her head to look back, seeing Lin Xuan and other staff standing there. Bai Tian noticed Lin Xuan's eyes were fixed on the stage. Her expression still calm, showing no emotion, but her eyes couldn't hide her excitement, not blinking for a long time. Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning her head back to the stage, taking out her phone to secretly snap a close-up of Chun Fei. Chun Fei performed 2 dances, and after the performance, it was time for the auction segment. All the proceeds from the auction would be donated to charity organizations for orphanages, providing living expenses for the children, which was the main purpose of this charity gala. The organizers required all guests attending the charity gala to donate an item. Bai Tian donated a painting she had personally created. Her mother was a well-known painter, and she had been influenced by her since childhood. Although her painting skills couldn't compare to her mother's, her work was still presentable, emphasizing the sentiment behind it. The host took the stage, said a few opening words to liven up the atmosphere, and briefly introduced the auction rules before unveiling the auction items, starting the bidding one by one. The first auction item was a handwritten piece by an old veteran in the entertainment industry. The second was a diamond ring donated by a well-known female director. And the third was a golden microphone donated by the host himself. When it came to the fifth auction item, the host presented the watch donated by Wei Jian. Jiang Ruoming suddenly sat up straight, her eyes fixed on the stage, gripping the bidding paddle tightly. 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. Wei Jian's watch was worth 200,000, and being auctioned for 1 million was already a good price. However, it was clear that Jiang Ruoming had other plans. She first leisurely glanced at Bai Tian, then elegantly raised her bidding paddle, loudly declaring, 2 million. As her voice fell, cameras and lights immediately focused in on her. Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Her husband was auctioning a watch for charity, and his wife was at the scene buying it back at a high price. It was truly romantic and eye-catching. It seemed that tomorrow's headlines would surely belong to them. 2 million for the first time, 2 million for the second time, 2 million for the third time. Good. The watch of the film Emperor Wei has been bought by his wife, Ms. Jiang Ruoming. Congratulations. The crowd burst into applause, and Bai Tian clapped along with them. Not out of insincerity, but genuine admiration. Regardless of Jiang Ruoming's motives, it was good that the 2 million could be used for charity, and she felt happy for the children at the orphanage. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Ruoming saw Bai Tian clapping, and her smile widened. She stood up to receive the watch from the hostess and personally put it back on Wei Jian's wrist. Wei Jian allowed Jiang Ruoming to fasten the watch, intending to lean down to kiss her forehead. However, he inadvertently noticed Bai Tian watching them with a calm gaze, causing his movement to freeze. He didn't kiss her after all. Seeing that he hadn't reacted for a long time, Jiang Ruoming had to stand on her tiptoes and gently kiss Wei Jian's cheek, tenderly and affectionately. The photographers hurriedly captured the moment, squeezing him beside Bai Tian and bumping into her chair. Bai Tian voluntarily moved her chair back to give them space, and the cameraman smiled gratefully at her before turning back to focus on Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jian. Jiang Ruoming noticed this scene, and her smile became even more radiant. She relished being the center of attention, while Bai Tian became a mere supporting character. She raised her head, gazing gently at Wei Jian, and, under everyone's watchful eyes, reached out to adjust his bow tie. Undoubtedly, Snatching this man away years ago was the best decision she ever made. Even if it cost her a good friend, it was worth it. Bai Tian looked at the two under the spotlight with a calm expression. She had to admit that they were indeed a good match. Wei Jinyan was tall and handsome, while Jiang Ruoming had a tall and slender figure, and they looked harmonious together. Bai Tian self-deprecatingly smiled, not expecting that after 3 years. She could calmly appreciate them from the perspective of an observer. The crowd applauded again, and Wei Jinyan was invited by the host to interact on stage. Jiang Ruoming gracefully took her seat amidst the applause. Once the cameraman moved the camera away, she turned her head to look at Bai Tian and, with a forced smile, asked, "How do you feel?" Bai Tian lazily looked at her, thought for a moment, and said, "The melon is quite tasty." Jiang Ruoming shot her a fierce glare and coldly retorted, "Bai Tian, you don't need to pretend to be confused. I know you're not happy inside. We clearly attended the event together tonight, yet all the spotlight is on me. It's normal for you to feel dissatisfied. Why would I feel dissatisfied?" Jiang Ruoming smiled and enunciated, "Because you are jealous of me." Bai Tian rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You think I'm jealous of you?" Over the years, she had felt anger and frustration towards Jiang Ruoming, but never jealousy. "Of course, now you have a husband, fame, and a child." Jiang Ruoming spoke while glancing at Wei Jinyan, who was talking with the host and hadn't noticed them. She couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning closer to Bai Tian's ear, she lowered her voice, "If I hadn't snatched your boyfriend away, all of this should have been yours. Now the roles are reversed, and I've taken everything from you. Would you be content? Would you not be jealous?" Bai Tian lightly tapped her cheek with her fingers, nodding nonchalantly. "What you said seems somewhat reasonable." She couldn't help but introspect and try to cultivate feelings of jealousy. "Of course, what do you have now? Only that so-called Best Newcomer award?" Jiang Ruoming suddenly scoffed, leaning back in her chair and looking at Bai Tian with a hint of disdain. "By the way, you also have a husband who's never shown his face, and I heard he's an employee of the Gu family." As Bai Tian was trying to convince herself that she was jealous of Jiang Ruoming, she elegantly lifted her wine glass and took a delicate sip of red wine. After thinking for a moment, she nodded again. "The president of the Gu family should be considered an employee, right? 3 years of marriage, and you haven't dared to bring him out in public. How afraid are you of people laughing at you?" Jiang Ruoming looked at her with a dismissive tone. 2 years ago, when Bai Tian had just entered the entertainment industry, she was asked about her relationship in an interview and voluntarily admitted to being married. Although her popularity at the time wasn't high, it caused quite a stir. There weren't many stars like Bai Tian who married early, and even fewer who admitted to being married right after entering the industry. At that time, Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan hadn't married yet, and Jiang Ruoming was very surprised when she heard the news. She thought Bai Tian would be heartbroken after Wei Jinyan cheated, but she didn't expect Bai Tian to get married so quickly, even earlier than Jiang Ruoming. Naturally, she was very curious about Bai Tian's husband, but unfortunately, they had lost contact, so she couldn't find out. Fortunately, the media was even more concerned about the matter, and soon during interviews, they asked Bai Tian relevant questions again. Bai Tian only admitted that she had been married for a year, but remained tight-lipped about her spouse. The more Bai Tian refused to say, the more curious everyone became. But Bai Tian's team was particularly strict with their confidentiality, and reporters lost track of her several times. Until one time, a paparazzo found out the address of the Gu family from a package thrown out by Bai Tian's manager, eventually discovering that Bai Tian's husband worked at the Gu family. But the specific position remained unknown. It turned out he was an outsider. When Jiang Ruoming saw these news reports, she couldn't help but scoff. Although the Gu family was impressive, he was just a low-level employee, not worth her attention. She didn't believe Bai Tian could quickly meet the upper management of the Gu family, and calculating the time, Bai Tian must have just broken up with Wei Jinyan when she got married. So she concluded that Bai Tian must have been severely hurt by Wei Jinyan, which led her to hastily marry someone out of spite. She had been looking for an opportunity to humiliate Bai Tian with this matter, but had been struggling to find one. Today, she finally ran into Bai Tian and certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Bai Tian smiled at her words, twirling her long hair, and leisurely replied, "You seem to know quite a bit about my affairs." Jiang Ruoming smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "After all, we were friends, It's only natural to care a little. Don't say friends, you don't deserve that. Bai Tian's expression finally turned cold. Hearing the word friends from Jiang Ruoming's mouth made her feel disgusted. Then what should I say? Sisters? Good buddies? Jiang Ruoming looked at her dismissively, a smirk on her lips. Bai Tian, you don't remember how wholeheartedly you treated me as your sister, do you? To be honest, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to get close to Jin Yan. I owe you a lot for where I am today. You're welcome. Bai Tian accepted her thanks calmly, her voice icy. It was my blind heart that didn't see that you were a scheming fox in sheep's clothing. The sincerity she once had for her friend had now become a painful reminder of friendship that stung her. Even though she had long known what kind of person Jiang Ruoming was, it still felt somewhat laughable. Instead of being angry at being insulted, Jiang Ruoming seemed pleased. Bai Tian, after all these years, chatting with you is still the most enjoyable. I have to admit, I kind of miss it. Bai Tian suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and shifted her gaze back to the stage, where Wei Jinyan's interaction segment had ended. Jiang Ruoming, seeing Wei Jinyan step down from the stage, finally quieted down and regained her dignified and elegant demeanor. The next auction item presented by the host was none other than Bai Tian's oil painting, which she had created during the filming of a period drama when she was out on location. At that time, she was on a high-altitude mountain, where the scenery was beautiful, with mixed clouds and deep green mountains interspersed with various flowers. A cute little squirrel was active on the branches, and Bai Tian found it lively and adorable, so she captured that moment in a painting. Your painting skills have improved quite a bit, but at most you could sell it for 500,000, Jiang Ruoming smiled. Actually, 500,000 is a lot for you. Considering your husband's annual salary might not even reach that. What does my husband's salary have to do with you? Bai Tian shot her a sidelong glance. I don't know if I've improved, but you haven't at all. You're still fixated on other people's men. I advise you to stop thinking about my man. Instead, focus on your own husband. After all, not many men are like yours, who could be lured away with just a little flirtation. After saying this, Bai Tian subtly glanced at Wei Jinyan, the only time she looked directly at her that night, her eyes containing a hint of disdain and mockery. Under her gaze, Wei Jinyan's face suddenly turned ugly. Jiang Ruoming trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling as she shouted, "Who is thinking about your husband? A little employee from the Gu family. What is he worth? Do you think I would be interested in him? If you have the ability, bring him to participate in romantic delusions. You are only fit to marry that kind of useless trash. Say less." Wei Jinyan coldly interrupted her. Jiang Ruoming then realized that she had been too angry and momentarily forgot to lower her voice. People around them were looking over, and even the live stream camera had turned towards them, capturing her previous sharp and bitter expression. Fortunately, they were far enough away that they probably couldn't hear exactly what she said. She quickly quieted down and forced a smile, but the rapid change in expression made it look somewhat stiff. Hearing romantic delusions, Bai Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. She really wanted to, but was afraid Gu Zao wouldn't be willing. Below the stage, the atmosphere was tense, and the host on stage had officially begun calling for bids. Actors or directors who usually had a good relationship with Bai Tian had called out a few bids, exceeding the 500,000 that Jiang Ruoming had guessed. But Bai Tian thought it would be around 800,000 at most. The purpose of the charity gala was to raise funds, so everyone was just donating under some pretext and selling a favor. What was auctioned off was not particularly important. 550,000, 600,000, 800,000. Bai Tian smiled and looked up, ready to applaud and thank. But unexpectedly, the bidding did not stop. 2 million. A male voice suddenly rang out. Bai Tian was taken aback and looked up in the direction of the voice. The man, seeing her gaze, raised his eyebrows with a smile, his eyes full of charm. Bai Tian's expression darkened involuntarily. The bidder was actually Li Zhan, an actor she had collaborated with before. They had filmed a drama together, and during the rap party, Li Zhan had confessed to her, but she had rejected him. Although Li Zhan's confession was unsuccessful, his team loved to stir up rumors. During their collaboration, his team disregarded that Bai Tian was already married and repeatedly brought their rumors to trending topics. After their collaboration ended, Li Zhan continued to bother Bai Tian. Today he wore the same style as her, and tomorrow he would post an ambiguous Weibo. In short, the tricks were endless. Finally, Bai Tian had Lin Shuang personally call Li Zhan's manager to warn them to stop spreading rumors, and only then did his team finally calm down. She didn't expect Li Zhan to use the same tactic today, but unfortunately, she couldn't stop it. Today was a charity auction, and Li Zhan had every right to bid. She couldn't just go back on her word and say she wouldn't donate. She irritably tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, already anticipating the flood of news articles once Li Zhan won her painting. It was truly hard to explain. "Huh, you sure know how to attract men." Jiang Ruoming snickered sarcastically. She had thought Bai Tian's painting was worth at most 800,000, but she didn't expect a man to bid it up to 2 million. The same price she had just paid for Wei Jinyan's watch. The thought of having her thunder stolen made her feel angry. 2 million once, 2 million twice. Just as Bai Tian was considering whether to bid herself to get the painting back, a deep voice suddenly rang out, 10 million. Bai Tian was taken aback, and the crowd gasped. Everyone turned to look. Although 10 million was not particularly high, it was quite astonishing for an ordinary painting to reach that price. The host stumbled before excitedly stating, "The bid of 10 million is from Director Wang, a representative of the Gu family. 10 million once, 10 million twice." Li Zhan's expression turned ugly, but he knew he couldn't put up that much money and couldn't compete with the Gu family. So he didn't raise his hand again, only casting a reluctant glance at Bai Tian. 10 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the Gu family group. They truly deserve to be a well-known charity enterprise. In an instant, all eyes were on them, the surroundings dimming, with the spotlight solely on Bai Tian. She felt surprised inside, but maintained her composure on the surface, smiling at the camera, her jewelry sparkling brightly. Jiang Ruoming watched her in the dark, biting her lip in frustration, jealousy flickering in her eyes. Director Wang, with his plump figure, stood up, first respectfully nodding at Bai Tian, before going on stage to take her painting. Bai Tian looked at him in surprise. The Gu family publicly bought her painting? Was it Director Wang's own idea, or was it Gu Zao's? Jiang Ruoming's face had long turned dark. Bai Tian's painting had actually sold for 10 million. The highest price of a night. However, seeing Director Wang's honest appearance, her anger subsided somewhat. Presumably, the Gu family's action was mainly for charity and had little to do with Bai Tian. She looked at Bai Tian hesitantly and asked, "Is your husband the head of the Gu family's publicity department? If it weren't for Bai Tian's husband using his power for personal gain, how could the Gu family coincidentally bid on Bai Tian's painting? Could it be that Bai Tian just happened to have good luck?" Bai Tian slightly raised her eyes, and just then, her phone on the table dinged. She picked it up and looked. It was a message from Gu Zao. Gu Zao had gone abroad 3 months ago and had been busy handling company matters. They hadn't been in contact for a long time. "Wait for me at the entrance after the event." Bai Tian was slightly stunned upon seeing the message. Gu Zao was back? Chapter 6. Bai Tian looked at her phone and slightly pursed her lips. With a quick tap, she replied with a simple okay, then put her phone back in her handbag. She had been living in a small apartment near the company lately and had returned to the villa in the city center where she and Gu Zao lived. If Gu Zao came to pick her up later, it seemed she would have to go back to Nan City tonight. Bai Tian lost herself in thought and remained silent for a long time. Jiang Ruoming, seeing her not responding, took it as a silent agreement and couldn't help but feel a hint of displeasure. The head of the Gu Group's publicity department earned a salary of several million a year, so it seemed Bai Tian's marriage wasn't as bad as she had imagined, although it was certainly incomparable to Wei Jinyan. Thinking this way lightened her mood a bit, even though she was reluctant to let Bai Tian steal the limelight tonight. It didn't matter. As long as she lived better than Bai Tian, that was enough. The charity gala was nearing its end, and after auctioning a few more items, the host invited all the guests on stage for a group photo, marking the conclusion of the charity event. Bai Tian greeted a few familiar friends and was the first to walk out, with Lin Shuang quickly following behind her. Bai Tian slightly turned her head to Lin Shuang and said that the chauffeur should leave first since Gu Zao would come to pick her up later, so the driver didn't need to wait for her. Lin Shuang was a bit surprised to hear that Gu Zao had returned to the country. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she poked Bai Tian in the waist and said, "Now that your career is stable and since President Gu is back, you two should stop using protection and have a baby soon." Bai Tian stopped at the roadside, smiled gently, but didn't T respond. Lin Shuang continued earnestly. You two have been married for 3 years already. It can't go on like this. Look at Jiang Ruomeng. Her tail is almost up in the sky. As Lin Shuang spoke, she gestured with her chin toward the back. Bai Tian turned her head in that direction and saw Jiang Ruomeng and Wei Jinyan walking out of the banquet hall, surrounded by many media people, chatting and laughing happily. Jiang Ruomeng was charming and sociable, like a social butterfly. Bai Tian opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, Lin Shuang suddenly squealed in excitement, stretched her neck to look at something not far away, and patted Bai Tian's shoulder without looking back, saying, "You wait for your husband. I'm going to see my son." Bai Tian turned to see that it was Chun Fei who had come out. He was wearing a black mask, a cap pulled low, with his hands in his pockets, followed by many fans, and was walking forward with his head down. Lin Shuang ran over, not squeezing into the crowd of fans, but standing at a distance, gazing at Chun Fei with the smile of an ant. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile at her, and then shifted her gaze back to the roadside, waiting for Gu Zao. She felt a bit anxious. She and Gu Zao had been married for 3 years, but they hadn't had many opportunities to meet. In the first year, she was still in university and only returned home during holidays, while Gu Zao had just taken over the Gu group, dealing with internal and external troubles. He was incredibly busy, hardly having time to come home, leaving the villa cold and empty, with only Aunt Wang and Uncle Li to look after it. In the second year, she entered the entertainment industry, starting as a supporting role. Each time she went out to film, she would be gone for several months. At that time, the Gu group was expanding its overseas business, and Gu Zao was basically stationed abroad, so their opportunities to meet became even less. This year, her career was gradually getting on track, and the Gu group was fully under Gu Zao's control, so they finally relaxed a bit and had more time to spend together. However, in the past few months, Gu Zao had a major contract to sign, so he had been living abroad. Sometimes Bai Tian couldn't help but wonder if they were genuinely busy or subconsciously making excuses to avoid meeting. After all, their marriage had initially been a result of a mishap in interests with no emotional foundation, and even after being married for so long, it was still more of a formality than anything real. In fact, Lin Shuang had just made a mistake. They weren't avoiding pregnancy, but rather they were sleeping apart. Lin Shuang assumed they were in a marriage of convenience, so their relationship was poor, unaware that they weren't even friends. A gust of wind blew by, bringing a touch of coolness, and Bai Tian pulled her drifting thoughts back. Her hair was blown to her face, and she gently tucked it behind her ear. Wei Jinyan's gaze fell on Bai Tian through the crowd. The young girl was wearing a light blue dress, standing quietly by the roadside. The bustling crowd and the noisy vehicle seemed unrelated to her. The moonlight cast a soft glow, and her long hair was brushed behind her ear, revealing a delicate and beautiful profile. The hem of her dress fluttered in the wind, and her slender, fair calves were incredibly enchanting. Throughout the entire evening, he could only allow himself to gaze at her with such abandon and seriousness when her back was turned to him. A mix of complex emotions surged in his deep eyes, nostalgia and melancholy. He had known Bai Tian was beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captivated by her at first sight. Now, she had blossomed into an even more stunning figure, a beauty that dazzled. But now, he could only admire her from a distance, lacking the right to get close, and he could no longer see any familiar admiration in those clear eyes. He still remembered when he first met Bai Tian. Her gaze was filled with admiration, the kind that could stir a man's heart, pure and sincere. He had seen such gazes in the eyes of fans many times, but only Bai Tian gave him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. And even now, thinking about it made him feel heated all over. Unfortunately, that kind of gaze would never return. He had shattered that sincerity with his own hands. Jiang Ruomeng was happily chatting with the surrounding reporters. She was skilled in socializing and was naturally at ease in such occasions. Hearing a reporter tell a joke, she was about to share it with Wei Jinyan, but when she turned around, she found him staring intently at Bai Tian's back. His expression nostalgic and his gaze almost obsessive, causing her face to darken suddenly. She lifted her eyes and cast a gloomy glance at Bai Tian, her eyes heavy. Just then, a car slowly stopped in front of Bai Tian, and the driver got out respectfully to open the door for her. They appear to be quite familiar. Bai Tian nodded to him and then bent down to get into the car while holding her dress. Because of the distance, Jiang Roman couldn't see who else was in the car, only vaguely noticing a figure in the back seat. She squinted her eyes, but before she could take a closer look, the car door was shut. Jiang Ruoming's expression darkened further. Although she couldn't see who was in the car, she recognized the vehicle clearly. If she remembered correctly, Wei Jinyan liked this model, but it was expensive and he rarely had the chance to drive it. Thus he hadn't bought it. More importantly, this car was hard to come by. Even if someone wanted to buy it, they might not be able to. As the night deepened, the luxury car disappeared from sight. Her eyes suddenly darkened, her expression fluctuating. After silently watching for a moment, she suddenly turned to a familiar reporter beside her and asked, "Do you know who the head of the Gu Group's publicity department is?" She paused for a moment, thought about it, and asked again, "Is he wealthy?" The reporter had known her for many years, and, although he was curious why she suddenly brought this up, he didn't ask further. He just lowered his head and thought for a moment before answering, "I interviewed the head of the Gu Group's publicity department before. If I remember correctly, his name is Chen Shugang. He seems to be quite articulate and has worked at Gu Group for 20 or 30 years. So he is considered a veteran employee. Given Gu Group's compensation, he should be quite well off." Jiang Ruomeng was taken aback. 20 or 30 years of work. How old would he be this year? The reporter answered without thinking, "In his 50s, I think. I noticed he has quite a bit of gray hair and heard he is about to retire." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruomeng's bad mood instantly lifted, and she couldn't help but smile, eagerly asking, "What does he look like?" The reporter recalled the typical appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, a bald head, a big belly. He looked quite honest, but those small eyes were full of cunning. During the interview, I deliberately set up a few traps, but he skillfully dodged all of them. Truly a seasoned veteran from the publicity department. The more the reporter spoke, the brighter Jiang Ruomeng's eyes became. That proud, swan-like beauty married a bald, pot-bellied old man? Huh, could there be anything that made her happier? Come on, tell me in detail if there's any gossip about him. Jiang Ruomeng firmly believed that a man like this, an old cow eating tender grass, must be unfaithful and could not be loyal. There really is. The reporter glanced around, leaned in a bit mysteriously, and lowered her voice. "I heard. He abandoned his wife and 2 kids. And this current wife is the mistress who moved up. What a scumbag." Jiang Ruomeng's eyes lit up again. Chen Shugang's current wife is none other than Bai Tian, right? Lin Shuang often scolded her as a vixen, accusing her of being the mistress who seduced Wei Jinyan. She didn't expect Bai Tian was also a mistress and even destroyed someone else's family. She took away the children's father. That's much more malicious than her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, eventually bursting into laughter, bending over with joy. "What's wrong with you?" The reporter looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she suddenly seemed so happy. After laughing for a while, Jiang Ruomeng calmed down, her eyes shining brightly, and beckoned the reporter with her finger. "I'll give you a big scoop." The reporter's eyes lit up, leaned in closer, and eagerly asked, "What news?" Jiang Ruomeng leaned close to her ear, slightly turned her body, and whispered. After a moment, the two exchanged smiles. The reporter excitedly nodded. "I understand now, don't worry. I'll finalize the draft tonight, and you can wait for the headlines tomorrow." Jiang Ruomeng smiled with satisfaction. This time, she was determined to clear her name and tear apart Bai Tian's noble facade. She wanted to see what qualifications Bai Tian had to be proud then. Chapter 7. Bai Tian got into the car, while Gu Zao was looking down at the documents in his hands. Hearing the sound, he slightly raised his head to glance at her, his gaze landing on her legs. He reached out to hand her a thin blanket. Bai Tian covered her legs with the blanket, feeling much warmer after the cold wind had chilled her knees. The car was very quiet. The driver, Uncle Xiao, was used to the couple being not very talkative, so he just smiled at Bai Tian and turned back to drive. Bai Tian turned her head to look at Gu Zao. He was dressed in a suit, with his jacket already taken off and the cuffs of his shirt rolled up, revealing his arms. He held the documents in his hands, his fingers long and slender, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses resting on his nose. The light from outside illuminated his sharp-featured face, giving him a look that was both aesthetic and sexy. He appeared somewhat tired between his brows, likely just back from abroad. Bai Tian quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to look out the window. Although her husband was very handsome, she felt a bit shy to keep staring at him. After a while, Gu Zao finished his work, put down the documents, adjusted his cuffs, and broke the silence in the car, asking, "Was the dinner party smooth?" "Yeah, it went quite well," Bai Tian replied, turning to look at him and politely thanking him. "Thank you for having director Wang take a photo of my painting." Gu Zhao casually remarked, "The company does charity. It doesn't matter whose stuff is photographed." Bai Tian nodded lightly. Since Gu Zhao said so, she didn't need to overly romanticize the matter. After all, the Gu group often engaged in charity under various pretenses, and she didn't believe Gu Zhao would do it specifically for her. Gu Zhao took off his glasses, revealing a pair of narrow, dark eyes, and gently rubbed his brow. Bai Tian watched his actions, her gaze falling on his eyes. She knew Gu Zhao wasn't nearsighted, only having slight astigmatism, which was why he wore glasses occasionally. Noticing his somewhat fatigued expression, she thought for a moment and expressed her concern for her husband. "Did you just return to the country?" "Yeah, just got off the plane," he replied. Uncle Xiao, hearing their conversation, smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, after you got off the plane, I already took him home. On the way back, he heard you were here tonight and specifically instructed me to turn back to pick you up." Gu Zhao raised his head and glanced at Uncle Xiao with a slightly serious look, then said to Bai Tian, "I just happened to pass by and came over." Right. Just happened to pass by." Uncle Xiao quickly fell silent and turned back to focus on driving. Bai Tian nodded, pretending she hadn't heard Uncle Zhao's earlier words about turning back. She felt Gu Zhao had clearly conveyed the meanings of "not for you" and "don't overthink" through his words. She should be more self-aware and not overthink things. "Did you see Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roming tonight?" After a moment of silence in the car, Gu Zhao suddenly spoke. Bai Tian was looking down, admiring her newly done nails, and was slightly taken aback by his question. Before their marriage, they had been open about their past romantic experiences. So Gu Zhao had always known that Wei Jinyan was her ex-boyfriend and, of course, knew the reason for their breakup. She just didn't expect Gu Zhao to remember this matter. She had only mentioned it casually at the time, and Gu Zhao had seemed indifferent, merely nodding without any concern for her past experiences. She thought he had forgotten about it long ago. Bai Tian replied, "As usual, yes. I saw them and sat at the same table." "Did you talk?" "Yes, we did." Gu Zhao's brows slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something. But the car happened to stop, so he didn't, getting out of the car with Bai Tian. The villa in Nancheng was a wedding gift from Gu Zhao's grandfather, given to them when they got married. It had 2 floors and was in a great location. They had lived there for 3 years after their marriage, but they hadn't spent much time together there. Bai Tian looked up at the familiar yet strange house, pausing for a moment before stepping inside. The property was quite large, surrounded by lush green lawns. Uncle Lee had raised a rural dog there and had planted a flower garden filled with various flowers that looked beautiful when in bloom, with a sweet fragrance. It was late spring now, and the night air still carried the scent of flowers. Bai Tian unconsciously took a deep breath, shaking off the previous gloom from the charity dinner. Uncle Lee was watering the flowers in the yard, and upon seeing them, he smiled and joyfully said, "Young master." "Young madam, you're finally back." Bai Tian nodded and responded with a smile. Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee had been with old Master Gu for many years. When they got married, Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee moved over to help manage the house. Uncle Lee was particularly formal. Bai Tian had told him several times not to address her so formally, that he could just call her by her name, but Uncle Lee refused to change. He was particularly stubborn in this regard, and over time Bai Tian had to let it go, thinking that the way one is addressed is just a label, and it was fine as long as the old man was comfortable. The driver took several gift boxes out of the trunk, which Gu Zhao received and handed to Uncle Lee, speaking warmly, "On the way back, I bought a few things for you and Aunt Wang." Uncle Lee quickly wiped his hands and accepted the gift boxes, mumbling, "Young master, you don't need to spend so much, and don't always buy us things." But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift in joy. He felt both pained by Gu Zhao spending money and pleased that Gu Zhao still remembered them. Gu Zhao had grown up in their care, and when he bought them things, it felt like their own child doing so. Although they didn't want their child to spend money, they couldn't help but feel proud and happy. Bai Tian unconsciously glanced at Gu Zhao. When she first saw him, She thought he was cold and unapproachable, with "Do Not Disturb" written all over him. However, after spending time with him, she realized he was very considerate towards those around him. At least over the past few years, she had seen how well Gu Zao treated Uncle Li and Aunt Wang. Gu Zao sensed her gaze and looked up at her, noticing her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on the gifts. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "You have some too." Huh? Bai Tian was taken aback. Gu Zao looked at her wide eyes and smiled faintly, then walked into the house with big strides. It took Bai Tian a while to realize that Gu Zao was referring to the gifts she also had. She really wasn't fishing for gifts. Bai Tian ran into the house in her high heels, thud thud thud, but Gu Zao had already disappeared. She could only greet Aunt Wang, run back to her room to remove her makeup, and soak in a comfortable hot bath. It wasn't until she saw that it was almost dinner time that she changed her clothes and went downstairs. By the time she went downstairs, Gu Zao was already sitting on the sofa below, looking like he had also taken a shower, dressed in casual clothes, his hair slightly damp and surrounded by steam. The tired look from earlier had completely vanished, and he appeared much more spirited, sitting on the sofa, focused on the computer in front of him. Bai Tian couldn't help but be amazed. Being a So was indeed busy work. Even at home he couldn't rest. However, it was no wonder that the Gu group had risen to new heights in just 3 years under his leadership. Gu Zao was very astute in business. Since taking over, he had managed the Gu group in an orderly manner. Although he was young, he was quite capable, and the group was now firmly in his hands. The light from the computer screen cast a cold glow on his face, making him look somewhat stern. His skin was pale, and the thin-rimmed glasses on his nose added a touch of elegance and refinement. He raised a cup of coffee beside him and took a sip without looking away, his thin lips pressed together, exuding an air of nobility and aggressiveness. He seemed to have a natural charm that attracted attention, especially in his current serious demeanor, making him particularly eye-catching. Bai Tian had always been someone who appreciated good looks. Seeing such a captivating scene, her steps involuntarily paused. She remembered the entertainment news claiming that Gu Zao was abusive towards his family, and she couldn't help but laugh. What kind of situation would force someone like Gu Zao to take action himself? Because of her, Gu Zao was unfairly associated with the unrelated term domestic violence. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Zao slightly raised his head, his eyes still on the screen, and casually asked a question. It wasn't until he finished typing the last 2 words that he closed the laptop, leaned back against the sofa, and looked at Bai Tian. Bai Tian's gaze met his, and her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. She couldn't help but pout. Gu Zao indeed had the charm that could make someone's heart flutter. Just sitting there, he looked better than many male celebrities in retouched photos. It's truly a pity that he isn't star. She curled her lips and teased while walking downstairs. "I'm wondering, under what circumstances would you hit me?" Gu Zao raised his eyes to look at her, his brows furrowing tightly, and in a serious tone, he replied, "I will never hit you." Bai Tian couldn't help but smile. With the upbringing from the Gu family, he indeed wouldn't resort to domestic violence. Seeing Gu Zao answer so seriously, she felt a rare urge to joke with him, blinking her eyes and asking, "If I cheat, you wouldn't hit me either?" Hearing her words, Gu Zao furrowed his brows even tighter and gave her a deep look before turning his head and muttering, "No need to cheat. If you have someone you like, you can tell me." Gu Zao lowered his gaze, his tone a bit stiff at that time. "I will divorce you." "Oh." Bai Tian tucked her long hair behind her ear and nodded nonchalantly. Now that the Gu family was stable, and the Han family no longer needed to show loyalty through her, their marriage indeed didn't need to continue. She automatically took this as a signal from Gu Zao. He must be saying that if either of them found someone they liked, they could end this marriage. Bai Tian believed she didn't have much attachment to the wealthy lifestyle. If Gu Zao wanted a divorce, she wouldn't resort to crying, making a scene, or anything dramatic. However, at that time, various news articles would probably flood in, causing a lot of trouble for her manager, Lin Xuan. It seemed she would have to get more signatures from Chun Fei to compensate her well. Chapter 8 by Tian's biological father, by Xian Feng, is a research fanatic who neglects his family, unable to endure being ignored after marriage. When you divorced him when Bai Tian was 4 years old, Bai Tian, and when you relied on each other until she was 13, when you fell seriously ill, And at that time, Bai Tian was still young and helpless, not knowing what to do. It was Wen Yu's friend, Han Zhengxian, who personally arranged for her hospitalization and even donated a kidney to Wen Yu. Han Zhengxian had liked Wen Yu for many years and had been quietly taking care of her, but Wen Yu hesitated to accept him because of her daughter. This time of hardship revealed true feelings. After Wen Yu was discharged from the hospital, with Bai Tian's consent, she got together with Han Zhengxian and held a wedding 6 months later. Han Zhengxian's only daughter, Han Mo, became Bai Tian's sister. Han Zhengxian is a loyal and honest man who runs the Han Group, but remains devoted to Wen Yu. Bai Tian was naturally happy for her mother to find her own happiness and had no objections to their marriage. However, Bai Tian was unaware of Han Mo's attitude. At that time, Bai Tian was prepared to be disliked by her new sister, but unexpectedly, Han Mo not only accepted Wen Yu calmly, but also treated Bai Tian very well, truly considering her as a biological sister and taking great care of her. Bai Tian was touched. Having grown up with weak familial ties, she began to regard Han Mo as her real sister. The two got along very well, and their relationship was harmonious and close, making their family life very pleasant. 3 years ago, old Master Gu fell ill, and Gu Zao's second uncle, Gu Mingli, had long been scheming to seize power, knowing that his second son was cunning and untrustworthy. Old Master Gu focused on nurturing his grandson Gu Zao after Gu Zao's father's death. Gu Mingli wanted to seize power and would not be left unchecked, but unfortunately, Old Master Gu was seriously ill and unable to act. At that time, the Gu family was divided into 2 factions, one led by Gu Mingli and the other following Old Master Gu and Gu Zao, causing unrest in the family and turmoil within the company. Han Zhengxian had been friends with Old Master Gu for many years and felt grateful for the help he received during his difficult times. So he naturally wanted to assist the Gu family. When Han Zhengxian visited Old Master Gu in the hospital, Old Master Gu suddenly suggested that Han Zhengxian marry his daughter to Gu Zao, proposing a marriage between the 2 families to stabilize the situation. Han Zhengxian understood that Old Master Gu wanted to use this union to calm the hearts of the people. Without hesitation, he agreed. Han Mu, who already had someone she liked, was naturally unwilling. However, Han Zhengxian's attitude was exceptionally firm. Despite Han Mo's protests, Han Zhengxian remained unmoved, and ultimately, Han Mo had no choice but to agree temporarily. On the day the 2 families were to meet, she quietly left home, taking her luggage and going abroad. Han Zhengxian was caught off guard by Han Mo's departure, realizing it too late to stop her. As he watched the 2 families gather, he was anxious because the only person missing was the fiancé. He was sweating with worry when Gu Zao and his party walked in. Although Old Master Gu could not attend due to his hospitalization, several elders from the Gu family came to show their support for Gu Zao and respect for Han Zhengxian. However, this gesture turned into pressure for Han Zhengxian at that moment. Although Gu Zao was young, he already possessed the demeanor of Old Master Gu. He calmly looked at Han Zhengxian, his gaze carrying a hint of pressure. Han Zhengxian hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. Upon hearing that Han Mo had run away from the wedding, Gu Zao's expression did not change. He merely nodded slightly, sitting coldly on the sofa, drinking tea without saying a word, appearing unconcerned. The others in the Gu family, however, were not as calm. They immediately became anxious. Given the status of the Gu family, allowing their heir to marry into the Han family was already a sign of goodwill, but they did not expect the Han family to be so disrespectful. The atmosphere turned cold, and Han Zhengxian carefully apologized, wiping away his sweat. If the Han family were to become enemies with the Gu family at this time, it would be tantamount to opposing Old Master Gu, and the situation would be hard to resolve if it got out. Bai Tian was sitting in a corner with Wen Yu. Although Wen Yu was anxious, she did not understand the turbulence of the business world and was of no help. Bai Tian, on the other hand, was somewhat distracted and did not hear what they were discussing. The night before, she had just caught Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roming cheating, and was still reeling from the shock of love's disillusionment and friendship's betrayal. She was somewhat dazed until she heard a commotion, finally realizing that the atmosphere in the room was off. Furrowing her brows, she looked around the chaotic crowd, and her gaze unintentionally landed on Gu Zao, who seemed out of place amid the noise. While everyone else was in an uproar, Gu Zao appeared to have a barrier around him, quietly drinking tea with elegant poise. Sensing her gaze, Gu Zao slightly raised his head and met her eyes. His long, sharp eyes were calm, making it hard to discern his emotions. Yet Bai Tian felt an inexplicable panic and quickly lowered her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she secretly sighed to herself, not expecting the heir of the Gu family to be so outstanding, even more handsome than Wei Jinyan. It seemed that there were plenty of good men in the world, and there was no need to waste time on a scumbag. With this thought, she felt somewhat relieved, her entire being relaxing as she picked up a cup of water to soothe her throat, unable to resist glancing at Gu Zao again. She thought to herself that since Gu Zao was here, she should take the opportunity to enjoy the view and appreciate the handsome guy, improving her taste so that she could escape the sea of bitterness sooner. However, when she looked up, she found Gu Zao was still looking at her, his gaze neither warm nor cold, filled with surprise and inquiry, yet still showing no clear emotion. She was momentarily stunned by his gaze. Choking on her water and starting to cough. Covering her mouth, she coughed a few times, and when you quickly patted her back. When Bai Tian finally stopped coughing and lifted her head, she found everyone in the room was looking at her. Bai Tian was taken aback. "Why don't you all argue for a while longer?" One elder from the Gu family looked at Bai Tian, pondered for a moment, and suddenly spoke up, suggesting that since the Han family still had a daughter, why not consider her? The air instantly became quiet, and everyone's gaze shifted back to Bai Tian. Having cried just the day before, her almond-shaped eyes were slightly swollen, her complexion pale, yet still beautiful. Her porcelain-like face, with delicate features, made her an undeniable beauty at first glance. Han Jingxian immediately stood up to object, stating that Bai Tian was not his biological daughter, and their family matters should not involve her. Wen Yu also anxiously stood up. She had opposed Han Jingxian forcing Han and Mo to marry, and now she naturally did not want her biological daughter to be part of this union either. The two sides began to argue, shouting back and forth, unable to reach a conclusion. "I can." Bai Tian, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted their quarrel. She had accidentally overheard Han Jingxian on the phone with his secretary and knew that if the two families did not unite, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. Han Jingxian had once given her mother a kidney, and she wanted to repay this favor. Moreover, she was feeling disillusioned with love. Her romantic relationship had failed, but she hoped that at least Han and Mo could be with the person she liked, so she was willing to support Han and Mo. Furthermore, Wen Yu's health had not returned to normal after her surgery, and Bai Tian only wished for the Han family to be safe and for her mother to worry less, allowing her to live a stable and happy life in her later years. Hearing her words, Gu Zao looked deeply at her and then said in a low voice, "I can too." Their agreement caught everyone else off guard. Bai Tian didn't know what Gu Zao was thinking at the time. Maybe it was for the family's interests, or maybe he really didn't care. In any case, the person who ended up marrying her was Gu Zao. Now 3 years have passed, and Bai Tian does not regret her choice back then. As she thought about it, she ran to the kitchen in her slippers, making a pattering sound. "Aunt Wang, I'm so hungry." Aunt Wang was standing in front of the stove, cooking something, and her pitiful voice made her chuckle. She turned around and said softly, "Tian, Tian, don't be in a hurry. You'll be able to eat soon." Unlike her husband, who was so rigid and rule-bound, she called Bai Tian by her name with joy, which felt endearing to Bai Tian. Bai Tian walked behind Aunt Wang, stretching her slender neck to look into the pot. She saw that Aunt Wang was cooking her favorite boiled shrimp and Gu Zao's favorite ribs, and couldn't help but smile, feeling even hungrier. Aunt Wang turned around and took out a serving of ice cream topped with 2 large, red strawberries, handing it to her with a smile. "If you're hungry, have some of this first." Bai Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of the ice cream, and she jumped up in excitement, hugging Aunt Wang and acting cute. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. You're so good to me." Lin Shuang, on the other hand, was as strict as a stepmother, controlling Bai Tian's weight. She thought it was a fantasy to sneak a dessert without Lin Shuang noticing. Only when she stayed here could she temporarily escape Lin Shuang's supervision and secretly enjoy some sweets. "It's a Zao who cares for you." Aunt Wang smiled gently, affectionately helping her smooth her messy hair. "He asked me to prepare this for you." Bai Tian was slightly taken aback. "Gu Zao?" Aunt Wang nodded, glanced at the living room, and lowered her voice. Zao said you were feeling down today and asked me to prepare ice cream for you, saying that something sweet would make you feel better. She was feeling down? Gu Zao wouldn't think she was upset because of Wei Jinyin and Jiang Ruomeng. Would he? Bai Tian lowered her head to recall. So just now in Gu Zao's eyes, was she a poor little thing who had just met her cheating ex-boyfriend and his wife, feeling utterly bullied? Chapter 9, it's not hard to explain why Gu Zao suddenly came to pick her up today. She couldn't help but chuckle and gently nudged Aunt Wang with her shoulder, pretending to be a loving couple. Then I'll go thank him. Aunt Wang immediately showed a pleased smile and murmured, "That's right, a little couple shouldn't always be apart. They should care for each other. That's how their relationship stays sweet. If you ask me, you two should stop sleeping in separate rooms and get to know each other better. What kind of couple doesn't sleep together?" Gu Zao and Bai Tian's bedroom were both on the second floor. Usually, Aunt Wang and Uncle Li wouldn't go up there except to help clean. But since Gu Zao and Bai Tian weren't living together, they had to leave traces. So they told Uncle Li and Aunt Wang that they were busy with work and didn't want to disturb each other, which is why they weren't sleeping together. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li thought they were a loving couple who cared for each other, unaware that they hadn't even been to each other's bedrooms. "I understand, Aunt Wang." Bai Tian replied nervously and hurriedly ran out. She dashed into the living room. Looking at Gu Zhao's back, her steps halted, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. She said she was coming to thank Gu Zhao, but didn't know how to start. In recent years, to avoid awkward encounters, she took on many acting jobs, with very short gaps between each, so they had little time to communicate. Even when they met, it was always lukewarm, although they lived under the same roof. Opportunities for interaction were few. She bit her full, red lips, took another spoon from the cupboard, walked over, and placed the ice cream on the table. "Want to try some?" Gu Zhao paused for a moment, nodded, picked up the golden spoon, took a bite, and then put it down, saying it tastes good. Seeing that he wasn't eating anymore, Bai Tian eagerly scooped a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth. The ice cream was sweet and creamy, melting in her mouth, making her smile brightly and nod vigorously. "It's delicious." The two rarely got to sit together and eat like this. Bai Tian felt slightly awkward. The air was quiet, with only the crisp sound of the spoon hitting the glass bowl. She took a few more bites of ice cream, used a small fork to pick up a large, sweet strawberry, hesitated for a moment, and then extended the strawberry toward Gu Zhao. "Want some strawberry?" Gu Zhao glanced at Bai Tian's trembling eyes and her tightly grasped fork. "It should be quite sweet." Bai Tian looked at the strawberry, swallowing hard. She loved eating strawberries, and these two looked like they were grown by Uncle Li in his greenhouse, with no fertilizers or pesticides, tasting particularly good, something she couldn't even find outside. But every year, there were few of them, and she had to make them last. If it weren't for Gu Zhao asking Aunt Wang to prepare ice cream for her, she wouldn't have shared the strawberry with him. Gu Zhao smirked slightly, sitting up straight. He didn't reach for the fork, but leaned forward and bit into the strawberry. When he got close, Bai Tian could smell his cool, faint fragrance, which was pleasant. He quickly sat back, and the sweet scent near her nose vanished in an instant. Bai Tian was momentarily dazed, and when she came back to her senses, the strawberry was gone. "Was it sweet?" she asked eagerly. "Sweet," Gu Zhao replied while eating, his thin lips looking nice as they moved. Bai Tian felt a pang of heartache for the lost strawberry, then shifted her gaze to another strawberry. Just as she was about to fork it and eat it, she noticed Gu Zhao's fingers gently tapping on the table, his gaze also falling on the remaining strawberry. Bai Tian stiffly looked up at him, and Gu Zhao, still wanting more, licked his lips. Bai Tian reluctantly forked the strawberry, leaned it forward, and tentatively asked, "Do you want some?" Moments later, the golden fork glimmered faintly under the light, completely empty. The strawberry was gone. Bai Tian, what a ruthless man, not leaving even one. As expected, CEOs were all wicked capitalists, exploiting the fruits of the people's labor and even her strawberries. She quickly ate a few more bites of ice cream, fearing that if she waited any longer, the ice cream would be gone too. Gu Zhao looked at her pitiful little face and couldn't help but smile, then turned to Uncle Li, who had just walked into the room, and said, "Uncle Li, bring some more strawberries." "More strawberries?" Bai Tian's eyes brightened immediately, looking at Gu Zhao with wide, watery eyes, even more sparkling than the strawberries. Gu Zao rubbed his thumb over his lower lip and said, "Yes, I was just thinking I wanted some more." Bai Tian deflated and sat back down, staring at the ice cream with her spoon. It wasn't until Uncle Lee brought in a full plate of strawberries that she looked up, and once she saw, she couldn't look away. Uncle Lee had brought an entire plate, each strawberry round and plump, looking very sweet. She blinked and modestly looked at Gu Zao, full of anticipation, asking, "Can you finish them all by yourself? If you can't, I can help." Gu Zao raised an eyebrow. Bai Tian lowered her head and sighed in frustration. What was so good about marrying into a wealthy family if she couldn't even have a strawberry? The media was right. Spring had come, flowers would bloom, and after spring, Bai Tian should get a divorce. However, Gu Zao spoke again. Bai Tian looked up hopefully, thinking that if Gu Zao was willing to share a strawberry with her now, he would be the best philanthropist. Gu Zao looked at her, deliberately pausing for a moment before pushing a strawberry toward her, smirking, "I suddenly feel a bit full and don't want to eat anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Tian silently cheered inside and eagerly reached for the strawberry with her fork, her eyes and brows unable to contain their joy. Spring had come, flowers would bloom, and after spring, Bai Tian should eat strawberries. Uncle Lee, standing nearby, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. "Young lady, don't listen to the young master teasing you. He has never liked strawberries since he was little." Bai Tian was taken aback, looking up at Gu Zao. If he didn't like strawberries, why did he just steal hers? Uncle Lee continued with a smile, "These strawberries were specially called back by the young master for you. They're all for you to eat." Bai Tian slowly withdrew her glare from Gu Zao, reached up to brush her hair, pretending that her earlier gaze had just passed by Gu Zhao's face. It seemed that strawberries were one of the sweets Gu Zhao had prepared for her to lift her spirits. She picked up a strawberry and put it in her mouth. It was fresh and juicy, both sour and sweet, causing her to smile and genuinely thank Gu Zhao. "Thank you." If encountering the scum duo could lead to such delicious strawberries, she would be willing to see them every day. When she caught Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming cheating in bed, if someone like Gu Zhao had comforted her with delicious food, she probably wouldn't have felt so sad. Gu Zhao looked up at Uncle Lee, who had just sold him out, and awkwardly said, "Uncle Lee, go help Aunt Wong in the kitchen." "Okay." Uncle Lee smiled and turned to walk towards the kitchen, not forgetting to kindly say, "Old man understands. I won't be a third wheel here, disturbing your little couple's sweet time." Bai Tian and Gu Zhao exchanged glances and simultaneously looked away. Bai Tian bit her spoon and raised an eyebrow. Sweet time? When he and Gu Zhao were newlyweds, they hadn't spoken a word to each other the entire night. It was even more intimate now. Her memory of that wedding night was stuck on Gu Zhao's words, "If you don't want to, we can maintain our current distance." After saying that, Gu Zhao had taken the blanket and gone to the next room. Bai Tian was feeling confused at that time and hadn't figured out how to get along with Gu Zhao, so she didn't speak up to keep him. They started living separately, and it lasted for 3 years. Their relationship remained lukewarm and unchanged until now. During these 3 years, Gu Zhao indeed kept his distance from Bai Tian as he said he would, behaving properly every day and not even touching her hand. Sometimes she couldn't help but doubt that Gu Zhao was actually emotionally indifferent. Otherwise, how could it be that after so many years, he not only hadn't touched her, but also hadn't had any rumors surrounding him? Gu Zhao often traveled for work, and if there were a few women outside, Bai Tian wouldn't mind. After all, she held the title of the mistress of the Gu family, but hadn't fulfilled the responsibilities of a mistress. So she didn't expect Gu Zhao to remain loyal to her. As Gu Zhao said, they could end this marriage whenever they found someone they liked. However, the opposite was true. There wasn't a single woman around Gu Zhao, and there hadn't been any gossip over the years. People who didn't know would think Gu Zhao was being faithful to her. The wealthy ladies in their circle often said that Bai Tian had a way of managing her husband and asked her to teach them how to keep their husbands in check. Bai Tian could only innocently shrug her shoulders each time, saying her husband was too well-behaved for her to do anything. Because of this, Bai Tian received countless envious and jealous glances. The wealthy ladies thought she was just showing off and hiding her secrets without sharing. Bai Tian felt wronged. Gu Zhao simply wasn't interested in women, and there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't just choose a few women for Gu Zhao, right? If she did that, her mother would be the first to scold her. Thus, Bai Tian could only conclude that Gu Zao was a workaholic who focused solely on his career and was emotionally indifferent. While she was lost in thought, she popped a strawberry into her mouth. Her neat, white teeth bit into the strawberry, and the bright red juice flowed down her lips, making her delicate lips even redder. Like a ripe cherry, full and juicy. Unconsciously, she extended her tongue to lick the corner of her lips, the tip of her tongue brushing against the vibrant juice on her lower lip. Gu Zhao's gaze deepened suddenly. He stood up abruptly and, throwing out a quick, "I'll head upstairs first," hurriedly left. Bai Tian was taken aback, and when she reacted, Gu Zhao's figure had long disappeared from downstairs. Chapter 10. Bai Tian lay comfortably in her bed, wrapping herself in the quilt and rolling around a few times, happily shaking her feet. Although she rarely returned to stay, she particularly liked this house in Nanxing. She loved the decoration style here, which was elegant and simple, especially this bed, which she heard was a custom model. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also incredibly comfortable to lie on. Every time she slept here, she would sleep soundly through the night. Suddenly, her phone rang with a series of notifications, vibrating continuously. Bai Tian thought something urgent had come up, but when she picked up her phone, she saw that Lin Shuang had sent her several photos of Chun Fei. The photos were taken from a distance, likely snapped by Lin Shuang with her phone. Lin Shuang firmly believed that liking is indulgent, while love is restraint, so she maintained an appropriate distance from her idol, ensuring she wouldn't cause Chun Fei any trouble. Bai Tian remembered the photo of Chun Fei she had casually taken at the charity gala today. She searched for it on her phone and sent it to Lin Shuang. Since Bai Tian's seat was relatively close to the stage, the photo captured Chun Fei clearly. The stage lights were dazzling, and Chun Fei stood in the spotlight. Full of spirit, his facial features sharp and clear. Even without any editing, his youthful face was quite handsome. After sending the photo, Lin Shuang was quiet for a moment. But soon the chat was filled with her hoarse cheers. "Oh my God, my baby is so handsome. His skin is so nice. And his eyes are so big, ah. Woo-woo. Fei Fei, you're too cool. Mama loves you. You're the best baby in the world. Thank you. Bai Tian, you are my family." Bai Tian listened to the voice message Lin Shuang sent and couldn't help but smile. She played along and gave Chun Fei a bit of praise, saying, "Your son's skin is really nice, softer than a peeled egg, and your son is so handsome. Even though he's not your biological child, he looks just like you. Your son is so popular. It's no wonder he's so famous." After sending her message, Bai Tian felt quite satisfied. She had complimented both Chun Fei and Lin Shuang, truly being the best friend. Just as she was racking her brain for more compliments to send, Lin Shuang quickly replied, "My son is great, but he won't pursue married women. Please take your outdated compliments and stay away." Bai Tian felt a bit defeated. She hadn't been following stars for a long time, and her complimenting skills were indeed rusty. She lay in her quilt and found a meme of Chun Fei rolling his eyes to send to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang, not to be outdone, sent her several of her own memes, and the two exchanged messages joyfully. There was a knock at the door, and while looking for memes, Bai Tian called out without raising her head, "Come in, the door's not locked." Usually, it was Aunt Wong who came by to bring her a cup of milk or to remind her to close the windows if the weather was bad. So Bai Tian didn't suspect anything and continued her meme battle with Lin Shuang. Gu Zao heard Bai Tian's voice and hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. As he entered, he saw Bai Tian curled up in the quilt, her fair little feet swinging in the air, humming a cheerful tune, looking in a good mood. The night was deep, and a warm light was on in her room, casting a cozy glow. "Gift," Gu Zao said softly. Bai Tian was so surprised that she almost bounced off the bed. She quickly raised her head and looked at Gu Zao in disbelief. After a moment of staring at each other, she couldn't help but blink, confirming that the person in her room was indeed Gu Zao. In 3 years of marriage, this was Gu Zao's first time entering her room. Her first reaction was to pull her feet back under the quilt. Then she lifted the quilt to sit up. But halfway through, she suddenly remembered she was only wearing a nightgown and had no underwear on. She froze for a moment, realizing this, and quickly wrapped the quilt around herself even tighter, turning herself into a little cocoon. "Are you cold?" Gu Zao looked at her in surprise. It was almost summer, and while it was slightly cool at night, it shouldn't be this cold. It's okay. Bai Tian fell silent for a moment, nodded randomly, and added, it is a bit cold. Gu Zao frowned, seeing her face normal and not looking sick. He walked over and turned the air conditioning temperature up 2 notches, gently saying, if you feel cold, remember to tell me. Okay. Bai Tian tugged at the quilt, pretending to be a little cold. Gu Zao hesitated but still walked over and touched her forehead, puzzled. You're not hot, but why is your face so red? Bai Tian was speechless for a moment. Then she belatedly remembered that before their marriage, when they were confessing their past relationship experiences, Gu Zao had mentioned that he had never dated before. At that time, Bai Tian hadn't thought much of it, assuming Gu Zao just didn't want to elaborate. So she didn't ask further. Now, looking back, she realized that Gu Zao might have been telling the truth, as he really seemed to know little about women. Not sick, just a little cold. She glanced at the small gift box Gu Zao was holding and actively changed the subject. What gift were you talking about? This. Gu Zao handed her the red velvet box, casually saying, just something I bought. Bai Tian tightened the quilt around her, reached out a hand to take the box, and obediently said, thank you. Gu Zao smiled lightly, his eyes glinting with a fleeting smile, and gently said, I'll head out now. Get some rest early. Amen, good night. Bai Tian nodded, watching him walk out and close the door. After a moment, confirming he had gone far, Bai Tian sat up, threw the quilt aside, lowered the air conditioning temperature, and waved her hand to fan away the heat. Once the warmth dissipated, she untied the ribbon on the box. When she opened the box, a diamond bracelet lay quietly inside, sparkling and exquisite. Bai Tian picked up the bracelet and looked at it in surprise. This bracelet was the latest model from her favorite brand, which had not been available in the country and was only sold abroad. She had been busy lately and hadn't had time to buy it, thinking she wouldn't be able to get it anymore. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited, guessing that this might have been bought by Gu Zao's assistant, who would know her preferences. Although she and Gu Zao were more like a couple in name than in reality, Gu Zao had always fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. On holidays or on her birthday, he would generally prepare gifts for her, which were usually to her liking. However, she guessed that Gu Zao probably didn't have time to buy these things himself. He likely instructed his assistant to pick them out. Bai Tian slipped the bracelet onto her wrist and waved it, watching the diamonds sparkle brilliantly under the light, precious and dazzling. Sometimes she felt like she was a canary raised by Gu Zao, who would occasionally remember her and bring back a gift for her to wear. Gu Zao particularly liked buying these shiny things for her, each worth a lot and eye-catching. However, it was okay. She was a free canary, adorned in jewels and flaunting her freedom. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and snapped a photo, sending it to Grandpa Gu and Wen Yu, subtly showing off their affection to reassure the two elders. Wen Yu had not gone to sleep yet and quickly replied, Gu Zao treats you so well. Mama can rest assured. Bai Tian smiled and sent a cute meme back, recalling how she had once tricked Wen Yu into believing she had fallen in love with Gu Zao at first sight, which was why Wen Yu had agreed to the marriage. Over the years, she had been trying hard to create the illusion of a happy marriage to put Wen Yu's mind at ease. But since she and Gu Zao had not been home for a long time, it inevitably raised Wen Yu's suspicions. Wen Yu had recently tested a few times and was barely able to get past it. Today, she told Lin Shuang that her desire to participate in romantic delusion was not just a momentary impulse, but also to reassure Wen Yu after watching the show. Grandpa Gu's message came back quickly. Due to his old age, he couldn't see well while typing, so he sent a voice message instead. The diamond is too small. If you didn't know better, you'd think the Gu family was going bankrupt. I'll have that brat Gu Zao buy you a bigger one tomorrow. Grandpa Gu was as generous as ever. Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle a few times, sending a voice message to explain to Grandpa Gu that this was her favorite style. And then she declined his kindness under the pretext that a diamond that's too big would be inconvenient for work, while sweetly expressing her gratitude to him. Although Grandpa Gu had suffered a serious illness back in the day, fortunately, he was out of danger. After being discharged, he moved to the suburbs to recuperate. Over the years, the company has been managed by Gu Zao, which has made things much easier for him, and he has professional doctors taking care of him, maintaining good health. Bai Tian heard that he had recently adopted 2 cats. After finishing her conversation with Grandpa Gu, she saw that Lin Shuang had sent a voice message. Lin Shuang said that she understood Bai Tian faced her betrayer today, confronting scumbags and shameless women, which had caused her serious mental and emotional trauma. Therefore, she had canceled all of Bai Tian's work for tomorrow. She advised Bai Tian to stay home and properly heal her past emotional wounds. Focus on nurturing her relationship with her dear husband and work hard to create the next generation. Bai Tian was delighted to have a break and told Lin Shuang that her heart had suffered a serious shock this time and needed several days of nurturing to recover. Lin Shuang ruthlessly rejected her as a patient. She stated that as a good citizen, she must work hard to create monetary value for the country and fight for herself and her wallet. Bai Tian had no choice but to admit that Lin, the great manager, was right, and she would deeply reflect on her narrow-mindedness. After putting down her phone, Bai Tian turned off the lights and seriously reflected on herself with her eyes closed. In the end, she felt that she couldn't waste national resources. So she decided to cancel her plan to ask Lin Shuang for a signed photo of Chen Fei. Chapter 11. Bai Tian slept incredibly comfortably that night and lingered in bed for a while before reluctantly getting up. The bed here was really comfortable, and the food was truly delicious. She couldn't wait to eat the bread that Aunt Wong baked herself. After washing up, she simply tied her hair into a ponytail, put on a floral cotton dress, and headed downstairs with her fair and delicate face. She walked down the spiral staircase step by step. The weather today was bright, with large amounts of sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The green plants Aunt Wong kept on the windowsill were growing vibrantly, and outside, cheerful voices could occasionally be heard, likely Uncle Lee chatting with someone. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile. Uncle Lee always liked to talk and could strike up a conversation with anyone. His presence made the house much livelier. When she reached downstairs, the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen, mixed with the sweet scent of milk, making the air feel a bit sweeter. Gu Zao was sitting at the dining table, holding a tablet, occasionally swiping his fingers across the screen while looking down at it. Sunlight bathed him, wrapping him in a warm glow. He frowned slightly, looking serious, and the food on the table was already prepared, suggesting he hadn't started eating yet and was seemingly waiting for Bai Tian to join him for breakfast. Bai Tian walked quickly to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Good morning." Gu Zao glanced at her and put the tablet aside, locking the screen. Bai Tian picked up a glass and took a sip of milk. Aunt Wong had added her favorite honey, making it sweet and delicious. A smile crept onto her lips. And in a good mood, she asked Gu Zao, "Any news today?" Gu Zao glanced at the tablet, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Bai Tian. Bai Tian continued sipping her milk, her dark almond-shaped eyes turning curiously. "What's wrong?" Gu Zao shook his head, casually placed a slice of bread onto her plate, and said in a deep, slightly hoarse voice, "Just eat breakfast first." Bai Tian took a bite of the bread without suspicion. There was always plenty of entertainment news about her. She had just attended a charity gala yesterday, and her styling, makeup, and the fact that her painting had been bought at a high price by the Gu family would definitely be reported by the media. However, she felt there shouldn't be any major issues. At most, she might be slightly overshadowed by Jiang Ruomeng, but it wouldn't stop her from eating. She could check after breakfast. The two quietly ate breakfast for a while. Gu Zao, sipping his coffee, asked, "Is work busy lately?" "Not really. I just wrapped up my last project, and I have the day off today." Bai Tian was in a good mood, eating a bit more than usual. After finishing the bread Gu Zao had given her, she picked up a piece of souffle and took a bite. Seeing her enjoy the food, Gu Zao silently smiled and asked, "What type of drama do you want to shoot next?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll see if there are any suitable scripts." After saying this, Bai Tian suddenly thought of romantic delusion. She paused for a moment, hesitatingly glanced at Gu Zao, and slowly said, "Actually, I've been thinking about filming a variety show recently." "What variety show?" Gu Zao looked at her in surprise. Bai Tian had never recorded a variety show since entering the entertainment industry. Aside from the necessary promotions for her dramas, she rarely participated in anything else. The media had once labeled her as the most low-key star in the industry. And the reason for this was her concern that one day Gu Zao's identity might be exposed, which could negatively impact the Gu family's image. so she had consciously reduced her involvement in entertainment variety shows. Bai Tian lowered her head, pondering how to tell Gu Zao about this when Uncle Li suddenly pushed the door open, storming in with anger. He walked in while muttering curses. Today's news reporters are really heartless. What are they writing? They have such bad intentions. Uncle Li, what's wrong? Bai Tian put down the souffle and grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands. Uncle Li was usually kind-hearted and known for being a good person. She rarely saw him this angry, and her intuition told her it was probably related to her. Uncle Li walked over, angrily handing Bai Tian a newspaper. Madam, look, Uncle Li, Gu Zao called out, but Bai Tian had already quickly taken the newspaper. She unfolded it and immediately saw a prominent headline in the entertainment news. Breaking. Popular star Bai Tian's marriage crisis, allegedly due to her wealthy husband being bald. The headline was followed by a large, bright red question mark, vividly expressing the shock. Bai Tian raised her eyes and lightly swept her gaze over Gu Zao's thick, dark hair. Gu Zao looked at her, his gaze calm. She silently pulled her gaze back. Fortunately, there were no signs of baldness for now. Uncle Li had watched Gu Zao grow up, so seeing him written about like this by reporters made him extremely angry. He stood nearby, unable to contain his frustration, muttering, "My young master is handsome, with thick, black hair. He has always had plenty of hair except for when he was just born and was bald." He looked at Bai Tian, patting his chest to assure her. "Madam, don't worry, my young master has good genes. Even the old master hasn't gone bald yet, and our young master definitely won't." Gu Zao helplessly raised his head and said to Uncle Li, "Uncle Li, you have a bad stomach. Go eat breakfast or Aunt Wang will start nagging you again." "Yes, young master." Uncle Li was most afraid of Aunt Wang's nagging, so upon hearing this, he turned and walked toward the kitchen, looking back as he said, "Young master, remember to have the lawyers sue those unscrupulous media." Gu Zao nodded, and once Uncle Li had walked far away, he sighed softly, picked up his coffee, and took a sip to moisten his dry throat. Bai Tian smiled, picked up the tablet he had set aside, and shook it. "Can I look at it now?" "Mm." Gu Zao paused for a moment before nodding lightly. His tablet had no password lock, so Bai Tian easily unlocked it. The tablet screen was paused on a news article. Just as she expected, Gu Zao had been browsing today's entertainment news, which was indeed about her. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still felt a wave of dizziness when she saw one headline after another. Bai Tian, who has been married for 3 years without getting pregnant, is said to have become jealous, believing that Jiang Ruoming's child is hers. Bai Tian, the reporter's imaginations are truly rich. She recalled her conversation with Jiang Ruoming yesterday and couldn't help but fall silent. Starting from Bai Tian, they counted the stars in the entertainment industry who had a glamorous marriage into a wealthy family but ended up with a tragic ending. There was no glamour. When she married Gu Zao, old Master Gu was ill, so their wedding was very simple, not luxurious or elaborate, and they didn't publicly notify the media. As Bai Tian thought about this, she paused in confusion. Wait, how could everyone know she was married into a wealthy family when they didn't even know who her husband was? She temporarily set aside her doubts and continued scrolling down. According to an anonymous source, Bai Tian's husband was actually Chen Shugang, the head of the publicity department at the Gu Group. Chen Shugang was over 50 and already had a wife and 2 children, implying that Bai Tian was suspected of being a mistress. When Bai Tian got married, she had met the head of the publicity department, and, recalling Minister Chen's bald head, everything seemed to make sense. So the wealthy family the media referred to was Minister Chen. If Bai Tian remembered correctly, Minister Chen had indeed been divorced and had just married a new wife. However, his divorce was not due to infidelity on his part, but rather because his ex-wife had cheated. Not only did his ex-wife cheat, but she also took the 2 children away and even blamed Minister Chen after the divorce. Minister Chen did not clarify the situation because he was concerned about his 2 children. Today's news has caused Minister Chen to suffer from an undeserved disaster, as the media has written nonsense without understanding the truth. The Gu family has always been strict, and the publicity department is essentially the face of the Gu family. If Minister Chen truly behaved as the media claimed, he would have likely been dismissed by the Gu family long ago. Gu Zao looked at Bai Tian, whose almond eyes were slightly downcast, and seeing her brow furrowed, could not help but comfort her. "Don't worry, I've already contacted the public relations department. Bai Tian nodded. She wasn't actually worried. Firstly, she had confidence in the Gu family's public relations capabilities, and secondly, the truth cannot be fake, nor can the fake be true. However, she couldn't help but ponder where all this chaotic news was coming from. Such absurd claims wouldn't suddenly emerge unless someone was deliberately guiding the narrative. As she thought, her fingers unconsciously scrolled down to read the news until she found one article that provided an answer. Jiang Roman and the movie star Wei were a loving couple, envied by others. Compared to some mistresses who climbed the ranks and the older man-younger woman relationships of certain female celebrities, Jiang Roman truly exemplified a good woman. Bai Tian couldn't help but click her tongue. Jiang Roman and Wei Jinyan were indeed everywhere. It seemed this news was again related to them. A certain female star had not become pregnant for 3 years, apparently, because her husband was too old and unable to conceive. And it was said that this female star had secretly gone to the hospital several times just to seek a child. However, unfortunately, some things cannot be bought even with money, and she was destined to be disappointed. Rumor has it that she saw Jiang Ruoming pregnant yesterday and was nearly driven mad with jealousy. At a charity gala, a female star with the surname Bai sat at the same table as a female star with the surname Jiang. It's unknown if the Jiang star advised the Bai star on how to be a good woman with proper values. The more Bai Tian scrolled down, the more such news she found, all subtly belittling her while taking the opportunity to elevate Jiang Ruoming. She examined the sources of the news, and indeed, they were all reported by a few media outlets that had a good relationship with Jiang Ruoming. The comments below the news were unbearable, all filled with insults towards her. Bai Tian frowned and put down her tablet. So in everyone's mind, she had become the mistress, while Jiang Ruoming had instead become a pure and innocent little white flower. Chapter 12, What a Mess. Bai Tian couldn't help but mutter a phrase, transforming her grief and anger into appetite, and angrily took a bite of her bread. She didn't bring up the past with Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan, but to her surprise, they proactively provoked her. It was truly too much. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but recall her romantic delusions. Since Jiang Ruoming loved showing off her affection by stepping on her, why not compete with Jiang Ruoming in romantic delusions? This time, she didn't hesitate any longer. Taking a deep breath, she directly looked up at Gu Zao and said, I want to record a variety show called Romantic Delusions. It's a couples program lasting 3 months with 2 days of recording every half month. Are you willing to participate with me? Bai Tian finished speaking in one breath, paused for a moment, then nervously looked at Gu Zao, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Okay. Gu Zao looked at her trembling eyelashes and smiled lightly, agreeing without hesitation, his tone casual, as if he were agreeing to a trivial matter. Bai Tian didn't expect him to agree so easily. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, momentarily stunned. She thought Gu Zao hadn't understood her meaning and hurriedly added, This variety show requires us to be present for recording 2 days every half month. Do you have time? Gu Zao nodded. I will be in the country for a while, and I can have assistant Sun arrange the schedule in advance. Great, thank you. Bai Tian's eyes sparkled with joy, forming 2 beautiful crescent shapes, her lips curving into a sweet smile that was captivating. Gu Zao showed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth and tapped the table, saying, Finish your breakfast. Bai Tian happily nodded and obediently picked up her fork again, eating while thinking about notifying Lin Shuang to arrange things quickly. The happier she thought about it, the more her legs couldn't help but sway joyfully under the table. Her brows curved as she drank her sweet milk one sip at a time. Gu Zao glanced at her fair little feet and couldn't help but chuckle softly. After finishing breakfast, Bai Tian personally saw Gu Zao to the door, stood for a moment watching him leave for work, and then hurried upstairs in her slippers, eager to call Lin Shuang. Quickly contact the production team. Gu Zao and I are going to participate in Romantic Delusions. Lin Shuang was taken aback, incredulously asking, Did President Gu agree? Bai Tian raised her chin and nodded vigorously. Recalling that Lin Shuang couldn't see her, she elongated her tone, saying a leisurely Lin Shuang detected the pride in Bai Tian's voice and couldn't help but smile. Imagining Bai Tian with a tail wagging excitedly behind her, her face written all over with "Come praise me." She put down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and asked, "Did you use some beauty trap on President Gu?" Bai Tian lowered her head and thought seriously for a moment. "Feeding him 2 strawberries last night counts, right? You personally grew those on him?" Lin Shuang said something shocking. "Bai Tian, you're overthinking it." Bai Tian began reciting the core socialist values: prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. "Stop." Lin Shuang coughed and said seriously, "Think carefully. If you and Gu Zao participate in the variety show, once it gets exposed, it might not end well." As Bai Tian's manager and close friend, Lin Shuang didn't know that Bai Tian and Gu Zao lived separately, but she was aware that their relationship was average and they rarely met, let alone understood each other. People were already speculating that they were close to divorce, and if this matter escalated on the show, it would be difficult to handle. Bai Tian thought for a moment and declared, "As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. As long as socialism exists, there is no love that can't be shown." "Fine." Lin Shuang surrendered and stopped discouraging Bai Tian's enthusiasm. After hanging up, she resignedly picked up her phone to contact the staff of Romantic Delusions. The program coordinator, upon hearing her explanation, immediately agreed without hesitation. They had previously attempted to invite Bai Tian, but were politely declined by her team. However, they hadn't held out much hope. As everyone in the industry knew, Bai Tian never participated in any variety shows, let alone couple programs. They were just trying their luck, but unexpectedly, Bai Tian agreed. This would be Bai Tian's first variety show appearance. It was also her husband's first public appearance, and it was clear that after the show aired, there would be no shortage of topics. Bai Tian had just won the Rookie Award and was in the spotlight. Today, news about her third-party rising and husband's baldness occupied major entertainment headlines, indicating that everyone was curious about her husband's true identity and her post-marriage life. Bai Tian and her husband were already full of explosive points, and rumors had long circulated about Bai Tian's unhappy marriage and poor relationship with her husband. Recently, such news had escalated. Some said Bai Tian was infertile and was looked down upon by her husband's family. Others claimed to have seen Bai Tian with bruises and being sent to the hospital, suspected of domestic violence, and there were even whispers that due to infertility, Bai Tian was secretly seeking a surrogate. In short, rumors were rampant and no one knew what was true. As for Bai Tian's husband, he remained very mysterious. Everyone only knew he was from the Gu group, but details like his name, age, and appearance were completely unknown. Over the past 2 years, the rumors had been bizarre, and this morning's news was no exception. Even the production staff were very curious about Bai Tian and her husband, discussing the morning's news for the entire morning, let alone the audience. If her husband was willing to appear on the variety show, the ratings and discussion topics would definitely explode. This was a dream come true for the production team. The coordinator was happily smiling when suddenly he remembered something, and his smile froze. He paused for a moment and couldn't help but cautiously remind, the guests for this recording include Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomin. Their contracts have already been signed, and they can't back out, so if before, everyone merely suspected that Bai Tian had a poor relationship with Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomin, then after yesterday, it was almost confirmed that Bai Tian indeed disliked them. Bai Tian's aversion to the two was quite blatant and unhidden. Upon hearing the names Jiang Ruomin and Wei Jinyan, Lin Shuang first rolled her eyes and then replied emotionlessly, "It's fine." Hearing her say that, the coordinator immediately cheerfully set the signing time. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but excitedly rub his hands together. The ratings for this show were guaranteed. Lin Shuang quickly informed Bai Tian that she had finalized things with the production team and was just waiting to meet to discuss details before signing the contract. Bai Tian felt a weight lifted off her shoulders and was in a great mood. She first showered Lin Shuang with compliments and then happily opened her phone to read the online serialized novel Above the Sky, which she had been following. This novel had recently become very popular with many fans, but the author seemed busy and often had irregular updates, occasionally logging into update. She hadn't been able to bear to read it recently and had finally saved up 3 chapters to read together. Today, she had a rare day off and could fully enjoy it. She eagerly clicked on the web page, lay on the sofa, and began to read with great interest. The plot of this novel was full of ups and downs, with the protagonist leveling up and fighting monsters, and the romantic storyline was gentle and affectionate, flowing smoothly, making her want to applaud in admiration. The author was a web writer with a pen name Shi Gan, and this person was very mysterious. No one knew their gender or any personal information. However, Bai Tian always assumed Shi Gan was a girl, as Gan means sweet, just like her own name, and she unconsciously pictured the author as a beautiful girl, feeling inexplicably close. Bai Tian had finally saved up 10,000 words, and she quickly finished reading it. She looked at the usual blank space in the author's note at the end of the article and couldn't help but sigh at how aloof the author was as always. Since Shi Gan started writing, apart from occasionally publishing new chapters, he had never said a word. No matter how creatively everyone tried to engage him, he never responded, and he was known for his cool demeanor in the web literature world. After finishing the latest updates, Bai Tian was reluctant to put it down and couldn't help but read it again. Repeating this, she ended up reading it 5 times before reluctantly putting down her phone. The plot of these chapters was full of twists and turns, thrilling, and after reading it, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, her mood remaining unsettled for a long time. She browsed through the comments for a while and couldn't resist picking up her phone to post a Weibo update. Sharing a good book with others made it even more enjoyable. Bai Tian, crazy shout out to the author Shi Gan of Above the Firmament. Looking forward to the updates. As soon as her Weibo post was sent, comments immediately started flooding in below. So exciting, Sweetie is chasing the same serialized story as me. And my author is also Sweetie's author. It feels so magical. NSDD, we are indeed navigating the same online world. I just finished the latest chapter too, and the new chapter was so thrilling that I can't wait to see the next one. Even celebrities read web novels. Suddenly it feels like the distance has closed. Love you, Sweetie. You definitely can't miss the novel you like. I'm going to read it right now. Sweetie is so cute. I'll go help you urge the author for updates. Bai Tian was happily reading the comments, occasionally liking her favorite ones, when Lin Shuang's call suddenly came in. Feeling guilty, Bai Tian tapped her phone case, paused for a moment, then reluctantly swiped the screen to answer the call, automatically placing the phone at a distance from her ear. The moment the call connected, Lin Shuang's furious voice immediately came through. Bai Tian, you actually used your main account to read books. Are you trying to trend on Hot Search? Chapter 13. Impulsiveness. Bai Tian felt inexplicably guilty. Deleted. I'll just tell the reporter that you accidentally slipped your hand. Lin Shuang felt a headache coming on. Bai Tian stubbornly resisted, strongly protesting that it wasn't that easy to slip one's hand, and besides, I just read a novel. It's not a big deal, why lie? Lin Shuang sighed and earnestly said, you need to consider the timing. Your scandal just made the news this morning, and fans and haters outside are about to tear each other apart. Yet you're reading a novel. Do you want to drive the haters mad? Bai Tian's eyes flickered. Are you saying the haters are really angry right now? Of course. Just wait. The haters will probably go on Weibo to scold you in a bit. Bai Tian laughed. Isn't that great? The angrier the haters are, the happier we should be. Lin Shuang was momentarily stunned, hesitantly saying, that seems to make some sense. It's very sensible. If they like to scold, let them scold. Justice is in the hearts of the people, Bai Tian argued confidently, feeling her words were persuasive. Lin Shuang fell silent for a moment, also agreeing, if the haters are unhappy, that is our greatest happiness, just like our unhappiness is their happiness. Bai Tian repeatedly agreed, gently coaxing Lin Shuang for a while until she calmed down, at which point Lin Shuang mumbled and hung up the phone. Bai Tian held her phone, refreshed the webpage. And sure enough, as Lin Shuang predicted, within just a few minutes, the comments were already dominated by haters, filled with all kinds of insults. Have you apologized to your husband's ex-wife and child? They might be crying every day, yet you still have the heart to read novels. Vicious woman. I feel disgusted to like the same novel as someone like you. I'm abandoning the book now. Mistresses really like to have it both ways. Scandals are flying everywhere, yet you're still pretending nothing happened. This is the legendary not a single silver here. You're probably crying secretly, after waiting so long for a response. We got such a bland Weibo post with no clarification or apology, and fans are still trying to defend her. It's really sad and pathetic. Wake up. I'm embarrassed for your parents. Bai Tian puffed her cheeks, pretending not to see the haters' comments. but couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for the fans still speaking up for her. Every time something happened, these fans are the first to rush out to defend her, unconditionally believing in her. She silently liked a few of their comments, smiled at their encouraging messages, and then closed the comment section. After a while, Lin Shuang posted a statement on the studio's Weibo, clarifying the rumors that Bai Tian had destroyed someone else's family, and also sent a lawyer's letter to the rumor-spreading marketing account. As for Bai Tian's husband's identity, it remained unmentioned. The haters were disappointed upon seeing the statement, while the fans rallied back with renewed vigor, ready to defend her again, but they dared not mention Bai Tian's husband, as they didn't know if he was truly as rumored. Soon, the official Weibo of the program Romantic Delusions suddenly followed Bai Tian and then retweeted the statement, captioning it, "If you want to see the Bai Tian couple, please follow Romantic Delusions. All romance is here." The entire internet was in an uproar, the comments boiling over with various speculations. Some said Bai Tian was going to participate in the recording of Romantic Delusions, while others speculated that the official Weibo was just riding the wave of popularity. However, no matter how people asked, neither the studio nor the official Weibo responded anymore. In this short time, the heat of Bai Tian's novel reading had not faded, and the keywords Bai Tian 10 Sweet had already hit the trending searches. After Lin Shuang posted the statement and saw Bai Tian's news flooding the trending list, she couldn't help but take out her phone to call Bai Tian again. "What do you think about the trending searches?" Lin Shuang tried to make her voice sound icy, attempting to convey her displeasure to Bai Tian. Bai Tian looked at the two names side by side on the trending list, propped her chin with both hands, and giggled twice, her sweet voice chiming. "Don't you think my name and 10 Sweet's name together look particularly nice?" Lin Shuang, speechless. She angrily hung up the phone. Bai Tian put down her phone, looking at the two names rising on the trending list, unable to help but let her eyes sparkle with excitement, casually taking a screenshot to commemorate this sacred moment. She was trending with her idol. A smile crept onto her lips as her fingers gently scrolled on her tablet, savoring the moment when her phone suddenly rang again, Gu Zao's name flashing on the screen. Bai Tian reluctantly halted her scrolling, picking up the phone. "Hey, have you arrived at the company?" "I have." Gu Zao's magnetic and clean voice came through the microphone, deep and pleasant. After a pause, he asked, "Do you like 10 Sweet?" Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Gu Zao to notice such gossip news so quickly. She couldn't help but chuckle and casually replied, "Yeah, her books are really good. I like them a lot." Gu Zao fell silent for a moment before responding with a tight hum. Bai Tian lay back on the sofa, waiting for Gu Zao to continue, but after a while, he still didn't say anything. She blinked in confusion, hesitantly asking, "Is there something you need?" Gu Zao didn't call just to discuss 10 Sweet, right? Bai Tian sat up on the sofa, pondering, could it be that the boss's wife likes reading web literature, which might affect the company's image? "It's nothing." Gu Zao said softly, "I called just to say, I'm having dinner at home tonight. Can you let Wang know?" "Okay." Bai Tian nodded, feeling a bit strange as to why he didn't call Aunt Wang directly. Gu Zao responded with a hum and hung up the phone. When Secretary Shin knocked and entered, he saw Gu Zao and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Was it just his illusion, or did Gu Zao seem to be in a good mood? Even if he wasn't smiling, he looked at Gu Zao curiously, then walked over to respectfully hand over the documents, reporting, "President, this is the performance report for Fintang Electronics under the company, and the advertising report for Xiling Cosmetics Company, Limited. Both require your signature." Gu Zao took the documents, glanced at them, signed his name with a pen, set them aside, and then looked up, saying, "Adjust my recent schedule. For the next 3 months, my wife and I will participate in a variety show recording every half month. Try to clear my schedule so it doesn't interfere with the recording times." Secretary Shun, even though he was used to big scenes, couldn't help but slightly widen his mouth. The boss, who rarely appeared in the media, was actually going to accompany his wife to record a variety show. He couldn't help but confirm, "President, are you saying you and your wife will participate in a reality show?" "Yes." Secretary Shun pondered for a moment. Could this be what they call love? But weren't the boss and the boss's wife together out of a marriage of convenience? He cautiously asked, "President, are you going to sponsor the program? To have them cooperate and film more affectionate moments of you and your wife, enhance the company's image, and maybe insert some company advertisement for positive coverage? The president must have a reason for participating in a reality show, unless it was to enhance the company's image. Gu Zao looked up at him, his gaze somewhat displeased. This time I'm just accompanying my wife to record the show. It has nothing to do with the company. Just follow the normal procedures. Yes. Secretary Shun didn't dare to say more, but still couldn't help but be curious. After a moment of silence, relying on their years of working together, he boldly asked, "Then why did you decide to participate in this reality show?" Gu Zao suddenly smiled, her expression gentle and her tone relaxed. "As a star's husband, this is what I should do. There's a saying, the wife sings and the husband follows." Secretary Shun, you remembered it wrong. Why do you feel not only very happy, but also a bit expectant? Half a second later, Secretary Shun finally calmed his shocked emotions, closed his gaping mouth, and returned to the composed demeanor expected of an elite secretary, slightly nodding, "Yes, President." Bai Tian was completely unaware of this. 2 hours later, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Above the Sky had updated again. She held her phone and squealed a couple of times when an unprecedented update frequency. Shi Gan actually updated 2 chapters in one day. She couldn't help but excitedly kick her legs, happily rolling around on the bed, then eagerly opened the webpage, holded her phone, and began to read seriously. She read very slowly, paying careful attention to every word. After finishing, she couldn't help but shed a few tears for herself. Happiness is always so short-lived. She flipped to the page that said, "Thanks to my sweet fairy for your support. I like you too." After a long while, Bai Tian covered her mouth and let out a loud scream. Shi Gan actually knew. Not only did Shi Gan know she liked him, but he also called her sweet fairy. This was the nickname her fans used for her in private. How could Shi Gan know? Did Shi Gan pay attention to her? Had Shi Gan watched the TV drama she acted in? It turns out that the feeling of being acknowledged by an idol is so exhilarating. No wonder every time they acknowledge their fans, they're super excited. She finally understood that feeling now. Bai Tian's heart surged with waves of excitement, each wave bigger than the last, making her head spin and her heart burn, nearly laughing like a blooming flower. Just as she was daydreaming with her cheeks in her hands, Lin Shuang sent a voice message. "Lin Shuang, Shi Gan is just reciprocating. Don't think too much about it." Bai Tian. "Lin Shuang, wake up." Bai Tian. Angry. She must have had her head knocked by a pig in college, which is why she ended up making a sharp-tongued friend like Lin Shuang. Secretary Shun. "President, it seems it should be the husband sings and the wife follows." Gu Zao, you remembered it wrong. It's the wife sings and the husband follows. Secretary Shun. Yes. Chapter 14. After Lin Shuang arranged for Bai Tian to sign a contract with the Romantic Delusion program team, the official Weibo account of Romantic Delusion officially announced that Bai Tian and her husband would participate in the recording of the variety show. After this news was released, Bai Tian's entire fan circle was in an uproar. Bai Tian's fans have a lovely nickname called ice cream cones. Upon hearing her decision, the ice cream cones were all overjoyed as the once sluggish fan circle was suddenly revitalized. If Bai Tian wasn't afraid to bring her husband on a variety show, what were they afraid of? Bai Tian was guilt-free, so they naturally felt confident. Whether Bai Tian's husband was ugly or bald didn't matter as long as Bai Tian was willing. They were willing to support whatever Bai Tian liked. So they were filled with anticipation for the variety show. In the past, they could only understand Bai Tian through her works, but now they could finally get to know her through reality shows, which is the charm of reality shows, allowing fans to learn more about celebrities' private lives. It's the Sweet Little Fairies variety show debut. Don't worry, Tian Tian, the ice cream cones will always believe in you. Let's go. I can't believe it. Our Tian Tian is finally going on a variety show. Let's support her and boost the numbers. Unbelievably excited. Tian Tian is the best. Fly without worry. Ice cream cones will always be with you. If your husband dares to bully you, I'll help you scold him. Among the fans, there were those who were happy, but of course, there were also those who were worried. Many fans left hesitant comments under Bai Tian's Weibo. Is she really participating with her husband? Is that really okay? Why would she choose a couple's variety show? Tian Tian, do you want to reconsider? I'm really worried you might get criticized. Tian Tian, many couples in variety shows are from the industry, but your husband is just an ordinary person. Can he handle the cameras? The program team has deep tricks. What if they edit maliciously? Please think it over. Since Bai Tian debuted, she has had quite a few fans, but she also has a significant number of haters. Therefore, Bai Tian could understand the concerns of the ice cream cones. She often saw them self-deprecatingly joke about how her popularity didn't team match the number of her haters. In response, Bai Tian could only shrug. Most of her haters came from Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan's fan circles, and given her relationship with those two, it was something she couldn't avoid. When she first debuted, these were the main forces behind the hate against her, and they still wouldn't let her go now. Now that haters knew she would be recording the same variety show as Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, they immediately started to stir things up, making sarcastic comments on various marketing accounts. Looking forward to romantic delusion. The ugly husband, haha, I really can't stop laughing. Haha, that certain star really has great courage. I heard her husband is indescribably ugly, terrifyingly so. Make sure to keep an eye on your ugly husband. Don't let him out. Be careful he scares the other guests, especially my Meng Meng, who is pregnant and can't handle being scared. This program team is really morally bankrupt, lacking the ethical standards a media person should have. Bai Tian and her husband look like a grandpa-granddaughter relationship. Are you not afraid they set a bad example for kids? Bai Tian destroys other people's families, and you actually assist her in doing so. Even if the wives and children come to the program to scold you, you deserve it. Upstairs, the statement from Bai Tian's studio is very clear. Bai Tian has not done anything wrong. Unless you're blind, don't pretend you can't see it. I'll reiterate. Bai Tian has not destroyed anyone's family. Really shameless is her old man going on the variety show to perform tea drinking and Tai Chi. Haha, thinking about it is quite funny. I'll definitely tune in on time. The comments online were varied, and Bai Tian glanced at them before setting them aside, ignoring them entirely, and in a good mood. She went to the dressing room to choose a little dress to wear for the show. She carefully coordinated her outfit and jewelry, suddenly feeling a bit of anticipation for the recording of Romantic Delusion. She heard that the recording location had beautiful scenery, which was just perfect for a vacation. Bai Tian ignored those comments, and the program team certainly wouldn't care about those chaotic remarks. The higher the discussion rate and the harsher the netizens criticized, the more viewers there would be when the show aired, leading to higher ratings, which was exactly what they wanted. Both the show and the celebrities were not afraid of being criticized. They were only afraid of not having heat. Sometimes, haters themselves could generate a kind of heat. Bai Tian and the program team remained calm, but Jiang Ruoming was not calm at all. After seeing the news that Bai Tian would participate in Romantic Delusion, she was so angry she could hardly contain herself. She couldn't believe Bai Tian actually came to participate in Romantic Delusion, unable to hold back. She picked up the phone and called the program team directly. Once the call connected, she unreservedly scolded the program team. The head of the program team had a good temper, although he felt angry at being scolded. He patiently listened to her rant to ensure the smooth recording of the show, and only then did he kindly try to persuade her. After Jiang Ruoming finished scolding, her anger slightly subsided, and she reluctantly stopped, listening to the head's advice for a few sentences. After calming down and thinking about it, she realized that since the contract had already been signed, if she and Wei Jinyan withdrew, they would not only have to pay a penalty, but would also seem to be afraid of Bai Tian. Therefore, she definitely couldn't withdraw. Instead, she would take this opportunity to gain some benefits. Her eyes turned as she made a decision in her heart, slowly interrupting the head's words and starting to negotiate conditions with the program team. If you want me and Jinyan to continue participating in the recording, then I want you to film more clips of Bai Tian's husband making a fool of himself. It would be best if in post-production, you could put her husband and my husband together for a visual comparison. The more obvious the effect, the better. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Ruoming's fingers twirled around her hair in front of her chest, imagining the comparison in her mind, and couldn't help but feel delighted. Her husband was young and handsome, while Bai Tian's husband was old and ugly. When they put their clips together, it would naturally be Bai Tian who would be humiliated. She smirked slightly, knowing Bai Tian must have seen the news and realized she couldn't hide it anymore. So she planned to bring her old man out to show off their love on the show, proving that her marriage to an old man was not for money, but for love. Of course, she wouldn't let Bai Tian have it easy. Since Bai Tian dared to come on the show, She would let Bai Tian see what real love was. All right, let us do it your way. The head of the program team hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The more chaotic the scenes in the variety show, the more the audience liked to watch. Since Jiang Ruomeng wasn't too afraid of the two fan bases clashing, the program team was naturally willing to cooperate. This would not only stir up topics, but also do them a favor, so why not? Jiang Ruomeng chuckled with satisfaction, lightly hummed in agreement, and then hung up the phone. She narrowed her eyes and scoffed, since Bai Tian had come to her doorstep. She shouldn't blame her for stepping on Bai Tian all the way down, because Bai Tian and Gu Zao were the last to join Romantic Delusion. The program was about to start recording soon. Bai Tian rested at home for a few days, did some simple preparation work, and before she knew it, the recording day had arrived. Gu Zao had cleared his schedule as agreed. The day before departure, Bai Tian happily packed the chosen clothes into her suitcase, also putting in some daily necessities, and finally selected a few candies to take along. She loved sweet foods, but to maintain her weight, Lin Shuang constantly monitored her sugar intake, allowing her to have only one candy a day at most. Just before going to sleep, Bai Tian played soothing music, applied a face mask, and lay on her bed, feeling drowsy when her phone suddenly rang. It was a notification from the program team. The program team stated that the host would come to her home for an interview early the next morning. It would be best to shoot some footage of her and Gu Zao's living space to enhance the warm atmosphere of the show when it airs. The production team also set up a special segment, requiring sweet moments to be captured where the wife calls her husband to get up or the husband calls his wife to get up, and noted that the sweeter, the better. Bai Tian was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly took off her face mask, got out of bed, and after thinking for a moment, she hurriedly grabbed a few everyday items and clothes and ran next door to knock on Gu Zao's door. Gu Zao was wearing casual loungewear, broad-shouldered and long-legged, looking very stylish. When he opened the door and saw her, he was momentarily stunned and gently asked, "Is there something wrong?" Bai Tian, holding a pile of things, quickly explained, "I'm really sorry to disturb you so late. The production team just notified me that they're coming here for an interview tomorrow morning. It was sudden, so I rushed over to take a look." Gu Zao looked down, his gaze landing on her bare feet, momentarily captivated. Bai Tian had forgotten to put on her slippers in her haste. The floor was covered with a thick wool carpet, and her fair feet on the soft carpet looked delicate and smooth, shining under the light like the most beautiful white porcelain, exceptionally attractive. Gu Zao's eyes deepened, his gaze lingering unintentionally. After a moment, he came back to his senses, his brow slightly furrowing. He took off his slippers and bent down in front of Bai Tian, reaching out to lift her foot. Bai Tian paused in her breath, momentarily stunned, her voice caught, forgetting to respond to Gu Zao's sudden action. Gu Zao held her delicate ankle and gradually slipped his slippers onto her feet. His palms were slightly warm, with a bit of a burning sensation, causing Bai Tian to involuntarily shrink back a little. "Don't move," Gu Zao said in a low voice, rubbing her instep slightly to keep her still, then lifted his hand to put the other slipper on her foot before finally setting her foot down. Bai Tian was 168 meters tall, while Gu Zao was 186 meters, towering over her by a full 18 centimeters, so his feet were much larger than hers. When Bai Tian wore his slippers, it looked a bit like a child wearing adult shoes, a cute contrast that made Gu Zao smile faintly. Bai Tian looked down at him, her toes unconsciously wiggling, inexplicably feeling a bit shy. Chapter 15. Gu Zao stood up, moved to the side to let her in, then followed her and turned the air conditioning up by 2 degrees. Bai Tian reached out to touch her slightly warm cheeks, lifted her head, and recounted the contents of the phone call she had just received. Then she shook the items in her hand and asked, "Can I put these here? This way we can pretend we live together to avoid raising the program team's suspicions." "Sure," Gu Zao nodded, glancing at the items in her hand. "Just place them wherever you think is best." Bai Tian looked around and first chose a few cosmetics to set on the vanity. This vanity was a gift from when you at her wedding, but over the years, she had never used it. Since their families would occasionally come to visit, Bai Tian worried about raising suspicions, so the vanity had always been kept in Gu Zao's room. After arranging the cosmetics, Bai Tian reached out to touch the carved design on the vanity. Wen Yu was an artist, and her taste was impeccable, This vanity was exquisitely crafted and beautiful. Bai Tian smiled, withdrew her hand, and took a few pieces of clothing to put in Gu Zao's closet. Although the program team probably wouldn't open the closet for filming, it was better to be safe than sorry. Gu Zao leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets and quietly watched Bai Tian as she added items to his room like a newlywed wife. When he saw her dress hanging next to his suit, he couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, his brows and eyes softening in the evening light. Once Bai Tian had placed most of the items, she looked around the room again. She had to admit that aside from the vanity, Gu Zao's bedroom exuded a strong straight man's vibe. The main colors were cold blacks and whites, and the marble floor reflected a chilling light. She shook her head helplessly, thought for a moment, then ran back to her room to grab 2 throw pillows and a plush toy. She placed the toy on the vanity and the pillows on the bed, adding a touch of color to the dim room. After arranging everything, she looked around again and felt much more satisfied, clapping her hands in delight. All right. Gu Zao looked at the refreshed bedroom and complimented, not bad. The small items Bai Tian brought seemed unassuming but had a strong presence, softening the entire room and making it feel more like a home. One that had both a male and a female owner. Gu Zao picked up the plush toy, squeezed its ears, and asked, "Didn't you say you need to film a morning wake-up scene tomorrow? What should we do?" If they slept apart, the program team would definitely notice when they arrived in the morning. Bai Tian frowned and thought for a moment. "I'll get up early tomorrow and come to your room before the crew arrives, pretending to have slept here." She couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. She had become lazy during the holiday and wasn't sure she could wake up early. She figured if necessary, she would set 2 alarms just in case. Gu Zao raised an eyebrow. "How about you stay here tonight?" "Huh?" Bai Tian was taken aback and looked up at him. Gu Zao smiled, put the rabbit back down, and explained, "I'll sleep in your room and come back in the morning. This way, you won't have to run back and forth." Bai Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and shook her head to decline. "Never mind, I'll come over in the morning." She was a bit sensitive to different beds. If she slept alone in Gu Zao's room, she might feel uncomfortable. It was better to sleep soundly in her own room since it was right next to Gu Zao's, and she wouldn't lose much sleep time. Gu Zao didn't insist and casually nodded. After saying goodbye to Gu Zao, Bai Tian walked back to her room, feeling a bit annoyed. She suddenly realized that even if she and Gu Zao didn't sleep together now, they would have to sleep together during the program recordings. The crew wouldn't prepare 2 rooms for a married couple. They simply couldn't sleep apart. She only realized this now and couldn't help but knock her head with her hand, thinking that if she had known, she wouldn't have engaged in such romantic fantasies, as it really was creating trouble for herself. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bai Tian was awakened by her alarm clock. She struggled in her soft blanket for a while before groggily getting out of bed and walking towards Gu Zao's room. The lights in the hallway were motion-activated. As soon as her foot touched the carpet, the lights turned on. The villa was very quiet, with only a few distant rooster crows occasionally breaking the silence. Bai Tian thought drowsily that it seemed Uncle Li had started raising chickens again. She wondered if this would eventually turn the place into a farm. Gu Zao had left the door open for Bai Tian. The door wasn't locked, so she gently pushed it and it opened. The room was quite dark, with curtains drawn tightly, allowing only a sliver of morning light to seep through. Gu Zao was lying on the bed with his back to the door, breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. Bai Tian let out a small yawn, her eyelids slightly moist. She found the direction of the bed, her legs feeling weak as she walked over. Seeing the blankets, her muddled mind didn't think much, and she pulled the covers back and lay down. She was so tired that all she wanted was to enjoy a sweet, deep sleep. Before her head even touched the pillow, Gu Zao suddenly turned over. His eyes were still closed, but his brows furrowed slightly in annoyance. Bai Tian froze, waited for a moment, and when she saw he hadn't woken up, she was about to lie down again when she suddenly felt a dizzying spin. By the time she regained her senses, she was already lying in Gu Zao's arms. Gu Zao's chin gently rubbed against the top of her head, and he had a fresh scent about him that was very pleasant. Bai Tian struggled a bit, but although Gu Zao looked slim, his arms were muscular, and she couldn't break free at all. Gu Zao's breathing gradually became even, indicating he had fallen back asleep. Bai Tian, feeling drowsy, found it hard to keep her eyes open with his warm breath softly blowing on her ear, almost hypnotizing her. After struggling for a moment, she couldn't keep her eyes open any longer and had to find a comfortable position in Gu Zao's embrace and quietly fell asleep again. Gu Zao's embrace was warm. She always had a slightly low body temperature in the morning, and unconsciously she leaned closer to him, her cheek resting against his chest, completely falling asleep. When Bai Tian woke up again, the sun was already bright. She kept her eyes closed against the pillow, groggily hearing Gu Zao calling her. His voice gentle and slightly hoarse from sleep, sounding somewhat irresistibly sexy. She couldn't help but smile slightly, the sunlight warmly shining on her face, making her think she was dreaming. Tian Tian, wake up, it's time to get up. Gu Zao's voice remained gentle, but was a bit louder this time. Bai Tian was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Gu Zao's sharply defined face, and she was momentarily taken aback. The morning sunlight illuminated Gu Zao's face, making him look handsome and fresh. Her eyes widened, her eyelashes fluttering, and her almond-shaped eyes appeared dazed and glistening. Taking a while to process what was happening, Gu Zao smiled softly, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said in a doting tone, "The crew is already here. Hurry up and get out of bed." Gu Zao's smile was warm and tender, the curve of his lips gentle and pleasing. Bai Tian stared at him, unable to look away for a long time. Her still sleepy brain took a while to fully wake up as she realized Gu Zao was playing the role of a devoted husband. If she wasn't mistaken, the crew for romantic fantasies should have already arrived and was filming. She covered her face with her hand, feeling a bit shy. On the first day of filming, she had almost been tempted by her husband's good looks. It was truly difficult. Her fingers moved slightly, and she secretly peeked through her fingers. Sure enough, the cameraman was standing about a meter away, holding a camera and filming her and Gu Zao. Bai Tian closed her eyes and calmed down for a moment. She had long adapted to the presence of the camera and quickly regained her composure. She put her hands down and smiled sweetly at Gu Zao, saying good morning. After finishing her sentence, she turned her head and pretended to casually notice the camera, showing a look of surprise. After the surprise, she smiled even sweeter, her eyes crescent-shaped, clear and clean, her beautiful face devoid of makeup, yet stunning enough to captivate anyone's gaze. She pretended to be shy and hid under the blanket. Gu Zao smiled and turned to the cameraman, saying, "Could you step outside for a moment? My wife wants to get up." The cameraman had finished shooting what he wanted and naturally felt it was inappropriate to stay and watch the female star get up. He turned off the camera and nodded to Gu Zao. When he looked up, he inadvertently caught sight of Gu Zao's handsome face and couldn't help but show the same expression of existential doubt he had when he first met him. He lowered his head and walked out, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Outside the door, the host was standing at the entrance. Since the earlier filming didn't require him, he hadn't gone in. His face wore a similarly stunned expression, speechless from the shock. The two exchanged glances, then turned to look at the luxurious villa, remaining silent. After a long while, the host slowly spoke up. "Is the name of the president of Gu Corporation Gu Zao?" The cameraman thought back to what Bai Tian's husband had casually said when they arrived. "I am Gu Zao," and then to the name at the top of the wealth rankings every year, gently nodding. The host stumbled slightly and had to hold onto the cameraman's arm to steady himself, asking in a shocked tone, "Where did the legendary bald old man go?" The cameraman looked at him in silence, wearing a look of disbelief. The host swallowed hard and quietly asked, "Am I dreaming?" The cameraman glanced at him, then expressionlessly took a step back, avoiding the host's hand that was holding his arm. Without support, the host's plump body fell onto the bright, polished marble floor, letting out a yelp of pain. The cameraman looked down. "Does it hurt?" The host, wincing and rubbing his sore backside, gritted his teeth and said, "Of course it hurts. Looks like I'm not dreaming." Chapter 16, when Bai Tian appeared on camera again. She was all dressed up and looked stunning, standing next to Gu Zao like a perfect couple, making the host and cameraman feel dizzy. The host took a deep breath and approached them with a polite smile, asking, "Can we capture some more intimate shots of the two of you? For example, adjusting your clothes." Bai Tian nodded at the open camera, her smile perfect. "Of course." However, when she turned to Gu Zao, she felt a bit awkward and didn't know where to start. Adjusting his buttons? But Gu Zao's buttons were already neatly fastened. Adjusting his belt? She lowered her gaze to his belt and felt even more at a loss. Noticing her gaze on his waist, Gu Zao's eyes darkened slightly. Clearing his throat, he said, "My collar feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you help me fix it?" "Ah, sure." Bai Tian snapped back to reality, looking up to see Gu Zao glancing at her lightly, his dark eyes seemingly holding a teasing smile that gently brushed against her heart. Bai Tian gave him a doubtful look, her eyes probing. Gu Zao remained expressionless and naturally leaned down to reveal his collar. Bai Tian had no choice but to look away, raising her arms to adjust his collar, casually tidying it up. From the side, it looked like her hands were wrapped around Gu Zao's neck, affectionate and natural. Since they were so close, Bai Tian caught a whiff of his faint, pleasant scent. Suddenly, the image of them sleeping in each other's arms that morning flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but blush, lowering her head and stiffening her movements. The cameraman stood nearby, capturing the moment, while Aunt Wang and Uncle Li watched their intimate actions with satisfaction, filling the house with a warm atmosphere. With her lowered gaze, Bai Tian caught sight of Gu Zao's exposed neck, momentarily lost in thought. His neck was long and straight, with a particularly attractive Adam's apple, and his skin was smooth and moisturized, with no visible pores up close. So white, she lightly pursed her lips and, as she retracted her hands, couldn't help but gently touch his neck, feeling its softness and smoothness. She lowered her head and rubbed her fingertips, reminiscing about the tender texture she had just felt, unable to resist wanting to touch it again. "Do you like it?" Gu Zao asked, looking down with a composed tone. Bai Tian was taken aback, meeting his gaze, where a faint smile danced in his cold eyes. Realizing what she had just done, she quickly hid her hands behind her back, blushing and managing to stammer out, "I like it." Bai Tian's voice was crisp and soft, and the two words "I like it" sounded particularly clear and pleasant coming from her. Gu Zao couldn't help but smile, lowering his eyes to continue asking, "How much do you like it?" Bai Tian looked into his gentle eyes. "What should I do if my husband suddenly turns on the charm early in the morning? Urgent, waiting online. My husband's acting skills are better than mine. How can I turn the tables and flirt back? More urgent, waiting online." Bai Tian blinked, took a deep breath, and quickly said, "I want to like it enough to touch for a lifetime." After she finished speaking, she curved her full red lips into a smile, threw a flirtatious glance at Gu Zao, and turned to walk towards the kitchen. After all, they were a legitimate couple, so touching was fine. Bai Tian walked faster and faster, feeling frantic inside, but maintaining an outward calm. Her slender high heels clicked against the floor, and her graceful silhouette looked quite charming. Gu Zao smiled, suddenly looking forward to the show romantic fantasies immensely. He turned to the host and asked, "Is there anything else we need to shoot?" "No need." The host shook his head with a smile. "This should be enough." Gu Zao raised an eyebrow at him. The host inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but stammer, "We still need to film a bit more." "Mr. Gu, what do you think we should shoot? You're the host, so I'll follow your lead." Then the host's eyes darted around. "How about when we have breakfast later? Let Bai Tian feed you." Gu Zao's expression brightened a bit as he continued to watch him. The host breathed a sigh of relief and added, "Actually, it would be best if we could capture more intimate moments. It would help the audience understand your relationship with Bai Tian better. For example, we could film you applying lipstick on Bai Tian helping you tie your tie, or you wiping Bai Tian's mouth. Of course, this will require cooperation from both you and Bai Tian." "Sure," Gu Zao nodded reservedly. "Since we've decided to participate in the show, we'll do our best to cooperate." The host wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I truly appreciate your cooperation." When Bai Tian returned from the kitchen, she was inexplicably asked by the host to shoot a few more scenes. The most outrageous being the request for Gu Zao to apply lipstick on her. She thought about Gu Zao's straight male attributes and decisively refused. Don't blame her for not trusting his skills. She really didn't want to face her rivals and ex-boyfriend with a blood-red mouth. For some reason, Bai Tian felt that after she refused, Gu Zao looked a bit regretful. Could it be that he was interested in lipstick? Bai Tian pondered and thought it was understandable. After all, even successful people could have little quirks. She considered helping Gu Zao fulfill this wish in the future, but for today, it was best to avoid it. Later, she needed to put her best foot forward to face Jiang Ruomen and Wei Jinyan, the two who could be quite lethal. After a round of filming, she was feeling a bit hungry. Once the shooting wrapped up, she invited the cameraman and host to stay for breakfast. Aunt Wang had woken up early today, knowing they were filming a variety show, and prepared a sumptuous breakfast to energize them, filling the table with food that Bai Tian and Gu Zao couldn't finish. After some hesitation, the cameraman and host cautiously sat at the table. They looked at the full spread and couldn't help but swallow hard. The early morning filming had left them without breakfast, and now, smelling the delicious aromas, their hunger was even more pronounced. The cameraman's professional instinct kicked in, suppressing his hunger. He picked up the camera and carefully filmed the entire breakfast spread. Aunt Wang, smiling brightly, ran to the kitchen to carve some fruit into flowers and place them on a plate, making the presentation even more appealing for the cameraman to capture. The host continuously praised Aunt Wang's cooking, showcasing his well-honed flattery skills, which made Aunt Wang beam with joy, adding an extra fried egg to his plate. The host and cameraman enjoyed the breakfast immensely, and only after they were full did they suddenly remember that before coming here. The director had instructed them to capture more moments of Bai Tian's husband making a fool of himself. They couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gu Zao, who was elegantly cutting his bread at a slow pace, his movements refined. He was merely having breakfast, yet he made it look as if he were dining in a fine restaurant. They were instantly at a loss for words. Where could they find moments of him being clumsy? Bai Tian had almost finished her meal when she set down her knife and fork, picking up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Before she could move, Gu Zao suddenly reached out and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Bai Tian was taken aback and looked up at him. What should I do if my husband suddenly shows off his acting skills? The host, witnessing this scene, quickly nudged the cameraman, who was enjoying his meal. What are you doing? Hurry up and film. This is great material. The cameraman, with a mouthful of toast, hurriedly raised his camera, capturing the moment of Bai Tian and Gu Zao. Bai Tian looked at the host in confusion, wondering if all this material would indeed be useful in the editing process. The host smiled at her sincerely. Thank you for your cooperation. I truly appreciate it. Bai Tian. She had no choice but to let Gu Zao lift his hand again to wipe her mouth. Gu Zao's movements were gentle and delicate, his gaze soft and deep as he looked at her lips, particularly focused. Bai Tian felt that if Gu Zao kept looking at her like this, she would melt. Suddenly realized her husband is a skilled actor, panicking. JPG, after having breakfast, Bai Tian, under the request of the host, personally helped Gu Zao into his coat. And then they finally set off. Sitting in the car on the way to the recording site, Bai Tian couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She and Gu Zao knew very little about each other, and she didn't know if they would reveal any flaws during the recording. After hesitating for a while, taking advantage of the camera being off, she whispered to Gu Zao, Gu Zao, can I discuss something with you? During the filming of the show, could you occasionally call me wife? Otherwise, I'm afraid the audience will suspect, and also we both. Before Bai Tian could finish her reasoning, Gu Zao readily replied, okay, wife. His tone was calm, as if he had practiced it 1,000,000 times, making it sound completely natural. Bai Tian was momentarily stunned and softly responded. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart that Gu Zao was indeed the heir of the Gu family, truly capable, and his acting was even more natural than hers. That one wife sounded as if it were filled with endless affection, leaving her in a daze for a while. After a moment of silence, Bai Tian pursed her lips and tried to call out softly, husband. Gu Zao gently nodded, turning his face to look out the window, his voice still cold. Bai Tian looked at his ears with confusion, wondering if she had seen it wrong. It seemed like she had caught a glimpse of Gu Zao's earlobes turning slightly red. Bai Tian fell silent for a moment, convinced it must be her own illusion. The cameraman had been closely observing their every move. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, he was about to capture the scene. But just as he turned on the camera, he saw Gu Zao suddenly turning his face away with slightly flushed cheeks. He silently stopped his movements. The president of the Gu family was blushing from being teased by his wife. Too scared to film. Too scared to film. Chapter 17. Bai Tian looked at Gu Zao's slightly red ears and inexplicably found them a bit cute. She suddenly asked, Why did you agree to accompany me to participate in the show? Gu Zao pressed his thin lips together and said, half seriously, half jokingly, because I don't want to be called a bald domestic violence old man anymore. Bai Tian. Bai Tian, ahem. I'm sorry to put you through this. Gu Zao chuckled softly and asked, is there anything I need to pay special attention to during the recording these days? Bai Tian thought for a moment. After all, Gu Zao was not from the industry, so he would definitely be uncomfortable or unaware of many things regarding recording and filming. She carefully reminded him a few points. Finally, she added, if there are questions you don't want to answer, just don't answer them. If the host asks you to do something that makes you uncomfortable, you can refuse. No need to consider me. It was already quite difficult for Gu Zao to accompany her to participate in the variety show, and she didn't want him to feel wronged again. After all, she was often scolded by the audience and had gotten used to it. Being scolded a bit more didn't matter. Okay. Gu Zao's dark eyes fixed on Bai Tian. His gaze gentle. Bai Tian hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice, saying, let's try to act a bit intimate. That way, her mother and the old man Gu would feel completely at ease when they watched the show. She paused for a moment and added, it would be best if we looked closer than Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming. Although this was a bit wishful thinking, since she and Gu Zao were already there. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes in front of Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan. Gu Zao looked down at her. Bai Tian's brows were slightly furrowed. And when she mentioned Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, her expression unconsciously carried a hint of grievance that she herself didn't even notice. Gu Zao nodded gently, saying calmly, understood. Bai Tian raised her eyes. Understood what? Understood that our only purpose for participating in this show is to show off our love. Gu Zao looked at the small crease in her brow and said, nonchalantly. Bai Tian's expression shifted, and she couldn't help but smile, the small dimples at the corners of her lips becoming visible. She felt that Gu Zao's summarizing ability was indeed strong. That's right, it was to show off their love. This time, she definitely couldn't lose to Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming. Although this felt a bit childish, she thought, let's just be childish this once. Thinking about showing off their love, Bai Tian frowned in frustration. Unfortunately, before marrying Gu Zao, she had only dated Wei Jinyan, who was in a long-distance relationship. And their relationship was extremely short, so she lacked experience and didn't know how to show off their love. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, unable to resist reaching out to her think tank. She quickly sent a message to Lin Shuang. Bai Tian, how do you think I and Gu Zao can show off our love to defeat Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming? Lin Shuang quickly sent back a document titled 18 Strategies of Love. Bai Tian, why are there 18 strategies? Lin Shuang, there are a total of 36 strategies. The last 18 haven't been written yet and won't be finished until next month. Bai Tian stared at the name 18 Strategies of Love for half a second, feeling it was unreliable, and couldn't help but ask, is it credible? Lin Shuang, of course it's credible. This was written by a senior relationship expert who has played various roles and deeply understands the psychology of different men. This article analyzes male-female relationships comprehensively. Trust me, if you follow what he says, you can show off your love without fail. Bai Tian felt a strange familiarity in her tone, suddenly having a bad premonition. Bai Tian, who wrote this? Lin Shuang, of course, it's my handsome and smart Fei Fei. He is worried that we female fans will be deceived by men and that we might like him too much and have trouble finding partners. So he personally wrote it for us. Sai, my son is really thoughtful and considerate. It's hard not to like him. Bai Tian. Indeed, the only person who can make Lin Shuang brag like this is Chun Fei. Lin Shuang, I wouldn't share this with just anyone. You should be grateful. Bai Tian. Thanks? Lin Shuang asked impatiently. One word, do you want or not? Bai Tian looked at the document, feeling conflicted for a moment, and reluctantly replied. I'll give it a try. Although she didn't know how reliable this Chun Fei was, having something was better than nothing. Lin Shuang, remember, during the recording, you must be as fierce as possible. It would be best if you could be so fierce that I would want to hit you when I see you, and infuriate that Jiang Ruoming. Lin Shuang, if you can't be fierce, just think about how Jiang Ruoming usually treats you. Use her own tactics against her. Bai Tian thought for a moment. Lacking experience, she wasn't very confident in being fierce. Can I do it? Lin Shuang, of course. You have to believe that you are a warrior, a top expert. Lin Shuang. In this world, there is no love to show off that you can't manage. There are no haters you can't defeat. Lin Shuang. You must use your delicate fingers to press down on the haters' throats and use your unbeatable love skills to smack Jiang Ruoming in the face. Bai Tian. Stop. Lin Shuang was quiet for a moment, and just when Bai Tian thought Lin Shuang's storm of messages had ended, Lin Shuang sent another message. Lin Shuang. Ah, it's you. You are such a brave little fairy. One of a kind, Bai Tian. Bai Tian. She regretted it. She really regretted asking Lin Shuang. Bai Tian silently muttered to herself, decisively ending the conversation and throwing her phone into her bag. She raised her head and found that the car had already reached the suburbs. The sky outside was clear, the grass was lush, and occasionally birds flew by in the woods. The environment was serene, and it seemed that the recording location would be very beautiful. She unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, her mood brightening a bit. Gu Zao was leaning against the back of the seat, resting his eyes, his eyelids closed, and his long eyelashes drooping. Bai Tian leaned in to take a look and found that his eyelashes were quite long, not too thick or too curled, just the right arc, delicate yet handsome. Bai Tian reluctantly withdrew her gaze. As they got closer to the recording location, she reached out to smooth her glossy black hair and took out a mirror from her bag to check her makeup. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and secretly made a gesture of encouragement. She decided to listen to Lin Shuang. After getting out of the car, she would definitely show off her fierceness to the fullest. She smiled slightly at the mirror, and the person in the mirror had bright eyes and white teeth. Her smile radiant. Satisfied, she tossed the mirror back in her bag. Finally, she took out a small velvet box from her bag, looked at it for a moment, took out the wedding ring inside, and put on her ring finger. She admired her white, tender fingers for a moment. The diamond on the ring sparkled, complementing the bracelet that Gu Zao had given her on her wrist. Her gaze paused slightly, and she couldn't help but shift her focus to Gu Zao's hand. Gu Zao's fingers were long and well-defined, and the men's wedding ring on his ring finger shimmered with a low-key silver light. Due to work reasons, Bai Tian rarely wore her wedding ring. She would only take it out to wear during holidays or when meeting relatives and friends. Unlike her, Gu Zao seemed to have never taken off his wedding ring since they got married. Because he had worn it for a long time, there was already a faint mark on his finger. Bai Tian looked at the faint ring mark on his hand and realized, somewhat dazed, that they had been married for quite some time. She couldn't help but be a bit lost in thought, her gaze lingering on the two similar rings. When Bai Tian and Gu Zao arrived, the other three groups of guests were already present. There were already over 1 million fans anxiously waiting in the live broadcast room, some there for their respective idols, and others simply curious about Bai Tian's husband, waiting to watch the drama unfold. The guests stood in a row, facing the direction from which they had come. As Bai Tian's car came to a stop, Jiang Ruoming immediately spotted her inside. She quickly adjusted her dress and gathered her hair, crossing her arms in a confident pose, wearing a mocking smile, her gaze heavily fixed on the minivan. The car door opened, and Bai Tian stepped out alone. Gu Zao happened to have an important email to reply to and stayed in the car for the moment. As Bai Tian got out, a gentle breeze swept by. She reached up to smooth her hair that had been tousled by the wind, then looked up with a charming smile, as if even the sun favored her, casting a particularly bright light upon her. The crowd's attention was naturally drawn to her. She wore a simple and cool outfit today, her porcelain skin flawless, her features delicate and radiant. Her hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, fluttering in the wind, with the ends playfully curling up. The warm light illuminated her beautiful cheeks, creating a lovely halo that made her already stunning face even more enchanting, catching everyone's eye. Jiang Ruoming watched Bai Tian with a deepening frown. At the charity gala, she had noticed that although Bai Tian dressed simply, she received unanimous praise from the media and fashion circles. So today, Jiang Ruoming had specifically chosen a white long dress paired with a silk flower hat, standing there gracefully like a delicate white flower. She had intended to compete with Bai Tian, but was taken aback that Bai Tian chose a refreshing and minimalist look today, making her own outfit seem overly complicated and as if she appeared several years older than Bai Tian. Unwilling to accept this, Jiang Ruoming bit her lip. her expression stiffening for a moment. As Bai Tian approached step by step, she quickly composed herself and forced a smile. She gave a dry laugh and said in a familiar tone, "Tian, Tian, you're here." Bai Tian looked at her insincere smile and felt like rolling her eyes. But remembering Lin Shuang's advice, she suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, and smiled back at Jiang Romong without saying a word. Other guests quickly stepped forward to greet Bai Tian. The live broadcast cameras had already been turned on, and many fans were watching them. In front of the cameras, everyone naturally appeared harmonious and cheerful, smiling as if they had known each other for a long time, even though many were meeting for the first time. Bai Tian was accustomed to the insincerity of the entertainment industry and handled it with ease, her smile charming yet not overly enthusiastic. Nor did she keep people at arm's length. Chapter 18 Bai Tian's smile had become somewhat stiff as she barely remembered everyone's names. This recording of the show featured a total of 5 groups of guests, including Bai Tian and Gu Zao, Wei Jinyan, and Jiang Ruoming, along with 3 other groups. One group consisted of a newlywed couple, both of whom were entertainers. The wife, a newcomer actress named Wang Huan, wore a light pink dress, and her shoulder-length brown curls cascaded down her back. She appeared lively and clever, with a glimmer of brightness in her eyes. Before Bai Tian arrived, she had already been having a pleasant conversation with Jiang Ruoming, and the two looked quite close as they leaned against each other. When she saw Bai Tian, she smiled warmly and took the initiative to greet her. Her husband, a singer named Yu Cheng, looked frail and timid, not as sharp-witted as his wife. Their popularity was lukewarm, making them the least popular among the groups. Another group featured the husband, a powerful singer in the industry named Li Fengyang, who had a simple and honest face that suggested a good temperament. He had a slightly plump physique, and his medium-length hair was tied back, which surprisingly complemented the stubble on his face, giving him the air of a carefree artist. His wife, Song Ning, was a sports champion, a gold medalist swimmer with a straightforward and fiery personality, known as Canon Ning. The last group included a respected veteran director named Lu Chun Wang, who was in his 40s and the oldest among the guests. His wife, Li Wan Rong, was nearly 40 but looked well-maintained, with gentle features. It was said that she had been Lu Chun Wang's student in college and had always admired him. After getting married, she focused on supporting her husband and raising their children, and they appear to be very affectionate towards each other. After a brief exchange of greetings, Jiang Ruoming looked behind Bai Tian, noticing that no one was getting out of the car, and a gleam of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. She looked at Bai Tian and said with a smirk, "Tian, Tian, this is a couples variety show. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come alone? Or is it that your husband is too old and had a sudden spike in blood pressure before leaving home, so he couldn't make it today?" Before Bai Tian could respond, she answered her own question. "I understand. Older folks often have health issues. If that's the case, I'm sure the production team would understand." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, her tone dripping with blatant sarcasm. Fans in the live stream began to laugh as well, with comments rolling in. "The ugly daughter-in-law must meet the in-laws. Bai Tian's ugly husband can no longer be hidden. Bai Tian bringing her ugly husband to the show is simply self-humiliation, while others are showing affection. Her family is broadcasting domestic violence. Isn't she embarrassed? The show shouldn't be called Romantic Fantasies. It should be renamed My Devil Husband to boost ratings." Bai Tian's fans were furious, trying to refute the comments, but they were quickly drowned out by the crowded chat. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as everyone laughed. Hearing Jiang Ruoming's words, Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Jiang Ruoming had monopolized both good and bad comments. Her expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, "My husband is here too. He'll be down soon." Upon hearing her words, the live stream exploded with excitement, as everyone was most curious about Bai Tian's husband, with both fans and haters flooding the chat. Is Bai Tian's ugly husband too embarrassed to come out, which is why he is taking so long? Or is he looking for tools to stage a domestic violence scene and meet everyone in this special way? Why am I feeling a bit excited? What a ridiculous pairing for money, like a swan with a toad. Let me see just how ugly this toad is. Didn't Tian Tong always praise Bai Tian for being beautiful and having decent acting skills? I'm curious to see how they face this now. In fact, Bai Tian is just a white swan that money can buy. White swan, Bai Tian goose. Ha ha. While others are doing well, you're the goose. At one point, the chat was flooded with the word goose, with most of the haters coming from Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's fan circles. The three groups had long-standing grievances, and when one faced trouble, the others would take the opportunity to step on them without mercy. Fans of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming would only unite when facing Bai Tian's fans. Bai Tian's fans occasionally tried to argue in the chat, but they lacked confidence and were quickly ignored. They actually had no faith in Bai Tian's husband either, so they were hesitant to retort aggressively, fearing they would be mocked even more. Some fans, seeing the comments, were so angry they cried, but could only remain silent, suffering in silence. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with mockery, while at the filming location, Jiang Ruoming could no longer hide the sarcasm in her eyes. Just thinking about the comparison between Bai Tian's ugly husband and her own husband, an award-winning actor, made her tremble with joy. Wei Jinyan watched Bai Tian silently, feeling a mix of curiosity, resentment, and disdain towards Bai Tian's husband, leaving him unable to discern whether he hoped Bai Tian would marry well or poorly. As everyone had different thoughts, the car door finally moved amid their anticipation. Everyone instinctively held their breath, and Jiang Ruoming raised her head in excitement, but she felt as though she had been slapped in the face by the scene before her. First, she saw a pair of feet stepping out of the car, wearing exquisite and expensive black leather shoes that appeared youthful, not the kind favored by older people. She frowned slightly, unable to think more, and then saw a pair of young, strong legs, long and straight, belonging to someone tall, certainly not an older person. Her heart sank as she slowly raised her gaze, suddenly freezing in place, her eyes widening as she couldn't help but gasp along with those around her. Gu Zao was dressed in high-end custom casual wear, with sharp brows and starry eyes, and a high nose bridge. He exuded an innate air of authority and elegance, effortlessly combining a sense of purity and coolness that made his handsome features impossible to ignore. "He's your stepson?" Jiang Ruoming blurted out, almost as if by instinct. Her mind was still stuck on the idea that Bai Tian's husband was an old, balding man, and she momentarily couldn't process the reality. Bai Tian's mouth twitched slightly as she shot Jiang Ruoming a look of disbelief. If it weren't for the shock on Jiang Ruoming's face, Bai Tian would have suspected she was intentionally insulting her. Jiang Ruoming snapped back to reality, finally realizing, albeit slowly, that Gu Zao was Bai Tian's husband, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She tried to suppress her astonishment, but this time she couldn't contain it, her face uncontrollably contorting. How could this be? How could Bai Tian's husband be so young? But aside from Bai Tian's husband, who else could possibly get out of that car at this moment? Everyone present, like Jiang Ruoming, had seen news reports about Bai Tian's husband, and now seeing Gu Zao in person, the contrast was too great, leaving them all in shock, including the show's director. He turned to the host and cameraman sent to interview Bai Tian, astonished. The host shrugged in response. The director quickly realized what was happening and directed the cameraman to shift the focus away, pointing the camera at the other guests, ensuring that the audience in the live stream couldn't see Gu Zhao's appearance. Fans could only see the surprised expressions on the guests' faces and the eerie silence on camera. Some viewers, seeing the guests' reactions, couldn't help but burst into laughter. My goodness, how ugly is Bai Tian's husband? Everyone seems frozen, unable to say a word. Jiang Ruoming looks like she might cry from the ugliness. Haha, so funny. Bai Tian and her frog are polluting everyone's eyes. I need to buy drops for my idol to wash out the eyes. Could it be that Bai Tian's husband is really that ugly? Ha, I'm just a bystander. I didn't take it seriously. But I didn't expect him to be so scary. The director glanced at Gu Zao's nearly perfect face, awkwardly observing the audience's reactions in the comments. He closed his mouth, which had dropped open in surprise, and gave the host a knowing look. The host understood, quickly stepped forward, blocking the camera, and smiled at the lens. You've all seen it, now all the guests are here. Is there anyone you like? Fans started flooding the comments with their idols' names, supporting their favorites. The host smiled at the comments and turned to the guests. The live stream is on, and the fans are very enthusiastic. Would you like to greet the fans in the live stream? The guests, having recovered from their surprise at Gu Zao, waved at the camera, and the live stream immediately erupted with excited gift-giving. Except for Gu Zao, the director gave the camera to everyone else, as such explosive news about Gu Zao would have to wait until the broadcast to be revealed. The fans were very enthusiastic, but there was no need to send gifts, as the guests wouldn't receive them. All those gifts would go into our director's pocket. The host smiled and adjusted the atmosphere. Everyone cooperatively chuckled. And then the host got back to the main topic. The recording period, as everyone should know, lasts for 3 months, with recordings every half month, each lasting 2 days. During this time, we will often start live streams to interact with fans. Fans can follow the official Weibo of Romantic Delusions, and before each live stream starts, the official Weibo will give reminders. The host paused, waved at the camera, and continued. This live stream is coming to an end now. For more details, please make sure to watch the show when it airs. Suddenly, there were cries of despair in the live stream. The director is so good. He knows exactly what we want to see but refuses to show it. Just let us see a little longer, please. Let me admire the looks one last time. I will definitely watch when the show airs, except for that frog. Look at all these handsome men and beautiful women. Good luck with the recording. I can't wait to watch. I will cheer for the production team. Although I don't want to admit it, what I'm most looking forward to is Bai Tian's frog. Please make sure to give him a close-up when it airs. The production team started the live stream early to increase the hype. And now that they saw the effect had been achieved, the host quickly finished speaking and shut down the live stream. Gu Zao had been quietly waiting on the side. The director looked at him with excitement. Earlier, he had hurriedly asked the host to cut in and end the live stream early to hide Gu Zao as an unexpected surprise. Although the live stream had ended, the recording cameras were still rolling, and everyone continued recording the show. Bai Tian flashed a sweet smile, walked over, and linked her arm with Gu Zao's. Introducing to everyone, "This is my husband, Gu Zao." Gu Zao nodded to the still recovering crowd, cold yet polite, and said, "Hello." Bai Tian and Gu Zao stood together, one handsome and the other beautiful, like two luminous bodies attracting everyone's gaze, while also making others appear dull in comparison. The camera crew's recording lens unconsciously moved to them, and the director quickly captured a close-up shot. Since the audience wanted to see, he naturally had to film more. Jiang Roming heard Gu Zao's name and couldn't help but feel dizzy, almost losing her balance. Gu Zao, the president of the Gu Group. Because of Bai Tian, she had looked up information about the Gu family, so she was naturally familiar with the name of the group's president. No, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. Just a share name. Jiang Roming clenched her teeth secretly, refusing to believe that Bai Tian could be so lucky to marry the president of the Gu Group, and even less that the president would be so handsome. Just as she was trying to reassure herself, Lu Chunwang suddenly stepped forward and took Gu Zao's hand. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I had the fortune to meet you last year. Thanks to your support, I didn't expect to see you here in the show this year. And even more, I didn't expect you to be Miss Bai's husband. It's a pleasure." Jiang Roming was suddenly startled, alarm bells ringing in her mind. With Lu Chunwang's status in the industry, even Wei Jinyan had to speak politely to him. Why would a young man like Gu Zao, an outsider, receive such respect from Lu Chunwang? Unless he really is the president of the Gu Group. This realization made Jiang Roming's heart drop into an endless abyss, and she stumbled uncontrollably. Wei Jinyan quickly reached out to support her, frowning slightly. He looked up and deeply glanced at Gu Zao, his expression complex. Gu Zao met his gaze, raising an eyebrow, his eyes cold and indifferent. After a moment of eye contact, Wei Jinyan was the first to speak, his voice low. "Hello, I'm Wei Jinyan." Gu Zao. Gu Zao nodded nonchalantly, a fleeting sharpness in his eyes as he watched Wei Jinyan's thin lips move, already having heard of him. His voice was even colder than his gaze, and even with the bright sun shining down, Wei Jinyan still felt a chill and awkwardly averted his eyes. "Heard of you?" Wei Jinyan didn't think his fame was enough to catch the attention of the president of the Gu Group. He didn't need to say that this heard of must have come from Bai Tian. Bai Tian had mentioned him to Gu Zao, but as for what she said, he didn't dare to think deeply. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Although others didn't know Gu Zao's identity, they didn't dare to underestimate him, seeing Lu Chunwang's respect, and they all took the initiative to greet him. The awe in everyone's eyes as they looked at Gu Zao hadn't faded, and the director was grinning from ear to ear. Although they didn't team meet the rumored bald old man, they had an unexpected surprise. After all, he was the president of the Gu Group. So many people wanted to interview him, but couldn't. Bai Tian was already a hot topic, and now he could imagine the soaring discussion rate after the show airs. Who would have thought that Bai Tian married into a real wealthy family? A family far wealthier than anyone could imagine. Jiang Ruoming stood by, her face turning green with anger. Lu Chunwang had just put on an elder's demeanor in front of her and Wei Jinyan, but now he was flattering Gu Zao. How could she not be angry? After everyone got to know each other, the host clapped his hands and smiled. Everyone, step a bit closer. Let me explain today's recording rules. Gu Zao and Bai Tian followed the production team's instructions and walked over. This recording had a total of 5 groups of guests. The production team originally planned for Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming to stand in the middle, but they changed their mind at the last minute and arranged for Bai Tian and Gu Zao to stand there instead. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming stood beside them, and Gu Zao deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Wei Jinyan to stabilize before casually standing between Bai Tian and Wei Jinyan, separating them. Jiang Ruoming watched as the central position was snatched away, biting her lip in unwillingness. Before she could voice her opinion, she looked up and saw Wei Jinyan and Gu Zao standing side by side, her brows furrowing sharply, her expression darkening. Gu Zao was actually half a head taller than Wei Jinyan. When they were standing far apart, it wasn't noticeable, but now standing together, Gu Zao's broad shoulders and narrow waist made him comparable to models on the runway. She had previously informed the production team to arrange for Bai Tian's husband and Wei Jinyan to stand together for comparison. Now that the production team has done so, she feels like she has shot herself in the foot and has no one to complain to. She lowered her eyelids, her fists secretly clenched, her fingers digging into her palms, filled with immense anger but having no outlet for it. She could only take deep breaths to calm the unwilling rage inside her. She had intended for Wei Jinyan to overshadow Bai Tian's husband, but unexpectedly, she was outmaneuvered by Bai Tian. She had been jealous of Bai Tian since childhood. Back then, when you had been raising Bai Tian alone, and life was not easy. However poor and difficult their days were, when you would still buy beautiful dresses for Bai Tian. Jiang Ruoming always felt that everyone thought Bai Tian was pretty because she didn't have nice clothes, so when she grew up, she insisted that her mother buy her expensive dresses, more luxurious than any of Bai Tian's. During that time, when you happened to fall ill, and Bai Tian no longer had nice clothes to wear, she was busy working every day, looking disheveled, while Jiang Ruoming dressed herself glamorously. Yet everyone still ignored her beauty and busily praised Bai Tian's filial piety. The most infuriating part was that later, not only did Wen Yu recover from her illness, but Bai Tian also found a big star as her boyfriend. During that time, Jiang Ruoming was so jealous that she couldn't sleep at night, feeling increasingly resentful until she finally managed to seduce Wei Jinyan, which made her feel somewhat relieved. Originally, she and Wei Jinyan both believed that Bai Tian was in a hurry to get married out of anger. How could Bai Tian find a good partner in such a short time when she got married so hastily? Therefore, when she learned that Bai Tian's husband was an old and ugly man, she believed it without a doubt. These days, every time she thought about Bai Tian having to face an old man day and night, she almost laughed herself awake while sleeping. But now, she only felt a burning pain in her cheeks, familiar jealousy crazily invading her heart, occupying every part of her body, making her vision darken. Her hands clenched tightly in the shadows to prevent her emotions from showing. Even though her knuckles were slightly turning white, she still didn't let go. Chapter 19, the host smiled at everyone and said, "I believe the specific recording situation has been clearly explained by the staff, so I won't say much more. Now, let me announce the tasks for this recording." The host took out the task card, glanced at it, and continued. First, the production team will conduct a separate interview with the male guests. After that, it will be lunchtime. During the recording, everyone will need to handle their own lunch, but the production team will provide the ingredients. Wang Huan and Yu Chung clearly couldn't cook, and they immediately cried out, begging the production team to at least give them a recipe to follow. Bai Tian silently turned her head, looking helplessly at Gu Zao. It was embarrassing to say, but she also couldn't cook. Gu Zao lowered his gaze, a slight smile on his lips. I can. Bai Tian instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered that she had heard Uncle Li say before that when Gu Zao studied abroad. Grandpa Gu made him cook for himself to learn. She couldn't help but smile. With her husband around, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. She realized that she had unknowingly developed a sense of dependence and trust in Gu Zao. Jiang Ruomeng stood beside them with a fluctuating expression, remaining silent for a long time. When she raised her eyes, she happened to see Bai Tian and Gu Zao together, looking affectionate, and the camera had moved over to them, naturally unwilling to have her spotlight stolen. She cleared her throat, regained her composure, and hooked her arm around Wei Jinyan's, shaking it while using a coy tone to say, "Honey, I'm pregnant. It's inconvenient to cook. Can you make lunch later?" Wei Jinyan smiled like a good husband, patting her hand and saying, "Okay." Jiang Ruomeng caught a glimpse of the camera capturing this moment and smiled satisfactorily, sweetly snuggling into Wei Jinyan's embrace. "Everyone, don't worry. Today." The host deliberately paused for effect, then continued. "Today is the first day of recording, and the production team has already prepared lunch. So you won't need to do any cooking." Everyone cheered, and Wang Huan and Yu Cheng happily embraced each other and spun around. The host smiled at everyone, then shifted the topic. However, the quantity and richness of the lunch would depend on how many questions the male guests answer correctly. In simple terms, the more questions the male guests answer correctly, the more lunch they will receive. The fewer questions answered correctly, the less lunch there will be. Song Ning's temper was just as explosive as rumored, earning her the nickname Fire Cannon Ning. After hearing the host, she slapped Li Fengyang on the back and warned, "You better answer the questions well. If I don't get lunch, you'll have to do 20 push-ups outside. Otherwise, you're not allowed in." The artist vibe around Li Fengyang dissipated in an instant from the slap. He quickly wrapped his arm around Song Ning's shoulders, repeatedly assuring, Okay, don't worry, wife." The host teased them for a moment before continuing with the day's tasks. After lunch, the production team would arrange for the group to go to a home goods market, where everyone could personally buy furniture and other supplies to decorate the house they would be living in during the recording. Naturally, everyone had no objections and responded enthusiastically. The host went over everything that needed to be said and mentioned a few points to pay attention to. Then the staff began preparing for the upcoming interviews. Upon hearing about the interviews, Bai Tian felt a bit guilty. She and Gu Zao lacked the necessary chemistry and knew they couldn't compare to the other couples. If Gu Zao didn't answer correctly, she was unsure if there would be lunch today. She quietly leaned in close to Gu Zao's ear and whispered during the interview, "If you encounter a question you don't know, you can refuse to answer. I have a small appetite. Missing a meal won't matter." Gu Zao looked at her, smiling with a knowing expression. Bai Tian recalled how every time she returned to the villa in Nansheng, she treated one meal as two, and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, biting her lip. "Really, it's just that Aunt Wang's cooking is too delicious, so I eat a bit more." "Oh," Gu Zao nodded, not sure if he believed her. Bai Tian hurried to explain, stammering, "In any case, I can eat less so you don't have to feel burdened." Gu Zao smiled gently, his gaze softening as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Got it, don't worry." Wei Jinyan caught sight of the two whispering together, his gaze sharpening. He saw them looking natural and affectionate, laughing as if no one else was around. After watching for a while, his brows furrowed. Since he first saw Gu Zao, he had maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was already in turmoil. Over the years, he had always believed that Bai Tian was heartbroken over him, hastily marrying someone else. Every time he thought of such a delicate beauty being unable to let go of him, he felt both guilty and secretly satisfied. Late at night, he would even feel saddened that Bai Tian had been wasted on an old man, unable to suppress a few sighs filled with regret. But now it seemed that Bai Tian was living well, her eyes clearly devoid of lingering affection for him. After meeting today, she didn't even glance at him, her gaze fixed solely on her husband. It turned out that everything was just his own self-indulgence. The more he thought about it, the worse his expression became, gradually surpassing Jiang Ruomeng's in severity. The recording soon concluded, and the production team arranged for the husbands to go next door for interviews while the wives headed to their designated house to wait for their husbands to return with food. Bai Tian walked slowly behind the staff, dragging a small suitcase. The pebble path meandered long and winding, the sun shining warmly above, and a gentle breeze blew. Wooden-style houses were nestled on the lush green lawn, making for a pleasant view from afar. Bai Tian was assigned to room 1 and was the first to arrive. She glanced at the house from a distance, turned to greet the other wives, and then carried her suitcase inside. The house arranged by the production team was a one-bedroom apartment. Although the furniture had not yet been placed inside, it was spacious, bright, and well-equipped. Most importantly, it was very clean. There were large floor-to-ceiling windows at the entrance, allowing sunlight to pour in. In front of the house was a lush green lawn, where a swing sat adorned with beautiful flowers, colorful and looking comfortable and serene. To the right of the house, not far away, was a clear lake. Sunlight sparkling on the surface, creating a refreshing sight. Bai Tian placed her luggage inside, looked around, and felt quite satisfied with everything, the only regret being that Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng lived next door. Bai Tian glanced at it once, and then withdrew her gaze, feeling that the production team must have done this on purpose. She pouted and sat down at the outdoor table in the courtyard. There was nothing in the house yet, and after the wives confirmed their living arrangements, there was nothing much to look at. The other wives, having checked their own places, felt bored and gradually came over to Bai Tian. Her spot by the lake had a good view, and the breeze felt refreshing. Songming walked over and smiled. "Your place looks nice. Can we sit here for a bit?" Wang Huan and Li Wanrong stood beside her, looking at Bai Tian with smiles. Bai Tian naturally welcomed them, smiled back, stood up to invite them to sit at the table, and poured each of them a glass of warm water. Jiang Ruomeng, seeing everyone gathering at Bai Tian's place, glared for a moment, feeling annoyed. Although she was reluctant, she still walked over. She was always strong in forming alliances and would never give Bai Tian and the others a chance to bond. When Bai Tian saw her approach, she had no reaction or feelings, simply turned her head and looked blandly at the lakeside. The cool lake water and the trees on the shore just sprouting fresh buds made for a vibrant scene, lifting one's spirits. Everyone noticed that the relationship between Bai Tian and Jiang Ruomeng was a bit strange. Their eyes wandered between the two of them in confusion for a moment. But they didn't ask anything, just smiled and made room for Jiang Ruomeng to sit down. Jiang Ruomeng sat down gracefully, looking at the camera beside her, forcing out a smile. Ever since she learned that Bai Tian's husband was Gu Zao, her mood had not improved. However, no matter how much she disliked Bai Tian, she couldn't show it in front of the camera. She still had to pretend. Wang Huan, with her lively personality, noticed the silence and took the initiative to lighten the mood. She pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and handed each person a handful, placing on the table in front of them. When women gather to eat snacks and chat about everyday life, it's the easiest way to bond, and soon, everyone became familiar with each other, starting to talk about their husbands. Songming, my husband, he goes to bed without washing his feet at night. I've told him so many times, but he just won't change. Last time I got so angry, I kicked him to the ground. His butt was bruised for several days. Wang Huan, my husband is the same. He loves to use my towel to wipe his face. Now, every time I use a towel, I smell shaving foam. And it makes me so mad I want to pull his ear. Li Wanrong, my old Lu forgets to eat when he gets busy. If I don't remind him, he can go on starving himself until his stomach hurts. My son is easier to take care of than him. Jiang Ruomeng, I'm not afraid you guys will laugh at me, but my husband has one flaw. He loves to touch me. Whether it's eating or sleeping, I can never have a moment of peace. He says my body is soft and comfortable to touch, and he can't get enough of it. Ugh, it's so annoying. After Jiang Ruomeng finished speaking, she extended her fingers, looked at her nails in the sunlight, and then turned to Bai Tian with a slight smile. Everyone had shared their husband's flaws, and now it was Bai Tian's turn. Everyone looked over at her. My husband. Bai Tian elongated her tone, slowly tossing away the sunflower seed shell and clapping her hands. She raised her eyes to look at Jiang Ruomeng, innocently blinking. He's perfect. He's so handsome. And he earns a lot of money. Oh, and he can play the piano. It seems there's nothing he can't do, and he loves me so much. He's really good to me. I'm so satisfied. Jiang Ruomeng almost broke her nail from the force of her grip. Can she have a little self-respect? Can she? She was momentarily speechless, having never seen someone so shameless. Bai Tian took out a small mirror to touch up her lipstick and then smiled at her, snapping the mirror shut with a sound. Very good. Bai Tian thought she had reached a certain level of being a bitch. Her eyes met Jiang Ruoming's in the air, both squinting slightly before quickly averting their gaze, a cold hum escaping her throat. The others didn't notice the subtle tension between the two of them. Upon hearing Bai Tian's words, they felt that Gu Zao was indeed perfect and happily echoed a few words in agreement. Song Ning, being straightforward, shared more sunflower seeds and cheerfully asked, I just secretly inquired. The show will ask them a total of 5 questions. How many do you think your husband can answer correctly? I guess mine can get 2 right at most. Jiang Ruoming wanted to lose weight, naturally wouldn't eat sunflower seeds, which are easy to gain weight from. She picked up her water cup and took a sip while glancing at the camera, then sweetly smiled down, determined to win a round against Bai Tian. She raised her head and slowly spoke. My husband, Jin Yin, is very attentive. He always knows what I like. And every gift he gives me is exactly what I like, so I guess he can answer at least 4 questions correctly. Bai Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes. How hard could it be to guess what Jiang Ruoming likes? Anything expensive or from a big brand, Jiang Ruoming would definitely love. Back when they were friends, Jiang Ruoming loved to hold magazines and excitedly read about which brands had new releases and which celebrities were wearing the latest styles, often criticizing them for looking like they were wearing street market clothes. At that time, such luxury brands were a dream for them. Jiang Ruoming could only look at them longingly and comment on the celebrities. Once, on Jiang Ruoming's birthday, Bai Tian impulsively decided to buy her a designer bag as a gift after seeing how much Jiang Ruoming adored those things, having secretly worked for 2 months to save up for it. On her birthday, Jiang Ruoming was overjoyed and thanked Bai Tian profusely, carrying that bag everywhere. Even on the day Bai Tian caught her with Wei Jinyan in bed, that bag lay among the scattered clothes, albeit with a damaged corner, no longer in its pristine condition. Now, when Bai Tian thought back to those moments, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, realizing her fragile feelings were shattered once again. When she's in a bad mood, she likes to eat, as it's one of her ways to vent. Looking at the sunflower seeds on the table, she disregarded her freshly applied lipstick, angrily grabbed the seeds, and started cracking them again, thinking she might as well have spent that money on walnuts to nourish her brain. At least then she could have learned something useful. Jiang Ruoming didn't notice Bai Tian's frustration and continued to brag. Of course, Jin Yin could answer all 5 questions. I'm just afraid he might deliberately get one wrong. He's quite considerate of others' feelings sometimes. She casually glanced at Bai Tian, implying if someone couldn't answer a question, he might let them win and not make them look bad. Bai Tian cracked a sunflower seed, silently tossing the shell into the trash can. Jiang Ruoming had said everything, both directly and indirectly. Anyway, if Wei Jinyan answered correctly, it meant he understood and loved her. If he got it wrong, it still meant he was considerate and loved her. Bai Tian felt her skills in being a bitch still needed improvement. She would have to learn from Jiang Ruoming, just as Lin Shuang said. In the way of being a bitch, one must also be a bitch. Chapter 20 Sister Meng, you and Brother Wei are really sweet. I envy you so much. Every time I see you, I start to believe in fairy tales again. Hearing Jiang Ruoming's response, Wang Huan began to flatter her, blurring the line between truth and falsehood. Jiang Ruoming smiled proudly, satisfied with Wang Huan's praise. Wang Huan chuckled and continued, my husband isn't as amazing as Brother Wei. He's a bit silly. He only knows to buy expensive gifts. The bag I'm carrying now was a gift from him. Every time I say he spends money recklessly, he says he just wants to give me the best. Jiang Ruoming pursed her lips, feeling a bit unhappy. Firstly, she disliked Wang Huan calling Wei Jinyan so affectionately. And secondly, she always felt that Wang Huan was showing off. Bai Tian hadn't mentioned it for now, but now Wang Huan wanted to compete? In these past few years, not many people could compare their husbands to hers in front of her, let alone Yu Cheng, who was just a mediocre little singer. How much could he earn? Probably not even a fraction of her husband's income. Jiang Ruoming snorted lightly, twirling a loose strand of hair behind her ear, giving Wang Huan's outfit a once-over, and scoffed. Buying expensive things? The bag you just carried is last year's model, right? I remember I bought one last year too, but I threw it away a long time ago. How can you still carry something out of season? Is your husband stingy? Or does he just not have money? Wang Huan was suddenly at a loss for words. Her smile frozen on her face, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Bai Tian, while munching on sunflower seeds, admired Jiang Ruomeng's blatant disregard for others. After not having seen her for years, she didn't expect Jiang Ruomeng to have become so arrogant. Jiang Ruomeng was openly insulting others in front of the camera. It was so domineering that it left people speechless. Wang Huan just wanted to show off her love in front of her, but she wouldn't allow it. She had always liked to compare herself to others, and now she was doing it even more aggressively. Wang Huan was just unlucky to have run into her, as Jiang Ruomeng was probably already full of pent-up anger from the incident with Gu Zao, and Wang Huan just provided her with an outlet. Bai Tian glanced up at the pale-faced Wang Huan, then lowered her head to continue eating seeds, showing no intention of helping her. From the moment Bai Tian saw Wang Huan, she could tell she had ulterior motives, since she liked to flatter Jiang Ruomeng so much. It was no wonder she was being affected by her now. Wang Huan's voice dropped, her face a bit pale. She didn't dare to retort Jiang Ruomeng and just followed along, saying, "Sister Meng is right." Li Wanrong was a gentle person. Seeing Wang Huan's embarrassment, she immediately tried to smooth things over, saying, "The things you gave to Huan are about the thought, not about the price." Huan certainly wouldn't want to throw them away. Jiang Ruomeng chuckled lightly, but didn't say anything more. She found her sense of superiority in Wang Huan and vented the frustration that had been building up in her chest, feeling much more comfortable now. As for whether Wang Huan would feel upset, she didn't care at all. She had never regarded Wang Huan highly. The fact that Wang Huan and her husband could come to this show clearly indicated they were just filling in numbers. Anyone plucked from here would have more qualifications and popularity than her. Li Wanrong suddenly sighed, touching her jade bracelet, and said, "Oh, at least your husband still give you gifts. Unlike my old Lu, he only gave me a bracelet the year we got married." Li Wanrong originally wanted to comfort Wang Huan, but as she spoke, she couldn't help but lower her gaze, revealing a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Bai Tian subconsciously slowed down her seed eating, recalling that when she met Li Wanrong earlier, she was dragging 2 suitcases and had a backpack on her back. Lu Chunwang was just holding a folding fan, leisurely fanning himself. No wonder everyone secretly said that although director Lu was over 40, he still knew nothing about life. Fortunately, he had a wife who loved and admired him. Over the years, Lu Chunwang had no gossip, but he was known in the industry for his dedication to his work, often neglecting family and life because of it. It was said that once, when Li Wanrong fell ill and couldn't prepare his shoes in time, he actually went to the set wearing slippers. Now it seemed the rumors were true. Li Wanrong really admired this director Lu, who had become accustomed to her always putting him first and taking care of him without considering her own feelings. Bai Tian felt that director Lu didn't intentionally ignore Li Wanrong. He had just gotten used to her kindness and her always prioritizing him. Bai Tian opened her mouth, unsure of how to advise Li Wanrong. They were already an old married couple, and many things had become habits, making it difficult to change. Wang Huan noticed that Li Wanrong was helping her and smiled gratefully, following up on Li Wanrong's words sisterly. "How many questions do you think director Lu can answer correctly?" Li Wanrong thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Maybe 2 questions." Everyone noticed her disappointment, and Wang Huan comforted her a bit. Song Ning quickly chimed in to lighten the mood. Song Ning said, "2 questions are not bad. That's enough for 2 dishes. You 2 will have just enough to eat." Wang Huan added, "Director Lu may just not be good with words. He might actually care about you. He might answer all of them correctly and give you a surprise." Li Wanrong smiled, feeling a bit better. "I'm already very content to marry him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't answer a single question correctly. I won't blame him." Bai Tian quietly watched them, seeing that Li Wanrong was in a better mood. She shifted her gaze and continued to eat seeds. Jiang Ruomeng saw them enjoying their snacks and felt a bit tempted to eat some seeds herself. But in order to lose weight, she had to hold back. Ever since entering the industry, she hadn't eaten these fattening snacks for a long time. Now, seeing Bai Tian eat one after another, she couldn't help but glare at her, finding her increasingly displeasing. Jiang wasn't happy and didn't want Bai Tian to have it easy either. She suddenly asked, Tian, what about you? How many questions do you think your husband can answer correctly?" Bai Tian was cracking seeds loudly when she heard this and looked up to see everyone staring at her. Bai Tian's actions froze. If Gu Zao could answer one question, she would be grateful. She paused for a moment and slowly swallowed the seed. Jiang Ruomeng, seeing her not answering, smiled even brighter. Tian, why aren't you speaking? One question, right? After thinking for a while, Bai Tian decided to be a good child and answered honestly. This matter would have an answer soon. If she said too much, it would be embarrassing to face later. Making it worse, Jiang Ruomeng suddenly laughed, mimicking Bai Tian's tone with a sarcastic twist. Your husband is so perfect, and he loves you so much and treats you so well. Why are you so lacking in confidence? Bai Tian, you sound quite similar. Jiang Ruomeng playfully glared at Bai Tian, exaggerating. Tian, don't be humble. If you ask me, you should get them all right. Otherwise, you will be too easy to satisfy. Bai Tian snorted, pursing her lips and saying nothing. Li Wanrong helped her speak from the side. Gu Zong and Tian are both busy with work, so it's normal that they don't know each other well. Besides, it's just a few questions. Even if he can't answer, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe he just happened to be asked things he doesn't know. Sister Rong, I don't think that's right. Jiang Ruomeng dismissed her and turned to Bai Tian, saying in a low voice, Tian, considering the time you've been married is longer than mine. You and your husband should understand each other much better than me and Jinyan. The trees here are planted sparsely, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, leaving dappled shadows on the ground in various strange shapes, indistinguishable as reflections of leaves or clouds. Bai Tian looked at the messy reflections and chuckled lightly, implying, although we got married early, we haven't spent as much time together as you and Mr. Wei. When you two were together, we didn't even know each other. Sister Tian, how do you know when Wei Gu and Meng Jia got together? Wang Huan asked in surprise. Generally, people only know the time when Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng publicly dated in the media and wouldn't know the exact date they got together unless they were very close to them. However, if they were that close, how could their relationship have turned into what it is now? Bai Tian's gaze toward Jiang Ruomeng was distant and cold, completely different from her usual demeanor. She was almost wearing her disdain for Jiang Ruomeng on her face. Song Ning and Li Wanrong were also puzzled, looking at Bai Tian curiously, but they were tactful enough not to ask further. I don't know much either. Your Meng Jia was quite afraid of me finding out at first. Bai Tian twirled the ring on her finger, chuckling lightly, and said slowly, why no is all by chance. Jiang Ruomeng suddenly startled, her pupils trembling as she nervously looked at Bai Tian. She opened her mouth and, to stop Bai Tian from continuing, quickly said loudly, the level of understanding has nothing to do with how long you've known each other. You two are only a couple because you haven't spent enough time together. Otherwise, why am I already pregnant, but there's still no news from your belly? She finished in one breath and, seeing that Bai Tian had no intention of continuing, finally breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling uneasy as she continued. Of course, if Gu Zao has any difficulties, just say it directly and we'll help you think of a solution. Bai Tian glanced at Jiang Ruomeng, who seemed to imply that she doubted Gu Zao's abilities in that regard. Her expression instantly turned cold. Gu Zao had previously been wrongfully accused of being bald because of her, and she certainly couldn't let his masculinity be insulted again because of her. She pursed her red lips in displeasure and said firmly, my husband is doing well. He's well endowed, capable, and handsome. No need for you to worry. Sitting opposite her, Song Ning burst into laughter as soon as she finished speaking, looking in the direction behind Bai Tian. Bai Tian was taken aback by Song Ning's laughter. She thought she had denied it quite seriously. Wang Huan also covered her mouth and laughed, winking at her to indicate she should look behind. Bai Tian turned her head in confusion, casually glancing back, and then froze as if petrified. Gu Zao was standing behind her with a takeout box in hand, his tall figure standing upright, his gaze surprised. Bai Tian's mind went blank for a moment as she sluggishly recalled the conversation they just had. What had she just said about Gu Zao? How great he was. How good. Was it too late to take it back now? Chapter 21. Bai Tian felt a bit nervous and couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Zao. You shouldn't have heard that, right? Song Ning looked at Bai Tian, unable to stop smiling, and teased, you should tell us in detail how to be so capable. After all, such sensitive topics would naturally be cut out when the show aired, so she asked without any reservations. Bai Tian, No, you heard wrong. I didn't say anything just now. Li Wanrong patted Song Ning's hand. Stop teasing her. Tian is shy. Look, her face is already red. Bai Tian covered her face with her hand. No, you saw wrong. That's just blush. Wang Huan giggled. Sister Tian's ears are red too. Bai Tian. She decisively lowered her hand, tucked her loose hair behind her ears, and pretended to be calm as she asked Gu Zao, is the interview over? After all, what was said couldn't be taken back. She just needed to act as if nothing had happened. Yes. Gu Zao calmly walked over and placed a meal box on the table. His gaze inadvertently slid over the tips of Bai Tian's slightly flushed ears. His eyes filled with warmth. Bai Tian pretended not to see his gaze and focused on the meal box in his hand. She could already smell the delicious food inside. It seemed Gu Zao had at least answered one question correctly. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was better than not getting any right at all. Did Brother Gu bring back several dishes? Wang Huan leaned in, looking up at Gu Zao with a sweet smile. When Gu Zao brought back several dishes, it meant he had answered that many questions correctly, so everyone was curious and gathered around with Wang Huan. Song Ning, being impatient, couldn't wait for Gu Zao to answer and directly opened the meal box. Inside was a plate of braised chicken wings, both fragrant and appetizing, making Bai Tian feel hungry just by looking at it. Jiang Roman walked over and looked down at the meal box with a cold smirk. Why is there only one plate? Song Ning flipped through the meal box and found no compartments. There really was just this one dish. Bai Tian felt quite satisfied. Braised chicken wings were so delicious. What more could she ask for? Jiang Ruomeng exclaimed in a smug tone. Did you really only get one question right? I just said Tian was being modest. It turns out she knows her own limitations. Gu Zao raised an eyebrow, giving her a glance that was neither warm nor cold, without confirming or denying. Jiang Ruomeng intended to say a few more words to humiliate Bai Tian, but when she raised her head, she saw two staff members approaching, each carrying 2 meal boxes. Is this ours? Li Wanrong asked. The staff shook their heads and smiled. These are all from Brother Gu. He's really amazing. He got all 5 questions right and won 5 dishes. He couldn't carry that many alone, so he brought them over for him. Bai Tian looked up in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment, and asked incredulously, he got all 5 questions right? When she looked up, she could see Gu Zao's chiseled jaw, exuding a hint of masculinity. Yes, Gu Zao reached out and gently patted the top of her head, smiling indulgently with his broad palm. Bai Tian silently withdrew her gaze, once again marveling in her heart that her husband was wasting his talent by not being an actor. Not only was he good at acting, but he also did his homework in advance, truly dedicated and responsible. Unfortunately, the Gu Corporation was currently developing steadily and should not go bankrupt, so he could only continue being the domineering CEO. Gu Zao was unaware that his wife regretted that his company wasn't going bankrupt. He turned slightly to shield her from the sunlight. Song Ning laughed. Tian. It turns out your husband is so impressive. You were really being modest just now. Bai Tian smiled slightly, her bitch acting skills coming back online, turning to Jiang Ruomeng. Her red lips slightly parted as she leisurely said, modesty is a traditional virtue of China. She also realized for the first time that she was such a modest person. Jiang Ruomeng glared at her, unwilling to back down, and looked at the staff, asking somewhat exasperatedly, did you set the questions too easy, so everyone got them right? No, only Brother Gu got all of them, right among all the guests. The staff placed the meal boxes on the table and smiled, saying, the questions we set were quite difficult. We never thought anyone would get them all right. The 5 meal boxes placed together were very eye-catching, and this conspicuousness was particularly irksome to Jiang Ruomeng. She couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. It was already enough for her to be upset that Bai Tian married well. If Bai Tian had a good relationship with her husband, she would really want to throw up. With only Gu Zao answering all the questions correctly, it meant that others had answered fewer than him, and everyone felt somewhat disappointed, with Jiang Ruomeng being the most obvious. She scoffed coldly and turned to walk back to her own room. I'm heading back first. Jean, Yin must be waiting for me to eat. I can't let my baby in my belly go hungry. Now it was close to noon, and everyone could smell the aroma of the food, feeling a bit hungry, all eager to go back and see what their husbands had brought back. So they all stood up to bid farewell, leaving with Jiang Ruomeng. After everyone left, Bai Tian covered the meal boxes on the table again and, taking advantage of the cameras, not capturing them, whispered to Gu Zao, "Did you look up my information in advance? That's why you could answer all the questions?" Gu Zao took the meal box and raised an eyebrow, non-committally. Seeing his expression, Bai Tian lowered her voice even further. "You didn't bribe the staff in advance, did you? That sounds like something a domineering CEO would do." "No." Gu Zao denied it without a second thought. Bai Tian thought for a moment. Since Gu Zao didn't bribe the staff, he must have looked at her information in advance. She nodded and praised him. "You're really amazing. Why didn't you say it earlier? I was worried for so long, just now." "Just average." Gu Zao chuckled softly. "Modesty is a traditional virtue. One shouldn't be arrogant." "Huh?" Bai Tian raised her eyes, feeling that these words sounded somewhat familiar. Gu Zao looked down at her, his dark, bright eyes holding a warm smile, his lowered voice carrying a gentle teasing tone. "I'm very modest, so if you want to praise me next time, just do it in front of me." Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment. By the time she came back to her senses, Gu Zao had already taken the meal box and entered the house. Bai Tian looked at his back, raised her hand to cover her flushed cheeks, not wanting to be seen. He had indeed heard her. Bai Tian lingered outside for a while until her stomach growled. Only then did she blush and enter the house, her face still warm. She felt too embarrassed to talk to Gu Zao for a long time. It wasn't until Gu Zao had set the table that she ran to the bathroom to wash her hands and slowly walked over to sit down opposite him. Gu Zao handed her chopsticks with a smile. "It's a pity there's no shrimp you like to eat. I'll make it for you tonight when we have the ingredients." Bai Tian's eyes lit up, unable to help but smile as she bit her lip and nodded vigorously, instantly forgetting the earlier embarrassment. What could solve her worries? Only spicy shrimp, steamed shrimp, oil-braised shrimp, golden phoenix tail shrimp. Bai Tian was filled with anticipation for shrimp, happily picking up a piece of pork rib to put in her bowl. Her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the camera following them, and her movement paused. She then remembered they were still filming and recalled the daunting task of showing affection. She turned her chopsticks around and placed the rib into Gu Zao's bowl. "Hubby, eat more." Bai Tian gritted her teeth to finish, suppressing the cheesiness, and picked up another rib for herself. Gu Zao smiled, poured her a glass of water, picked up his chopsticks, and ate the rib, finding it quite tasty. Just as Bai Tian was about to taste how good the pork rib was, a knocking sound came from the door. The door was already open, and Li Wanrong stood at the entrance. Seeing Bai Tian and Gu Zao turn a look at her, she smiled and walked in, her smile appearing somewhat shy. "Sister Rong, come sit." Bai Tian put down her chopsticks and stood up to greet her. "Li Wanrong is back again. There must be something going on. She won't sit down." Li Wanrong glanced at the food on their table and said softly, "Have you started eating?" Just as I was about to eat, Bai Tian smiled and asked, "Have you eaten with Director Liu?" "He is eating." A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Wanrong's eyes as she awkwardly tugged at her clothes, her lips gently moving. Seeing her hesitating to speak, Bai Tian took her hand and asked gently, "Sister Rong, is there something on your mind?" Li Wanrong looked up. Bai Tian was looking at her with gentle eyes and a kind smile, quietly waiting for her to speak. Li Wanrong unconsciously relaxed, sighed lightly, and said, "I saw Mr. Gu brought back a lot of food just now, so I wanted to borrow some from you." "Director Liu." Bai Tian was a bit surprised. Director Liu couldn't have gotten every question wrong, right? He got one right. Li Wanrong forced a smile and hesitantly said he chose a plate of eggplant. "I don't eat eggplant. I've been allergic since I was a child." Bai Tian sighed silently. That plate of eggplant was more painful to have than not having it. Li Wanrong had been with him for over 10 years. Yet he didn't even know that his partner was allergic to eggplant. Gu Zao had been quietly listening, and upon realizing the purpose of Li Wanrong's visit, he silently packed the food back into the takeout box without needing her to say anything further. He didn't pack the plate of ribs they had already touched. Instead, he chose a plate of braised chicken wings and a plate of crispy fried meat for Li Wanrong, leaving a plate of vegetables and a fish soup. The fish soup was enough for a whole basin, but it was inconvenient to carry. Bai Tian walked over, scooped out 2 bowls, and packed them into the takeout box. "You don't need that much." "I can't eat much," Li Wanrong said anxiously, repeatedly waving her hands, almost trying to stop her. Bai Tian could tell she wasn't someone who liked to trouble others, and if it weren't for the recording of the program in the afternoon, she might have preferred to endure hunger rather than come to them for help. Bai Tian packed the food, handed the takeout box to her, and said sweetly, "We can't finish it, Sister Rong. Take it back and eat with Director Liu." "Oh." Li Wanrong sighed at her insistence, reluctantly took the takeout box, and sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, Sister Rong." Bai Tian personally saw her off. Li Wanrong thanked her repeatedly before turning to leave. Bai Tian watched her walk away, and when she returned, she found a small rib added to her bowl. The small rib was bright in color, making it very appetizing. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Zao, who was eating. He looked great while eating, taking his time, not smacking his lips or being overly eager. Bai Tian picked up her chopsticks and ate the small rib. It indeed tasted good, fragrant, but not greasy. Chapter 22. Bai Tian had almost finished eating when she noticed that Gu Zao hadn't touched the spare ribs at all during the meal. He had been eating the vegetarian dish instead. Even when serving soup, he tried to put the fish and meat into Bai Tian's bowl and only had a few sips of the clear broth himself. Bai Tian watched this and couldn't help but be taken aback. As far as she knew, Gu Zao loved spare ribs the most. Aunt Wang often mentioned things like, "I'll make boiled shrimp for you," and braised spare ribs for Zhao, so she had naturally remembered Gu Zhao's preference. Watching him drink soup with his head down, she couldn't help but think back to her childhood, after the divorce, when you became obsessed with painting. At that time, she wasn't very famous, so she earned very little money, and Bai Tian lived through a tough time with her. They had to be frugal every day, unwilling to spend on food or clothing. During meals, when you would save the best food for Bai Tian, just like Gu Zhao was doing now. Bai Tian placed the remaining spare ribs into Gu Zhao's bowl, saying before he could stop her, "I'm already full." She found it somewhat amusing. She never expected that one day she would share the bittersweet experience of a frugal married life with Gu Zhao. It was surprisingly warm. After dinner, they took a short break, and the production team drove several groups of guests to different home furnishing plazas, giving them a certain amount of money before leaving, instructing them to only use that money for home purchases, and any excess would be considered a violation. Since becoming a star, Bai Tian rarely had such an opportunity to shop openly, so she felt a bit novel as she eagerly looked around once they entered the mall. It just so happened to be the weekend, and the mall was bustling with activity. There were many people coming and going, and not many noticed Bai Tian. Occasionally, one or two recognized her, took out their phones to take pictures, but were stopped by the staff. The staff provided them with a few pre-prepared signed photos and politely asked them to leave, so no one came to disturb them, nor did anyone make a fuss. The home furnishing plaza had a rich variety of items, with all sorts of furniture displayed in categories, dazzling to the eye. Bai Tian looked around for a while, momentarily overwhelmed. A young couple playfully ran past her, and the girl accidentally bumped into Bai Tian. She hurriedly apologized and rushed on. Bai Tian stumbled a bit from the bump, and Gu Zhao steadied her, pulling her to the inside while he walked on the outer side. Once her novelty wore off, he said, "Let's pick a sofa first." Bai Tian nodded and followed Gu Zhao to the sofa display area. There were many sofas here, both fabric and leather. After much deliberation, they finally chose a light-colored fabric sofa at a regular price. Since they would only be recording a few days each month, the quality didn't need to be too high. It just needed to last 3 months. When selecting bed linens and blankets, they chose items of relatively good quality since those were personal items and the quality couldn't be too poor. They strolled and bought, walking and stopping as Bai Tian placed suitable items into the cart, their cooperation seamless. Many young couples around them were choosing items for their new homes, looking sweet and in love, with eyes full of anticipation for their new life. Bai Tian unconsciously glanced at Gu Zhao beside her. When she married Gu Zhao, their wedding house was a gift from Gu Zhao's grandfather, and the decoration and furnishings had also been arranged by his grandfather's staff. She had only stepped into the Nan's city villa for the first time on her wedding day, so she and Gu Zhao had never had the experience of preparing a new home together. Unexpectedly, today, because of recording the show, they got to experience it. She looked down at the items in the cart, thinking about what else they hadn't bought, and naturally asked, "Who arranged our new home back then? Uncle Liu?" Uncle Liu was Gu Zhao's grandfather's capable assistant, responsible for handling most matters. Bai Tian thought that based on the overall decoration style of the Nan City villa, his aesthetic should be good, at least in line with hers. Now, preparing these items for their new home made her realize how troublesome it was to set up a new place. So, she thought she should find time to thank Uncle Lu properly. Me, Gu Zao said, slightly pausing before explaining, not Uncle Lu. Bai Tian turned her head in surprise. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she asked in astonishment, "You prepared it?" "Gu Zhao replied nonchalantly. Bai Tian was taken aback. As far as she knew, Gu Zhao was busy dealing with troubles in the company. With Uncle Gu causing him frequent trouble, how could he have had the time to prepare a new home? In the past few years, she had never thought that the furniture in their home would have anything to do with Gu Zhao. "Everything in the house was prepared by you?" Bai Tian stared at him and asked again. Gu Zhao casually looked at the lighting fixtures ahead, pushing the cart to select a floor lamp. Bai Tian slowed her steps, staring blankly at Gu Zhao's back. The items in their home flashed through her mind, and she realized that those things had all been chosen by Gu Zhao amidst his busy schedule, and a hint of guilt rose within her. At that time, she had focused more on the pain of her breakup and her work, completely neglecting their wedding preparations. And she didn't care at all about the arrangement of their new home. A marriage without love, a house without feelings. She thought Gu Zhao was as indifferent as she was. But now, it seemed that was not the case. If the decoration of their home was all personally decided by Gu Zhao, then he must have considered her preferences when arranging it, because everything in the Nan City villa was in a style she liked. Every time she returned to the Nan City villa, she felt somewhat restrained, yet couldn't help but feel comfortable. In their wedding, Gu Zhao must have put thought into it as well. She still remembered that on their wedding day, the venue was filled with magnolias, her favorite flowers, which had lifted her gloomy mood significantly. Lost in thought, she unconsciously walked behind Gu Zhao, who suddenly stopped, and she bumped into his back. "Ouch!" Bai Tian exclaimed, covering her forehead, feeling the pain, and on the verge of tears, surely having knocked it red. Hearing her cry of pain, Gu Zhao turned around, lowered his eyes to look at her forehead, and raised his hand to rub it gently, his voice somewhat helpless. "Be careful." Bai Tian looked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, unconsciously complaining, "It's all your fault for having such a hard back." Gu Zhao curved his lips slightly, a hint of indulgent laughter in his eyes. "You're right, my wife." The arc at the corners of his eyes was particularly charming, and his voice was soft, like a spring breeze, clear and pleasant. Bai Tian's cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she surprisingly felt that there was a hint of affection in Gu Zhao's voice. She lowered her head, her brows and eyes obedient, no longer complaining or crying out in pain, almost like a little quail. Gu Zhao rubbed her forehead for a while, his gaze dropping to her slightly reddened skin. When she was no longer in pain, he finally stopped, with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Gu Zhao pointed to the lamps on the display and asked, "Which one do you like?" Bai Tian looked at the two lamps he was pointing at, contemplated for a few seconds, and chose one. Gu Zhao casually placed the lamp into the cart. They had basically finished buying the larger items and were left with some smaller things. Bai Tian suggested Gu Zhao choose 2 towels nearby while she went to pick out some slippers. Her gaze skimmed over various slippers before finally resting on a pair of couple slippers, her eyes sparkling. She remembered the important mission of participating in this variety show, to show off their love to the fullest. She hesitated for a moment, picked up the couple's slippers to take a look. The slippers were embroidered with 2 cute little kittens, each holding a big red heart. She quite liked them, but wasn't sure if Gu Zao would be willing to wear them. She furrowed her brow in thought for a moment, then turned and called out, "Gu Zao, come over and see if these slippers look good." Gu Zao didn't respond, still looking down at the towels, seemingly focused. "Gu Zao?" Bai Tian called again, in confusion. The area for the towels and slippers was only separated by a walkway, and they were less than a meter apart. So Gu Zao should have been able to hear her. However, Gu Zao still didn't react, with her back turned, as if she hadn't heard anything. Bai Tian remained silent for a few seconds, then tried calling out, "Husband?" Gu Zao turned around, holding 2 towels as she walked over. "What is wrong?" Bai Tian. More sincerity, less tricks. She was silent for a few seconds, looking at Gu Zao's seemingly unaffected face, really not knowing what to say. So she just picked up the slippers and shook them, Is it okay to buy these slippers? Gu Zao glanced at the two pairs of slippers. One pink and one black, showed a slight smile, and nodded, "I'll listen to you." Bai Tian and Gu Zao walked and stopped, whether intentionally or not. They both chose to forget about the bed until they finished buying everything. Only then did they go to pick a bed. Bai Tian glanced at the camera and casually said loudly, "I like big beds. Let us buy the biggest one. It would be best if it was big enough to fit a comforter in the middle, so that when they slept, she and Gu Zao could use the comforter to separate themselves, avoiding any awkwardness. Plus, she was very still when she slept. She liked to roll around in bed. So it was better to keep some distance from Gu Zao to avoid accidentally hitting him. The production team had already prepared the bed. The cameraman, who had been trying hard to be invisible, suddenly spoke up and added with a smile, "A standard double bed is just right for a couple." Bai Tian looked at the cameraman's honest face, forced a smile. "Let us buy another one. After all, there is still some money left from the production team. You didn't prepare anything else, only the bed. Are you trying to stir things up?" The cameraman, not noticing Bai Tian's distressed expression, continued cheerfully. "No need to worry. The bed provided by the production team is sponsored, a domestic big brand. It will definitely be more comfortable than what is being sold here." Since the bed was sponsored, it couldn't be changed. Bai Tian pouted helplessly, continuing to discuss it might raise suspicions from the production team and the audience. So she had to give up. The cameraman seemed to find her distress amusing, mischievously winking at her and Gu Zao, besides the bed. "The production team has also prepared a surprise for you. You'll definitely be satisfied." Bai Tian, not satisfied, especially not satisfied. Chapter 23. On the way back, Gu Zao asked the driver to stop at a nearby seafood market because he wanted to buy something. The driver drove around and finally parked at a fish market. He said the seafood here was the freshest in the area, and being a local, he was knowledgeable about the terrain, so his words must be true. Bai Tian was a public figure, and to avoid causing a stir when getting out of the car, Gu Zao asked her to stay inside while he went to buy shrimp for her. The cameraman followed Gu Zao closely, leaving only the driver and Bai Tian in the car. The driver was a middle-aged man with a simple and honest face. As he watched Gu Zao walk away, he smiled and chatted with Bai Tian, saying, "Big star, your husband really knows how to care for people." Bai Tian was taken aback, unsure how to respond. So she could only smile shyly and lower her head. She had almost forgotten about wanting shrimp herself, and she didn't expect Gu Zao to remember it. Nowadays, young people are getting fewer and fewer who know how to treat their wives well. In our time, who didn't take pride in treating their wives well? Your generation is too restless. The driver picked up a thermos cup, took a sip of tea, and continued to ramble on. Bai Tian slightly raised her gaze towards the seafood market, where a sign with white background and golden letters hung high, looking somewhat old, with the letters faded and yellowed by the wind and rain. The crowd bustled about, carrying various seafood in their hands. Some were talking about how they would cook the seafood when they got home, while others complained about how busy their work was, the noise of voices filling the air. At sunset, people often wore expressions of relaxed fatigue, mixed with the joy of returning home. Bai Tian rested her chin on the car window, a bit envious of the smiles on everyone's faces. Since getting married, she hadn't experienced that feeling in a long time. The home of Wenyu and Han Zhengxian was fine when Hanamo was there, but now that Hanamo was gone, returning alone always felt a bit awkward, as if she were intruding on Wenyu and Han Zhengxian's world. So, after getting married, she rarely went back to stay. Although her small apartment in the city was also home, when she returned, she was still alone in the house, which felt no different from when she was working outside. It remained quiet, with no one waiting for her or welcoming her back. The villa in Nansheng was lively, but every time she went, she felt no sense of belonging because she knew she would eventually leave. Due to work, she often flew back and forth, and when she was tired, she would think of home, but when she actually returned, it felt like nowhere was her home. She wondered if Gu Zao felt the same way. Bai Tian propped her chin up, lost in thought as she gazed in the direction Gu Zao had gone. To the driver, her appearance seemed like she was eagerly waiting for Gu Zao to return, and he couldn't help but smile, suddenly missing his own wife. So he lowered his head to send her a message. The streetlights suddenly lit up, and Bai Tian lifted her gaze, the light shining on the ground. She couldn't tell if it had rained earlier or if there was water left from carrying fish, but the muddy ground was filled with deep and shallow footprints, and the smell of fish wafted in through the open car window. She stared at the muddy ground, imagining what Gu Zao would look like stepping on it in his designer leather shoes, and couldn't help but frown slightly, lowering her eyelashes. Suddenly, she remembered a time when she was dating Wei Jinyan. She had once asked him to accompany her to a small stall by the school to buy something, and he had refused her outright, saying that the environment was too poor and would dirty his brand-name leather shoes. When Gu Zhao returned, he saw Bai Tian with her head down, staring blankly at the ground, her curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow. "What are you thinking?" Gu Zhao asked, shaking his hand through the car window. Bai Tian looked up, her eyes glistening, and without thinking, she replied, "Thinking about my ex-boyfriend." The smile on Gu Zhao's lips instantly vanished. His thin lips pressed into a straight line as he silently placed the shrimp in the trunk and closed the car lid with a thud. Hearing the sound of the trunk closing, Bai Tian couldn't help but shrink her neck. The driver looked up from his phone and, with a tone of disappointment, quietly said to Bai Tian, "Miss Bai, how can you mention your ex-boyfriend in front of your husband? He just bought you shrimp, and you really, that. The driver thought for a moment about the trending phrases online, smacked his forehead, and said, "Heartbreaking. Yes, you're really breaking your husband's heart." Bai Tian didn't rebut, her watery eyes following Gu Zhao until she saw him silently open the other side of the car door and sit down. After Gu Zhao got in the car, he turned to look out the window, silent and expressionless, his profile looking cold and rigid, the corners of his mouth slightly turned down. Bai Tian scooted closer to him, looking at his tightly pressed lips, and softly asked, "Aren't you going to ask me what my thoughts are about thinking of my ex-boyfriend?" The driver, hearing this, shot a look at Bai Tian through the rearview mirror, as if looking at a heartless woman, starting the car with indignation. If he weren't driving, he would have already started defending Gu Zhao. The car started, and it was rush hour, with many cars on the road, honking and bustling. The noise drowned out whatever Bai Tian and Gu Zhao were saying, while the cameraman had long turned off the camera and sat in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed, exhausted from filming all day. Gu Zhao heard Bai Tian's words, his lips tightening even more, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a muffled voice, "What are your thoughts?" Bai Tian let out a short laugh, then quickly composed herself and coldly replied, "The conclusion is he's garbage. An irredeemable big piece of trash." Upon hearing the words, irreversible, Gu Zhao's expression shifted slightly. His thin lips taut for a moment before he couldn't help but glance at her and asked, "Is that all?" Bai Tian laughed, her small dimples appearing at the corners of her lips, and her snow-white skin showed a healthy flush. She extended her fair finger and lightly tapped Gu Zhao's furrowed brow, adding, "And I found out my husband is a little fairy man, smart and capable and good-looking, can be used permanently." Although the little fairy man wasn't hers, the woman who would truly be Gu Zhao's wife in the future would surely be very happy. The previously icy CEO Gu suddenly melted into a pool of spring water after being praised. His brows relaxed. The corners of his mouth lifted as he turned to look at Bai Tian, his gaze softening. "You're the little fairy, and I'm the little fairy man. Are you trying to say we match well?" "Bai Tian, I didn't mean that. I was just casually complimenting you. Don't misunderstand." After Bai Tian was speechless, she suddenly realized that Gu Zhao actually knew the term little fairy. When fans called her that online, she felt nothing. But now hearing it directly from Gu Zhao made her feel extremely shy. "You just missed one compliment," Gu Zhao said without modesty, continuing to seek praise. "What?" Bai Tian was taken aback. Gu Zhao glanced at the cameraman, who had already fallen asleep, and the focused driver, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. "Now you can praise me in front of me." Bai Tian looked into Gu Zhao's dark eyes, slowly realizing what he meant, and quickly sat back, subtly shifting to the side, then sitting up straight and looking ahead without glancing sideways. She had one wish, that this Mr. Gu beside her could forget the phrase big and good as soon as possible. When they returned to the filming location, it was almost dark. The staff were busily helping them place the newly purchased furniture inside, while Gu Zhao and Bai Tian were busy arranging small items like slippers and towels. The two of them bustling around in the not-so-large living room did feel a bit like a newlywed couple setting up their new home. In just one day, they had caught up on things they hadn't done during their wedding. After the room was finally decorated, it was completely dark outside. After they sent off the installation workers, Bai Tian put the fresh flowers she bought with her leftover money into a vase, while Gu Zao went straight to the kitchen. Bai Tian arranged the flowers quickly, and after finishing, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. She looked up at the time and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. She had never seen Gu Zao cook before. The Gu Zao she usually saw was always composed and refined, so she couldn't help but be curious whether he would be flustered and mess up while cooking. Imagining Gu Zao with a messy face made Bai Tian chuckle softly as she tiptoed to the kitchen door and peeked inside. Gu Zao was standing in front of the silver island, his tall figure accentuated by the cold silver, looking particularly slender. His features were handsome, and his shirt was casually unbuttoned down to the second button with the sleeves rolled up. He was focused on deveining shrimp, his fair fingers long and strong, moving with a graceful elegance. One might mistake him for sculpting a piece of art. All right, Bai Tian admitted that some people are indeed born superior. Is there anything I can help with? Bai Tian walked into the kitchen and looked around. No, Gu Zhao replied without turning his head. Just go rest. Bai Tian was at a loss for words. His straightforwardness left her unsure how to respond. Just as she was about to exit the kitchen, her phone buzzed with a message from Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, don't forget to be a little flirtatious. Bai Tian. She put down her phone, looked at the camera in the corner of the wall, took a deep breath, turned around with a smile, and tugged at the hem of Gu Zhao's shirt, her voice stiff as she acted spoiled. Hubby, I want to help you. Gu Zhao turned back and looked at her deeply. Bai Tian. Her smile faltered slightly, and she awkwardly tucked a stray hair behind her ear. She thought about the characters she had portrayed before, then raised her lips again, smiling even more brightly. She tugged at Gu Zhao's clothes and spoke in a soft, delicate tone. Hubby, I really want to help you. By the time she finished the last word, she could no longer hold on, her tone trembling slightly, and her body shivered gently. Gu Zhao's lips curved up, his eyes holding a hint of laughter. Then help me wash the fruit, dear. Gu Zhao pronounced dear in a particularly lingering and affectionate way, his deep voice mingling with a teasing undertone, which was pleasant to hear. The sweet sound rang in Bai Tian's ears. She felt as if Gu Zhao was laughing at her. She looked up, earnestly staring into Gu Zhao's eyes, which were slightly curved, with bright pupils like a pool of clear water. Chapter 24. Bai Tian randomly nodded and quickly ran out of the kitchen, the slippers on her feet making a clattering sound on the floor. Gu Zao listened to the familiar sound of her running and couldn't help but smile. When Bai Tian was not at the Nanxing villa, it was always very quiet, but when she returned, the clattering sound would fill the entire house. Running to the kitchen one moment and to the living room the next, lively and cheerful. He slightly lowered his head and glanced at the couple's slippers on his feet, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening unconsciously. Outside, the night was deep and the lights in the yard were still bright. The hall was quiet, with only occasional sounds coming from the kitchen. Bai Tian took out the fruits she bought today, while listening to the sounds from the kitchen, unable to help but think, isn't this what a normal couple's life should be? Shopping together, eating together, living a simple and happy life. Of course, they would occasionally bicker and laugh at each other when one made a mistake, plain yet blissful. As Bai Tian thought about this, she suddenly frowned and immediately denied her previous thoughts, pouting in frustration. This was definitely not the life a normal couple should have. Clearly, she was the only one who made a fool of herself, being laughed at by Gu Zao. She didn't even have the chance to laugh at him. Gu Zao moved quickly and soon prepared the meal. 3 dishes and a soup, a plate of braised shrimp, a plate of vegetables, 2 bowls of shrimp and mushroom soup, and a plate of chicken wings. The dishes made by Gu Zao not only smelled delicious, but also looked beautiful, with even colors that made one's appetite soar. Bai Tian hurriedly went to get bowls to serve rice, set the table, and after sitting down, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the food on the table. Gu Zao smiled gently. Eat up. Bai Tian nodded repeatedly, eagerly tasting a piece of shrimp. The shrimp melted in her mouth, fresh and smooth, even more tender than tofu. After just one bite, she couldn't stop eating. Gu Zao's cooking was definitely a true inheritance from Aunt Wang, and it was even better. The chicken wings were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, smelling wonderful. leaving a lingering flavor on her lips and teeth, crunchy and particularly appetizing. The shrimp was both fresh and spicy, absolutely delicious. She hadn't had such good shrimp in a long time, and it paired perfectly with the soup. Vegetables. Are these really vegetables? How can they taste so good, fragrant and fresh, oily but not greasy, and especially healthy? Bai Tian praised as she ate, wishing she could praise Gu Zao to the heavens. Gu Zao watched her chatter away, chuckling lightly as he placed a pair of chicken wings in her bowl. Got it. I'll make it for you again tomorrow. Seeing her goal achieved, Bai Tian's eyes curved into crescents as she nodded vigorously, finally settling down to eat. A burst of laughter came from the doorway, and Bai Tian found it somewhat familiar. She looked up to see Jiang Ruomeng and Wang Huanhuan walking arm in arm, followed by a cameraman. Bai Tian's smile immediately faded as she realized what true disgust meant. The chicken wings in her bowl suddenly didn't seem as tasty, and she couldn't help but put down her chopsticks. Gu Zao noticed her suddenly cold expression and turned to look, slightly furrowing his brows. Bai Tian wiped her mouth and quickly adjusted her mood. Since she had decided to participate in the variety show, she knew there was no avoiding it, and had already mentally prepared herself. Once Wang Huanhuan walked in, she hadn't even seen anyone yet when she sweetly said, "As soon as I stepped into this yard, I smelled something delicious. Sister Tian and Brother Gu are having dinner?" Bai Tian looked at her intimately linking arms with Jiang Ruomeng and couldn't help but admire her. After the unpleasant encounter in the afternoon, she had quickly brushed it aside. Bai Tian couldn't tell if Wang Huanhuan had genuinely forgotten or if she was just pretending that nothing had happened. Although Bai Tian didn't particularly like these two, they were guests, and the cameras were still rolling, so she couldn't keep a cold face. She forced a smile, maintaining the more the merrier attitude, and nodded lightly. Wang Huanhuan and Jiang Ruomeng glanced around at the furniture in their house and then sat down opposite Bai Tian and Gu Zao. They mainly wanted to see how Bai Tian and Gu Zao had decorated their home. Wang Huanhuan smiled. "Sister Tian, you and Brother Gu have great taste. You've decorated this place much nicer than ours." Before Bai Tian could respond, Jiang Ruomeng scoffed beside her. "What good things can you buy with the little money the production team gives? My home in the city center is really well decorated." She glanced at Bai Tian, raised her tone. "When I married Jean Yin, all the furniture was custom-made from abroad, designed by famous designers, using the best materials. You should come to my house sometime to improve your aesthetic. Don't be so easily amazed at everything, like a frog in a well." Wang Huanhuan was angered by the jab and cheerfully agreed, appearing very envious of Jiang Ruomeng. Jiang Ruomeng loved to jump in with her answers, which made Bai Tian feel relaxed. She quietly observed their back-and-forth performance, tried to learn from them. Both were experts in their craft, and she was sure she would benefit from watching them. Jiang Ruomeng raised her chin and scanned the room, putting on a pose of humbling herself as she commented, "You don't even have a decent painting in this house. It really lacks style." Bai Tian shot her a glance, thinking, "The money the production team gave you is enough to buy paintings?" Jiang Ruomeng smirked, leisurely saying, "Sometimes buying things isn't just about money, it's about skill." She deliberately left it hanging, waiting for Bai Tian to ask. Unfortunately, Bai Tian had no intention of asking. She lazily picked up a spoon and took a sip of the soup, which was fragrant and instantly lifted her mood. Jiang Ruomeng, unable to wait for Bai Tian to ask, felt stifled and irritably glanced at the dishes on the table. Looking at the food on the table, she suddenly brightened and covered her mouth with a laugh. "Sister Tian, I remember you couldn't cook before. How did you become so good after getting married? Look at this food. It looks quite impressive, clearly someone who often cooks." Wang Huanhuan chimed in, "Sister Tian, your dishes look delicious, comparable to a chef at a restaurant." Jiang Ruomeng stood up and scrutinized each dish on the table, clicking her tongue and sighing, "Sister Tian, although it's a bit embarrassing, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I used to know how to cook, but my skills have plummeted. It's all Jean Yin's fault. After we got married, he wouldn't let me cook often, so my cooking skills have regressed." While she complained, her tone was filled with pride, implying that Bai Tian had learned to cook well to please Gu Zao after marriage, while she herself was living a life of luxury, not lifting a finger. She was always good at disguising her malice, pretending to be kind, just like back then when she was clearly seducing Wei Jinyan, but could act all elegant. Bai Tian snorted coldly and slowly ate a piece of vegetable. Jiang Ruoming observed her expression, smiled, and continued. Just like today, Jin Yin Wun Ti let me cook. He said it was tough recording the show, so we could just have some noodles. He even personally cooked me a bowl of clear noodle soup. Gu Zao, who had been silent, suddenly put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes to glance at Jiang Ruoming, and said flatly, "These dishes were made by me." Jiang Ruoming was clearly taken aback. Her voice suddenly caught in her throat, and she looked at him in shock, frowning. Gu Zao moved the shrimp in front of him, picked up the largest one, and began peeling it leisurely, saying coldly, "Recording today was indeed tiring. We should have a proper meal." How could I bear to let Tian eat something as lacking in nutrition as noodles? He said as he placed the peeled shrimp in front of Bai Tian on a small plate, watching Bai Tian's voice soften. "You like shrimp? Eat more." Bai Tian nearly laughed out loud and silently gave Gu Zao a thumbs up in her heart. Jiang Ruoming's expression fluctuated, and after a while, she forced out a couple of dry laughs. "Oh, really?" Bai Tian picked up a shrimp and, in front of Jiang Ruoming, slowly ate it bite by bite. She thought for a moment and imitated Jiang Ruoming's earlier tone, saying, "You're pregnant now. Next time don't just eat plain noodles. At least have Mr. Wei make you a fried egg." Jiang Ruoming's chest heaved twice, and this time she completely fell silent, sitting quietly on the side with her arms crossed, clearly feeling frustrated. She had faced repeated setbacks today, and if it weren't for her stubbornness, she would have already collapsed. Wang Huanhuan propped her chin up with one hand, looking at Gu Zao across from her, and sweetly said, "Brother Gu is really amazing. I didn't expect the dignified president of the Gu family to actually cook. I would love to taste your cooking." Wang Huanhuan's gaze fell on Gu Zao's hands peeling the shrimp. She had learned about Gu Zao's identity when she heard Li Wanrong mention it by chance in the afternoon. Bai Tian glanced at her in response, chuckling lightly, then lowered her eyes to focus on eating the shrimp. Gu Zao returned to his previous aloof demeanor, showing no reaction to Wang Huanhuan's praise and had no intention of sharing the shrimp with her. His movements while peeling shrimp were neither hurried nor slow, exuding a subtle air of nobility, clearly raised with good manners from a young age. Wang Huanhuan stared at him for a while, her gaze slightly dazed, but she quickly snapped back to reality. Noticing Gu Zao wasn't speaking, she didn't mind and just turned to Bai Tian with a smile. "Sister Tian, you're so lucky to have found such a great husband." She complimented Bai Tian, but her voice concealed a jealousy she wasn't even aware of, despite her well-mannered expression. That sourness couldn't be hidden. Bai Tian smiled slightly, pretending not to see the unwillingness in her eyes. The entertainment industry was never short of people wanting to climb up the social ladder, and having seen enough of it, Bai Tian didn't care as long as they didn't provoke her. Whatever thoughts they hid were irrelevant. Wang Huanhuan continued, "Sister Tian, are you the woman who, in a past life, saved the entire galaxy?" Gu Zao finally looked up at Wang Huanhuan, his voice low. "You got it wrong." "What wrong?" Wang Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. She saw Gu Zao's deep eyes fixed on her face and couldn't help but feel a bit pleased, tugging at her clothes and smiling at him. Gu Zao lowered his eyes and placed the entire plate of peeled shrimp in front of Bai Tian. "You should say, I was able to marry Tian because I saved the galaxy in my last life." Chapter 25. Bai Tian was momentarily stunned when she saw the shrimp in front of her. She hadn't noticed that Gu Zao had already peeled the entire plate of shrimp. Wang Huanhuan, hearing Gu Zao's words, couldn't help but choke a bit. Her lips moved for a long time before she managed to force out a couple of laughs. Her voice very weak as she said, "What Brother Gu said is right." Jiang Ruoming and Wang Huanhuan were both at a loss for words after being retorted by Gu Zao, feeling bored, and quickly found an excuse to leave. As they walked out of the courtyard, their steps got faster and faster. This time, they came over not only to hear a joke, but ended up feeling out of place, already regretting and not wanting to say another word. Bai Tian couldn't wait for them to leave, happily standing by the door to watch them exit the yard, unable to help but laugh as she skipped back, turning her back to the camera and secretly giving Gu Zao a thumbs up. Gu Zao raised an eyebrow, slightly tilting his head to look at her, and asked with a smile, "Is there a reward?" Bai Tian thought for a moment and extended her hand. Gu Zao obediently stretched out one hand, palm open. Bai Tian took out the candy she had been reluctant to eat from her pocket and placed it in his palm as a reward. Gu Zao looked at the candy in his hand and couldn't help but smile, unwrapping the candy and putting it in his mouth. It was very sweet. He looked up, his dark eyes gazing at Bai Tian, sweet like your name. Bai Tian, what should I do if my husband suddenly becomes a drama queen and my heart races a bit fast? What kind of cheesy pickup line is this? Help husband can deliver cheesy lines without changing his expression? Impressive. Wow, my husband's eyes are really beautiful. Like they hide stars in the night sky. Bai Tian stared blankly into Gu Zao's eyes, not paying attention for a moment, and unconsciously blurted out a cheesy line. You are also very sweet, like the stars in your eyes. After she said it, she froze. What did I just say? Are cheesy lines contagious? Can words once spoken be taken back? What kind of cheesy couple is this? Bai Tian decided to silently eat shrimp, sealing her mouth tightly. She looked down at the shrimp in the plate, her appetite suddenly growing, and picked up her chopsticks, eating one shrimp after another. Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times, his deep, pleasant voice mixing with the sweetness in the air. He finished chewing the candy slowly and stood up to wash his hands in the bathroom. When he unwrapped the candy, some syrup had stuck to his fingers and felt a bit sticky. Before leaving, he reminded Bai Tian, eat slowly. Bai Tian nodded, chewing on the shrimp while texting Lin Shuang. Bai Tian, what should I do if my husband is too considerate? Lin Shuang. Bai Tian, not only does he cook delicious food, but he also has both looks and skills. When he retorts people, it's as if he's a master of martial arts. Leaving no trace, much better than me. Lin Shuang. Bai Xiaotian, I told you to show off your love in front of the camera, not to me. Bai Tian sensed her anger from the exclamation marks, so she put her phone on the table and continued eating shrimp. The phone vibrated again. She glanced at it, and it was still Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang, no matter how good his cooking is, you should eat less. I recently saw a good script, and after you're done with the variety show, if you think it's good, you can sign it. Once signed, you might immediately start filming, so control your weight. Don't let me not watch you for a moment and you go back to square one. Bai Tian slowed down her chewing, looking at the cute little shrimp in the plate, struggling internally. After a moment, she couldn't resist the temptation of the little shrimp, locked her phone screen, pretended she hadn't seen anything, and then ate with a clear conscience. She kept telling herself that this was to show off her love. How could she not finish everything made by her husband as a wife? So it wasn't that she was unwilling to control her portion. She was just fulfilling her duties as a wife. After all, weight and showing off love couldn't coexist, so she could only painfully choose to show off her love. After finishing all the shrimp, her stomach was so full that she could barely move. She stood up to stretch a bit, and while Gu Zao was washing his hands, automatically cleaned up the dishes and ran to the kitchen to wash them. After Gu Zao finished washing his hands in the bathroom, he took out the towel he had chosen today to dry his hands, a relaxed smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. When he returned to the dining table, there was already no one there, and the food had long been cleaned up. He turned to go to the kitchen, and just as he moved, he suddenly heard a loud crash from the kitchen. His heart jumped, and he rushed to the kitchen. When he pushed open the door, Bai Tian was staring blankly at the broken pieces of porcelain bowl on the floor. She looked up and saw Gu Zao, awkwardly opening her mouth to explain accidentally. She frustratedly hit her head, cursing herself for being clumsy, and hurriedly squatted down to pick up the pieces. Just as her hand was about to touch the shards, Gu Zao grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. Don't move, I'll clean it up later. Gu Zao frowned at the mess on the floor and bent down to pick Bai Tian up horizontally. Bai Tian was suddenly lifted off the ground and exclaimed, quickly wrapping her arms around Gu Zao's neck, feeling even more embarrassed. I could do housework. I really just slipped up. Bai Tian explained, lowering her head. Although she couldn't cook, she was good at housework. In the past, when you was busy with work, she took care of everything at home. But in recent years, due to her busy work schedule, she had mostly relied on staff to take care of her, and she hadn't had the chance to showcase her skills. So she had become a bit rusty over time. I know. Gu Zao placed her on the sofa, looking softly in her eyes, and said, just stay here. The two of them locked eyes, their breaths intertwining. Bai Tian looked at his bright eyes and inexplicably felt at ease, her panicked heart gradually calming down as she gently nodded. After a moment of stillness, Gu Zao's Adam's apple moved. He took a step back, gently stroked Bai Tian's hair, and turned to go to the kitchen. Bai Tian stared blankly at his back, sitting sideways on the sofa, resting her head against the back of the sofa. For a few seconds just now, she had an illusion, feeling as if Gu Zao was truly pampering her. She blinked and pressed her hand against her racing heart, wondering why it was beating a bit fast. She snapped back to reality from her brief confusion and couldn't help but slap her cheeks. Bai Tian, get a grip. Don't be seduced by his looks. My husband's acting skills are too good. He's facing challenges every day. Life is tough. Bai Tian, feeling bored, took out her phone to bother Lin Shuang, seeking advice. Bai Tian, how do you resist when Chun Fei shows a charm? Lin Shuang, of course. You just lie flat and call him daddy. Bai Tian, what happened to the mommy fans? When a son becomes a father, is it a decline of morality or a loss of humanity? Bai Tian put down her phone and went into the bathroom to take a shower. The environment was nice, and the hot water was at a comfortable temperature. She enjoyed a relaxing hot shower. After coming out of the bathroom, she pushed open the bedroom door while drying her hair. Moments later, she was hit with a strong visual shock without any preparation, because it was the first time she saw the double bed prepared by the production team, or rather, it should be called a wedding bed. Red sheets, red pillows, red blankets, and the walls were adorned with festive decorations of cartoon brides and grooms. Everywhere she looked was red, and the ceiling was decorated with many helium balloons, heart-shaped ones, double happiness characters, cartoon bride and groom, all sorts of them. Bai Tian felt dizzy in front of her eyes, holding onto the wall as she slowly walked in. She felt that she was not only visually impacted, but also spiritually shocked, unable to help but doubt that the cameraman had expressed something incorrectly. This was definitely not a surprise, but a scare. In the center of the bed, there was a heart-shaped box. Bai Tian hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out to open it. Inside the box were bright red roses and a card. Bai Tian took out the card, opened it, and saw the words wishing you both to relive the sweetness of your newlywed days. Bai Tian. She thought about how she and Gu Zao looked during their newlywed days and couldn't help but shiver. If they were really to relive those days, it should not be called the sweetness of newlyweds, but rather the coldness of strangers. She pursed her lips in silence and put the card back into the box, then looked down to find a piece of nightwear next to the box. Suddenly, she had a very bad premonition. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly picked up the nightwear. It was a red silk, deep V-neck, backless, lace-trimmed nightgown that barely covered the hips, made of tragically little fabric. Bai Tian raised her eyes to glance at the camera. I suspect your production team is openly being suggestive. What a decline in societal morals. The director shrank his neck in the studio and couldn't help but ask a nearby staff member, did you feel the temperature drop suddenly? The staff looked at Bai Tian's icy face on the screen and all nodded in agreement. The director followed their gaze and saw Bai Tian's accusatory expression, stumbling over his words. Whose idea was this surprise segment? You. Everyone looked at him and reminded, you said romantic fantasies must be taken to the end. Director, is it too late to regret now? You also said romance starts with surprises. Director, how could he have known Bai Tian would come? What are you looking at? Gu Zao cleaned up the kitchen and walked into the bedroom, seeing Bai Tian standing there motionless from a distance. He raised an eyebrow and asked lightly. Bai Tian was startled by his voice, quickly turned around, and nervously hid the nightgown behind her, stuttering as she looked into his eyes. And no, nothing. Gu Zao nodded nonchalantly, looking at her damp hair, said, it's cool at night. The blow dryer is on the table. Remember to dry your hair. Okay. Bai Tian hurriedly responded while keeping her eyes fixed on Gu Zao, hiding the nightgown further behind her. Gu Zao walked over to the suitcase, squatted down to take out a piece of clothing, and then closed the suitcase. Bai Tian lowered her gaze, staring at him without moving. Even her breathing became much lighter. Gu Zao put the suitcase back and walked toward the bathroom with the clothing. Just as Bai Tian let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned around, a slight smile on his lips, and said, wife, if you want to wear that nightgown, remember to turn off the camera. Bai Tian. No, she didn't want to. Gu Zao raised his hand to rub his chin, his voice deep. The way you look in sexy nightwear is only for my eyes. Bai Tian. Hello, domineering CEO. Chapter 26. Husband clearly saw the nightgown, but pretended not to see. Really annoying husband's tricks are too deep. Can't handle it. Can't handle it. Suspecting husband is a scheming man. Bai Tian held a hair dryer, blowing her hair with a whooshing sound, continuously complaining about Gu Zao in her heart, occasionally glancing at the nightgown on the bed with frustration. The more she looked at the nightgown, the more displeased she became, and finally, unable to contain her anger, she turned off the hairdryer, walked over, picked up the nightgown, and directly threw it into the closet, out of sight, and also turned off the camera in the corner. The production team looked at the darkened monitoring screen and sighed in disappointment. They had originally wanted to film Gu Zao coming out of the shower, but clearly, Bai Tian's mood was not great right now. They thought of the nightgown that had been thrown into the closet and couldn't help but shiver, not daring to provoke her anymore, and had to give up on the idea of continuing filming. It was better not to irritate her further today. Bai Tian arranged her hair, took off her slippers, and climbed onto the bed. To calm herself down, she decided to find something to do. She picked up her phone and casually scrolled for a while. Above the sky still hadn't updated. After leaving a comment, she exited the web page in disappointment. She watched some entertainment news for a while, and finally, out of boredom, clicked on the 18 strategies of love that Lin Shuang had sent her yesterday and began to read. 1. A woman who acts spoiled has the best fate. If she enters sentences with la, it makes a man's heart tremble. 2. When a woman says no, she actually means yes. When a man says yes, he can't give it. What can't be obtained will always stir desire. Never let him easily get you. 3. Make him used to your presence by cooking breakfast for him today and making a keychain for him tomorrow. Subtly let the women around him realize he is taken. 4. Learn to show weakness. Occasionally ask him for help, making him feel you are delicate and cute. Learn to compliment him, and also learn to have him do things for you. If you don't use him, he will be used by other women. So if you don't need him, someone else will. The more Bai Tian read, the more she frowned. Was this really useful? Just as she was engrossed in reading, Gu Zao finished his shower and walked in, and she inadvertently raised her eyes upon hearing the sound, momentarily stunned when she saw Gu Zao. He was wearing a bathrobe, his tall figure surrounded by steam, with a slim waist and strong back, water droplets rolling down his chin, looking sexy and charming. Bai Tian suddenly felt relieved that the production team hadn't prepared sleepwear for Gu Zao. Otherwise, she might have to face the temptation of 8-pack abs. She averted her gaze, and after a while, couldn't help but steal another glance at Gu Zao, quickly lowering her head before he noticed, inwardly exclaiming about his great figure, comparable to a model. She raised her phone a bit higher, pretending to read seriously, but in fact, she hadn't taken in a single word. After all, this was the first time she was sharing a bed with Gu Zao since their marriage, albeit fake. But the festive bedding and strong newlywed atmosphere made her feel a bit nervous. She kept a slight eye on Gu Zao's every move. He first glanced at the recording camera, saw it was off, then withdrew his gaze, walked over to where Bai Tian had just dried her hair, and casually picked up the hairdryer to blow his hair for a few moments. "Are you going to sleep?" Gu Zao asked, putting down the hairdryer. Bai Tian looked up in a panic and stammered, okay. Gu Zao smiled, walked over step by step, leaned down to look at Bai Tian. His voice husky. "Are you nervous?" Bai Tian raised her eyes to meet his deep gaze, answering somewhat uneasily, no. Gu Zao smiled gently, leaning in slightly, twirling a strand of her hair by her forehead with his fingers. Bai Tian's hair was black and shiny, smooth as silk in his hand. The exposed part of her neck was fair and tender, particularly eye-catching among her dark hair. Gu Zao's gaze deepened, his fingertips barely moving, his voice low and gentle in the night. "Your hair is dry now." Bai Tian unconsciously held her breath, lightly responding with an gripping her phone tightly, and barely managing to nod. Gu Zao was very close, and just out of the shower, he still carried the scent of cleanliness and freshness, which was very pleasant. "Then I'll turn off the lights," Gu Zao said, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, then calmly withdrawing his hand, straightening up to press the switch on the wall. The room instantly darkened, with only the cool moonlight streaming through the window and gently illuminating the floor, bringing a sense of peace. Bai Tian subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, setting her phone down, lying down on the bed. She heard the rustling sound beside her as Gu Zao lay down next to her. Bai Tian instinctively shifted a bit to make space for him, turning onto her side with her back to Gu Zao, staring at the moonlight on the floor, slowly calming her mind. At first, she was a bit nervous, wanted to wait for Gu Zao to fall asleep before she did, but she couldn't hold on for long and soon fell asleep. She had worried about potential issues during the recording, tossing and turning for a long time before sleeping, and after waking up early and having a tiring day, she was already quite sleepy. Gu Zao listened to her steady breathing, turning to look at her. After Bai Tian fell asleep, she unknowingly turned on her back. Under the moonlight, her eyes closed, her skin porcelain white and luminous, sleeping quietly and peacefully. Gu Zao silently smiled. The gentle affection at the corners of his lips, something he had never shown in front of others. He quietly watched Bai Tian for a while, then gently covered her with a blanket before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Outside, the sky brightened, and the sun grew more intense as it approached summer. The morning sun stubbornly shone into the room, causing Bai Tian's eyelashes to flutter. She unconsciously rubbed her head a couple of times, lazily lingering for a while before slowly opening her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she first saw a mass of skin, and after a moment of surprise, she raised her gaze to meet Gu Zao's smiling eyes. Gu Zao had probably been awake for a while, propping his head up with one hand, lying on his side to look at her. She was leaning against Gu Zao, very close, almost lying in his arms. Awake? Gu Zao looked down at her moist eyes, her hazy apricot eyes shimmering like spring water, clear and bright, as if she hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. Bai Tian stared at Gu Zao's handsome face, so close, her eyes widened, unable to resist being tempted by his looks, foolishly smiling at him. Morning. Morning. Gu Zao smiled, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that blocked her eyes from her forehead, his palm sliding across her cheek, his voice carrying a hint of allure. Are you comfortable? Bai Tian was taken aback, her mind slowly processing Gu Zao's question. A man asking a woman in the morning if she was comfortable. Comfortable? What does that mean? She suddenly realized, jolting awake, her first instinct was to lift the blanket to check if the nightgown she wore last night was still there. But just as her fingers moved, she felt something smooth and warm beneath her touch, the sensation very distinct and quite comfortable. Unconsciously, she touched it a few more times, and after a moment, she finally realized what she was touching, her movements abruptly halting, her eyes widening in surprise. Gu Zao's bathrobe sash had somehow come loose, and she was clinging to him like an octopus, one leg draped over his waist, her hand reaching in his bathrobe, her posture quite bold, exuding a domineering sense of having taken over a married man. The part she had just touched was Gu Zao's skin on his waist and abdomen, and when she woke up, her cheek had brushed against his chest. Bai Tian fell silent for a few seconds, and Gu Zao also said nothing, just quietly watching her, the air around them still enough that one could almost hear a pin drop. After a moment, Bai Tian slowly pulled her hand back with stiff movements, a hint of subtle guilt rising in her heart. Looking at Gu Zao, she awkwardly laughed twice and said in a disordered voice, "It's quite comfortable. No, I mean, your abs are nice." Gu Zao's abdominal muscles were well-defined, with beautiful curves, strong and powerful, and his skin was smooth and soft to the touch. Gu Zao looked down at her, his gaze focused, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. "Do you like it?" Bai Tian swallowed hard, her voice sounding strained as she replied, It's okay." She couldn't help but lift the blanket slightly to check if her pajamas were still intact. Fortunately, her pajamas were still properly worn, only a bit rumpled from moving during sleep, but otherwise normal, showing no signs of having been taken off. She covered herself back up and raised her head, only to find Gu Zao still looking at her, the smile in his eyes deepening, and he even raised an eyebrow suggestively in response to her gaze. Bai Tian thought, did something happen last night? Why is Gu Zao's robe open? It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? She had no experience sleeping with others. But recalling her own restless behavior while sleeping, she really had no confidence in her sleeping self. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gu Zao's expression again, swallowing hard. The photographer, assigned by the director to wake the guests, carried a camera and walked through the courtyard to the door of Bai Tian and Gu Zao's bedroom. Just as he was about to knock, he heard Bai Tian's somewhat panicked and trembling voice from inside. "Did I do anything to you last night?" Her voice carried a hint of testing and unspoken tension. The photographer paused his knocking, his eyes widening, doubting whether he had just misheard. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed his ear against the door. "You hugged me, rubbed against me, touched me, kept clinging to me." Gu Zao's voice sounded a bit deep and hoarse in the morning. The photographer's eyes widened even more in disbelief, blinking incredulously. "What else?" Bai Tian's voice trembled even more, tinged with a sense of guilt. Gu Zao was silent for a moment before his voice came through the door again. "Hugged again, rubbed again, touched again." The photographer gasped, astonished, glanced at the door, and couldn't help but take a step back, silently turning around and quickly walking away. He lowered his footsteps, walking faster and faster, until he reached the courtyard gate, where he stopped, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Once his breathing steadied, he turned back to look at Gu Zao and Bai Tian's house, unable to help but exclaim, "Being a CEO is not easy, so tiring during the day, and even more tiring at night. It's really difficult." Chapter 27. Bai Tian was struck dumb for a long time by Gu Zao's earlier remark, touched and touched, until she groggily finished breakfast and the production team delivered today's task card. The card only had 4 words, free activity. The production team said that in the first episode, they wanted to give the guests enough freedom to choose what they wanted to do, whether to stay indoors or visit nearby attractions, essentially allowing them to express themselves freely. After receiving the task card, Bai Tian thought for a moment and decisively chose to go fishing at the lake next to their house. Fishing required no conversation and no intimate actions, which would reduce interaction and go unnoticed by the audience. She nodded in satisfaction, thinking this was a great plan. Gu Zao naturally had no objections and looked up to ask the staff to prepare the fishing tools. It was nearing summer, and a gentle breeze wafted by the lakeside, with bright sunshine making it pleasantly warm. Bai Tian and Gu Zao sat side by side on the shore, each holding a fishing rod, while the cameraman stood behind them with a camera. The surroundings were very quiet, occasionally interrupted by 1 or 2 birds flying over the treetops, chirping sweetly, their sounds crisp and pleasant. After sitting for a while, Bai Tian couldn't help feeling a bit bored and secretly glanced at Gu Zao. He was dressed in casual sportswear today, and his features looked particularly appealing in the sunlight. The way his long fingers grasped the fishing rod was also quite eye-catching. As she watched him, the scene from the morning involuntarily flashed through her mind, her fingertips sliding down the contours of Gu Zao's abdominal muscles, the touch warm and smooth. Before her cheeks could heat up, she quickly shifted her gaze away, turned her back, and lightly patted her cheeks, telling herself not to think too much. She couldn't help but sigh internally. Participating in this variety show was indeed a way to put herself through torment, as she faced immense challenges every day. Impulsiveness was truly a devil. After sighing, she looked up just in time to see the cameraman looking at her. When he noticed her gaze, he immediately flinched and turned away. Bai Tian always felt that the cameraman's look at her today was a bit strange. She self-reflected and realized she hadn't done anything odd today, nor had she acted weirdly towards this cameraman. Just as she was puzzled, her phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from Han Mo. She gestured for the cameraman to stop recording, and he nodded, turned off the camera, and moved to sit on a rock a few meters away. He glanced at Bai Tian before turning his back to her, pretending to look at the scenery. Although his acting was a bit exaggerated, Bai Tian, it seemed the cameraman was a bit hesitant to look at her today. Or maybe he found it hard to face her. She eyed him curiously for a moment before answering the call. Han Mo contacted her after running away from home for half a year, during which Bai Tian had already married Gu Zao on her behalf. Upon learning this, Han Mo deeply regretted it. She felt she had acted too rashly and had left Bai Tian behind in a pit of fire. She impulsively wanted to rush back and take Bai Tian with her. However, it was too late, the deed was done, and the marriage certificate had already been stamped, leaving no room for regret. After Bai Tian assured her multiple times that she was willing, Han Mo finally gave up. Over the years, although Han Mo still refused to return home, she had kept in touch with Bai Tian. She was now working as a model abroad and had basically settled there. Unfortunately, although she successfully escaped from her wedding, she couldn't be with the person she liked. Fortunately, she had a new goal now and had long forgotten that person. Bai Tian often flew over to see her during her breaks, and their relationship was even better than before. What Han Mo missed most during her time abroad was the food from home, and this time was no exception. As soon as the call connected, Bai Tian heard her drawling, "Tian Tian, I want to eat rice, steam-based braised pork ribs, and crab roast soup dumplings." Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Then hurry back. When you come back, I'll take you to eat all those things." Han Mo immediately refused. "No, I don't want to go back and become his tool. The biggest mistake I made back then was not taking you with me when I ran away, leaving you alone in the fire pit." "I'm sorry, sister. Uncle Han isn't that kind of person. He really never forced me, and although he doesn't say it, I know he misses you a lot. My mom said he often sits in your room for an entire afternoon. He is getting older now, so don't hold grudges against him," Bai Tian gently advised. "Got it. You're just going to speak well of him, huh?" Han Mo lightly huffed, her heart softening. "I'll see. Maybe I'll come back to visit you all after a while. Mainly to see you, not that old man." "Okay, I understand. We'll wait for you to come back." Bai Tian smiled. Han Mo didn't want to continue talking about Han Zhengxian and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, the new bag I bought for you has been mailed back to the country. Keep an eye out for it." Bai Tian smiled, not refusing. "Thanks, sis. Then I'll hang up. I'm so tired from the runway today." "Okay, take care." Bai Tian listened to her tired voice and couldn't help but chuckle as she hung up the phone. Gu Zao glanced at her and asked, "Han Mo?" Bai Tian nodded, tossing her phone back in her pocket. "Yeah." In recent years, she and Gu Zao rarely discussed family matters or mentioned Han Mo, so Gu Zao simply asked and didn't pry further. Bai Tian thought for a moment and felt a bit curious. "Have you met my sister before?" "I have." Gu Zao's voice was flat, but his brows slightly furrowed. Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh. "You almost married her back then." Gu Zao and Han Mo, one an iceberg, the other fiery-tempered. If they were to be together, she wondered what it would be like now. Gu Zao pursed his lips and looked at her. "The day I went to the Han family was originally to break off the engagement." Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was referring to the day they first met. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, opening her mouth to ask why he ultimately not only didn't break off the engagement, but also ended up marrying her. Just then, Gu Zao caught a big fish, and she tossed the question aside, forgetting to ask. The two spent the morning by the lake, ultimately catching 5 fish in total. The fish here were big and fat, and they couldn't eat that many, so they decided to take the catch to the other guests. Of course, they very tacitly ignored Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan, the two neighbors closest to them. Following a small path, they first delivered the fish to the other two families. When they arrived at Lu Chunwang and Li Wanrong's place, Lu Chunwang was painting, and it appeared that their chosen activity for the morning was painting. Li Wanrong was wearing a light-colored qipao, standing motionless beside a forsythia tree in the yard, which was full of yellow flowers, exuding a vibrant spring atmosphere. Her hand rested on a branch with flowers, and she was gently sniffing them, looking elegant and beautiful. Bai Tian and Gu Zao waited for a while, watching Lu Chunwang paint without disturbing them. After a moment, Bai Tian noticed that although Li Wanrong stood elegantly, her hand was trembling slightly, as if she could barely hold on any longer. Bai Tian's mother was an artist, so she naturally knew how long it would take to paint a picture like Lu Chunwang's. Li Wanrong had probably been standing like this for several hours, and her arm was likely too tired to lift. Bai Tian knew without asking that this activity must have been chosen by Lu Chunwang. Once the show aired, it was unlikely that the entire painting process would be shown. This segment would probably only be edited down to a few minutes. By that time, everyone would only praise Lu Chunwang's superb skills, and no one would notice that Li Wanrong was the one who worked the hardest. Lu Chunwang was obviously immersed in painting and didn't pay attention to this. "The work is done." Lu Chunwang laughed as he put down his brush, satisfied with his painting. Only then did he lift his head and see Gu Zao and Bai Tian standing nearby. He quickly stood up and said, "How did you guys come? Come in and sit down, see how my painting turned out." Gu Zao walked over to take a look at the painting, complimented it a few times, and then went inside with Lu Chunwang to release the fish. Bai Tian walked over to support Li Wanrong, who moved her stiff body and forced a smile at Bai Tian. "Let's sit for a while." Bai Tian gently helped her sit down on a chair. "Okay." Li Wanrong let out a barely noticeable sigh and reached to rub her waist. Bai Tian looked up and saw that Lu Chunwang was still showing off his painting, completely unaware that Li Wanrong was too tired to straighten her back. Bai Tian watched Li Wanrong wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She simply bent down to pour her a cup of warm water. In matters of marriage, one knows the warmth and coldness themselves, and what others say is of no use. When Bai Tian and Gu Zao left their home, Li Wanrong insisted on giving them a few dishes she had made herself, following them all the way to the yard. Bai Tian and Gu Zao had no choice but to accept. Bai Tian understood that Li Wanrong didn't like to owe others, so she wanted to repay them for yesterday's meal. Some people are like this, repaying a kindness with a great favor, while others, like Jiang Ruomeng, like to repay kindness with enmity. After walking a few steps, they turned a corner and happened to run into Jiang Ruomeng and Wei Jinyan coming towards them. Jiang Ruomeng was linked arm in arm with Wei Jinyan, smiling brightly. Looking very happy, Wei Jinyan was holding several shopping bags of various kinds, looking somewhat impatient, indicating that they had chosen to go shopping at a nearby mall. Bai Tian saw them and paused for a moment, while Gu Zao frowned slightly and took her hand. She turned her head in confusion, and Gu Zao raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Bai Tian instantly understood, returned the grip on Gu Zao's hand, and they walked forward with their fingers intertwined, smiling and occasionally whispering to each other. From Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng's perspective, they looked affectionate, laughing and chatting. When they passed by Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng, they both displayed a polite smile and nodded slightly. Jiang Ruomeng lifted her shopping bags, opened her mouth to boast, but they walked past without giving her a chance to show off. Jiang Ruomeng watched their backs, stamping her foot in frustration. It felt like being ready to argue, but the other party didn't even give her a glance, which was truly vexing. Wei Jinyan didn't notice Jiang Ruomeng's emotional fluctuations. He looked at the intertwined hands of Gu Zao and Bai Tian, unconsciously frowning, feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. Chapter 28. After returning, Gu Zao took the fish to the yard to process it, while Bai Tian went to the kitchen alone. She opened the refrigerator and saw that the production team had prepared a lot of new ingredients inside, filling it with various vegetables, fruits, and fish meat. Yesterday, Gu Zao had cooked, and he also washed the dishes, so she felt embarrassed to do nothing and wanted to see what she could do. She knew nothing about cooking, and naturally didn't dare to touch the complicated meat, so she thought for a moment and took out a few types of vegetables, placing them on the cutting board to wash them carefully. When Gu Zao entered the house, he inadvertently saw Bai Tian busy in the kitchen, and his footsteps paused. He instinctively smiled, stopping in place to watch for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the cameras in the corners of the room, closed his lips, and coughed awkwardly. "Wife, what are you doing?" Bai Tian was seriously chopping vegetables. Hearing Gu Zao's address, she felt a bit unaccustomed and responded hesitantly. "You're back, hub. Band. I'm cutting cucumbers, planning to make a cold dish." While speaking, she continued to battle with the cucumber, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as if solving a huge problem, and her lowered eyelashes formed a beautiful arc. Gu Zao smiled as he walked over, his gaze falling on her hands. Bai Tian's hands were famously beautiful in the entertainment industry, with long and attractive fingers and jade-like fingertips. It was said that during filming, directors favored her hands and often gave them extra close-up shots. At this moment, those cherished hands were nervously gripping the knife, trembling slightly as they cut the cucumber. Gu Zao stared at the cucumber shreds on the cutting board for a moment, silently took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack, then rolled up his shirt cuffs, walked into the kitchen, and grabbed the apron hanging on the wall to tie it on. This apron was prepared by the production team, which always maintained the Showing Affection program guideline. So this apron matched the pink one Bai Tian was wearing. "Be careful." Gu Zao didn't stop Bai Tian from continuing to wrestle with the cucumber, just reminded her in a low voice, then quickly added the vegetables to the pot. Bai Tian nodded without raising her head, continuing to chop the cucumber, not daring to relax for a moment. When Bai Tian finally finished cutting the cucumbers, She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, straightening up to wipe the sweat from her forehead, only to find that Gu Zao had already cooked the dishes. She was a bit surprised. How'd you do it so fast? Gu Zao walked over to check the cucumbers she had cut and praised. Not bad. It's okay. Bai Tian glanced at the pitifully cut cucumbers, feeling too embarrassed to continue looking, and quickly shifted her gaze, thinking she would use them for a cold dish later. All right. Gu Zao smiled. Then I'll go set the table first. Seeing that the dishes were almost ready, Bai Tian hurriedly left the kitchen, tidied up the table, and vacuumed the living room with a vacuum cleaner. It was only when Gu Zao called her to eat that she went to wash her hands and ran over to the dining table. Today, they had taken 2 dishes from Li Wanrong. Gu Zao had stewed fish, made stir-fried bamboo shoots with shrimp, and prepared a cold dish with the cucumbers Bai Tian had just cut. Bai Tian eagerly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the stir-fried bamboo shoots with shrimp. The bamboo shoots were crisp and fresh, and the shrimp was tender and fragrant, unexpectedly delicious in the hot afternoon, greatly increasing her appetite. After a few bites, she moved on to the next dish. The fish caught today was stewed by Gu Zao to be tender and delicious, and Bai Tian couldn't stop eating, liking every dish. She meticulously picked out the fish bones and then placed the fish meat into Gu Zao's bowl, saying, "You worked hard, husband." Gu Zao smiled and served Bai Tian a bowl of soup, saying, "Not hard as long as my wife likes it." Bai Tian smiled, unable to help but sigh in her heart. What a loving couple they were. She took a spoonful of soup, finding Li Wanrong's cooking skills quite good, as the pig trotter soup was soft and smooth, melting in her mouth. Finally, she reached for the plate of cucumber shreds cold dish, which Gu Zao had mixed with some peanuts and dried shrimp, and the taste was great, sweet and sour, but the cucumber shreds were unevenly cut, some thick, some thin, some hard, some soft, which was really the downfall of the dish. Seeing Bai Tian's expression dim a bit, Gu Zao picked up a few cucumber shreds with his chopsticks and praised, "Eat this dish last, especially the cucumber shreds." Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that Gu Zao's praise was a bit exaggerated, yet she was also a bit happy. In a good mood, she finished a bowl of rice, while the plate of cucumber shreds was mostly eaten by Gu Zao. Bai Tian, who had clearly eaten enough, couldn't bear to put down her chopsticks until she was truly full and reluctantly set them down. She looked at the empty white porcelain bowl and couldn't help but doubt if she kept eating like this, she might really gain weight. Gu Zao reached out to wipe the soup stain from the corner of her mouth, saying, "If you want to eat later, I'll cook for you again." Bai Tian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She always felt she saw that familiar doting in Gu Zao's eyes, just as she wanted to look at him a bit longer. Gu Zao had already retracted his hand, stood up, and intended to wash the dishes. Bai Tian quickly grabbed him, knowing that Gu Zao wouldn't easily compromise. She thought of the first strategy from the 18 Strategies of Love, pursed her lips, and decided to give it a try. She looked up at Gu Zao, shook his hand, and softly said, "Let me wash the dishes or I'll gain weight." "Well, okay then." Gu Zao couldn't help but laugh, saying with a double meaning, "You've really worked hard." "Thank you, husband," Bai Tian thought to herself, feeling quite hard indeed. She quickly ran to the kitchen, taking a long breath. She never wanted to say the word law again in her life. After washing the dishes, Bai Tian came out and glanced at the clock on the wall, discovering the hour hand pointed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She casually took out her phone to refresh it and was pleasantly surprised to find that Above the Sky had updated. She immediately perked up and rushed to sit on the sofa, opening the page of Above the Sky, and started reading seriously, sitting sideways on the sofa, hugging her knees. She was engrossed in her reading when she suddenly felt warmth behind her. She slightly turned her head to see Gu Zao leaning against her back, also sitting on the sofa, opening his laptop to handle documents. Feeling Bai Tian's gaze, he turned to wink at her and lowered his voice, saying, showing affection. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile, nodding repeatedly, giving Gu Zao another thumbs up at her heart. The two didn't speak anymore. One read a novel, and the other handled work, sitting together harmoniously. The room was very quiet, with the warm afternoon sun shining on them, one handsome and charming, the other sweet and beautiful. They leaned against each other, looking like a painting. This scene was later chosen by the production team as a promotional poster for the variety show. The 2 days of recording quickly came to an end. When Bai Tian left the house, looking at the furniture inside, she couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. During these 2 days of participating in the show, she and Gu Zao had done nearly everything they had done in the past 3 years. Gu Zao carried the luggage, and the two walked out together. The guests warmly bid farewell to each other, agreeing to meet again for the next recording. Gu Zao's driver had already driven over to pick them up. The sleek black business car was parked there, low-key yet eye-catching. Wei Jinyan stood in front of the van, taking a few more glances, while Jiang Romeng followed his gaze and saw the familiar business car, feeling a pang of jealousy. She gritted her teeth and turned to Wei Jinyan, saying, "Don't you like this car? Let us buy one." Wei Jinyan looked far away at Gu Zao, personally opening the car door, while Bai Tian smiled and bent down to get in. His gaze suddenly darkened, and without even looking at Jiang Romeng, he nodded and said, "Good." He wanted to prove to Bai Tian that he was no worse than her husband. Even if Bai Tian might not care anymore, why shouldn't he have what Gu Zao could possess? The car drove quietly for a while, and Bai Tian told the driver, "Take me to the apartment in the city center." She turned to Gu Zao and explained, "I have work tomorrow, so I won't be going back to the villa for the next couple of days." Gu Zao's expression remained unchanged as he lightly nodded, instructing the driver to change routes. The journey was very quiet. Bai Tian lowered her head to look at the itinerary Lin Shuang had sent her earlier. When she got out of the car, she noticed that Gu Zao's lips were tightly pressed together. She paused for a moment, then waved goodbye to Gu Zao. Gu Zao's lips moved, but he said nothing and gently nodded. As the lights began to glow, Bai Tian dragged her suitcase into the brightly lit hallway. The lights in the hallway flickered for a moment, causing her to unconsciously pause and glance back at Gu Zao. The car was still parked by the roadside, the dim streetlight casting a cold and lonely glow on the car roof. Bai Tian furrowed her brows and stood still for a moment before walking forward again. She took the elevator upstairs, entered the house without turning on the lights, and directly pulled the curtains shut, standing by the window to look down again. Gu Zao's car was still at the bottom of the building, showing no signs of moving, and the lit taillights flickered occasionally. Bai Tian's gaze deepened as she stared for a while, then reached out to turn on the indoor lights. After a moment, the car finally drove away. She watched the car disappear into the distance and sighed helplessly. Gu Zao's tenderness always lay in these subtle details, which would go unnoticed without careful attention. This recording of the variety show made her realize many things she hadn't noticed before. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and called Wenyu. Once the call connected, she directly asked about her doubts from the past 2 days, saying, "Mom, before Gu Zao and I got married, did he ever ask you what flowers I like?" Wenyu thought for a moment after hearing her question and said, "He did ask. He came to our house personally and asked a lot of things. Besides asking what flowers you like, he also inquired about your favorite colors, styles, and so on." After Wenyu finished speaking, she paused for a moment and couldn't help but criticize at that time, "You really didn't know what you were busy with. You seemed completely out of it, as if you had lost your soul, completely indifferent to the wedding." All the wedding preparations were done by Gu Zao alone. He really worked hard during that time, juggling both the company and the wedding. I felt so sorry for him. It wasn't easy for him at all. You owe him for that. Now you should learn to care more about him and make it up to him. When you kept going, and Bai Tian listened in a daze, feeling a bit guilty and uncomfortable. She suddenly realized that in this marriage, Gu Zao had given more, and at least he respected this marriage more than she did. Chapter 29. Good. The cameraman put down his camera, gave Bai Tian a thumbs up, and couldn't help but praise, "Your expressiveness is amazing. I believe the final product will turn out very well." "Thank you." Bai Tian smiled, took the clothes Lin Shuang handed her, and draped them over herself. "Okay, that's a wrap for today's shoot," the cameraman said with satisfaction, looking at the footage and smiling at everyone. "Great job, everyone." Bai Tian nodded and thanked the surrounding staff, smiling as she walked into the lounge to remove her makeup. Lin Shuang leaned against a nearby table, watching Bai Tian in the mirror, and said, "Director Chun just called to invite us to dinner. He said the main cast should get to know each other tonight before filming starts." Lin Shuang had previously mentioned that the script was good, and after reading it, Bai Tian thought it was decent, so she agreed. This director Chun was responsible for filming this project. They had never met before, and this was their first collaboration. Bai Tian closed her eyes to let the makeup artist remove her makeup. Are we not going back to the villa in Nanxing tonight? Lin Shuang, holding a bag of dried fruit, occasionally fed Bai Tian a piece. Bai Tian chewed on the dried fruit, closed her eyes, and softly replied, "We'll go back tomorrow. President Gu is willing to accompany you out to make an appearance, so you should treat him a bit better." Yes, yes, yes. Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh and looked up to ask, "What do you think I should do to treat him better, Manager Lin?" Lin Shuang thoughtfully stroked her chin and said, "For example, go home more often and maybe buy a sexier nightgown to give President Gu some sweet benefits." Bai Tian took off her earrings and handed them to the stylist, saying, "Don't worry about this. The Romantic Delusions production team has already prepared sexy nightgowns." Lin Shuang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Really? A red lace mini skirt, the kind that doesn't even cover the butt. Bai Tian winked at Lin Shuang. Finding it amusing to think of the nightgown she hid in the cabinet, Lin Shuang was stunned and exclaimed, "Do all the staff have such wide business now?" She thought her agent was already worrying enough, but she didn't expect the production team to be so mischievous. Bai Tian stood up, patted her shoulder, and said, "The road ahead is long and winding. Manager Lin still needs to keep working hard." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shuang personally took Bai Tian to the clubhouse where Director Chun had invited her for dinner. This was a gathering for actors and directors. So Lin Shuang didn't go up. She reminded Bai Tian, "I'll wait for you downstairs. Try not to drink." The security guard at the clubhouse bent down to open the car door, and Bai Tian said, "Okay," as she walked down with her skirt held up. It was now late April, and the branches along the roadside had sprouted new leaves. The sky was dark, but the streetlights were still bright, and the stars in the night sky were sparse. There were few pedestrians. Bai Tian looked up at the tall building in front of her. This Li Rong clubhouse was membership-based, and only the rich and powerful could enter. She didn't expect Director Chun, who wasn't very famous, to be so generous with his invitation. She stepped inside, and the brightly lit lobby cast light on the pure wool carpet, which felt soft and comfortable underfoot. The staff guided her to a private room on the second floor. She knocked on the door and walked in. There were quite a few people in the room. At the dining table, besides Director Chun and several main actors, there were also 2 investors. Luo Rong from Chinli Electronics, who was in his 20s and had just graduated, and Wu Liqing from Dangfeng Entertainment, who was over 40. As soon as Bai Tian saw them, her brows couldn't help but furrow. There was no need to say much about Luo Rong, who was notorious for his extravagant lifestyle, known as Little Luo. The Li Rong clubhouse belonged to his family. Wu Liqing had an even worse reputation. He was a well-known lecher in the industry, often taking advantage of female artists because of his status as an investor. The second female lead of this drama was currently half-hugged in his arms, caught in a flirtatious exchange. Bai Tian felt a heaviness in her heart, but kept a calm expression. She smiled faintly at everyone and sat down in the position farthest from Wu Liqing. Under the table, she picked up her phone and secretly sent a message to Lin Shuang. Has the contract for this drama been signed? She had a feeling that Director Chun would not be a reliable director. Lin Shuang quickly replied, "Not yet. This is our first collaboration with Director Chun, so I want to observe a bit more. Is there something wrong?" Just then, Director Chun stood up to propose a toast, so Bai Tian didn't say much, only replied, "Come upstairs to pick me up in 20 minutes. Find a reason to say there's an emergency." Lin Shuang didn't ask further and replied in tacit understanding. "Okay, sweetie, come, drink a toast with President Luo and President Wu," Director Chun said, raising his glass with a beaming smile at Bai Tian. "I'll toast everyone." Bai Tian picked up her glass, made a gesture of toasting, lightly touched her lips to the glass to make it seem like she took a sip. But she hadn't actually drunk at all. In such an occasion, she absolutely dared not touch alcohol. After Bai Tian entered, Wu Liqing's eyes were practically glued to her. He withdrew his hand from the waist of the second female lead and looked Bai Tian up and down with a lecherous tone, saying, "This Bai Star truly deserves to be the female lead. She's really beautiful." Director Chen laughed and echoed, "President Wu, you've seen so many beauties and understand women best. It's an honor for Bai Tian to receive your compliment." Bai Tian curved her lips, subtly shifted her chair to be ready to leave at any moment, and said with a forced smile, "You're too kind, President Wu." Wu Liqing smiled even more brightly, his wrinkles crammed together, making it look like he could crush a fly. And he said, "I'm not being polite. This is a sincere compliment. The more you praise a beauty, the more beautiful she becomes. Men should know how to compliment women. President Wu is right. We should all learn from you. Understanding women, knowing women, loving women." Director Chun raised his glass. "I toast to you." Everyone raised their glasses to drink, except for Bai Tian, who remained seated and felt too disgusted to pretend. Bai Tian noticed that Luo Rong hadn't moved either. He sat there silent, occasionally taking a sip from his glass, his brows furrowed in annoyance, seemingly irritated with Wu Liqing and Director Chun. He caught Bai Tian's gaze and looked over, staring at her for a moment before scoffing coldly, then raised his glass and drank, his throat moving with a sense of defiance. Bai Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed this second-generation heir lived up to his reputation, arrogant and playful, but he was decent-looking. Wu Liqing put down his glass and couldn't help but keep his lecherous gaze on Bai Tian, his oily skin flushed red from drinking, resembling two red monkey bottoms. And he spoke with an oily tone, "Sweetie, come here. Let me take a good look at you. Sweetie, hurry. Sit next to President Wu and help me entertain him well." Director Chun winked at Bai Tian, frequently hinting at her, his breath reeking of alcohol. Bai Tian remained seated, feeling disgusted even at the sound of her name. Her voice had turned cold. "I can't hold my liquor. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to entertain President Wu properly." Wu Liqing's expression darkened slightly, and he shot a heavy glance at Director Chun. Director Chun understood and immediately began to panic. He frowned, looking displeased at Bai Tian, and lowered his voice, implying, "President Wu is an investor in this drama. If you treat him well, will the investment be less?" Bai Tian smiled, her expression unchanged. "Director Chun, it seems that the investment part isn't my responsibility?" Director Chen's expression darkened. Naturally, Bai Tian didn't need to handle investments, but her blatant disregard for the situation made it difficult for him to save face, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He looked at Bai Tian, his tone laced with a threat. "If we can't secure investment, this project won't get off the ground. How will you play the female lead then?" Bai Tian leaned back slightly in her chair, shrugging nonchalantly. "I don't mind. I'll just switch to another project." Unaware of your own limitations, Director Chun sneered coldly. He had never encountered such a disrespectful actor before. It was the first time someone dared to undermine him in front of his face. Did she think that if she didn't film this project, she would have future opportunities? Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh softly. It seemed this Director Chun was ready to blacklist her. Seeing that, Bai Tian showed no fear and seemed to treat his words as a joke. His expression darkened, and he shot her a fierce glare, secretly planning to find an opportunity to deal with her later. Director Chen's eyes narrowed menacingly as he turned to Wu Liqing with a flattering smile and said, "Mr. Wu, since she doesn't know her place and might ruin your mood, let's have Hong Hong accompany you. She knows how to please and will definitely take good care of you." Hong Hong was the second female lead who had just been embraced by Wu Liqing. Her name was Guan Hong Hong, and upon receiving Director Chen's hint, she quickly poured a drink for Wu Liqing and said in a coy voice, "Mr. Wu, let me drink with you." Wu Liqing pushed her hand away without even looking at her, his eyes still fixated on Bai Tian as he said, "What do you know? A woman should be spicier and more flavorful." When he saw that Bai Tian completely ignored him, he turned to Director Chun and spoke in a condescending tone. "Director Chun, you can't even handle such a small actor? If you can't even make the cast listen to you, how can I dare to invest in you? What good work can you produce like this?" After threatening Bai Tian earlier, Director Chun was now being threatened by Wu Liqing. Seeing the investment he was about to secure slipping away, he panicked completely, his expression changing dramatically. "Mr. Wu, don't worry, I can definitely handle it. I've been in this industry for so many years. I've seen all kinds of people. No matter how sharp her claws are, once she is in my hands, I will make sure she serves you obediently." He finished speaking submissively, then turned to Bai Tian, his tone becoming arrogant again as he spoke darkly. "Are you going to sit over there? If you don't, I will replace your role right now. After all, you haven't signed a contract yet. Even if I change your role now, your company won't be able to say anything." "Fine." Bai Tian stood up without a hint of fear. She wouldn't act in this director's play even if he begged her, because only those without talent would try to take shortcuts. Someone like him would definitely not produce any good dramas. It was just a pity to waste a good script. Bai Tian genuinely liked this script. Although she felt a bit regretful, she had no hesitation in refusing. What fine? Director Chun was momentarily taken aback by her sudden stand. You can change the role as you wish. Anyone who wants to act can do so. Bai Tian tossed her hair back, crossed her arms, and looked down at him from a higher position, enunciating each word. I'm not acting anymore. Chapter 30. Bai Tian turned around and wanted to leave. But Wu Liqing suddenly stood up, unwilling to give up, and blocked her path. Bai Tian had to stop, take a step back, and look at him warily. Wu Liqing smiled, leering at Bai Tian, and said to Director Chun, don't be so angry. A beauty like Miss Bai has a bit of temper that makes it more exciting. Since I said the female lead of this drama is Miss Bai, then is Miss Bai. No one is allowed to touch her. Director Chen originally thought that his dinner had been ruined by Bai Tian and that the investment was going down the drain, but now, hearing Wu Liqing's words, it seemed he was infatuated and would still invest. He immediately relaxed his expression, as long as Wu Liqing was willing to invest. He smiled and replied a few times, his tone flattering. All right. Mr. Wu is right. We will follow your lead. Everything you say is correct. Wu Liqing nodded in satisfaction. Reaching out to wrap an arm around Bai Tian, leaning slightly closer and with closed eyes, he sniffed Bai Tian's hair, speaking in a sticky voice. Miss Bai is truly a beauty of national beauty and heavenly fragrance, a stunning beauty. If it were ancient times, you would surely be a calamity for the nation. If I were an emperor, I would willingly lose my city for you. Bai Tian felt nauseated by his flattery and couldn't help but step on his foot, gritting her teeth and coldly saying, too bad you stink, get away from me. Wu Liqing's expression changed instantly, screaming in pain, his voice rising in a series of wails, his face losing its color. After finishing her advertisement today, Bai Tian had time to change shoes and was still wearing sharp high heels, which were several centimeters high. Stepping down hard like that was undoubtedly excruciating, almost drawing blood. Luo Rong, holding a wine glass, finally glanced at Bai Tian upon hearing Wu Liqing scream, his expression teasing and full of amusement. In his eyes, a little star like Bai Tian was merely a plaything. Distinguishing between interesting and uninteresting ones, Bai Tian was clearly the former. Except for Bai Tian and Luo Rong, everyone at the table panicked. The room filled with Wu Liqing's cries. Director Chun immediately stood up, his legs trembling, rushing over to support Wu Liqing, pointing at Bai Tian in anger. You, hurry up and let go of your foot. Do you even know who this is? Are you looking to die? Inside, he was screaming, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We still want to live well. Bai Tian lowered her gaze, looking down at Wu Liqing, who was pale and sweating profusely from the pain, and only when she saw that he was about to faint did she finally move her foot away. Director Chen didn't care about getting dirty, quickly squatting down to massage Wu Liqing's foot, repeatedly apologizing. This dinner was organized by him, and if he offended Wu Liqing, he would not be able to handle the consequences. Bai Tian shot them a sideways glance and turned to walk out of the private room. Just as she reached the door, Guan Hong suddenly rushed over to block her way, sternly saying, you haven't apologized to Mr. Wu yet. Where do you think you're going? What a good-looking watchdog. Bai Tian lowered her eyelids, looking coldly at her. Guan Hong, feeling guilty, lowered her head for a moment, then turned to Wu Liqing, eagerly claiming, Mr. Wu, she's trying to run away. I stopped her for you. Bai Tian's gaze turned slightly chilly. She had thought Guan Hong was forced by Director Chun to please Wu Liqing. She had originally planned to ask Lin Shuang about her situation to see if she could help, but she didn't expect her attitude to be like this. It seemed that she was acting out of her own volition and was even eager to please Wu Liqing. Everyone in the room fell silent, not daring to speak, while Director Chen looked at Bai Tian with an expression that seemed to wish he could tear her apart. Clearly, no one would help her. Wu Liqing sighed in pain for a while. When the sharp pain subsided, he glared at Bai Tian with a dark face, and with the help of others. He angrily stood up, limping over, and swung his hand to slap Bai Tian's face. Bai Tian knew she couldn't escape today. Now, it seemed difficult to get out through this door. However, calculating the time, it was almost the 20 minutes she had agreed with Lin Shuang. She could only hope Lin Shuang would come up quickly. She was contemplating whether to slap Wu Liqing first as he approached when Luo Rong, who had been watching from the side, suddenly stood up and reached out to block Wu Liqing. Wu Liqing, in a fit of anger, immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Rong looked at Bai Tian with a half-smile and said to Wu Liqing, "Mr. Wu is here to have fun. Why get so angry?" Wu Liqing panted heavily, narrowing his eyes at Bai Tian with malice, and said angrily, "Disobedient things deserve some punishment." Luo Rong smiled ambiguously, making it hard to tell whether he was mocking or teasing. "Since this little thing is so unappreciative, I'll take her away first. Once I'm done, I'll bring her back to Mr. Wu." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, he directly grabbed Bai Tian's wrist and walked out, slamming the door of the private room shut. Bai Tian was taken aback. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already been brought out by Luo Rong. The corridor was quiet, with hardly anyone around. The sound of Bai Tian's high heels echoed on the floor as they passed by several private rooms, occasionally hearing some voices inside. She furrowed her brow slightly, struggling with her wrist. "Mr. Luo, thank you. You don't think I'm helping you, do you?" Luo Rong released her hand and turned back with a smile, looking at her incredulously. "Are you really naive, or just pretending to be naive?" Bai Tian rubbed her wrist and said coldly, "Since Mr. Luo doesn't want to help me, why bother bringing me out?" Luo Rong stopped, pinched her chin, and examined her as if she were a piece of merchandise. After a moment, he said indifferently, "Not bad looking. You indeed have the capital to be proud." Bai Tian slightly raised her chin, avoiding his hand, and with a red smile, looked at him coldly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Luo." Luo Rong put his hands in his pockets, showing a dismissive smile, leaning against the wall while continuing to scrutinize her. Bai Tian had a pair of beautiful eyes, clean and pure, causing Luo Rong's gaze to linger for 2 seconds, but he quickly lost interest and turned away. Beautiful appearances he had seen too many. They were just fleeting. I can understand that you don't like the fat and lecherous Wu Liqing. After all, people want to climb higher and should choose better. How about I introduce someone to you? Mr. Luo, feel free to speak your mind. Bai Tian took out a wet wipe to clean her chin, especially the area where Luo Rong had just touched. She was too lazy to beat around the bush with him and said directly, "I didn't know, mister." Luo had taken up matchmaking. Luo Rong watched her vigorously rubbing the spot he had touched, openly showing his disgust, and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't mind and just shrugged, speaking in a flippant tone. "You help me accompany someone." "Accompany someone?" Bai Tian coldly laughed, rubbing her chin until it turned red and not stopping. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people passed by in the corridor. Seeing them standing there, their expressions grew colder, and they hurriedly distanced themselves, not daring to approach. "Well, my dad's company happens to want to collaborate with that person's company. If you make him happy, you'll reap the benefits." Luo Rong raised his eyebrows, throwing out the bait. "That last project is gone, but I can give you a better one. The crew, investment, male lead. I can guarantee it's all better than this one." Bai Tian threw the wet wipe into the trash can, shrugged, and sarcastically said, "Mister Luo really is versatile. Turns out you also moonlight as a pimp. Your business scope is truly wide." Sharp-tongued, Luo Rong looked at Bai Tian, silently confronting her for a moment, then asked, "So, will you do it?" Bai Tian glanced at the time, seeing that Lin Shuang was almost there, decided to stay and play with him a bit longer. It was also a pleasure to tease the second-generation heir when there was nothing else to do. At least Luo Rong looked decent and wasn't as disgusting as Wu Liqing. She took out a mirror and leaned against the wall to touch up her makeup, asking in a flat tone, "I wonder who President Luo wants me to accompany?" Luo Rong, seeing that she seemed inclined to agree, couldn't help but smirk sarcastically and said slowly, "The president of Gu Corporation. I just received news that he is currently in the VIP room upstairs. My old man instructed me to find someone good-looking to entertain him, and it's too late to find anyone else. Since you happen to be here, you go." Bai Tian was taken aback by his words and looked up in shock. "The president of Gu Corporation? Is it the one I'm thinking of?" "Yes. The current head of Gu Corporation, named Gu Zao, is about my age." Luo Rong smirked and self-deprecatingly said, "His worth is much higher than mine." Bai Tian pursed her lips and fell silent, seemingly too surprised to respond. Seeing her like this, Luo Rong thought she was amazed by Gu Corporation's financial power and couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. "If you serve him well, he could be your patron in the future." Bai Tian, Well, he is still my husband. What to do if husband is suspected of being unfaithful? Husband becomes a patron, suddenly feeling a bit excited. Wanting to rub her hands, is a new phase of married life about to unlock? Is he playing here? Bai Tian paused her movements and asked casually. This was the first time in many years she had heard rumors about Gu Zao's romantic escapades, and she couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Yes, I heard he rarely comes to places like this. It's a rare opportunity, and many people want to climb that high branch, so you better cherish the chance. As Luo Rong spoke, he grew impatient. Come on, why are you so chatty? Are you going to do it or not? Bai Tian looked at herself in the mirror, blinked, and asked, what if I don't? Don't do it? Luo Rong scoffed, unconcerned. Don't worry. I'm not interested in forcing anyone into prostitution, but you offended that Mr. Wu inside. Have you thought a way to smooth things over? I've given you the opportunity. Whether to seize it is up to you. Bai Tian, upon hearing this, anxiously opened her mouth, feigning a weak and helpless look. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, her elegant brows furrowing. After a long moment, she reluctantly nodded. Then I'll do it. Luo Rong was not too surprised by her agreement and merely raised an eyebrow, seized the opportunity. Although he is already married, you're destined not to become a phoenix perched atop the tree, but maybe you can still be a little sparrow that flies up. Bai Tian nodded obediently, pursed her red lips in front of the mirror, and smoothly tossed her lipstick into her bag. She was interested in being a little sparrow, but she was quite interested in catching someone unfaithful. Chapter 31. Luo Rong looked at her agreeing so readily and couldn't help but flash a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The interest in his gaze diminished, and even his voice turned quite cold. Come with me. Bai Tian obediently nodded, looking like a frightened little sparrow, anxious and grateful. She was fully into her act when a flurry of footsteps echoed from the stairway, and one of the footsteps was particularly familiar. It was Lin Shuang's. Lin Shuang rushed up the stairs, panting, followed by two tall bodyguards, looking aggressive as if they were there to snatch someone away. Bai Tian quickly called out to her. Lin Shuang, over here. Lin Shuang paused, turned her head to look, and upon seeing Bai Tian standing there unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. She put her hands on her hips, catching her breath for a moment, and after her breathing steadied, she walked over to ask, Are you okay? I'm fine. Bai Tian glanced behind her. Why didn't you take the elevator? There were too many people, and I had to wait for 2 more trips. I was afraid of being late. You might be in danger, so I brought the guys and ran up the stairs. Bai Tian wiped the sweat from Lin Shuang's forehead with a tissue. Don't worry, it's all been resolved. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Luo Rong stood beside them, frowning fiercely. He cast an impatient glance at Lin Shuang and urged, Hurry up. His tone was quite unpleasant, and Lin Shuang felt a bit angry upon hearing it. She asked Bai Tian, Who is this person? Bai Tian winked at her and then weakly said, This is Mr. Luo. Shuang, you should head back first. I have something else to do. Lin Shuang felt a chill run down her spine from her words and couldn't help but glare at her. Suppressing her discomfort, she asked, What else do you have to do? Aye. Bai Tian pretended to hesitate, glancing at Luo Rong, stamped her foot, and said, I need to go. Luo Rong, annoyed by her stammering response, impatiently interjected, She wants to seduce the president of the Gu family, hoping to become his little lover. Seducing who? Lin Shuang had a have you lost your mind? Expression. Bai Tian nodded in agreement from the side. It's exactly who you just heard. Luo Rong pressed the button for the private elevator, walked in, and coldly said to Bai Tian, Get in. Bai Tian obediently walked in, turning her back to Luo Rong while giving Lin Shuang a wink. Lin Shuang, completely petrified. In a moment, this world is no longer the one I know. As the elevator closed, Luo Rong, hands in his pockets, leaned against the elevator and glanced at Bai Tian with indifference. Sneering, You want to have it both ways. Since you've decided to do it, are you still afraid your friend will find out? Bai Tian lowered her head, leaning back against the wall, looking very obedient. You're right, Mr. Luo. Luo Rong looked at her with disdain. Just a moment ago, Bai Tian had a bit of spirit, fiery like a little chili pepper. Now, knowing he could introduce her to wealthy men, she had completely changed, like a balloon that had suddenly deflated, a different person entirely. He stared at Bai Tian for a while, then lifted his chin slightly. Don't lean against my elevator. This is my private elevator. Letting you use it is already quite generous of me. so don't overstep. Yes. Bai Tian stood up straight, her brows lowered, her eyelashes fluttering, looking particularly docile. Luo Rong looked at her for a moment and suddenly smiled. Her little appearance was indeed quite charming, a good deal for Gu Zao. Bai Tian smiled sweetly. Pursing her lips, Mr. Luo, you're quite charming too. Having helped catch a cheating spouse, how could Bai Tian not like him? Flattering me won't work. I'm not interested in women like you. Luo Rong sneered, raising his chin, glancing at her with disdain. Oh, Bai Tian rolled her eyes inwardly. It would be best if this second-generation heir kept quiet for now, or she really wouldn't be able to maintain her act. The elevator finally fell silent, and Bai Tian looked around. The Li Rong Club was decorated in a gold and resplendent manner, and even this elevator was quite luxurious, as if the words wealthy should be printed on the walls. She couldn't help but ask, who did the decoration for this club? Luo Rong finally smiled, his chatter increasing. How about it? Looks good, right? This club was a birthday gift from my dad, and I oversaw the decoration process entirely. Isn't it luxurious and grand enough? If it weren't for someone with my high standards, it wouldn't have such a gorgeous feel. Bai Tian, shocked by your taste. Bai Tian raised her eyes to assess him. She hadn't expected him to be a second-generation heir with such tacky tastes. Luo Rong caught sight of her astonished expression and couldn't help but smile even wider. This floor only caters to VIPs. It's definitely not a place for ordinary people to enter. If you have the chance, take a good look. Bai Tian looked up, not wanting to speak. So she pretended to seriously examine the top of the elevator. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Luo Rong. This Luo Rong looked mature, but when he started to brag, he resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. Bai Tian's earlier astonishment greatly satisfied Luo Rong. After thinking for a moment, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of an ancient emperor rewarding his ministers. If you can handle this matter well, I'll reward you with a membership card, so you can come and play here freely in the future. Bai Tian. She subtly curved her lips, unable to resist teasing him. She tried to feign surprise, covering her cheeks, and exaggeratedly said, Really? Thank you, Mr. Luo. I must come often in the future. Yes, really. Luo Rong chuckled. You've never seen the world, little thing. Bai Tian continued to lower her gaze, using the skills she usually employed to flatter Lin Shuang's son, complimenting him. I naturally don't have Mr. Luo's extensive experience. Luo Rong, seeing her obedient demeanor, showed a rare moment of kindness and advised. I heard that Gu Zao's wife is extremely fierce. After he got married, he hasn't touched any other women. Be careful later. If he doesn't fancy you, don't provoke him. Luo Rong paused, looking at the floors the elevator was ascending, and continued, If he does fancy you, be discreet, don't flaunt it everywhere. If his wife finds out about your existence, squishing you, a little star, would be like child's play. By then, you won't be able to escape. Bai Tian. How did she not know she was a mother tiger, and one that could casually squash little stars? She lowered her head, burying her face in the shadows, trying to suppress her smile, and said as naturally as possible, Yes, Mr. Luo, thank you for the reminder. I will definitely be careful. Luo Rong saw her cautious demeanor and thought she was scared, pursing his lips, and generously said, If anything happens, you can come find me. After all, I sent you over. I won't ignore you. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Not only are you helping me find a little lover for my husband, but you also provide after-sales service. I'm really grateful. Bai Tian couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Just then, the elevator arrived, and she followed him out. As she stepped out of the elevator, her phone in her bag rang. Guessing it was Lin Shuang, she took out her phone and secretly glanced at it. Lin Shuang. That idiot from earlier, did he forget to drink his health tonic before leaving the house today? Bai Tian looked at the idiot walking ahead and replied with a smirk. Maybe. Lin Shuang. Why would you want to be a little lover to Gu Zao when you have a perfectly good husband? Bai Tian. Mr. Luo is being so hospitable. I can't just push him away. Lin Shuang. I don't understand the tastes of the wealthy. Bai Tian smiled. Looking down, you should head back first. I'll be leaving with Gu Zao later. Lin Shuang. Okay. Bai Tian put her phone away, looked up, and quickly quickened her pace, following closely behind Luo Rong. Luo Rong turned back to glance at her, finding her cautious demeanor pleasing to the eye. When Luo Rong pushed open the door to the private room, Bai Tian heard several women inside singing. Their voices were clear and melodious, and they sang quite well. She couldn't help but click her tongue. It seemed there were quite a few women here. Could it be that her first attempt at catching someone cheating was about to succeed? She followed Luo Rong into the room, peeking inside. There were many men and women, and the atmosphere was lively with lights and laughter. Gu Zao sat in the middle of the sofa, unlike others who were hugging their female companions. Instead, there was an empty seat on either side of him, looking elegant and refined, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit. He was lowering his head to drink, not noticing Bai Tian. After looking around and feeling disappointed, Bai Tian retracted her head. There wasn't a single woman beside Gu Zao. It seemed her plan to catch him cheating might end in failure. She looked at Gu Zao's upright posture and couldn't help but recall the first time she saw him. Back then, he was the same, clearly sitting in the middle of the crowd, yet feeling like there was a barrier separating him from those around him. She could notice him at a glance, as if he carried a certain allure. "Mr. Gu, I'm Luo Rong." Luo Rong casually greeted him, recalling his father's advice and extending his hand. Gu Zao looked up, shook his hand briefly, and nodded indifferently. "Hello?" Bai Tian hid a little behind Luo Rong. Luo Rong was tall, perfectly blocking her from Gu Zao's view. From Gu Zao's perspective, even the hem of her clothes was not visible. After greeting Gu Zao, Luo Rong glanced around and said to the girls in the room, "Why are you all so lacking in awareness? Don't you know to come and accompany Mr. Gu?" The girl sitting about a meter to the left of Gu Zao pouted in grievance. "We want to accompany Mr. Gu too, but he said we don't need to." Hearing the girl's tone of grievance, Bai Tian couldn't help but smile. The cold air that surrounded Gu Zao was enough to keep most people at bay. So it was indeed rare for anyone to dare approach him. Luo Rong raised an eyebrow at Gu Zao, saying, "Mr. Gu, doesn't T want someone to accompany him?" "No need," Gu Zao replied, his voice crisp, carrying a faint sense of detachment. Luo Rong chuckled lightly. It was understandable that Gu Zao wouldn't be interested in these frivolous women. "This one I brought looks good. Mr. Gu, what do you think?" "No." Gu Zao again coldly refused. Luo Rong was unfazed and turned to look at Bai Tian, who had been hiding behind him since they entered. He frowned impatiently, pulling her wrist and saying, "Why are you hiding behind me? Hurry up and greet Mr. Gu." Bai Tian tugged her wrist back. "Don't touch me in front of my husband, or I might get caught cheating instead." Chapter 32. Gu Zao impatiently raised her eyes, her calm gaze sweeping over Bai Tian's face, shocked and frozen. The refusal that was about to slip out of her mouth suddenly choked in her throat. "Hello, President Gu." Bai Tian quickly bent down in a bow and blinked at Gu Zao. Gu Zao retracted her surprised expression, letting out a helpless laugh. Although she didn't know what Bai Tian was trying to do, she didn't expose her. Luo Rong noticed the hint of a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of Gu Zao's mouth, and her brows and eyes softened. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and reached out to push Bai Tian towards Gu Zao, pouring wine for the president. Bai Tian stumbled when pushed, and Gu Zao reached out to steady her. Gu Zao pressed her thin lips together and shot an unhappy glance at Luo Rong, her expression cold. Seeing that he seemed a bit angry, Bai Tian quickly poured him a glass of wine, looking obedient and delicate, holding out to him, saying softly, "President Gu, have some wine." Gu Zao was taken aback for a moment, reached out to accept the wine glass, furrowed her brows, and glanced at her when she lowered her head. Bai Tian smiled with pursed lips, her eyes clear and bright, the tips of her eyelashes playfully curling up. Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle, tilting her head back to take a sip of wine. Luo Rong stood to the side, slightly amused. Bai Tian had just been tough like a little chili at the dinner table, but now, in front of him, she was obedient yet a bit dull and uninteresting. Unexpectedly, now that she was in front of Gu Zao, she became lively, like a little fox that knew how to act cute. He glanced at Bai Tian and suddenly became curious about how many sides of her he hadn't seen yet. Looking at Gu Zao again, who had just been cold and indifferent, now her eyes lit up at the sight of this little fox, her gaze seemingly glued to her, unable to shift away. Her brows and eyes gentle and subtly smiling, truly transforming into tenderness in an instant. Earlier, he had pushed the little fox a bit, and Gu Zao had become protective, looking at him with that gaze as if it had frozen ice. Luo Rong disdainfully curled his lips, Indeed, there was no man who was completely untainted outside. It all depended on whether the temptation was sufficient. Clearly, this little fox was very much to the taste of this President Gu. Luo Rong felt that his task was basically complete, but since he had promised his father, he could only patiently continue to ask President Gu, "How about letting her accompany you?" Gu Zao propped her chin on one hand, looking at Bai Tian with a half-smile. "Do you want to accompany me, little beauty?" Bai Tian pretended to shyly lift her head, her gaze just right to see Gu Zao's collar. 2 buttons of his shirt were inexplicably undone, revealing a bit of collarbone. After drinking a bit of wine earlier, she appeared slightly lazy, and the last 3 words that came out of his mouth were not vulgar, but rather indescribably sexy. Bai Tian felt a wave of tingling warmth surge in her heart, unable to help but daze for a moment, when she realized that Gu Zao was deliberately teasing her. She couldn't help but turn her back to Luo Rong and secretly glared at him, but her voice remained soft and delicate. "I want to." When Bai Tian glared, the corners of her eyes lifted, her eyelashes trembling. Her watery eyes seemed to entice, charming yet unaware. Gu Zao's gaze deepened, suddenly reaching out to pull her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning close to her ear and asking in a low voice, "How do you want to accompany me?" The warm breath brushed against Bai Tian's ear, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck, the tingling sensation becoming even more intense. She looked up at Gu Zao and softly asked, "How do you want me to accompany you?" Their posture appeared very intimate, one seeming unable to resist temptation, the other seemingly seducing. Yet in this tension, there was a familiar intimacy that was hard to describe, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, making it seem like they formed their own aura, leaving others unable to intrude. Luo Rong frowned and glanced at them, then sat down on a nearby sofa, loosening his bow tie. For some reason, seeing this little fox flirting with a man made him feel an inexplicable irritation. He picked up a wine bottle from the table, poured himself a glass, and downed it, finally feeling a bit more comfortable in his chest. The spicy liquor was the best remedy for worries. Hearing Bai Tian's question, Gu Zao gently curved her lips, the dark color in her gaze deepening. She raised her chin towards the direction on her left, her voice a bit hoarse. "Look at how they accompany each other." Bai Tian turned her head and saw the girl beside her with a seductive smile on her lips, leaning up to kiss the man beside her loudly on the face. "Bai Tian." She retracted her gaze and looked back at Gu Zao, her eyes landing on his lips. Gu Zao's upper lip was thin, while his lower lip was a bit thicker. The color of his lips full and the curve when his mouth slightly curled up was very pleasing. Kissing him should be quite enjoyable. Bai Tian lowered her eyes, steadied her mind, picked a cherry, and fed it into Gu Zao's mouth, smiling as she asked, "Is this how I should accompany you?" "Sure." Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle, opening his mouth to eat the cherry, no longer teasing her, his hand loosely circling her waist, drawing her closer. He softly asked, "How did you end up here?" Hearing this, Bai Tian raised her eyebrows, pinching his arm lightly, pretending to be fierce, catching cheating. Gu Zao was taken aback for a moment, and after realizing it, he couldn't help but chuckle, asking in a deep voice, "Did you catch anything?" Bai Tian helplessly shrugged her shoulders, clearly having caught nothing. Gu Zao raised an eyebrow. "You look quite disappointed?" "A little." Bai Tian pretended to shake her head in disappointment, thinking she could stage a family drama today. "I'll give you another chance to say it again." Gu Zao frowned, lightly patting her waist in dissatisfaction, threatening, "This answer will determine whether you get boiled shrimp next time during the recording." Bai Tian's eyes lit up, and she immediately decisively changed her answer. "I'm absolutely not disappointed. In fact, I'm particularly happy. I feel incredibly gratified to be able to marry a husband like you who doesn't flirt around. Proud, happy, blessed. It feels like I've reached the pinnacle of my life." Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek, clearly satisfied with her answer this time. Bai Tian quickly took the opportunity to make a request. "I also want golden shrimp." "All right." Gu Zao glanced at Luo Rong, slightly frowning, and asked, "How did you end up with him?" "The director invited him to dinner, and he happened to be there. I heard you were here, and he wanted to find someone to accompany you. So I came with him," Bai Tian explained softly. She looked at Gu Zao, suddenly wanting to complain. "Want to tell him, your wife was almost bullied just now." This feeling of going home to complain was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. What happened? Gu Zao felt that her emotions were a bit off, reaching out to gently touch her forehead, his voice gentle. Bai Tian thought for a moment, but still lightly shook her head, lowering her eyes to hide her little emotions. At her age, going to complain to her husband felt a bit embarrassing. She thought it was better not to. Gu Zao saw that she didn't want to say anything and didn't ask further, just gently stroked her hair, saying softly, "If anything happens, remember to tell me." Bai Tian nodded, "I know. What about you? How did you end up here?" Gu Zao usually didn't like attending social events. The Gu family had a public relations department, and he usually didn't need to show up. It was indeed a bit strange for him to be here today, not like his style. Gu Zao raised his hand and pointed to the left sofa, where a man in his 30s was sitting, with a square face, a buzz cut, and a beard. "That is the grandson of my grandfather's old friend. He came over today, and my grandfather asked me to entertain him a bit. He wanted to come here to have fun, so I had to accompany him." Bai Tian looked up and saw that the grandson of Gu's grandfather's friend was already quite drunk, leaning against a nearby woman, holding a wine glass, and occasionally taking a sip with a flushed face, babbling nonsense, clearly someone who often indulged in debauchery. Grandpa Gu is nostalgic, and even though his old friend's grandson isn't a good person, Gu Zao still has to give him some face and treat him well. Bai Tian nodded and didn't ask more. Gu Zao reached out and gently scratched her nose, smiling as he said, "I originally planned to leave after a short while, but I didn't expect my wife to catch me so quickly. My wife is really impressive." Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. After interacting during the recording, she had long gotten used to the term wife. Just as she was laughing happily, she caught a glimpse of Luo Rong frowning at her, holding a wine glass in his hand, his expression appearing somewhat gloomy under the dim light, looking like he was sulking. Bai Tian was taken aback. Could it be that Luo Rong felt she, as his little lover, wasn't doing well enough? When she was talking to Gu Zao just now, her voice was kept very low, so Luo Rong shouldn't have been able to hear her. She couldn't help but be amazed. She didn't expect that Luo Rong, who usually doesn't take things seriously, was so dedicated when it came to managing things, not only handling after sales, but also supervising, showing great potential to be a brothel keeper. After a moment of silence in her mind, she thought about it, raised her wine glass to Gu Zao's lips, and deliberately pouted playfully, saying, "Mr. Gu, why don't you have another drink?" The more Luo Rong acted like this, the more she wanted to tease him. But after she said this, why did Luo Rong's expression seem even worse? He shot her a stern glare. Bai Tian pouted. This brat had quite a few demands. She picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured herself a glass, looking at Gu Zao as she said, "I'll drink with you." After saying that, she took a sip of wine. It tasted good, fruity, and she was just thirsty enough to tilt her head back and drink it all down. The spicy and aromatic flavor spread across her taste buds, accompanied by the sweetness of the fruit, and it was indeed quite nice. She drank too quickly, and Gu Zao wanted to stop her, but was already too late. Seeing her finish a glass of wine, Gu Zao shook his head helplessly, took the wine glass from her hand, and said softly, "This wine has a high alcohol content. Don't drink too much." Bai Tian nodded dismissively. Her alcohol tolerance was actually quite good. It was just fruit wine. Having one glass should be fine. There was a bit of wine stain on her lips, and Gu Zao raised his hand to wipe it off for her. "Bai Tian, come out for a moment." Luo Rong suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Tian. Bai Tian was taken aback and looked up at him, asking, "Is there something?" Due to the alcohol, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her moist lips looked even more vibrant, covered with a thin layer of sheen, resembling ripe cherries, crystal clear and beautiful. Luo Rong felt even more irritated for some reason. He ran his hand through his hair and said, "I have something to tell you. Come out." His tone was somewhat cold and firm, and after speaking, he turned and walked out. Bai Tian raised her eyebrows, deciding to cooperate and see what he wanted to say. She stood up, but Gu Zao grabbed her wrist, casting an unhappy glance at the direction Luo Rong had left. Bai Tian patted Gu Zao's hand and laughed softly. "I'll just go see what he wants to say, and I'll be right back." Gu Zao furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, and then released a wrist. Bai Tian pushed the door open and walked out. Luo Rong was leaning against the window at the end of the corridor, holding a cigarette looking somewhat agitated. What is it? Bai Tian walked over and asked. Luo Rong lowered his gaze, staring at her for a moment, and asked ambiguously, Gu Zao is quite satisfied with you? It's okay, I guess. Luo Rong chuckled coldly, crushed the cigarette in his hand, and threw it in the trash can. Then took out a high-end VIP card from his pocket and tossed it to her, his voice icy. This is a reward for you. I have to go abroad for a while. You take good care of Gu Zao, and I'll arrange the follow-up film and television resources for you when I return. After saying this, Luo Rong didn't even look at her and turned to leave. Bai Tian looked at the golden VIP card with a hint of tackiness and said, Thank you. Chapter 33. When Bai Tian returned to the private room, she felt a bit dizzy. She thought it was because the lights in the room were too bright, so she shook her head to clear her mind. However, after shaking her head, she felt even dizzier, and everything around her became blurry, with people starting to appear double. A hint of anxiety crept into her heart as she leaned against the wall and slowly walked inside. And upon seeing Gu Zao, she unconsciously sighed in relief, her legs going weak and falling into his arms. Gu Zao was momentarily stunned, then reached out to hold her, gently patting her face and softly asked, What's wrong? Dizziness? How do you feel? Gu Zao, why is the wall spinning? Bai Tian blinked, staring blankly at a point on the wall. Why is it spinning faster and faster? Stop, please. Gu Zao noticed her increasingly flushed cheeks, realized what was happening, glanced at the bottle of alcohol on the table, and quietly asked, Are you drunk? Inside the room, someone was singing, and the lights on the wall kept changing, casting a glow on Gu Zao's face, making his eyes seem filled with tiny starlights. Bai Tian wasn't sure if she understood his question. She just stared at him without blinking. After a while, she asked blankly, Gu Zao, why are there more stars in your eyes? 1, 2, 3, 4. Bling bling. It looks like the diamond bracelet you gave me. Gu Zao looked at the diamond bracelet that Bai Tian had been wearing on her wrist, his gaze softening as he asked, Do you like it? I like it. But I also don't like it. Bai Tian, feeling a bit woozy, leaned against his shoulder, murmuring about the diamond bracelet. Gu Zao was taken aback and softly asked why. He thought Bai Tian must really like the bracelet to wear it all the time. Hearing his question, Bai Tian furrowed her beautiful brows, raised her wrist, and shook it, the diamonds sparkling under the light. The sight made her even dizzer, and she couldn't help but close her eyes and say, It's pretty, so I like it. After saying that, she couldn't help but pout, lowered her wrist, and said somewhat dejectedly, But you can buy it with money, so I don't really like it. Gu Zao frowned and thought for a moment, then quietly asked, Do you think this gift I gave you wasn't heartfelt, and that I just bought it casually? Bai Tian bit her lip, falling silent, her thick lashes drooping. From Gu Zao's perspective, she looked somewhat wronged. Gu Zao couldn't help but smile slightly, explaining softly, Every gift I gave you was carefully chosen and personally bought. Huh? Bai Tian looked up, her eyes glistening under her lashes, her sweet voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Really? Yes. Gu Zao nodded seriously. I would never lie to you. Although Bai Tian might not remember everything Gu Zao said in her current state, he still looked at her earnestly and said, I will never take anything about you lightly. Bai Tian blinked, her cheeks flushed, staring at Gu Zao in a daze for a moment, then suddenly pulled her hands into her chest, as if afraid someone would take her bracelet away, and whispered, Then I like it. Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle. Picking her up sideways, Let us go home. Bai Tian wrapped her arms around his neck, tucking the bracelet into her sleeve, her expression somewhat dazed as she mumbled, Home? Where's home? Her muddled brain couldn't recall where home was. Was it her mom's house? Her apartment in the city center? Or where else? Gu Zao looked down at her, holding her tighter, and said in a deep voice, Nancheng Villa. Remember clearly, that is your home. Nancheng Villa. Nancheng Villa. After getting drunk, Bai Tian's mind was slow to react. She counted on her fingers, muttering it over and over, as if afraid of getting lost, wanting to firmly remember this place in her heart. She remembered that Nancheng Villa had fragrant gardens, cute little animals, and her husband, whom she had been married to for 3 years. Gu Zao didn't stop her, letting her repeat home until it was clear in her mind. It was her home, and it was their home. Gu Zao, where are you going? The grandson of Grandpa Gu's friend stood up at some point, stumbling over. Why are you leaving so soon? Don't you want to play a bit longer? There are so many beautiful girls here. Upon seeing Bai Tian, his voice halted, his eyes brightened, and he slurred, so the most beautiful girl has already been taken by you. Who is this little beauty in your arms? Gu Zao turned sideways to shield Bai Tian's face and didn't answer his question, only nodding lightly. I'm leaving first, you continue to have fun. After saying this, he walked out with big strides. When closing the door, they could still hear the drunken guy inside yelling, I'm not trying to compete with you. Why hide her? Can I just look at her a bit more? Good times are short. Cherish them. Hearing his last words, Gu Zao couldn't help but lower his head to look at the little drunk in his arms, smiling faintly. Good times are short? Bai Tian blinked in confusion, yawning in his embrace. Still dizzy? Bai Tian shook her head, and after shaking it, Gu Zao appeared a bit more blurry. She blinked hard, still unable to see Gu Zao's face clearly, and had to admit obediently, dizzy. Gu Zao frowned slightly. Bai Tian was already so dizzy now, and when they sat in the car to go home later, she would probably feel even worse. Bai Tian leaned her head on his shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of unintentional coquetry. Gu Zao, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Sleepy? Gu Zao paused slightly, changing his mind about going home, and asked softly, then how about we stay here tonight? Bai Tian yawned again, asking without much thought, if we stay here, can I sleep now? Gu Zao nodded yes. Okay then. Bai Tian's muddled brain couldn't come up with any objections. She just snuggled in Gu Zao's arms, found a comfortable position, closed her eyes, and tightly hugged his neck. Gu Zao watched her rub against his chest like a little cat, unable to help but smile gently. He turned to the waiter beside him and quietly said, Go downstairs to the lobby and get me a room. The waiter glanced at Bai Tian in his arms and took the lead, respectfully saying, Mr. Luo arranged everything before he left. Please follow me, Mr. Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Zao couldn't help but sneer, his voice a bit cold. He is quite thorough in his arrangements. The waiter sensed the slight chill in his tone and didn't dare to respond, quietly leading them to the VIP suite on the top floor. This room was personally arranged by Luo Rong, the most luxurious couple's suite in the Rong Club, beautifully decorated with lovely flowers and various fruits. And all other necessities were complete. After the waiter brought them in, he glanced at Bai Tian and asked, Mr. Gu, do you need my assistance? Gu Zao shook his head, no need. The waiter nodded and, upon leaving, closed the door for them. Before closing the door, he saw Gu Zao place Bai Tian on the sofa, crouch down, and gently take off her high heels, his gaze tender and his movements gentle. He couldn't help but click his tongue secretly, surprised that this seemingly cold Mr. Gu was so attentive and caring towards his little lover, showing a lot of tenderness. After taking off Bai Tian's shoes and coat, Gu Zao picked her up again and walked into the bedroom, gently placing her on the soft bed. Bai Tian lay down and rolled comfortably under the covers, unable to resist rolling around a couple of times. Gu Zao turned to the living room, poured a glass of warm water, and brought it back to the table. Upon seeing Bai Tian like this, he couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Bai Tian rolled up in the blanket and continued to roll, saying, I am sushi. Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle, watching her wrap herself in the blanket. She waved her hand and said, Sushi, come here, I want to eat sushi. Bai Tian quickly shook her head in fright and slowly said, Can't eat, it's not tasty. Gu Zao laughed and thought for a moment before saying, Aren't you a rotating sushi? Yes, Bai Tian poked her small head out of the blanket. I am rotating sushi. Gu Zao looked at her and asked, Then why aren't you rotating? Bai Tian blinked her eyes, rolled in the blanket, and started spinning on the bed, rotating sushi start. When Gu Zao waited for her to spin in front of her, she quickly pulled her out of the blanket, turning off the rotating function. Bai Tian immediately became obedient. As if the power had gone out, not daring to move at all, Gu Zao tried to suppress her laughter, helped her up, let her lean on her shoulder, picked up a water cup, and fed her water. Bai Tian obediently drank a few sips of warm water. After drinking, her throat burned from the alcohol, and the soothing warm water flowed down her throat, feeling very comfortable. She became a bit more awake, slightly moistening her lips. Her eyes still hazy as she looked down and drank a few more sips of water. While drinking, she looked toward the window, Her eyes suddenly shifted, paused for a moment, and shouted, "Scumbag!" Gu Zao was stunned by her outburst, stopping the motion of feeding her water, and asked in surprise, "Is the water too hot?" Bai Tian didn't answer him, pointing at the window and shouting again, "Scumbag!" Gu Zhao frowned and turned to look, his expression darkening. Across from the Li Rong Club was a large shopping mall, and a huge billboard hung on the high-rise building, currently playing an advertisement for Wei Jinyan in a loop. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his features were clearly visible, making it easy to recognize him. Gu Zhao's frown deepened as he looked down at Bai Tian and softly asked, "Do you dislike him?" Bai Tian nodded vigorously. "I don't like him." Gu Zhao relaxed his frown, set down the water cup, walked over to pull the curtains, and completely blocked Wei Jinyan from view. Seeing Wei Jinyan hidden from sight, Bai Tian couldn't help but blink her starry eyes, lying on the bed and grinning foolishly. Her voice sweet and soft. "The scumbag is gone." Her hair spread out on the bed, with a few strands playfully sticking to her lips. Her cherry-red lips and sparkling eyes resembling a rippling spring. When she smiled, her brows and eyes curved, with a small dimple faintly appearing at the corner of her mouth. Gu Zhao walked over, tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, his gaze deep as he gently touched her slightly warm cheek, treating her like a fragile item. The scumbag is gone." He looked into Bai Tian's eyes and said softly, "From now on, there will be no scumbag, only husband." "Husband?" Bai Tian blinked her eyes at him, her spring-like gaze reflecting only his figure, clear and pure. Gu Zhao's voice unconsciously lowered a few notches. "Husband?" Bai Tian called out again. Husband. Bai Tian repeated each word, her voice crisp and soft, carrying a hint of sweetness. It seemed she treated this as a game, happily repeating it without getting tired. Gu Zhao showed no impatience, simply accompanying her with each call. With each repetition, his expression softened further. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Tian seemed to finally tire, gradually quieting down and no longer speaking. She gently rubbed her cheek against the soft pillow and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes rested softly on her eyelids. Unsure if she had fallen asleep or just tired from playing, her breathing gradually becoming even. Gu Zhao looked at her for a long time, unable to resist, leaning down to plant a light kiss on her forehead, softly calling, "Wife." Chapter 34. Bai Tian closed her eyes, not knowing how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes again, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The curtains were tightly drawn, and the room was brightly and warmly lit. She blinked and stared blankly for a while, feeling very thirsty. She crawled out of bed, her hands and feet feeling weak as she went to find something to drink. She walked outside the bedroom, and the place was very quiet. This suite was fully equipped with a kitchen, living room, refrigerator, wine cabinet, and everything else. The sound insulation was excellent. She could hear no noisy sounds except for the occasional trickle of water from the bathroom. Bai Tian swallowed hard, gently pressed her dry lips together, and walked into the living room. In a daze, she saw a brightly colored bottle of water on the table. The hotel had kindly opened the cap for her. Bai Tian wobbled over, picked it up, and took a sip, unable to help but frown slightly. She thought the water tasted a bit strange, but she was extremely thirsty, and her muddled brain didn't think much more of it. She tilted her head back and continued to drink. After Gu Zao finished his shower, wearing a bathrobe and drying his hair, he returned to the bedside and found that the bed was empty, with only the blanket sagging on the bed. Bai Tian was rolled up in the blanket like a sushi roll, leaving it to continue making sushi in her place. Gu Zao looked at the sushi blanket and fell silent for a few seconds before he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, he heard some faint sounds coming from the living room, seemingly the sound of a glass colliding with the table. He quickly turned and walked out. We stepped outside. He saw Bai Tian sitting on the sofa, holding a bottle of wine, her gaze dazed, glistening with moisture, occasionally lifting the bottle to take a sip. Her cheeks were becoming more flushed, and her full lips were glistening with the color of the wine. When she lifted her head and saw Gu Zao, her moist red lips parted slightly as she let out a small wine burp, looking both cute and beautiful. Gu Zao approached and saw the wine bottle in her hand, his pupils involuntarily shrinking. He hurried over to snatch the bottle from her, glanced at the alcohol content, and asked with a bit of headache, Why are you drinking again? Although the alcohol content of the red wine wasn't too high, Bai Tian had already consumed some alcohol, and now with the two types mixed together, she would probably get even more drunk. He picked up the wine bottle and took a closer look. Bai Tian had already drunk half of it and was clearly becoming somewhat disoriented. Bai Tian blinked her watery eyes, a bit of red wine stain on her lips, making them look even more vibrant. Hearing Gu Zao's words, she looked at him innocently and softly said, "I'm thirsty, I want more water." Gu Zao moved the wine bottle further away, reached out to wipe the wine stain off her lips, and explained softly, "That's wine, not water. I'll go get you some water." Bai Tian naturally didn't understand, and only felt that he had taken her water away. She quickly stood up and grabbed the wine bottle back, tilting her head back for another sip. After drinking, she smacked her lips and said, "It's water, a bit sweet, a bit spicy water. But it doesn't quench my thirst. Instead, it makes me thirstier." After saying this, Bai Tian couldn't help but fan her cheeks, feeling that they were warm, and her whole body felt a bit hot, the dizziness making everything a bit blurry. Gu Zao wanted to take the wine bottle back, but she wouldn't let go, insisting on having more water. Gu Zao had no choice but to reach out and deliberately pretend not to believe her, saying, "I don't believe this is water. Let me taste it, and then I'll see if you're really telling the truth." Bai Tian held on to the wine bottle, seemingly reluctant to part with it. She looked up at Gu Zao with a wronged expression, saying, "I'm not lying." Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle. He knew she wasn't lying because she couldn't even tell if it was water or wine herself at this point. Gu Zao patiently spoke in a tone meant to coax a child. "Let me taste it. After tasting, I'll believe that you're not lying." Bai Tian hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly handed the red wine to Gu Zao, mumbling softly, "Since you're my husband, I'll let you have a sip, but you can't drink too much." Hearing her intimate address, Gu Zao couldn't help but smile happily. He reached out to take the wine bottle, pretended to drink a sip, then raised the bottle high, placing it out of Bai Tian's reach. Bai Tian reacted and reached out to snatch the wine bottle back, so Gu Zao had to block her. Bai Tian's legs felt weak, and she didn't have much strength in her hands. She made several attempts to grab it, but her foot slipped, and she stumbled into Gu Zao's arms. Gu Zao caught her, and after a moment, when the dizziness subsided, she still wouldn't give up, stretching her arms and stubbornly reaching for the wine bottle. Gu Zao had to keep blocking her. If she kept drinking like this, she would definitely have a headache in the morning. During their tugging, Gu Zao's bathrobe came undone, revealing his chest. His physique was perfect, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long legs, and during the struggle, his muscles were tense, the smooth lines filled with explosive power, his skin glowing honey-colored under the warm light, looking extremely tempting. Bai Tian's attention was instantly diverted. Her mind was dulled by alcohol, and her reactions were slow. She stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled mischievously. She beckoned to Gu Zao, saying, "Come over and let me touch you." She sat back on the sofa like a domineering boss, looking at Gu Zao with a mischievous gaze, mimicking how Wu Liqing had looked at her earlier. Gu Zao couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor and stepped forward obediently, asking her softly, "How do you want to touch?" Bai Tian reached out and touched Gu Zao's chest, quickly retracting her hand as if she had taken advantage of him. She couldn't help but laugh. Her lips curled up, her eyes turned into crescent moons, filled with joyful light. After laughing for a moment, she suddenly curiously stared at a certain part of Gu Zao's chest. After a moment, she puffed out her chest, looked down at her own, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why is yours not as big as mine?" Gu Zao's body instantly heated up, his gaze burning, desperately trying not to let his eyes fall on a certain part of her. He struggled to hold himself together, unable to speak for a long time. Bai Tian grew anxious, her voice carrying a hint of a cry. "Am I sick? Why is mine different from yours?" "You're not sick." Gu Zao's lips tightened. Before Bai Tian could say something more provocative, he quickly reached out to tie the belt of his bathrobe back, thoroughly covering his chest. Seeing him cover up, Bai Tian grumbled a couple of times in dissatisfaction. After waiting for a while without receiving an answer, she couldn't help but shake his arm and stubbornly asked, "You still haven't answered me why?" Gu Zao looked down, while Bai Tian tilted her head to look at him, her eyes pure and innocent, without a hint of impurities, just curiously wide open, appearing somewhat naive and cute, her eyes filled with anxious anticipation for an answer. Gu Zao bit his lip tightly, looking at her for a moment before suddenly turning around quickly, his voice tense as he said, "I'll go get you a glass of water." He walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of warm water, and didn't rush back to the living room. Instead, standing in the kitchen to calm down for a moment. Once his expression settled, he added some honey from the sweet to the warm water to help with the hangover, then placed the cup on a plate and carried it back. When he walked into the living room, he unconsciously took a deep breath before approaching. Bai Tian was leaning on the sofa, looking a bit tired, her eyes half open. Finally settling down, Gu Zao brought the cup to her lips. She took a few small sips, tasted the sweetness in the water, and her eyes brightened. She obediently wrapped her hands around the cup, sipping the honey water slowly. Gu Zao's gaze fell on her rosy lips, and after a moment, he turned away, unable to continue looking at her, his eyes fixed on the white wall, trying hard to calm himself down. Bai Tian's hands and feet felt weak. After holding the cup for a while, her wrist began to tire, her fingers trembled slightly, and some water spilled onto her collar. She pouted and glanced over, a bit aggrieved, shouting, "It's wet." "What's wet?" Gu Zao was taken aback. "It's wet," Bai Tian called out again in a muffled voice. Noticing he still hadn't looked at her, Gu Zao had no choice but to turn around. Bai Tian extended her delicate, pale fingers and pointed to the collar area. "It's wet." Gu Zao saw the water stain on Bai Tian's collar, let out a sigh of relief, and quickly handed her 2 tissue papers to wipe it. "Be careful." The thin fabric of the collar clung to her skin after getting wet, feeling a bit damp and uncomfortable. Bai Tian tugged at it, causing the collar to loosen and reveal her exquisite collarbone, pale and tender, glistening slightly with moisture, looking crystal smooth. Gu Zao's movements paused, and the wiping became slower. His throat tightened, and his Adam's apple involuntarily rolled up and down. Bai Tian was oblivious to his increasingly heated gaze. She seemed to find the movement of his Adam's apple amusing, staring at it for a moment before suddenly leaning up and lightly biting it. Gu Zao froze, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Bai Tian didn't bite hard. Her petite teeth merely grazed his skin, creating a slight tickling sensation that made one's heart flutter. Her soft, delicate lips pressed against his skin, bringing a warm breath. Gu Zao's breath hitched. After a while, Bai Tian released her mouth, curiously looking at the small bite mark on his Adam's apple, which was shallow and faint. Bai Tian's fingers were slightly cool against Gu Zao's heated skin, making his Adam's apple roll even more vigorously. She couldn't help but giggle, her breath sweet like honey, enchanting. The lingering fragrance made Gu Zao's thoughts wander. His gaze fixed intensely on Bai Tian, veins on his hands bulging as he struggled to endure something, his voice hoarse. "Do you know what you're doing?" "Yet." Bai Tian remained unaware, blinking innocently and shaking her head lightly. She reached out to touch Gu Zao's Adam's apple again, then leaned on his shoulder, tilted her head to look at him. "We should go back and make sushi." After saying this, Bai Tian closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Gu Zao was momentarily stunned, looking down at her gently closed eyes, staring for a moment before sighing helplessly, flirting without taking responsibility. He picked Bai Tian up horizontally and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, confirming that she wouldn't get up and cause any more trouble. He turned and went to the bathroom, turning the faucet to cool the water and taking another cold shower. He recalled the touch of Bai Tian's soft, boneless little hands on his muscles, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, letting the cool water flow down his jawline. Chapter 35. Bai Tian opened her eyes, and the sky was already bright. She rubbed her forehead, sat up from the bed, and looked around. The room was unfamiliar, the curtains were unfamiliar, the environment was unfamiliar. But thankfully the person beside her was familiar. She had a slight hangover headache, but it was mild and not serious. It must be the effect of the cup of honey water from last night. She vaguely remembered Gu Zao feeding her a very sweet drink, which must have had honey in it. Gu Zao was sleeping soundly next to her, breathing evenly, showing no signs of waking up. It was rare for him to sleep later than her, which made Bai Tian feel a bit curious as she carefully observed him. Gu Zao's eyes were tightly shut, and he looked somewhat tired. There was a stubble on his smooth chin, just the right amount, exuding a strong masculine vibe. Bai Tian tilted her head to look at him, her gaze lingering on his chin for a while. Her attention was unconsciously drawn to a small bite mark on his Adam's apple. The color of that bite mark was very light and hard to notice, but it was still clear when she got closer. As she leaned in, the bite mark became increasingly familiar, and a scene flashed through her mind. She suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide with shock as many images from last night flooded back to her mind. After the initial shock, she hurriedly scrambled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom without looking back. Looking at herself in the mirror, she covered her cheeks in frustration. It wasn't until she finished her shower that she could recover from the shock. She hid in the bathroom, occasionally drying her hair and doing her makeup, stalling and refusing to go out. She felt too embarrassed to face anyone. She curled her hair, then straightened it, and repeated this a few times. Just then, Gu Zao knocked on the door and said, "Come out." Bai Tian was startled by his voice and almost jumped up, stumbling to find an excuse. I haven't finished washing up yet." Gu Zao was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "You've been in there for a long time. Is it because of last night?" "No," Bai Tian hurriedly shouted. "I got drunk last night, and I don't remember what happened." Gu Zao was quiet for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "You come out first. I want to wash up. You go to the other bathroom." Bai Tian recalled that there were 2 bathrooms in this suite. Gu Zao chuckled softly from the other side of the door, his voice deep and pleasant. "You know, there are 2 bathrooms here. You remember quite well." Bai Tian thought to herself, "Did I accidentally reveal something?" Listening to Gu Zao's retreating footsteps, she couldn't help but rub her head in frustration. She could even hear the amusement in his voice through the door. There was no way she was getting out today. After a while, there was another knock on the door, and Gu Zao's deep voice called out again, "Come out, it's time for breakfast." Bai Tian, feeling antisocial, she didn't want to talk and had no mood for breakfast. Aunt Wang called earlier to say she would make oil-braised shrimp and sweet and sour ribs for lunch, and wanted the 2 of them to come back early. Bai Tian, the temptation of food has appeared again. Gu Zao continued, "I told Aunt Wang to have Uncle Li pick more strawberries today. If we come back late, there probably won't be any strawberries left." Bai Tian struggled internally. She's stalling for a bit longer, but she couldn't resist the allure of the oil-braised shrimp and fresh strawberries. Finally, she couldn't help but push the door open and walk out. "Food torments me 1,000 times, yet I treat food like a first love. This feeling doesn't change. Food lasts forever." Bai Tian despised herself while making her way to the dining room. Gu Zao had ordered breakfast, and the waiter had already brought it in, neatly arranged on the table. Seeing her approach, Gu Zao didn't bring up last night's events, but pushed a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge in front of her, gently saying, "Drink some porridge, it's easier to digest. After drinking alcohol yesterday, a warm bowl of porridge this morning should make her stomach feel better." Bai Tian nodded listlessly, sat down at the table, and silently began to drink the porridge. The porridge was fragrant and savory, and after drinking it, her stomach indeed felt much more comfortable, her whole body warming up. She tried to maintain the traditional virtue of not talking while eating, wishing she could bury her face in the porridge. Gu Zao smiled, not pressing her, and lowered his head to pick up some side dishes for her, saying, "Don't just drink porridge, eat some vegetables." Bai Tian nodded absent-mindedly. The 2 of them ate in silence, and after tidying up a bit, they walked out of the suite, preparing to go home. Bai Tian looked at the shabby corridor of the club and unconsciously sighed in relief. When she was alone with Gu Zao, her mind kept replaying the embarrassing scenes from last night, but now that they were out, that feeling had lessened a bit. As they opened the door across the hall happened to open, and the grandson of Gu Zao's grandfather's friend walked out, looking very satisfied. There were a few pieces of women's clothing scattered on the floor of the room, indicating that he had a wild night. Seeing Bai Tian and Gu Zao come out together, he raised an eyebrow suggestively, smiling ambiguously at them, and boomed, "Looks like you had quite a night." Gu Zao didn't respond, frowning slightly, and turned to Bai Tian, saying, "You go wait for me by the elevator." Bai Tian nodded gently and walked toward the elevator. She didn't particularly like that person, and since Gu Zao didn't want her to greet him, She was naturally happy, quickening her pace a bit. When she reached the corner, she accidentally bumped into someone because she was walking too fast, stepping on that person's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. She quickly moved her foot away, whispering an apology. "I'm sorry, It's you again." The person shouted angrily. Bai Tian recognized the somewhat familiar voice and involuntarily looked up. Her apology was abruptly cut off, stuck in her throat. Wu Liqing was glaring at her angrily. He was limping slightly as he walked, probably because his foot injury from yesterday hadn't healed yet. Having been stepped on again, the pain was naturally intensified. However, his foot injury clearly hadn't prevented him from having a wild night, as he had Guan Hong his arms, their actions intimate, making it obvious what had happened last night. What a narrow road for enemies. Bai Tian cursed inwardly, slightly furrowing her brows. "You stayed here last night too?" Wu Liqing, after the pain in his foot subsided, couldn't help but sneer. "Did you serve Luo Rong well last night? Acting like a virtuous woman in my hands. And now look how obedient you are with him?" Bai Tian pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. Wu Liqing glanced at Guan Hong, who immediately blocked Bai Tian's way at his signal. Bai Tian looked at her, feeling speechless. "Are you specifically blocking my way? Blocking me yesterday and today. Are you a dog?" Wait for President Wu to finish speaking. Guan Hong stammered a few times, suddenly gaining confidence. "Do you think that after sleeping with President Luo for a night, you've stepped up in the world? Our President Wu isn't afraid of him." Bai Tian almost laughed. Wasn't this the so-called dog relies on the power of its master? Being a lackey and still having the nerve to act righteous? She leaned back against the wall, crossing her arms and watching the two of them, slowly saying, "Go ahead, I'm waiting. It doesn't matter where I wait for Gu Zao. A few more minutes won't make a difference." Wu Liqing initially wanted to settle old and new scores together, but seeing her fearless and proud demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a bit more interested. Bai Tian was so much to his liking, and not getting a taste of her was indeed making him itch with desire. His eyes turned, thinking to himself that at worst, after having his fun, he could still toy with Bai Tian later and make her regret it. He thought to himself, having come up with an idea. He looked at Bai Tian with a lecherous gaze and quietly asked, "Where's Luo Rong? Why are you alone?" "He went abroad." Bai Tian twirled a strand of hair in her hand, looking down and playing boredly, responding slowly. Wu Liqing chuckled upon hearing this. "He just left you here all alone early in the morning? Look at this young man. He really doesn't know how to cherish a beautiful woman, letting you leave alone. Don't be fooled by his age being younger than mine. Actually, older men know how to treat people better." Bai Tian scoffed inwardly, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that Bai Tian didn't respond, he paused for a moment and then continued, "If you follow me, I promise to make you live a good life. How could I even be too lazy to send you home? It's really pitiful. If you come with me, I guarantee you'll have a good time." Bai Tian couldn't help but feel nauseous and waved her hand, saying, "You'd better stop talking, otherwise I'm afraid I'll throw up later." Wu Liqing's expression turned cold, and he snorted, "You really think you can take me lightly? Yesterday, Luo Rong said he would take you away, but now it seems you're back to serving me. I advise you not to refuse my kindness. Do you really think Luo Rong will protect you? You might be disappointed. I'm a person with a rebellious nature, and I'm not good. But you're right. He really won't protect me, and I don't need him to. At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Liqing huffed through his nostrils. "But whether you can do well or not is not up to you to decide. If he can't take care of you, it only shows he lacks ability. Under my control, I guarantee you'll be obedient." Bai Tian felt he was being overly verbose and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, looking at him and kindly advising, "You'd better talk less and leave quickly. Otherwise, my husband will be here soon." She certainly didn't want Gu Zao to see such a disgusting person early in the morning. "Your husband is coming to pick you up?" Guan Hong, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Bai Tian and saying in a sarcastic tone, "You serve the boss here, and your husband is coming to pick you up? You two are really unique, very open-minded." Upon hearing that Bai Tian was already married, Wu Liqing was a bit surprised. As a boss, he usually wouldn't pay attention to entertainment news and naturally didn't know about Bai Tian's marital status. However, he quickly came to terms with it and felt a surge of excitement. Wouldn't that be particularly thrilling? Bai Tian looked at his increasingly bright eyes and couldn't help but curse him as scum. Wu Liqing rubbed his hands together and smiled. looking at Bai Tian with a suggestive gaze. How about you play with me once, and I'll let you go? Otherwise, just because you stepped on me yesterday, I can make sure you won't get any roles in the entertainment industry again. I didn't know Mr. Wu had such great power. Gu Zao's cold and emotionless voice suddenly rang out behind Bai Tian. Bai Tian's spine stiffened as she turned back in annoyance. Gu Zao stood behind her, his gaze icy, enveloped in a low pressure, and it was unclear how long he had been standing there. The frown on his brow was filled with impending anger. Wu Liqing looked up displeased, wanting to see which blind man had suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Gu Zao, he was taken aback and almost immediately laughed. Stepping forward with a somewhat fawning tone, "Oh, it's Mr. Gu. You're here play too? Play?" Gu Zao looked at him coldly, his thin lips slightly parted, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Wu Liqing, completely oblivious to the coldness in his voice, laughed brightly. "Of course. Isn't coming here all about having fun? Mr. Gu, what do you think of these two little stars beside me? Feel free to take whichever one you like. Don't be polite with me." Bai Tian looked at him, speechless for a moment. Isn't it better to live a good life? Is the sky not blue enough? Or the clouds not beautiful enough? Why must you seek your own demise? Chapter 36. Gu Zao looked at Wu Liqing with a cold and hard gaze. He reached out and loosened his cuff, saying indifferently, "Are you taking them away directly after looking? Who does Wu Zong think he is to make decisions for them? Did they agree to it themselves?" Since Gu Zao approached, Guan Honghong had been staring at him, her eyes sparkling involuntarily. Gu Zao looked wealthy and powerful, and he was handsome, far better than Wu Liqing. How could she not be moved? Wu Liqing called him Mr. Gu, and at such a young age, only the president of the Gu family could be addressed with such respect. She had heard other bosses mention the Gu family president at the dinner table, describing him as young and promising and handsome. She had long wanted to meet him, but had never had the chance. Now that she finally did, Gu Zao was even more handsome than she had imagined, and she naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. If she could get into Gu Zao's bed, she would be more than willing. So when she heard Gu Zao's words, her eyes lit up immediately. She stepped forward and answered before Wu Liqing could respond. "If Mr. Gu wants me, there's no need for Wu Zong to say a word. I am naturally willing." After saying this, she shyly glanced at Gu Zao and, in a soft and ambiguous voice, added, "If it can make you happy, I am willing to do anything for you." Gu Zao's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze towards her grew colder. Guan Honghong met his eyes and couldn't help but gasp. The rumors about Mr. Gu being as cold as ice seemed to be true. Just a look from him sent chills down her spine. Despite his expressionless demeanor, he was incredibly handsome, making her legs feel weak. For a moment, her eyes betrayed a hint of infatuation, but she quickly regained her composure, undeterred, and continued to speak. She glanced at Bai Tian, pursed her lips slightly, and reluctantly said, "She is naturally willing to. If she weren't, I would tell her husband about her spending the night here with someone last night, leaving her no room to refuse." She guessed that although Bai Tian had her husband come to pick her up, he probably didn't know about her spending the night here with another man. So she wanted to use this as a threat. She didn't believe any man could tolerate being cuckolded. Of course, the main point was to remind Gu Zao that Bai Tian was already married. She felt that not many men would be as undemanding as Wu Liqing, who found it stimulating, especially since Bai Tian had spent the night here with another man, clearly indicating her loose morals. As long as Gu Zao could choose her over Bai Tian, she could naturally rise to prominence from then on. She secretly made up her mind that this time, she must not miss the opportunity. Bai Tian looked at Guan Honghong and said, "Unfortunately, my husband already knows. Also, miss, is it really okay for you to keep flirting with my husband in front of me and playing matchmaker for me in front of him? Such small-time stars are just meant to be played with, right?" Wu Liqing chuckled and took over Guan Honghong's words. He had always been open-minded. Even if Guan Honghong had just come from his bed, eager to entice other men, he didn't mind. He pointed at Bai Tian with a beaming smile and said, "Mr. Gu, what do you think of her? I think her looks are better. I haven't seen someone so beautiful in a long time. If you like her, I'll let you have a go first. Once you're done, I'll play with her again." "Play?" Gu Zao raised an eyebrow, leisurely loosening his collar. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Wu Liqing in the face. Wu Liqing was caught off guard and didn't even react to what happened before Gu Zao landed another punch. Guan Honghong covered her mouth and screamed, stepping aside in confusion. When she looked up, she saw the coldness in Gu Zao's eyes reflected with a hint of blood. A chill ran down her spine as she watched the scene unfold, her limbs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wu Liqing, a drunken fool, had spent too long indulging in pleasures and had never exercised. So he was naturally no match for Gu Zao. He struggled for a few moments, but before he could lift his hands, Gu Zao had already knocked him down, his cries echoing almost through the roof. Bai Tian stood by with her arms crossed, watching the humiliation unfold, unable to resist clucking her tongue. This Wu Liqing was indeed unfortunate. By the time romantic delusions aired, he would probably realize that Gu Zao was her husband and Wu Ti have acted so recklessly. But there were no what-ifs. Wu Liqing couldn't escape this time, especially since he had played matchmaker right to her husband. It was so arrogant that she couldn't find words to respond. Gu Zao continued to land punch after punch, each one causing Wu Liqing immense pain. He grabbed Wu Liqing by the collar and pulled him up from the ground. Wu Liqing's nose was bleeding, comically hanging on his face, his features swollen. He sniffed, looking at Gu Zao in terror, trembling as he asked, "Mr. Gu, what happened? Why did you hit me? You have to give me a reason." Gu Zao gripped his hand tightly, the veins on the back of his hand visible from a force. He looked at Wu Liqing with a cold and gloomy gaze, gritting his teeth and coldly saying, "You were about to play with my wife, and you're asking me what happened?" Wu Liqing's eyes widened in terror as he quickly shouted in his defense, "No. How could I dare? There must be some misunderstanding." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, looking in shock at Bai Tian, who was watching coldly from the side, incredulously pointing at her, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could it be? When Wu Liqing shouted the last word, his voice almost broke the sound barrier. Bai Tian shrugged, spreading her hands. She had already advised Wu Liqing to leave quickly, but he stubbornly refused, insisting on staying to create discomfort and provoking Gu Zao. She couldn't stop him. He brought this upon himself. Seeing Wu Liqing staring at Bai Tian, Gu Zao punched him in the eye again. Wu Liqing felt dizzy, almost unable to see, and immediately covered his eyes, screaming for mercy. "Mr. Gu, I didn't know. How could it be? She's just a little star. Everyone says your wife is a tigress, and you're afraid of her, which is why you don't go around flirting. I was wrong, Mr. Gu. I won't dare again." "What is happening?" Wu Liqing's voice was a mix of shock, regret, confusion, fear, a myriad of emotions that sounded incredibly pathetic. But no matter what he said, Gu Zao showed no signs of stopping. Gu Zao looked down at him coldly, kicking him several times, still filled with anger. Bai Tian had never seen him so furious before, and she was momentarily stunned. She looked down to see Wu Liqing's face gradually turning pale, his limbs weak. In so much pain, he was about to faint. Unable to hold back, she stepped forward, grasping Gu Zao's arm to stop him. "Gu Zao, that's enough, stop." Gu Zao paused, closed his eyes for a moment to calm down, took a deep breath, and threw Wu Liqing to the ground, giving him one last hard kick. Wu Liqing was the type who could endure and bend. He immediately collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to faint. Gu Zao retracted his fist, no longer paying attention to him, but turned to Bai Tian, smirking slightly, and quietly asked, "Wife, did you have fun?" Hearing the word play, Wu Liqing couldn't help but twitch, tightly shutting his eyes, not even daring to breathe loudly, wanting to minimize his presence. Gu Zao's white collar was stained with some of Wu Liqing's blood, looking somewhat shocking, but his sharply defined face held an indescribable deadly charm. Bai Tian looked at his exquisite brows and eyes, her heart unconsciously skipping a beat. She gently pursed her lips, unable to control her laughter, and nodded, saying, "I had fun." Gu Zao smiled slightly, turned to look at the trembling Guan Honghong in the corner, and asked coldly, "Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Go ahead." Guan Honghong looked at him in fear, trembling all over like a sieve, shaking her head frantically. No, I didn't want to say anything. I was wrong. She tried to shrink herself into the corner, not daring to look at Bai Tian even once. She never expected Bai Tian's husband would be the president of the Gu Corporation. She recalled what she had done to Bai Tian from last night until today, and the foolish words she had just spoken in front of Gu Zao and Bai Tian, feeling dizzy, wishing she could faint like Wu Liqing. Her heart trembled with fear, worried that if Gu Zao was unhappy, he would beat her again, or worse, directly have her blacklisted in the entertainment industry. If she would want to kneel down and beg for mercy right now, but looking at Gu Zao's cold gaze, her intuition told her it was better not to provoke them any further and to stay far away. Bai Tian and Gu Zao ignored them and walked out of the Li Rong Club together. They hadn't come together, but unexpectedly left together. Once in the car, Gu Zao seemed to recall something, and his expression turned cold again, staring silently ahead without saying a word to Bai Tian. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror, sensing the awkward atmosphere, and cautiously focused on driving, not daring to speak. The car was quiet for a while, and Bai Tian noticed a bit of blood on Gu Zao's hand. She took out a tissue from her bag, pulled Gu Zao's hand over to her lap, and began to carefully wipe it. Gu Zao did not resist, allowing Bai Tian to act. His fingers were long and strong, but surprisingly not as hard as she imagined, with a softness in his strength. After Bai Tian cleaned his hand thoroughly, she stopped and looked up at Gu Zao's sharply defined profile, softly asking, "Are you angry?" Gu Zao frowned slightly at her words, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his cheeks tense, remaining silent. Bai Tian let out a barely noticeable sigh, placed his hand back on his lap, discarded the tissue, and looked at him, explaining softly, "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry." She had thought about telling Gu Zao, but didn't know how to start. The incident was already in the past, and telling him would only make him worry. Gu Zao looked up and stared directly at her, his voice somewhat heavy as he said, "I am your husband. You should tell me as soon as someone bullies you." Bai Tian lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Gu Zao was her husband, but they were not that close, not close enough to act without restraint, to act spoiled, or to freely share what they had encountered. Gu Zao waited for her to speak, but when she remained silent, he frowned slightly and said, "You should learn to complain. Come to me with your complaints." Bai Tian stared at him blankly for a moment, their eyes meeting. Gu Zao didn't flinch or avoid her gaze. With the fast-passing scenery behind him and her reflection in his eyes, his gaze earnest and focused. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile gently, then seriously nodded, "Okay." Suddenly, she felt that perhaps in the future, she could try to act spoiled with Gu Zao, try to complain to him, and share her sadness and troubles with him. Chapter 37 returned to the South City villa. Aunt Wang had already washed the strawberries and neatly arranged them on the table, each one red and juicy. Bai Tian put down her bag, washed her hands, and eagerly picked up a strawberry to eat. Aunt Wang poured her a glass of warm water and placed it beside her, unable to help but smile. "Eat slowly." Bai Tian nodded and pushed the strawberries toward her. "Aunt Wang, you should eat too." "I won't. I've already had some." Aunt Wang waved her hand and continued, "By the way, Tian, when is your variety show with the Zao airing?" "This afternoon." Bai Tian calculated the time. Romantic Delusions airs every Sunday afternoon at 2, which is just tonight. Oldie and I have to watch it on time. Aunt Wang murmured with a smile. Bai Tian felt a bit embarrassed at the thought of Aunt Wang and Uncle Li watching her and Gu Zao show off their love, and couldn't help but glance at Gu Zao. Gu Zao was talking to Uncle Li by the window, and, seemingly sensing her gaze, he looked straight at Bai Tian, his eyes sparkling like stars. Suddenly, he smiled broadly, and the sunlight from outside cast a warm glow on him, making his smile deep and enchanting. Bai Tian's mind instantly filled with the memory of last night, when she had jumped into Gu Zao's arms, and she could almost smell his fresh scent again, causing her ears to flush. She quickly turned her head away, unconsciously curling her lips, and popped a strawberry into her mouth. In the afternoon, Bai Tian didn't have the courage to watch the variety show with Aunt Wang, so she hid alone in the upstairs bedroom, sitting on the sofa and turning on the TV right on time. Gu Zao had already left for work, and the table was filled with strawberries and a few pastries made by Aunt Wang. Bai Tian held her tablet, bored, scrolling through the live chat, watching the audience's reactions. Before Romantic Delusions even started, the number of viewers was continuously rising, and the chat was filled with many people, all cheering in their idol support colors. Among these fans, only Bai Tian, Wei Jinyan, and Jiang Ruomeng's fans were exchanging sarcastic remarks and jabs at each other, as if they were enemies meeting. The fans of these three groups had been mocking each other for years, but this was the first time they encountered each other in the same variety show, which could be considered a direct confrontation, and everyone was ready to rumble. Bai Tian knew, without looking, that this was a sign of the chaos that would ensue soon. And she felt powerless. The fan community had its own rules. Sure enough, just a few minutes into the show, the three groups started arguing. It began when Jiang Ruoming took too long to get ready, making Wei Jinyan wait for a long time, which upset her fans, leading to a quarrel between the two fan groups. Then, when Bai Tian appeared, her cold attitude towards Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming was apparent, and both groups turned to scold Bai Tian, forcing her fans, the ice cream cones, to join the fray, resulting in a chaotic scene where everyone was shouting back and forth. Because of Bai Tian's indifferent attitude towards Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, the term Bai Tian is rude quickly trended on social media. It was clear that this term had been prepared beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have surged to the top so quickly. It could only be said that Jiang Ruoming had come prepared. At the same time, Lin Shuang was also watching the TV, and upon seeing this trending topic, she couldn't help but rub her temples in frustration. She knew Bai Tian didn't like to deal with those two scumbags, and she didn't want Bai Tian to feel wrong by having to socialize with them. When she agreed to let Bai Tian participate in the show, she had already prepared herself mentally, but just thinking about the necessary countermeasures made her a bit anxious. Her phone lit up, and Bai Tian sent a message. "Don't worry about what they say. I just dislike Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming. I'm not afraid of anyone knowing, just ignore them." Bai Tian said to ignore them, which meant no counterattacks. So Lin Shuang could only continue to huddle on the sofa watching the show, praying that nothing else would happen. When Gu Zao made his appearance, the noisy live chat suddenly fell silent, as everyone eagerly awaited the rumored old man to show up. The haters had their fingers poised over the keyboard, ready to start their attacks as soon as Bai Tian's husband appeared. Gu Zao was undoubtedly the biggest suspense of this variety show, and the production team worked hard to create an atmosphere, playing exciting music before his entrance, showcasing the car and the scenery, until Gu Zao finally appeared under everyone's anticipation. The moment Gu Zao appeared, the chat briefly fell silent. Not just the haters, but even Bai Tian's own fans were stunned. Is this Bai Tian's husband? Once everyone realized it, the chat exploded with messages filled with exclamation marks and screams, all expressing their shock. The haters, who had been ready to criticize, were left dumbfounded in front of their screens. One quick-fingered person, whose brain hadn't caught up yet, sent out the pre-prepared words "ugly as hell." But by the time he realized, it was too late to take it back. After he sent that message, he was quickly bombarded with insults, with everyone saying he was blind for calling someone ugly. As people recovered from their shock, someone finally couldn't hold back and began to rage. Wow, those reporters who wrote those ridiculous articles must be blind. Where's the old man? Where's the bald spot? Where's the ugly man? For heaven's sake, I was convinced. Suddenly, a handsome guy appears. Who can understand how shocked I am right now? Understand. I came here to see Bai Tian's joke. But now why am I drooling over the screen? What a handsome guy and beautiful girl. A group of beauty enthusiasts was already starry-eyed in front of screen. Gu Zao, a newcomer among the stars, not only didn't seem ordinary, but stood out remarkably, even overshadowing the newly crowned Best Actor Wei Jinyan. As more people caught on, the chat exploded. "Ah, he's the president of Gu Corporation. My dad works at Gu Corporation. I've seen his photo. Where did Bai Tian find this treasure? Not only is he not an old man, but he's also ridiculously handsome. Most importantly, he's a domineering president. How can reporters dare to write he's ugly? Where's your conscience? Did you think he had no fans? So you bullied him? I'm telling you, I'm his fan now. So handsome I'm weak in the knees. Just want to call him Baba." The haters who had held onto a glimmer of hope completely broke down when they heard Bai Tian call out husband. What did Bai Tian just call this handsome guy? Husband? Or the president of Gu Corporation? I can't be dreaming, right? I came to see her joke. Why has it turned into envy and jealousy? Feeling sour? Today, I'm the lemon essence. I'm a fan of Bai Tian, but what can I do? Her husband is too handsome. I can't find anything to criticize. I can't even criticize this handsome face. Silence. JPG Bai Tian's fans instantly became arrogant, usually calling Bai Tian daughter. But now they began affectionately calling Gu Zao son-in-law. Who wouldn't like a handsome and wealthy son-in-law? The chat was filled with comments like, who dares to say my son-in-law is ugly? I'll screenshot it and take you down. And the ice cream cones erased their previous shame. The fan community's morale surged, and they could finally fight back without feeling repressed. Those previously bouncing haters became the targets of ridicule, and the facts spoke louder than words. They had no rebuttal, and facing the collective mockery, they could only obediently quiet down. The trending topic Bai Tian and Polite hadn't climbed too high on the hot search list before it was pushed down. And Bai Tian husband shot straight to the top of the trending list and has remained there, going viral. Upon seeing Gu Zao's true face, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in a cliché manner that Bai Tian must have saved the entire universe in her past life. In the live broadcast, a fan provided information about Gu Zao's identity and resume, leaving everyone shocked for a moment, and the chat room erupted into excitement. Does such a man really exist? How did Bai Tian manage to have such an amazing husband while staying so low-key? If it were me, I would want the whole world to know that this outstanding man is mine. How could Jiang Ruoming have the audacity to mock Bai Tian both openly and subtly in the past? I feel embarrassed for her. Did you see her expression when she met Gu Zao just now? It was so funny, and she even asked Bai Tian if Gu Zao was her stepson. It's like she has a hole in her head. Lemon fans, shut up. A little fairy deserve a little fairy man. I approve of this son-in-law. My daughter married well. I'm proud. At this moment, the haters regained their composure, and seeing Bai Tian's fans so happy made them very unhappy. So they jumped out again, unwilling to back down. Don't get too happy upstairs. What's the use of being handsome and rich? Do you think Bai Tian has lived like someone with a husband these past few years? How many days does she spend at home each year? Has her husband ever visited her? I bet the divorce rumors are true. They will divorce soon. Wishing for someone to get a divorce upstairs. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The retribution will fall on you, the main party, right? So what if he's handsome? Isn't he just a domestic abuser with a woman's face? You women shouldn't be fooled by his appearance. The richer they are, the more quirks they have. Bai Tian's suffering is known only to her. Otherwise, how would those domestic abuse rumors come out? No smoke without fire. There's always a reason behind events. Living in the fan community, please maintain kindness in your last line of defense. Everyone, please accumulate virtue with your words and leave blessings for future generations. The bullet comments erupted into chaos again, with all sorts of remarks flashing across the screen. Bai Tian was eating strawberries while scrolling through the comments, not taking the messy words too seriously. After so many years in the industry, she had long adapted. As long as Gu Zao wasn't dragged into being criticized, she wouldn't get too mad. Those haters who wanted to see how Gu Zao abused Bai Tian were left with nothing but a sense of embarrassment in the following program. Gu Zao meticulously cared for Bai Tian throughout, and not only did he not raise his voice at her, he didn't even say a loud word. When they saw the table of delicious dishes Gu Zao prepared, the comments erupted into cries of envy, lamenting where such a perfect man could be found. In comparison, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, a well-known loving couple in the entertainment industry, seemed rather ordinary, especially with the bowl of plain noodles Wei Jinyan made for Jiang Ruoming, which was just water-boiled noodles with nothing in it. Compared to the feast Bai Tian was having, it was pitifully bland. Among Bai Tian's haters, most were fans of the other couple, who could only remain speechless, unable to find anything to criticize about Bai Tian. Gradually, fans of Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan started arguing instead. Jiang Ruoming's fans began to complain that Wei Jinyan wasn't treating Jiang Ruoming well enough, saying that she was pregnant and he only gave her noodles, which lacked nutrition. Meanwhile, Wei Jinyan's fans retorted that he was losing weight for his next movie, and that the couple should share both good and bad times. What was wrong with Jiang Ruoming accompanying him to eat a bowl of noodles? Were they making her feel wronged? The two sides argued heatedly, and Bai Tian found it extremely amusing, experiencing the joy of watching a drama for the first time. The sweet fans felt the same way as her, enjoying the moment without any fighting, frequently refreshing the comments with watermelon emojis, having a sense that they were being carried along by their son-in-law and were starting to enjoy retirement. Chapter 38. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's fans argued for a while. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, they finally quieted down and stopped speaking. when they saw Gu Zao take the entire plate of shrimp from the table directly in front of him. They couldn't help but get excited. Black fans, tis TSK. An entire plate of shrimp and not a single one left for Bai Tian. What's the use of being handsome? What's the use of being rich? Finding a husband who cares for you is better than anything else. Otherwise, you can't even have shrimp. The black fans seemed to have finally found something to mock, and they happily laughed for a while. A few minutes later, they suddenly fell silent and couldn't say a word, because they witnessed Gu Zao elegantly peel the entire plate of shrimp and then place it in front of Bai Tian. Black fans, MMP, the slap in the face comes too quickly. The black fans felt too hurt, needing time to rub their faces and unable to speak. This seemed to have dealt a heavy blow to the black fans. They finally settled down thoroughly, no longer speaking or mocking, just quietly watching the live stream. For a time, the comments on the screen were surprisingly harmonious. The only ones left were Bai Tian's fans, who were the happiest, wagging their tails and getting more and more excited, chattering nonstop, praising their daughter and their son-in-law. This made the black fans' eyes burn with anger, but they couldn't find anything to refute, only able to watch them bounce around. The sweet fans felt extremely satisfied after watching the entire episode, each unable to help but reveal heart eyes in front of the screen. Their son-in-law not only could cook, but also cared for people. They couldn't find any faults, and in the end, could only give Gu Zao a perfect score in their hearts. Although Bai Tian usually appeared very strong on screen, they all knew that in real life, she was a bit of scatterbrain. Finally, someone was taking care of their little scatterbrain, and they were so happy they couldn't contain themselves, feeling much more at ease. Especially during the final segment of the show, the husband's interview segment, Gu Zao was the only guest who answered all the questions correctly, which excited everyone even more. And the comments section erupted in cheers. Bai Tian sat in front of the television, holding a pillow, propping her chin up with one hand, and staring intently at the TV, watching very seriously. This part of the content was arranged by the director for the male guests to be interviewed separately. Although she knew the results, she didn't know the process, and it was her first time seeing this scene. She initially thought the questions from the director were very simple, which was why Gu Zao could answer all of them correctly. But after seeing the interview, she realized that some of the questions were quite tricky and peculiar. She watched as Gu Zao faced each tricky question and answered them all with ease, unable to help but gasp in surprise, momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Gu Zao to know her so well, even better than she had imagined. Host, Bai Tian once had a dessert while filming her first movie, which she said she really liked. What is it? Gu Zao, coriander cake. Host, Bai Tian was once obsessed with playing a game, often playing until late at night. Later, she quit the game to avoid affecting her filming. What game was she playing? Gu Zao, Peach Blossom, Sword mobile game. Host, what does Bai Tian like to drink in the morning before work? Gu Zao, coffee. Host, why does she drink coffee? Gu Zao, to reduce swelling. Bai Tian stared at Gu Zao on the TV in astonishment. Many of the questions the host asked, she had already forgotten the answers to. But Gu Zao remembered them so clearly, and when he answered, he hardly had to think and could respond immediately. She widened her eyes in surprise, unable to help but marvel in her heart at how much Gu Zao must have watched her interviews and filming behind-the-scenes footage, knowing her affairs so well. His preparation was truly impressive. The variety show finally reached its conclusion. After the broadcast ended, Lin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this episode had passed without any issues. She couldn't help but feel good and sent a message to Bai Tian. You and Mr. Gu are much sweeter than I imagined. It seems Mr. Gu has done his homework. Please keep it up. I have high hopes for you both. Bai Tian snapped back to reality from her surprise and quickly replied with her phone. Yes, Manager Lin, thank you for your support. Lin Shuang was usually picky, and if she felt there were no issues, Bai Tian felt completely at ease, letting out a gentle sigh. This episode of the show received a huge response, with several trending topics hanging high on the hot search list, remaining there for a long time. The discussion level was extremely high, and all aspects of the variety show's data soared rapidly, even achieving the highest ratings in its time slot. The first episode of the variety show was so successful, everyone was very happy, and each couple attracted varying numbers of CP fans. The CP fans all enjoyed their own sugar, making it relatively harmonious, with occasional comparisons that could be considered healthy competition. Bai Tian and Gu Zao naturally also garnered a batch of their CP fans, who named themselves Sweet Dates. They quickly opened a super topic, sharing screenshots, editing photos, and writing fanfiction. Various skilled individuals jumped in, having a blast. The official Weibo of the program even bizarrely set up a poll, allowing fans to vote for their favorite couple among the 5 pairs of guests. Before the program aired, the #1 spot in this poll was held by Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, while Bai Tian and Gu Zao were in last place. After the show aired, the number of CP fans for Bai Tian and Gu Zao surged dramatically, leaping to become the second most popular couple in Romantic Delusions. Although they didn't surpass Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, they had made a qualitative leap and were the most unexpected couple in everyone's eyes. The dedicated fans of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming were numerous, and since Gu Zao was a regular person, relying solely on Bai Tian's fan count and the number of CP fans, it was difficult to surpass them in voting. Bai Tian was already very satisfied with the current result and decided to post a Weibo thanking her fans later. She continued to refresh the webpage for a while, secretly following the Sweet Dates super topic, where a group of fans was shouting about being stuffed with dog food by her and Gu Zao. Some CP fans summarized that Gu Zao had called her wife 58 times in this episode and sweet 32 times. Someone even made a compilation of screenshots of Gu Zao's gaze at her. Caption, "What else could this gaze be if not love?" Bai Tian, nestled on the sofa, secretly browsed those photos and the comments from the CP fans, her cheeks involuntarily turning a light shade of red. She enlarged those screenshots, unable to help but be surprised. Gu Zao's gaze seemed focused and affectionate, his deep eyes seemingly containing infinite deep feelings, soft light enveloping them. Looking at these photos made her heart race, almost leading her to believe that Gu Zao really loved her, and it was the deep kind of love. Woo-woo. Hubby's acting skills are just too good. One look can fool everyone. Bai Tian, wake up. Stay clear-headed. Although she knew all of this was fake and that it was all acted, her cheeks still couldn't help but blush. She cradled her face in her hands, using the cool back of her hand against her cheeks to cool down, before continuing to browse the webpage. Among the fans watching the variety show, there were also many funny and quirky talents. They acted quickly, turning the surprised expressions of the guests upon seeing Gu Zao into memes with different captions, all particularly funny. Among them, Jiang Ruoming's meme was the most popular, created by a particularly skillful original author, capturing her shocked expression in an indescribable way, combining shock with humor and a hint of resentment. Captioned with 5 big words, "Shocking my whole family," becoming the most widely spread meme. When Bai Tian saw this meme, she couldn't help but laugh, lying back on the sofa, giggling uncontrollably, unable to resist saving the image to her phone. She thought for a moment, happily opened Weibo, and posted a message. Romantic Symphony, the first episode has ended. Thank you all for your support. See you next time. The accompanying image for her post was the meme of Jiang Ruoming saying "shocking my whole family." After she sent out the post, fans immediately started laughing and began leaving comments, sharing various memes of Jiang Ruoming. "So sweet is watching too," and even secretly used our meme. Luckily, they didn't remove the watermark. Ha 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 ha. Shocking my whole family, sweet. Your husband really shocked my whole family. Even my husband couldn't help but scream. This variety show is great. Looking forward to it. Sweet, keep it up. Ice cream will always follow you. When Jiang Ruoming saw Bai Tian's Weibo post, she was so angry that she trembled all over and couldn't help but throw her phone. Unfortunately, she couldn't lose her temper. The meme was created by fans, and Bai Tian was just using it to be a little funny. If she took it too seriously, she would lose and be criticized by netizens for being too rigid. Jiang Ruoming felt completely outmaneuvered, furious that she had been caught off guard by Bai Tian during the recording of the show, allowing Bai Tian to take the lead. Now that the episode had aired, Bai Tian was stealing the spotlight, and the conversation was mostly focused on her. The most infuriating thing was that the Romantic Delusion production team actually followed through on their previous promise to her, often editing the show to compare Wei Jinyan and Gu Zao in the same frame. When she watched the show, she couldn't help but curse. Under the guidance of the production team, fans and marketing accounts were now comparing Wei Jinyan and Gu Zao, looking at their temperament, behavior, hairstyles, Even their fashion styles were meticulously compared, and some marketing accounts even initiated polls for fans to choose their ideal male idol. Jiang Ruoming felt like she could spit blood out of anger. Previously, she had asked the production team to compare the two because she thought Bai Tian's husband was an old, ugly, bald man. Now, in the comparisons, Gu Zao not only looked taller than Wei Jinyan, but also had a better physique. Although it couldn't be said that Wei Jinyan was worse than Gu Zao, he wasn't that much better either. Wei Jinyan was a star, but was overshadowed by an ordinary person, which was more embarrassing than anything else. She felt utterly frustrated. Ever since returning from the variety show shoot, she had been so upset that she couldn't sleep for several nights. The fact that Bai Tian married better than her made her feel dizzy. For the past few years, she had been immersed in the joy of defeating Bai Tian. And now waking up felt like everything had turned into a dream, all fake, all her own self-delusion. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And the more she looked at Bai Tian's Weibo post, the more she hated it. She felt both frustrated and regretful, unable to help but sweep everything off the table onto the floor with a crash. She squinted her eyes darkly, breathing heavily, and secretly made up her mind that during the next recording of the variety show, no matter what, she had to outshine Bai Tian. Wei Jinyan also had to outshine Gu Zao. Chapter 39. After Bai Tian finished posting on Weibo, she couldn't help but click on a video clip of Gu Zao's exclusive interview edited by a fan. She still found it amazing that Gu Zao got all her favorite colors, foods, and birthday right. Moreover, Gu Zao even remembered their wedding anniversary clearly. They had rushed into marriage, and Bai Tian had been in a daze at the time, having long forgotten which day it was. She bit her finger and suddenly felt a bit guilty. It turned out that Gu Zao had made so much preparation in silence, while she, who invited him to participate in the show, had prepared nothing. If the program team had interviewed her instead of Gu Zao during the first recording, perhaps she would have been exposed long ago. She silently recited the date Gu Zao mentioned, thinking carefully for a moment, and something flashed through her mind. It seemed that every year on that day, Gu Zao would give her a gift. Bai Tian suddenly jumped up from the sofa. She had always thought that the gifts Gu Zao bought for her were random. Could it be that those items were actually gifts for their wedding anniversary? She hurriedly rummaged through her belongings: diamond necklace, music box, crystal. In 3 years of marriage, Gu Zao had given her many gifts aside from anniversary gifts. There were also birthday gifts, but she had celebrated her birthdays in the crew over the past few years to avoid awkwardness, never returning home or spending time with Gu Zao. Bai Tian slapped her forehead, annoyed at her carelessness. She had been immersed in the betrayals of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming over the years and seemed to have overlooked too much. She sat dazed on the floor, looking at the scattered gifts, her eyes filled with confusion. Although her marriage to Gu Zao had a reason behind it, they were indeed already married. Over the years, she had not fulfilled her duties as a wife, yet Gu Zao had never complained, nor had there been any scandal. He had fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband very well. When she asked Gu Zao to accompany her to participate in the variety show, he had agreed to her request without hesitation. Looking back now, it seemed that Gu Zao had never refused her. She stared at these gifts for a moment in silence, suddenly stood up and walked downstairs. She needed to understand Gu Zao better. Bai Tian felt that she also needed to learn how to be a good wife. As long as she and Gu Zao were not divorced, she should respect this marriage. Since she wanted to be a good wife, she should start by understanding Gu Zao. First, she searched online for information about Gu Zao, but instead of finding much about him, she came across a lot of news about balding, beer belly, and domestic violence, which left her very angry. Bai Tian had no choice but to go ask Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was busy, so she didn't want to disturb her and went to the yard to find Uncle Li. Uncle Li was weeding the flowers and looked up when he saw her. Greeting her, "Young madam, why are you down here?" "I came down to take a look." Bai Tian glanced at the flowers beside him. "Are the flowers about to bloom?" Uncle Li began to talk endlessly about the flowers he was taking care of. "Yes, these few flowers bloomed slowly, but the ones downstairs in your bedroom have already bloomed. They smell so good, and the flowers are big and beautiful." Bai Tian smiled awkwardly. She usually either didn't come home or came back when it was already dark, and she had never noticed that there were flowers planted downstairs, which was a waste of Uncle Li's good intentions. Seeing her standing there hesitantly, Uncle Lee approached with a smile, took off his gloves, and asked, "Is there something on your mind, young madam?" Bai Tian felt a bit nervous, bit her dry lips, and slowly spoke. "Uncle Lee, I wanted to ask you about Gu Zao." Uncle Lee looked a bit surprised and asked, "What about him? For example, what does he like to eat, or what colors he likes?" Uncle Lee pondered for a moment, looking at her, and instead of answering, he asked, "Why doesn't young madam ask young master directly?" "He's busy with work." Bai Tian randomly made an excuse. Uncle Lee looked at Bai Tian, slightly furrowed his brows, and gently advised, "But young madam, no one in this world knows young master better than he knows himself. You shouldn't try to understand him through others. Communication is essential for a good relationship. You and young master are just too busy with work and lack communication." He had always felt that there was something wrong with how Bai Tian and Gu Zao interacted. Both were too focused on work, and they hardly spent time together. He wanted to help them, but didn't know how to start. Bai Tian knew Uncle Lee was right, but she felt too embarrassed to ask Gu Zao. Just thinking about what had happened last night made her cheeks flush, and she couldn't find the words. However, to avoid raising Uncle Lee's suspicions by talking too much, she could only nod and smile. "Okay, Uncle Lee, I understand. You're right. I will ask him directly." After finishing the conversation with Uncle Lee, Bai Tian returned upstairs listlessly. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and called Secretary Shun, Gu Zao's secretary. Secretary Shun quickly answered the phone, and Bai Tian explained the reason for her call in one breath. After finishing, she held her breath, waiting for Secretary Shun's response. After listening to her, Secretary Shun was silent for a second, then replied in a businesslike manner, "I understand, madam." After saying that, Secretary Shun hung up the phone. Bai Tian stared blankly at her phone. What did Secretary Shun understand? She hadn't even started to ask yet. Bai Tian sighed helplessly and threw her phone on the table. She felt somewhat defeated. She had asked around but found out nothing, and couldn't help but feel a bit like a failure. She really didn't know how Gu Zao managed to do it. She puffed up her cheeks at this rate. When would she ever get to know Gu Zao as well as he knew her? After a while, Bai Tian's phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. The caller was surprisingly Gu Zao. Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment before answering the phone. Gu Zao's voice sounded somewhat deep through the phone. "Wife, I heard you want to know about me." Bai Tian's face flushed red instantly. How could Secretary Shun turn around and tell Gu Zao what she said? Last night, she had just touched Gu Zao's abs, and there were still bite marks on his Adam's apple. Now she was asking about Gu Zao's situation all over the place. What would Gu Zao think? She secretly covered her face, stumbling over her words and unable to refute, finally admitting in a small voice, "Yes. Too many teammates are causing trouble for Tian Tian. If you want to know something, you could just ask me directly." There was a barely perceptible hint of joy in Gu Zao's voice, his tone slightly lifting, yet his intonation remained steady. "I know you want to understand me, and that makes me very happy." Bai Tian was taken aback, suddenly feeling that her husband spoke sweetly. She tightened her grip on the phone, feeling a bit nervous. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly opened her mouth and tried to ask then, "What do you like to eat besides ribs?" Gu Zao thought for a moment, and his voice came through the phone. "I prefer Chinese food over Western food, which is why I learned to cook for myself when I studied abroad. Besides ribs, I also like longjing shrimp, garlic scallops, and black pepper tenderloin." Bai Tian quietly took notes. She hadn't expected that this young master, Gu Zao, had such down-to-earth tastes. After Gu Zao finished speaking, she nodded and continued to ask, "Do you like small animals?" "Yes, I like both dogs and cats, but I'm a bit allergic to cat fur. If I hold a cat, I tend to get small red rashes, so I usually don't get too close to cats." "When you're busy with work, what do you choose to do to relax?" "Running, listening to music, reading." "What colors do you like?" "Black, white, gray." Gu Zao answered all the questions Bai Tian asked in great detail, and without realizing it, Bai Tian gradually relaxed. She silently noted Gu Zao's preferences in her mind and then asked, "What style of clothes do you like to wear?" "Casual clothes, but I have to wear a suit for work on weekdays." Gu Zao's voice carried a hint of affectionate complaint, making Bai Tian unable to help but laugh, imagining how he reluctantly put on formal attire, which she found somewhat cute. She unconsciously smiled, leaned against the window, and looked outside. The sight of Uncle Lee busily working on the lawn, and the sound of Gu Zao's deep and pleasant voice gradually improved her mood. The headache from her hangover disappeared, and she felt somewhat refreshed. Bai Tian continued to ask many questions, and Gu Zao answered them all meticulously. The two of them chatted back and forth for what seemed like a long time without realizing it. This was the first time they had talked so much since their marriage, and the atmosphere was more pleasant and relaxed than she had imagined. Bai Tian gradually forgot the awkwardness of the previous night and was finally able to talk to Gu Zao calmly. If it weren't for chatting over the phone, she probably would have had to wait until the bite mark on Gu Zao's neck completely disappeared before she could have a proper conversation with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face him. They continued to chat intermittently until Gu Zao's assistant knocked and came in to deliver documents, interrupting their conversation. Upon hearing the assistant's voice, Bai Tian realized she had taken up a lot of Gu Zao's time. He was at work now. She quickly said, "You can get back to work. I'll ask you later." Gu Zao paused for a moment, hesitated, and then agreed. "All right, if you have any more questions, you can ask me when I get home. As long as it's something you want to know, I can tell you." Bai Tian nodded with a smile and softly said, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, she noticed how quickly time had passed. They had chatted for nearly an hour and a half, which surprised her. She put down her phone, feeling good as she opened the window. The flowers downstairs were indeed blooming beautifully, just as Uncle Lee had said. A gentle breeze brought with it the scent of the flowers, and she unconsciously closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Although she and Gu Zao had lived in this villa for 3 years, she had never stopped to truly appreciate it. Now, looking out, she noticed how beautiful it was, the lush green grass, the flowers blooming freely, the distant small bridge and flowing water, and the nearby path paved with white pebbles, all looking comfortable and relaxing, perfect for living. Bai Tian suddenly felt that she could come back to the villa in Nansha more often. It was so much better than her cold, lifeless apartment in the city center, with beautiful scenery, delicious food, and it seemed to have a hint of home. Chapter 40. Bai Tian looked at the flowers downstairs, feeling very good, unable to resist. She went to the tool room to find a watering can and excitedly ran downstairs to water the flowers. Uncle Lee saw her coming down with the watering can and couldn't help but smile. He offered her a few tips and stood by watching her water the plants. Uncle Lee had been with the Gu family for a long time. He was warm-hearted and experienced, managing the villa in an orderly manner, especially when it came to the flowers and plants, which he nurtured with great care. As Bai Tian watered the flowers, she looked at the flower bed below and discovered that it was planted with her favorite white roses. Bai Tian couldn't help but feel surprised and laughed. "Uncle Lee, how did you know that I love white roses?" Uncle Lee seemed a bit taken aback by her question. He paused for a moment, scratched his head, and with a simple smile, shook his head, saying, "I didn't know, young madam. These flowers were prepared by the young master. He only told me to take good care of them, but didn't mention that they are your favorite." Bai Tian was taken aback. She hadn't expected Gu Zao to know even this. She looked up at everything in the yard, wondering just how much effort Gu Zao had put into this place, something she had previously overlooked, wasting his heartfelt intentions. The butler was silent for a moment, pulling weeds from the flower bed as he said, "The young master said a home should look like a home. His parents passed away early, and I know he has always wanted a home and cares a lot about family. Otherwise, with the things his uncle did back then, he would have already sent him to jail. Now, the young master has just expelled his uncle from the country and won't let him return, but ultimately, it's still because he is a member of the Gu family." Bai Tian's heart tightened, her eyes trembling slightly. She had always regarded this place as a temporary stop, but it turned out that Gu Zao had always considered it home. Uncle Lee finished pulling the weeds, straightened up, and looked at Bai Tian, saying, "Young madam, you might try to interact with the young master a bit. Give him a chance, and give yourself a chance too. Just like these flowers. If you don't plant one and try, how do you know it won't thrive here?" Bai Tian looked at Uncle Lee in surprise, hesitating to ask, "Did you and Aunt Wang already know?" She and Gu Zao had thought they were keeping it well hidden, that no one had noticed. Uncle Lee scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "My wife doesn't know. I just guessed." Bai Tian opened her mouth, feeling a bit nervous. Then, "Young madam, don't worry, I won't go out and say anything, nor will I tell the master," Uncle Lee said sincerely. "I just mentioned it casually. You can just take it as something to think about." Bai Tian nodded, looking at the pure white roses, and after a long silence, she softly said, "I'll give it a try. Uncle Lee had already gone to the distant flower bed to pull weeds, so he naturally didn't hear what she said. But she had silently remembered it in her heart. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the recording of the show again. The weather was still clear and sunny, a perfect day. As soon as Bai Tian and Gu Zao arrived at the recording location, the production team came to inform them that Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng would be cooking today and invited everyone to join them for lunch, saying they wanted to get together. Gu Zao placed their luggage down, glanced at Bai Tian, and asked, "Are we going?" Bai Tian curled her lips and replied naturally, "Of course. Why not? Since they've prepared the food, we won't have to cook, so it's a perfect opportunity to be lazy." Since the enemies were already there, she had no reason to avoid them. She wanted to see what Jiang Ruomeng was planning to cook. Gu Zao nodded gently. He naturally agreed with Bai Tian's words. The two tidied up the house a bit, and the production staff brought a phone, saying the director wanted to increase the viewership by having the guests interact with fans through a live broadcast. In the last episode, Jiang Ruomeng and Wei Jinyan had already done a live broadcast, and this time it was Bai Tian and Gu Zao's turn. Bai Tian took the phone without asking too many questions. She had already known about these requirements when signing the contract. After handing her the phone, the production team explained that fans were very curious about her and Gu Zao's life, so this live broadcast would be in a Q&A format, and they should try to answer as many questions as possible. Bai Tian hesitated and nodded. She had initially thought it would just be a simple interaction, but now they had to accept questions, and she couldn't help but worry about whether they would slip up. Gu Zao seemed to sense her hesitation, took the phone, and comforted her, "It's okay, don't worry." Bai Tian gently nodded. Gu Zao's reassurance made her feel inexplicably at ease. The official Weibo account of Romantic Fantasies had already announced that Bai Tian and Gu Zao would be live streaming. So many fans were already waiting in the live broadcast room. Bai Tian had rarely done live broadcasts before, and now it was not only a rare opportunity, but also with her husband, which made everyone very curious about how they interacted in private. As a result, the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. Once the live broadcast started, Gu Zao and Bai Tian greeted the fans, and the fans immediately began to flood the screen with gifs and comments. The bullet comments were filled with in various colors, creating a spectacular sight. Bai Tian was wearing a light yellow dress today, with only light makeup and her hair casually tied in a bun. Her face looked delicate and clean, without a single flaw. When she smiled, it radiated a fresh sweetness that instantly reminded people of spring. Gu Zao was dressed in a light blue shirt, making him look tall and handsome. He sat beside Bai Tian. Although his face showed little expression, he seemed to shine. They sat together on the sofa, looking particularly well-matched, with a warm-colored background enhancing their appearance like a pair of perfect couple. Seeing this, CP fans screamed excitedly, taking screenshots with their phones and quickly sharing them on Weibo. After waiting for the fans to calm down a bit, Bai Tian smiled at the screen, waved her hand, and said cheerfully, "Hi everyone, I'm Bai Tian, and this is my husband, Gu Zao." Gu Zao nodded in cooperation, and upon hearing Bai Tian's introduction, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a pleased smile. The bullet comments erupted with enthusiasm, welcoming them with applause. Bai Tian smiled and looked at the screen, continuing, "If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for us. This live broadcast will last for 15 minutes, and during this time, we will try to answer as many of your questions as possible." The fans immediately participated enthusiastically, and the speed of the bullet comments was incredibly fast. Bai Tian couldn't see what they were writing at all, and only when the speed slowed down a bit did she start reading the first comment. Tian, can we call Gu Zao husband?" Bai Tian softly read this comment. Before she could react, Gu Zao coldly replied from the side, "No. So cold and indifferent, but so handsome. The son-in-law can only be called son-in-law. He is Tian's husband alone. You can't steal him, or we'll get angry. Son-in-law's guard team, go. Let's see which little vixen dares to come out." Bai Tian smiled, seeing that everyone was not angry and that Gu Zao's tone hadn't frozen them. She relaxed and continued reading the next comment. Tian, can you give us a fan benefit and blow us a kiss through the screen?" "No." Before Bai Tian could finish speaking, Gu Zao directly denied it again. The comments immediately erupted into a chorus of wails. What a cold man. He won't even give her sweet little fairy a tiny bit of time. Is Gu Zao jealous? Such a cute contrast. Why do I find him a bit adorable? Now that we have a son-in-law, our daughter is no longer the same daughter we used to have, but Mama is so happy. Daughter, you must be happy. Bai Tian glanced at Gu Zao, unable to help but smile, and made a heart shape at the screen, gently saying, although there was no kiss, it's replaced with love, sending everyone my heart. The fans immediately cheered up, posting all kinds of heart-shaped emojis, and the atmosphere became lively, with various confessions filling the screen. Gu Zao's cheeks darkened as he turned his head and huffed softly. Some fans noticed his expression and burst into laughter. Bai Tian didn't notice Gu Zao's small actions. She looked at the screen and read for a while, feeling a bit thirsty, so she picked up her cup and took a sip of water. Gu Zao automatically took over the task of reading the comments, looking at the barrage and saying, Tian, my wife, please be happy. Wife, I will love you for a lifetime. After finishing, he frowned and said in a cold, flat tone, thank you for your concern for my wife. But next time just call her Tian. When he said Tian, his brow furrowed even tighter, as if that title was his greatest limit. Oh, he's jealous. President Gu is just like me, a lemon essence. Tian's husband fans, pay attention to how you address her. Her real husband is getting jealous. So can we be wife fans and call Tian husband? No. Gu Zao looked at the last comment and gave a negative answer again. Bai Tian held her water cup, looking up at Gu Zao's serious expression, unable to help but laugh. However, she didn't stop him and let him mess around. Fortunately, she wasn't relying on traffic in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, how many fans would she lose that night? But looking at the comments, the fans seemed quite happy and didn't mind too much. Some even praised Gu Zao. Ha! This time someone is jealous after you all called out randomly before. Quickly, let's all call her daughter-in-law and son-in-law and be good mom fans, life fans, career fans. So manly, no? Ha, what a tough guy. Not leaving us any room for imagination. We can't even call him husband. President Gu, can we call you husband? We could be your wife fans. Is someone upstairs silly? President Gu just denied it, not letting us call him husband, but we can call him secretly. President Gu is so handsome. It makes my legs weak. What's wrong with me enjoying it online? I just want to be his wife fan. Husband. Husband. Gu Zao husband, hello. The hidden wife fans began to flood the screen, and Bai Tian couldn't help but be a bit surprised. She didn't expect Gu Zao to have so many wife fans in such a short time, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Gu Zao really has the potential to be a star. She glanced at Gu Zao secretly, admiring the courage of those who dared to tease him. You can't call me husband. Gu Zao's lips pressed into a straight line as he looked at the increasing barrage. Frowning, he slightly turned his head to glance at Bai Tian and said gently, only Tian can call me husband. He thought for a moment and added seriously, and only I can call Tian wife. Ah, President Gu is so cute. I didn't expect teasing him to be so interesting. Tian Zao, you two are really sweet together. President Gu, we understand. After all, you called your wife 58 times in one episode. So sweet. I want to be your CP fan. This should be okay, right? I'll support you, and I'll make pictures and videos for you. President Gu, please look at me. I beg for reply. Gu Zao relaxed his brow. Okay, having more CP fans is fine. Bai Tian couldn't hold back any longer and directly laughed, collapsing onto Gu Zao. She had never realized how cute Gu Zao looked when he was serious. Gu Zao looked down at her, his eyes softening. What's wrong? Bai Tian raised her hands to hold his face and couldn't help but call out husband. A joyful smile adorned her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Gu Zao's eyes straightened, the tense lines of his side profile softened, and he gently smiled. Wife. The fans in the live broadcast room screamed again at this scene, but Bai Tian and Gu Zao only had eyes for each other, completely oblivious to the flood of comments. Chapter 41. The live broadcast soon ended. After Bai Tian put down her phone, she looked up at the time, realizing that dinner time was approaching. She casually picked up a bottle of red wine from the table, stood up, and said, let's go. Let's head over early to enjoy the movie King cooking. Gu Zao, sitting on the sofa, raised an eyebrow at her, his tone neither warm nor cold. You want to watch Wei Jinyan cook? He can't cook as well as you look. Bai Tian didn't catch the acidity in his voice. She just lightly tapped the wine bottle with her finger and smiled. I want to see the movie king and his wife show off their loving relationship. Gu Zao, receiving the compliment, relaxed the furrows on his brow, stood up from the sofa in high spirits, and took the wine bottle from Bai Tian's hand. The two went next door, and just as they reached the door of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roming's room, they heard their muffled argument from inside before they could knock. Wei Jinyan, can't you help me? Wei Jinyan's voice sounded a bit heavy. Who told you to insist on inviting everyone to dinner? After we got married, didn't you say that your family made you cook since you were 10? So you hated cooking and never wanted to do it again? When I was sick, you wouldn't even cook me some porridge, just order takeout for me. So why are you cooking now? Jiang Roming must have knocked something over, and there was a sharp sound from inside. Bai Tian and Gu Zao exchanged silent glances and stopped in their tracks. Jiang Roming's voice was laced with undisguised jealousy as she shouted, who told Bai Tian and Gu Zao to be so popular? If this continues, we'll be overshadowed by those two in the voting. If we get overshadowed, then so be it. Why do you have to compete with them? Bai Tian isn't even prettier than me. Why is she more popular? I never understood before, but now I get it. It's all because she married well. All the opportunities were arranged by her husband. Unlike my husband, what's wrong with me? Wei Jinyan's voice also grew angry. What do you mean what's wrong with you? I asked you to get me a leading female role, and you wouldn't. Now that I'm on the same variety show as Bai Tian, I absolutely cannot let her overshadow me. It was a dog-eat-dog situation. Bai Tian felt her heart racing, pulling Gu Zao a bit closer, listening to the argument without any guilt. The squabble of these two was too entertaining to miss. Wei Jinyan's voice was cold with a hint of mockery. With your acting skills, which director would let you play the leading role? Last time I found you a good role after sifting through countless options. Did you perform well? In the crew, you were either afraid of getting cold while filming in the water or complaining about the food being bad. Do you know how many times I secretly apologized to the director just to let you finish? Do you want me to introduce you to another role? I can't afford a loose face like that. Besides, Tian is naturally prettier than you and works harder. It's only natural for her to be popular. Jiang Ruomeng, furious, screamed, then why did you choose me back then? Wei Jinyan fell silent for a moment, his voice sounding a bit muffled. If it weren't for you tempting me every day in the crew while Tian wasn't around, serving soup and medicine, how would I have been moved? You even came to knock on my door in your pajamas in the middle of the night. I'm a man, of course. I couldn't resist the temptation. Wei Jinyan closed his eyes, recalling the embarrassment of being caught in bed with Bai Tian back then. If it hadn't been for that incident, leading to their breakup, perhaps he would be attending the variety show with Bai Tian now. Imagining that scene in his mind, he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. But as he came back to reality, a wave of regret and repression surged in his chest. Wei Jinyan, you were the one who was unfaithful. And now you blame me? Jiang Ruomeng shouted in a fit of rage. Wei Jinyan couldn't help but yell back. If it weren't for you trying every means to seduce me, how would I have lost my principles and done that? Jiang Ruomeng threw something again. This time it was probably dishes or something, and the room was filled with a series of clattering sounds, mixed with her angry curses. If you have the ability, then resist temptation. Now you push everything onto me. Do you even qualify as a man? Can I accomplish that kind of thing alone? Just as it seemed the two were about to fight, Bai Tian couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng froze at the sound. Jiang Ruomeng walked over and opened the door, and when she saw Gu Zao and Bai Tian, she was immediately shocked, her eyes widening in embarrassment. Bai Tian smirked, coldly looking at the pair of equally matched fools, and ironically noted that they were even wearing couple shirts. She reached up to brush her bangs and couldn't help but coldly sneer. Why do you both have to argue? You're both equally matched, so it's just right for you to be together, saving you from harming others. To her surprise, she was fortunate enough to hear a replay of their past, finally understanding how they got together back then. A chill ran down her spine, but her smile grew even brighter, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Gu Zao only knew that Wei Jinyan had cheated back then, but now he understood the story behind it, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Reaching out to hold Bai Tian's hand, his thumb gently rubbing her hand. Bai Tian felt warmth in her heart, looked up at him, and smiled. The coldness in her eyes slightly retreating, as the anger from recalling the past also calmed down. Jiang Ruomeng looked at Bai Tian, panting in embarrassment, gritting her teeth to squeeze out a sentence. You don't need to worry about our matters. She never expected that what she just said would be overheard by Gu Zao and Bai Tian. In her moment of anger, she lost her reason, and now realizing that the loving couple image she had been portraying in front of Bai Tian had instantly crumbled, she couldn't help but regret, wishing she could turn back time to take back those words. Bai Tian looked inside the room, and indeed saw that the camera in the corner was turned off. She had guessed correctly. This couple who appeared loving on screen would never argue so embarrassingly in front of the camera, nor would they bring up that ugly incident from the past in front of it. Wei Jinyan heard the noise and came out, seeing Bai Tian and Gu Zao. His face immediately darkened, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could find a place to hide. He looked at Bai Tian several times, wanting to say something but stopping short, his mouth opening and closing without a word. Bai Tian's mocking gaze and Gu Zao's disdainful look felt like needles poking at him, like thorns in his back. Bai Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at him. Movie King Wei, I really didn't expect your past infidelity to be so dramatic. She clapped her hands and slowly began. I don't agree with everything Jiang Roming said, but there's one thing I completely agree with. If you are unfaithful, how can you blame anyone else? Now you push all the blame onto women, which only makes me despise you even more. Wei Jinyan lowered his head, his face darker than ever, unable to utter a single word for a long time. He knew Bai Tian was right, but he didn't want to admit it. He wanted to find an excuse. He wanted to tell himself that what happened back then wasn't his fault and that he didn't betray Bai Tian intentionally. Unfortunately, facts speak louder than words. After Bai Tian had enough laughter and enjoyed their embarrassment, she slowly took the bottle of red wine from Gu Zao's arms and said leisurely, "A gift." Jiang Ruomeng glared at the wine in her hand. "Who wants your gift?" Bai Tian clicked her tongue and pouted, "Don't worry, it's not good wine. Just the kind that the production team put on the table for show. Since I'm here for dinner, I can't come empty-handed, so I just brought it over symbolically. You could just accept it symbolically." Wei Jinyan, being the movie king, quickly regained his composure after a moment of embarrassment. He forced a smile, stiffening his lips, and reached out to take the wine, awkwardly bowing his head to thank her. Jiang Ruoming stood still, her face half red and half white, quite spectacular. She had prepared thoroughly, determined to suppress Bai Tian during this recording, but unexpectedly, before the recording even began, she fell victim to a joke made by Bai Tian. The smile on Bai Tian's face felt like a blatant humiliation directed at her. Jiang Ruoming glanced at her and almost fainted from anger. The four of them remained in a standoff, with no one breaking the deadlock. Fortunately, other groups of guests arrived, just in time, followed by camera operators, which allowed them to ease their expressions. Jiang Ruoming composed herself, forced a smile, and pretended nothing had happened as she welcomed everyone inside. Moments later, Bai Tian and Gu Zao sat on the sofa, holding hands, coldly observing as Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming performed a scene of deep affection. One was making soup while the other was chopping vegetables, and they had already cleaned up the broken pieces from earlier. Under the camera's gaze, they occasionally exchanged glances and shared laughter, appearing exceptionally loving. They even happily opened a bottle of wine brought by Bai Tian and Gu Zao, saying they would drink together with everyone later. Bai Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two truly lived up to their title as screen couple, with top-notch acting skills and a seamless performance. Wei Jinyan's acting aside, Jiang Ruoming was notorious for her stiff expressions and awkward movements. Surprisingly, in real life, she performed with such ease that there were no traces of acting. If she had channeled this effort into her acting skills, she might have become famous long ago. Wang Huanhuan sat opposite Bai Tian, resting her chin on her hands, enviously watching Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, her voice soft as she said, "Wei Gu and Jiang Jie are truly affectionate. Even cooking is done together." Bai Tian quietly watched their performance. Previously, she had always thought that Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming were as loving as they appeared, believing they had been living well over the years. It now seemed that their relationship was not as strong as she had imagined. However, upon reflection, it wasn't too surprising. Jiang Ruoming had a competitive and profit-driven personality, while Wei Jinyan was somewhat macho and petty. With such personalities, it was easy to foresee conflicts arising over time. Wang Huanhuan's words hit the nail on the head for Jiang Ruoming. aligning perfectly with her intention for inviting everyone over for dinner. She immediately smiled, feeling much better. As she brought out the dishes, she said, "The most important thing for a couple is to care for each other. We love each other very much." Bai Tian couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Just moments ago, she had been in a fierce argument with Wei Jinyan, and now Jiang Ruomeng was quickly starting to talk about marital harmony. Wang Huan, upon hearing this, reached out to touch her husband's arm, exclaiming dramatically, "We should learn well from Wei Gu and Jiang Jia." Her husband, Yu Cheng, immediately smiled in agreement, nodding along. Chapter 42. Yu Cheng and Li Fengyang are fellow disciples. As soon as they meet, they chat about music without stopping. Li Wanrong sits on the sofa, holding Lu Chunwang's hand, smiling at everyone, just as gentle as before. Lu Chunwang holds a cup of tea, savoring it carefully. The room is peaceful, as if all the previous noise has dissipated. Bai Tian stands up and walks around the room a couple of times. It's her first time in Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng's place. They have decorated the room with plenty of style, but its practical value is low. The chandelier is an expensive crystal one, and the sofa is a brand's flagship model. Yet there isn't even an extra pair of slippers, and there are no clothes racks, coffee tables, or shoe cabinets. After everyone arrives, even the stools for sitting are brought in by the program staff. She walks around the room and finally stops in front of a painting on the wall. This painting should be the one Jiang Ruomeng mentioned earlier. It depicts a white swan, completely snow white, floating proudly on a deep blue surface, looking cold and noble. Jiang Ruomeng sets the table, wipes her hands, and seeing Bai Tian looking at the painting, can't help but smile and walk over to ask, "Isn't it beautiful?" Bai Tian nods, "Yes, it's beautiful." Jiang Ruomeng touches the frame of the painting with a hint of pride, saying, "I only spent 20,000 yuan to buy this painting. Isn't it cheap?" Bai Tian replies blandly, "You bought it at a high price. Do you understand paintings?" Jiang Ruomeng's voice becomes sharp, as if she finally has the chance to criticize Bai Tian, addressing the camera. "This is a piece by the newly emerging artist Xingyan, and you can't get it for less than a few million usually." Bai Tian asks indifferently, "Oh, then how did you buy it for 20,000 yuan?" Jiang Ruomeng huffs, proudly stating, "I could buy it at such a low price because the seller is my fan. He likes me a lot, and when he heard I needed a painting for a variety show, he half sold it to me. I gave him 2 signed photos and took a picture with him, and that's how he was willing to part with it." Bai Tian raises an eyebrow, walks over to examine the painting, and reaches out to touch the paper. Jiang Ruomeng immediately stops her hand, giving her a disdainful look, and scolds, "You can't just touch a famous painting like that. Don't you know?" "Oh." Bai Tian retracts her hand, pouting slightly. Jiang Ruomeng looks at her, continuing to be aggressive. "This is an authentic piece by Qingyun, a winner of the Qinghong Award. Do you know how valuable that is? How can you say I bought it at a high price?" Li Wanrong casually interjects, Tian is just joking. Why take it so seriously? Come eat." "Sister Rong, you don't know, I just hate when some people pretend to understand," Jiang Ruomeng says, glancing at Bai Tian with narrowed eyes. Bai Tian remained silent for a moment. She didn't want to expose Jiang Ruomeng in public. But since Jiang Ruomeng insisted on provoking her, she had to speak up. "That painting is fake. You definitely paid too much." Jiang Ruomeng is momentarily stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Tian, "Just because your mom is an artist and you can paint a little, you really think you're an artist?" She shifts the issue to a larger scale. "If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. Making unfounded accusations without investigation is the greatest insult to the original creator." She secretly thinks to use this opportunity to pin the blame for insulting the original creator on Bai Tian. Once this video goes viral, a large number of original artists will condemn Bai Tian, and it will surely be a spectacular scene. She just needs to wait to see the show unfold. Bai Tian, however, does not get angry. She simply glances at her and replies coolly, "Supporting someone who sells fake paintings is the real insult to the original creators." Bai Tian's gaze makes Jiang Ruomeng feel uncomfortable all over. She can't help but get anxious. "Bai Tian, what evidence do you have to prove this painting is fake? Have you had it appraised? Have you studied it carefully? We're not just discussing privately. We're recording a variety show. If this video goes out and harms Xingyan, can you take responsibility?" Although she doesn't dare to confirm whether the painting is real or fake, as long as she insists it's real now, Even if it turns out to be fake, she can buy the real painting after the recording ends and say Bai Tian is just making baseless claims, pretending to understand, and disrespecting the original creator. Bai Tian lightly touches her red lips and coldly asks, "Can you take responsibility for displaying a fake painting and letting it appear on the show?" Songning walks over and advises, "You both should say less and come eat. It's just a painting. Who cares if it's real or fake as long as it's pretty?" "No." Jiang Roman glares at Bai Tian. "What right do you have to slander without evidence? What proof do you have?" "I don't need evidence because the real painting is hanging in my room." Bai Tian's voice is soft but leaves everyone shocked. Jiang Romeng's body trembles, cautiously glancing at Bai Tian, unsure of whether to believe her words. The others in the room also look surprised, except for Gu Zao, who remains still because he has already seen the painting in Bai Tian's room. The white swan in the painting is pure and pristine, looking proud and elegant, just like Bai Tian. He remembers it clearly. Jiang Romeng observes Bai Tian for a while, but Bai Tian's expression remains calm and unbothered, making it hard for Jiang Romeng to discern anything. Jiang Romeng bites her lip, feeling she must maintain her momentum. So she raises her voice slightly. "How do you know your painting is real and mine is fake? Maybe mine is the real one, and yours is the fake." Bai Tian feels somewhat helpless. She is already hungry and doesn't want to get entangled with Jiang Romeng, so she shrugs and says, "Because that painting is a gift from my mom, and she painted it herself." "How is that possible?" Jiang Romeng's sharp voice rises again, regaining her confidence. "Isn't your mom named Wenyu? How could Qingyun be your mom?" "My mom often likes to use different names when painting. It's one of her pleasures. The name Qingyun she stopped using long ago, so it's nothing now." Jiang Romeng's face suddenly turns ugly, changing colors like a dye vat. "It's understandable that you don't know. My mom just casually entered that painting into a competition and won a championship, and then someone copied it." Bai Tian glances at her and sighs softly, truly. The world is declining, and human hearts are no longer pure. Jiang Romeng's face changes. Feeling embarrassed and furious as Bai Tian casually dismisses the Qinghong award she had just boasted about as merely a prize her mom won casually. She feels a lump in her throat, unable to speak for half a day. She must have forgotten to check the calendar before leaving home today. Otherwise, why would she be so unlucky everywhere? Especially in front of Bai Tian. Bai Tian walks to the dining table, looks back at Jiang Romeng, and points at the painting. "You better take it down now. Otherwise, I'm afraid the original creators will really come after you." Jiang Romeng glares at her, walks over angrily, and rips the painting down, throwing it directly outside. The frame shatters immediately. "Trash seller. I will definitely sue him." Song Ning pats her shoulder, saying, "Right? Sue him." Li Wanrong advises, "Don't be angry. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold, and you all have put in so much effort." Wang Huanhuan also tries to lighten the mood, saying, "The food smells so good. Just smelling it makes me hungry." After everyone tries to persuade Jiang Romeng a few times, she finally has a way out and comes over to sit at the table. They finally start eating. During the meal, everyone noticed that Jiang Romeng and Wei Jinyan looked a bit off, as if they had suffered some kind of blow. They hurried to lighten the mood by praising Wei Jinyan and Jiang Romeng's cooking skills. Wang Huanhuan used her flattery skills to praise Wei Jinyan to the skies, saying that Jiang Romeng was lucky to have such a good husband. Jiang Romeng's expression softened a bit, recalling her duty to show off her love. She smiled at everyone and picked up her chopsticks to serve Wei Jinyan some food. She didn't dare to look at Bai Tian, as she felt that Bai Tian's gaze was surely filled with mockery, making her grind her teeth in secret. In reality, she was overthinking it. Bai Tian was too hungry to pay attention to her and was just focused on eating. Jiang Romeng felt a bit gloomy while serving food, but suddenly her movements paused. A light flashed in her eyes as she thought of something. A smile crept onto her lips, and she finally looked at Bai Tian, then turned to give Wei Jinyan a loud kiss on the lips, saying, "Husband, you've worked hard." After saying that, she cast a smug glance at Bai Tian, believing that Wei Jinyan would surely provoke her. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Bai Tian didn't even look at her. At that moment, Bai Tian was busy complaining about the food on the table. Compared to the dishes made by Gu Zao, what they cooked was truly unpalatable. Bai Tian, too hungry, had taken a bite earlier and was now extremely disappointed not wanting to take another bite. It seemed that Jiang Ruomeng was not lying. Her cooking skills had clearly declined rapidly over the years. Bai Tian really didn't understand how the people at the table could praise the food. It was either too salty or too bland, and even the chicken wings were burnt. It could only be described as barely edible. Seeing Bai Tian's eating speed slow down, Gu Zao poured her a glass of drink and quietly said, "If you don't like it, don't eat it. Drink some beverage, and later I'll cook you some seafood noodles." Bai Tian eagerly nodded, decisively putting down her chopsticks. Just thinking about Gu Zao's cooking made her mouth water. There was no way she could eat this unappetizing food anymore. Wang Huan saw Bai Tian put down her chopsticks and only drink a few sips, and couldn't he help but ask, "Sister Tian, are you eating so little to maintain your figure for the next drama?" Bai Tian smiled faintly, looking down, and said, "No, it's just that my taste has been spoiled by my husband, so I can't really eat much." She looked up at Wei Jinyan, and Jiang Ruomeng smiled, and said, "Miss Jiang and Emperor Wei, don't mind me. I'm not saying your cooking is bad. It's just that I'm more used to eating the meals my husband makes." She couldn't help but give herself a secret thumbs up in her heart. Not bad. Her tone was sharp enough. Just by looking at Jiang Ruomeng's changing complexion, one could tell that she had almost made Jiang Ruomeng spit blood. Chapter 43. Jiang Ruomeng's expression immediately turned ugly, but not because Bai Tian refused to eat the food she made. It was because of Bai Tian's remark about the best actor. Wei Jinyan was the best actor, but she was not the best actress. What was most frustrating was that even Bai Tian was more popular than her. She had entered the industry earlier than Bai Tian, seizing the opportunity and clinging to Wei Jinyan's thigh, yet she had never been able to become famous over the years. She recalled the cold words Wei Jinyan had said during their argument earlier, and her annoyance grew. A hint of gloom flashed in her eyes. Since Bai Tian and Gu Zao were involved, the ratings for Romantic Delusions were much better than expected. She had to ride this wave of popularity to become famous. Her eyes narrowed as she coldly laughed inwardly. Since Bai Tian found her displeasing, she would cooperate with Bai Tian and play the role of a bullied little rabbit during this variety show. With this idea in mind, she pretended to be unhappy and smiled faintly, lowering her head to pick at her food, looking somewhat lost. Unfortunately, no one noticed her performance, and Bai Tian's next words made her feel even more unbalanced. Bai Tian continued, "I haven't decided on my next drama yet. I want to take a break for a while." She definitely wouldn't be acting in director Chen's drama, so she would take a break to sort out her relationship with Gu Zao. Wang Huan smiled and softly said, "Sister Tian is already so amazing. She doesn't need to compete. Besides, Brother Gu is so rich." She couldn't help but glance at Gu Zao, murmuring, "Sister Tian could live a life of luxury even if she did nothing." Gu Zao didn't look at her. He peeled a shrimp and placed it in Bai Tian's bowl, his voice warm. "The boiled shrimp is not bad. You should try it." Bai Tian picked up the shrimp, tasted it, then nodded, "It's okay." Wang Huan saw how the two of them were engrossed in their own world and froze for a moment, having to retract her gaze and tighten her grip on her chopsticks. She finished her sentence, "Unlike me, my next drama is just a supporting role, and I don't know when I'll get many roles." Bai Tian comforted her, "Take it step by step. I also started as a supporting role." Wang Huan naturally didn't believe her. Before she knew Bai Tian's background, she thought Bai Tian was an exceptional actress. Now, knowing Bai Tian's husband was the president of the Gu Corporation, she unconsciously put on colored glasses, feeling that Bai Tian's success was due to connections. After a moment of silence, she calmed her reluctance and smiled. "Sister Tian, you're right, I understand." She pointed to the plate of boiled shrimp, saying, "The flavor of this boiled shrimp is indeed good. After all, today's lunch was made with great effort by Sister Ming. Sister Tian, please eat a little." Jiang Ruomeng glanced at Wang Huan. In fact, she didn't mind Bai Tian's reluctance to eat the food she made. She secretly hoped Bai Tian would show her disdain more clearly. Then, after the show aired, fans would defend her, and the audience would condemn Bai Tian's attitude toward her. She could take the opportunity to play the victim and stir up some buzz. Now that Wang Huan had handed her the opportunity, she had no reason to decline. She looked up and smiled gently, picking up a boiled shrimp and placing it in front of Bai Tian's plate. "Tian, you should eat more. I remember you used to love eating shrimp." Bai Tian looked at the shrimp in front of her and was certain that Jiang Ruming indeed held a grudge against her. Jiang Ruming, who clearly didn't want to touch even the corner of her clothes, was now personally serving her food. Wasn't this meant to disgust her on purpose? Wasn't it intended to make it impossible for her to eat? The little appetite she had managed to muster disappeared in an instant. Gu Zao moved the shrimp to his side, then accidentally dropped it on the table. Sorry. He said this while showing no sign of guilt, his demeanor cold and indifferent, making it hard to tell if it was intentional or truly an accident. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile, looking at Jiang Ruoming and Wang Huan, while putting down her chopsticks and saying, "I'm really sorry. My stomach hurts today, so I want to eat." Knowing it was an excuse, Jiang Ruoming couldn't say anything further and had to awkwardly close her mouth. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone lowered their heads to eat, occasionally exchanging a few words. Only Wei Jinyan couldn't help but raise his gaze, looking at Bai Tian with a complex expression. Bai Tian was wearing a light yellow dress today, paired with a bun, looking full of vitality. Her delicate cheeks stood out among the crowd, beautiful like a little yellow aureole. He couldn't help but recall Bai Tian's appearance in college when she often dressed like this, and his gaze softened with nostalgia. He remembered the argument with Jiang Ruoming earlier and couldn't help but resent himself for abandoning a good pearl to mix with a fake glass bead. Otherwise, he and Bai Tian would have come to participate in the variety show together. How happy that would have been. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Bai Tian's cheek, unable to restrain himself as he blurted out, "Your outfit today is very similar to when you were in college." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room froze. Bai Tian looked at him as if he were an idiot. She didn't mind everyone knowing she and Wei Jinyan were acquainted. But shouldn't Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming be worried about her revealing it? Why was he bringing it up himself now? Had he been dazed from the argument earlier? Wei Jinyan suddenly came to his senses, stunned for a moment, slowly realizing what he had just said. He awkwardly held his chopsticks, feeling a bit embarrassed, and picked up a water cup, lowering his head to take a sip. Song Ning looked at Wei Jinyan in surprise, then at Bai Tian, hesitantly asking, "You two have known each other for a long time?" Wang Huan's eyes widened in surprise. "I thought Wei Gu and Sister Tian were meeting for the first time." The outside world had long been curious about the relationship between Bai Tian, Jiang Ruoming, and Wei Jinyan. Now that Wei Jinyan had mentioned their past, everyone couldn't help but ask questions. Jiang Ruoming's face turned ugly as she bit her lip tightly. If it weren't for the presence of so many people and the recording cameras, she would have wanted to curse. What nonsense was Wei Jinyan spouting? He seemed to have taken some wrong medicine today, deliberately making things difficult for her and disrupting all her carefully prepared plans. Wei Jinyan put down the water cup, regretting it in his heart. Just as he was about to say something to salvage the situation, he looked up and met Gu Zao's gaze. Gu Zao's face was cold, his expression indifferent, his mouth drawn into an unhappy straight line, his hands resting on the table clenched slightly, staring at him unblinkingly with dark eyes. Wei Jinyan suddenly felt a bit more comfortable inside, the frustration of recent days dissipating significantly. He suddenly smiled and changed his mind, not wanting to take back his earlier words. He looked at Bai Tian with a gentle smile and softly said, "Yes, I've known Tian for a long time. I went to her school to give a speech when she was in college, and that's when we met." Bai Tian, the scumbag ex-boyfriend who cheated. Is he reminiscing about the past? He must have kicked in the head by a donkey. After Wei Jinyan finished speaking, he provocatively glanced at Gu Zao. Knowing he had known Bai Tian longer than Gu Zao, this was something Gu Zao could never surpass. Gu Zao's expression darkened, and he silently pressed his lips together. Bai Tian suddenly took Gu Zao's hand resting on the table, slowly unfolding his clenched fist, slipping her fingers between his and intertwining their fingers. Looking up at him with a gentle smile, Gu Zao was taken aback for a moment, looking at Bai Tian's gentle eyes. His furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and almost in an instant, he held her hand again, firmly clasping it in his own. Bai Tian's hand was very soft, making one reluctant to let go, and even more so to let someone else hold it. He just wanted to keep holding it like this. Bai Tian smiled lightly, turned to Wei Jinyan, and said coldly, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten, After all, it's been so long. It's impressive that you still remember. Wei Emperor. Wei Jinyan's gaze fell on their clasped hands, his expression somewhat dim, and he murmured softly, I won't forget. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Huan, not one to shy away from drama, looked around and intentionally asked Jiang Ruoming, Sister Ming, did you know that Wei Gu and Sister Tian knew each other before? Jiang Ruoming felt a fire brewing inside her. Upon hearing the question, she barely released her tightly clenched lips, took a deep breath, and smiled faintly. Of course I know. That's when I got to know Jinyan too. College romance. Thinking back on it makes one feel nostalgic. She turned to Wei Jinyan and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, shot him a fierce glare, warning him not to speak out of turn. After the glare, she returned to her gentle demeanor and smiled at everyone, saying, seeing Tian's outfit today, Jinyan must be reminded of me back then. When I was in college, I also loved to wear a bun and cotton dresses. Bai Tian played with Gu Zao's fingers and smiled lightly at this. Jiang Ruoming, during her college days, loved to wear her hair down in curls with red lips. Following a sexy style, not a bun and cotton dress at all. She chuckled and slightly raised her eyes to Jiang Ruoming, saying casually, I almost forgot to mention, you guys also knew each other back then. I remember. I was the one who introduced you. The others, upon hearing this, were even more surprised, unable to contain their curiosity about the relationship among the three of them. They all paused their meals, wearing a gossiping expression. Li Wanrong said in surprise, Tian, are you their matchmaker? Upon hearing the word matchmaker, Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh mockingly. After laughing for a while, her voice became slightly serious as she said, I can't be considered a matchmaker. Wei Emperor and Miss Jiang are both capable individuals and naturally have ways to get together without me having to play matchmaker. She stroked her chin and thought for a moment. I just introduced them and then gave them some time alone. Not long after being alone, they ended up in bed. Bai Tian's words weren't particularly pleasant, but there was nothing wrong with them either. Everyone felt her attitude was somewhat odd, different from her usual self. Jiang Ruoming, hearing Bai Tian mention the past, couldn't help but become tense, sitting up straight. Realizing she was too agitated, she took a moment to calm down before speaking. Her voice, due to nervousness, sounded somewhat dry as she swallowed and said pointedly, Tian, the past is the past. Let's not bring it up again. One must learn to look forward and not dwell on the past. Wasn't it me who didn't bring it up first? Bai Tian raised an eyebrow, extending a fair finger to point at Wei Jinyan, her voice cold. It was that Mr. Wei beside you who brought it up first. If you don't want him to say more, you should get him to shut up first. She turned to Gu Zao, shook his hand, and spoke softly with a hint of playful reproach. My husband is still sitting here. I don't want to hear other men reminiscing about the past. She said this without any mercy, but her tone was joking, and the atmosphere became lively. Gu Zao looked down at her, his tense lips finally curling into a smile. And he seemed to relax a bit. Unlike his earlier demeanor that was as if facing a formidable enemy, his face dark and his grip tight, as if shrouded in frost and snow. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile softly. Her husband was still easy to coax. Chapter 44. Wei Jinyan watched the sweet interaction between Bai Tian and Gu Zao, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. He lowered his gaze, mustering a bit of spirit, and automatically changed the subject. He casually asked Wang Huan, what role did you say you would play in your next drama? Wang Huan was very happy to hear Wei Jinyan talking to her. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Usually, a small role like hers wouldn't get the chance to talk to an actor of Wei Jinyan's caliber. They were just there to support. But now that Wei Jinyan was talking to her, she felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. She smiled, suppressing her excitement, and pouted in complaint. I'm not like Brother Wei, who always plays major roles. I'm just a supporting character in the new drama. And I'm the mistress who steals someone else's husband. The character isn't likable at all, so I probably won't gain any fans. If I'm not criticized, that would be good enough. Wei Jinyan pursed his lips and said, you're an actor. As long as you put your heart into it and make the show well. Don't think too much about the rest. Wang Huan nodded eagerly. She suddenly thought of something and looked up at Wei Jinyan, tentatively asking, Brother Wei, can I ask you for advice if I don't understand something about acting? Sure. Wei Jinyan nodded absent-mindedly. Jiang Ruoming shot a displeased glance at Wang Huanhuan. Her already gloomy expression darkened further. She pursed her lips, seemingly thinking of something, and suddenly said with a slow smile, "Playing this role doesn't necessarily mean it's unlikable." She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Tian and continued slowly, "In matters of infidelity, you can't blame the mistress entirely. All three people involved should take responsibility. Those women whose husbands or boyfriends are taken away, why don't they reflect on themselves? Maybe they didn't do well enough, which allowed someone to take advantage." Bai Tian knew she was talking to her and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in her heart. It's annoying how some people are oblivious to their own disgrace. The idea of victim blaming is always detestable. Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan both had a flaw. They hadn't reflected on their own mistakes over the years and instead wanted to shift the blame onto others. She admitted that her relationship with Wei Jinyan back then wasn't particularly deep, so it was normal for someone to take advantage. However, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming could have told her that they got together after she and Wei Jinyan broke up, but they didn't. They chose to carry on an affair in the most despicable way behind her back. Before Bai Tian could speak, Song Ning couldn't help but interject, refuting. "You can't say that. A wife is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is not as good as a secret affair. Sometimes, men are just despicable. Even though their wives are much better than the mistresses, they still like to cheat. But if they dare to bring the mistress home, just watch. Very few of them end up truly happy. They will regret it one day." Song Ning's words hit a sore spot, and the expressions on Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's faces immediately turned ugly after their recent argument. Song Ning continued, "What you can't have always stirs your desire. What you can't eat is always the best. What is easily obtained is often not cherished. But everyone often forgets that what is easy to get doesn't mean it's bad, and what is hard to get doesn't mean it's good." She was a celebrity, so she had always been a bit reserved on the show, but she was straightforward and couldn't hold back her words. Jiang Ruoming opened and closed her mouth for a while, unable to come up with a rebuttal, and had to keep quiet. Li Wanrong nodded and said to Song Ning, "You're right. I agree with your thoughts." Everyone discussed this topic for a while, and Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming both fell silent, looking somewhat depressed and no longer initiating conversation. They quietly finished their meal, occasionally chatting a bit, but there were no further disputes. After finishing dinner, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective places. Gu Zao and Bai Tian went straight back next door. Once back, Gu Zao went to the kitchen to cook Bai Tian a bowl of seafood noodles. The ingredients prepared by the production team in the refrigerator were still abundant. Seafood, vegetables, and meat, all kinds were available. Gu Zao worked quickly and soon had the noodles ready. His cooking skills were still impressive, and he boiled the noodles to a fragrant perfection. With tender crab meat and clams in a rich broth, green vegetables floating on top, looking fresh and aromatic. The noodles were smooth and soft, and eating them hot was incredibly satisfying. Bai Tian was already starving and couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks as soon as she smelled the aroma of the noodles. She finished a large bowl before putting down her chopsticks, leaving not a single noodle behind. In the end, she couldn't help but lift the bowl to sip the soup. After finishing, she contentedly wiped her mouth and automatically took her bowl and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. She couldn't help but feel grateful that she hadn't eaten Jiang Ruoming's cooking earlier. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could digest it well now. Just thinking about it made her stomach hurt. When she came out of the kitchen, Gu Zao was sitting at the table, focused on his computer, typing quickly. She guessed he might be busy with work, so she didn't disturb him. She walked alone to the living room sofa and turned on the TV, watching out of boredom. There weren't many programs during the noon hour, and after flipping through channels for a while, she finally settled on a channel that was playing a drama. This drama featured Jiang Ruoming as the second female lead, and it was a romance set in the Republic of China. Bai Tian hadn't watched any of Jiang Ruoming's dramas over the years. Hearing Wei Jinyan mention Jiang Ruoming's acting skills during their argument earlier made her curious to take a look. She crossed her arms and stared at the TV for a while, unable to suppress a yawn. She blinked hard and continued watching, but after a while, she really couldn't get into it. She figured out why Wei Jinyan was unwilling to introduce roles to Jiang Ruoming. Her exaggerated acting was truly appalling, stiff movements, dull eyes, hollow performances, and awkward original sound. Anyone in the industry could see that she had no acting skills and had a bad attitude, using a lot of stunt doubles and being overly delicate and pretentious, not knowing what she was even acting. Bai Tian felt distressed watching it and almost wanted to curse her on behalf of the audience and the director. Over the years, Jiang Ruming had schemed and used all sorts of means to gain popularity, but she refused to properly hone her acting skills. She had put in a lot of superficial effort, yet she hadn't learned any real acting at all. Bai Tian was surprised that her acting hadn't improved at all. In fact, it had regressed. Now, her acting was even worse than when she first entered university. Bai Tian couldn't comprehend what she had been busy with all these years in the industry. The audience isn't foolish. Using such a perfunctory performance to deceive them is bound to fail. In the entertainment industry, there are many ways to gain popularity, but for an actor to go far, they still need to rely on their acting skills and personal abilities. Otherwise, the more famous they become, the more they will be resented. When their abilities do not match their fame, they will face backlash from the audience, ultimately leading to a situation where the gains do not make up for the losses. Being clever can backfire. Bai Tian remembered that when Jiang Ruming first debuted, she genuinely gained fame through Wei Jinyan. At that time, she could be seen on every red carpet, but her momentum was insufficient. She suddenly went silent at some point, and over the years, she hadn't improved at all. In essence, she didn't lack resources, connections, or exposure. What she lacked was acting skills and effort. In this industry, having good resources doesn't guarantee success. Someone without real talent will waste even the best resources. An actor needs not only the recognition of directors and investors, but, most importantly, the approval of the audience. If the audience likes you and thinks you act well, you can go further. Relying solely on capital investment will only keep you stagnant and indecisive. Unfortunately, from the argument just now, Bai Tian could see that Jiang Ruming still hadn't looked for the reasons within herself. She was still blaming Wei Jinyan, blaming luck, and even blaming Bai Tian, but never herself. The path she walked was clearly smoother than many others, yet she stubbornly refused to focus her thoughts on the right track. When Bai Tian entered the entertainment industry back then, although she was somewhat fueled by frustration, she genuinely loved acting and the profession of an actor. Over the past few years, she had diligently honed her skills, unafraid of hardship and unafraid of ruining her image in dramas. She had played all sorts of difficult, exhausting, and unattractive roles, never concerned about whether the character looked good. She only focused on how to portray the character vividly. After years of accumulation and practice, directors and audiences often praised her, saying she was the best among the young actresses in terms of acting skills. She was worthy of the audience and the script. In the years since her debut, apart from the first 2 roles that her school teacher had fought for her, all the other resources were drawn in by her own acting talent. While thinking about this, Bai Tian peeled a banana and started eating it. In the drama, Jiang Ruming was performing a confession scene, and as the camera zoomed in, Bai Tian noticed she was wearing colored contact lenses. Unable to stand it any longer, Bai Tian picked up the remote and switched to another channel. Not wanting to watch people, she turned to animals, and after pressing the remote for a while, she found a nature documentary featuring many small animals' daily lives, including fierce beasts from the primitive forest and cute pets from homes. After watching for a while, she became increasingly happy, her mood lifting as she watched the clumsy brown bears, agile golden monkeys, and free-spirited river fish. Each animal had its own unique charm. When she saw a silly alpaca, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. How silly and cute. The alpaca hopped clumsily on the TV, its fluffy coat looking soft and inviting to touch. She had been busy for years and hadn't sat down to watch TV like this in a long time. Nor had she laughed so heartily. Gu Zao heard her laughter and looked up from his computer, smiling lightly as he asked, "What are you laughing at? So happy." "Alpaca." Gu Zao sipped from his cup and asked, "Do you like it?" Bai Tian gazed at the alpaca on the screen with her eyes shining, nodding without looking back. Her voice bright, "I like it." After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh again as the alpaca bumped its head against a tree and stumbled when it got up, looking adorably clumsy. Gu Zao listened to her sweet laughter and couldn't help but smile along, glancing at the alpaca on the TV before returning his gaze to the computer. Continuing to type. Chapter 45 Afternoon. The sky suddenly darkened, a fierce wind rose, and thunder rumbled as heavy rain began to pour down. When the first lightning struck, Bai Tian immediately turned off the television, moved a small stool to sit beside Gu Zao, and looked at him eagerly. Gu Zao closed his computer, turned his head to see her little eyes, couldn't help but smile, reached out to touch the top of her head, and gently asked, "Are you scared?" Bai Tian felt she should learn to be honest from Gu Zao, so she nodded honestly a little. When she was young, there was a time when her mother was on a business trip and her father was busy with work, leaving her alone at home. That day, it happened to rain. With similar weather, thunder and lightning, and a howling wind, the power went out at home, and she was so scared that she couldn't sleep all night. Since then, every time she encountered such weather, she couldn't help but feel a bit afraid, as if it were a psychological shadow. Even though she knew she was in a safe environment, she still felt insecure. Gu Zao stood up abruptly, picked her up, and carried her into the bedroom, placing her on the tatami mat about a meter from the window. He then sat down and hugged her from behind, whispering, "I'm holding you." So there's nothing to be afraid of. They didn't turn on the lights, and the cameras for the program had apparently been turned off at some point, leaving the room very quiet, with only the sound of rain continuously tapping against the window, pitter-patter, occasionally mixed with a rumble of thunder and a flash of lightning. When thunder struck, Bai Tian involuntarily shrank back, feeling a bit scared, but when she leaned back, she found herself against Gu Zao's solid and warm chest, which somehow gave her a sense of security. It seemed that the sounds of rain, thunder, and lightning had become somewhat pleasant. Gu Zao looked out the window, raised his chin slightly, and said, "Actually, rainy days can be quite beautiful. Look." Bai Tian lifted her eyes to see that in the distance. The rain was hitting the lake's surface, creating beautiful ripples. Occasionally, fish would jump out of the water, splash a few times, and then fall back in. The lush trees swayed in the rain, resilient and full of life. Nearby, rainwater dripped from the eaves like a string of pearls, quiet and beautiful. Bai Tian hadn't appreciated the scenery of the rain like this in a long time, so she watched intently, her clear and clean eyes full of curiosity. She saw a little swallow land on the windowsill and couldn't help but turn back to Gu Zao, tapping his arm. "Look quickly." Just then, a flash of lightning struck, illuminating the room for an instant. Gu Zao's face was just inches away from hers, as if they were close enough that their lips would touch if they leaned in a little more. Their eyes met, breaths intertwined, and Bai Tian couldn't help but freeze. Her heart racing. She stared at Gu Zao, her eyes slightly widened, while he lowered his gaze, his expression softer than she had ever seen. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps just a moment or maybe longer. Gu Zao's head tilted slightly down, his eyes fixed on Bai Tian's lips, leaning in uncontrollably. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, suddenly another flash of lightning struck, snapping Bai Tian back to her senses. She quickly turned around to look outside, and in the stillness of the air, only their heartbeats remained. Gu Zao's gaze fell. He pressed his lips together and hoarsely asked, "What were you about to say?" "I wanted you to see the bird that landed outside." Bai Tian didn't know why, but she felt shy to turn back and look at Gu Zao. She inexplicably felt a bit guilty and somewhat embarrassed. "I saw it. It's very beautiful." Bai Tian nodded, and the two fell silent, quietly appreciating the rain scene, not knowing what they were thinking. Spring rain comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Before long, it stopped, and the sky cleared up. Gu Zao looked outside, hesitated for a moment, and slowly released his arms around Bai Tian. "The rain has stopped." Bai Tian nodded, not turning back to look at him, her eyes still fixed outside the window, her gaze vacant, not even knowing if the scenery had entered her eyes. Gu Zao stood up from the tatami mat. "Then I'll go downstairs to work first." Bai Tian nodded again. "Okay." After hearing Gu Zao's footsteps going downstairs, she turned back to take a glance, her gaze dropping to the spot where Gu Zao had just sat. She unconsciously reached out to touch it. It still held a bit of warmth, and the air seemed to carry the fresh scent of Gu Zao. She sighed silently, put on a piece of clothing, and went downstairs. Gu Zao was still busy in front of the computer, and she didn't disturb him, walking directly outside for a stroll. After the rain, The air was fresh, and although the ground was a bit wet, it was flat enough that she wouldn't dirty her shoes. Water dripped from the small trees on both sides of the road, and the birds became active again, chirping lively on the branches. She strolled to the lakeside, took a deep breath of the deep lake water, and turned her head, only to be taken aback. Wei Jinyan was standing by the lake, looking dejected and dim. Upon seeing her, his eyes immediately brightened. Tian Tian? He couldn't help but look at Bai Tian in surprise. After having lunch, everyone had left, and Jiang Ruoming had quarreled with him again. Feeling frustrated, he had come to the lakeside to relax, but unexpectedly encountered Bai Tian. He secretly felt happy. Could this mean that his fate with Bai Tian wasn't over, and there might be a chance to rekindle their relationship? Bai Tian frowned and, without thinking, turned to leave. Tian Tian, wait! Wei Jinyan hurriedly called out. Bai Tian closed her eyes, turned around, and coldly laughed. Mr. Wei, please don't call me so intimately. It makes me feel sick. There were no cameras here, nor anyone else. Bai Tian didn't have to pretend and could express her disdain for him openly. Wei Jinyan felt awkward for a moment and quietly said, Tian, actually, all these years, I wanted to apologize to you, but never had the chance. Now that we've met, I want to say I'm sorry. It was my fault back then, and I regret it. I understand. Bai Tian interrupted him, looking up at him, but I don't accept your apology. After all these years, Wei Jinyan was only now putting on his so-called heartfelt act, which seemed too ridiculous. Wei Jinyan smiled slightly, his expression somewhat nostalgic, and sighed. You haven't changed. You still can't stand any sand in your eyes, just like before. In fact, I haven't changed either. It's just that all these years, thinking of you has made me restless, so I never dared to appear in front of you. I'm really sorry. I should have done something to apologize. Bai Tian looked at Wei Jinyan, silently observing him for a while, having appreciated enough of his hypocritical face before she spoke to expose his insincere apology. She said coldly, over the years, Jiang Ruoming has suppressed me and blackened my name. You can't possibly not know. If you had even a little bit of guilt towards me, you wouldn't have turned a blind eye to these things or even aided and abetted her. Do you think at this point I would still believe you? Wei Jinyan lowered his head in embarrassment. All these years, he thought there was no chance left with Bai Tian, which is why he allowed Jiang Ruoming to do as she pleased. He knew about the things she had done, but he was always too busy with work to pay attention or intervene. In the end, it was still his fault towards Bai Tian. I'm sorry. After you found out about my affair back then, I knew that with your character, we could never reconcile, so He lowered his head, unable to continue, only repeating, I'm sorry, really sorry. As Bai Tian listened to his repeated apologies, she slightly pressed her lips together and turned to look at the vast lake in the distance, trying to calm her feelings. Wei Jinyan's voice gradually faded, and he gazed at her slender figure standing by the lake, the gentle breeze fluttering her skirt, moving with the wind. His heart stirred along with the sway of her skirt, feeling the same excitement as back then. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the fragrant air, unable to help but say, Tian Tian, I truly love you. Back then, I was young and couldn't resist temptation, so I let you down. Bai Tian's eyes turned slightly red, not because she still loved Wei Jinyan, but because she felt sad for the version of herself that had poured all her love into him back then. After all these years, she finally heard an apology. Wei Jinyan was her first love. At that time, he seemed reliable and responsible, so she believed in him. It wasn't that she loved him that much, but first love is always novel and filled with expectations. However, Wei Jinyan completely disappointed her. Tian Tian, I have changed. I am now mature and steady, and I will never make the same mistakes as before. Can you give me a chance? Perhaps we can try to see if we can return to how we were. Bai Tian couldn't help but laugh. She found it unbelievable that one day she would hear Wei Jinyan say such things to her. She chuckled for a moment, looked up at Wei Jinyan, and coldly said, Wei Jinyan, you say you are mature and steady and will not make past mistakes. Then what are you doing now? Wei Jinyan was taken aback by her question. Have you forgotten that you are already married? What you are saying to me now is also betrayal. Only the person you are betraying has changed from me to Jiang Ruoming. Essentially, there is no difference. You are still not a good man. Wei Jinyan lowered his head in embarrassment but stubbornly said, Back then, Jiang Ruoming seduced me first. I don't have to be responsible to her. How can that be considered betrayal? Bai Tian couldn't help but feel a bit powerless. A person should understand the responsibility in both love and marriage. Since you chose to marry her, you should be responsible for her as long as you're husband and wife. Bai Tian couldn't help but shake her head gently. I didn't expect you to remain unchanged after all these years, still not understanding how to write the word responsibility. You say you have changed, but in my eyes, you haven't changed at all. You are still the same you from back then. Wei Jinyan was stunned, wanting to refute, but unable to find the words, left speechless. Bai Tian found it somewhat ridiculous, letting out a low scoff that carried a hint of sarcasm. Wei Jinyan, do you think I would be your mistress? Wei Jinyan immediately shook his head, almost excitedly saying, of course not. If you are willing, I am not willing. Bai Tian interrupted him sharply without a second thought, saying sternly, my husband is so good. Do you think I would still like you? Wei Jinyan was simply daydreaming. Even without Gu Zao, she could never go back to him. Moreover, Gu Zao treated her very well, even better than she had imagined. Compared to Wei Jinyan, Gu Zao was infinitely better. She really couldn't understand where Wei Jinyan got the idea that she would want to be with him again. Thinking of Gu Zao made Bai Tian's gaze soften, and even the anger in her heart seemed to dissipate. She looked at the shimmering surface of the lake, involuntarily wondering if the next time Gu Zao wanted to kiss her, would she still awkwardly dodge like today? Chapter 46. Wei Jinyan excitedly grasped Bai Tian's shoulders. Tian. Listen to me. What are you doing? Jiang Roming suddenly shouted, rushing over from somewhere, grabbing Wei Jinyan and yelling hoarsely at Bai Tian. Keep your distance from Jinyan. He is my husband now. Jiang Roming was like a rooster guarding its territory, aggressive and commanding, with a hint of tension in her eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Roming's sharp voice, Wei Jinyan suddenly calmed down. He couldn't help but wipe his face with his hand, shaking off the emotions from earlier. He had just fought with Jiang Roming and was in a bad mood, feeling too excited and impulsive. If Bai Tian had agreed to him just now, what could he have done? Divorced Jiang Roming? She was still pregnant with his child. If he divorced, he would lose both his career and family. Bai Tian raised her eyebrows at Jiang Roming's question, finding it somewhat amusing. She never expected that 3 years later, their roles would be reversed. Now, Jiang Roming was the one catching a cheating partner and also the one looking shocked and tense. Bai Tian recalled her own experience of catching someone cheating back then, gradually aligning with Jiang Roming in front of her, feeling a slight sense of vindication at the similar embarrassment. However, unfortunately, she had no interest in the drama of snatching a man and didn't want to get involved in their emotional lives anymore, so she decided not to play with them. She pursed her lips, glanced at the two of them with some disinterest, and turned to walk away. But Jiang Roming wouldn't let her have her way, grabbing her wrist and not letting go. Don't leave. You need to tell me clearly why you came to participate in this show. What are you scheming? Are you trying to take Jinyan back for revenge? Wei Jinyan frowned at her, saying in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense. We just happened to run into each other and exchanged a few words. Jiang Roming shot him a fierce glare. Shut up. She turned back to Bai Tian, continuing, I tell you, that's impossible. Jinyan has long lost feelings for you. He only loves me now. Don't even think about it. Bai Tian had no interest in destroying other people's families, so she didn't expose what Wei Jinyan had just said to her. She simply lowered her head and scoffed. She glanced at them casually, curled her lips slightly, and said, you treat him like a treasure, but to me, he's not even worth the weeds by the roadside. Do you really think I have any interest in competing with you? Wei Jinyan's face immediately paled, looking ugly as he shot a reluctant glance at Bai Tian. Jiang Roming's anger intensified. Wei Jinyan was someone she fought hard to get, and if Bai Tian said he was weeds, what did that make her? She angrily retorted, when you were with Jinyan back then, why didn't you say he was weeds? At that time, I didn't even know he was a scumbag. I should thank you for making me see his true colors. Jiang Roming huffed angrily. That's easy to say. Bai Tian tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, looking at Jiang Roming, and said slowly, I'm free now, but you have it hard. You should pay more attention. It's best to keep him close, lest he runs off with some wild woman like he did back then. Wei Jinyan could cheat once, so he could cheat again. From Wei Jinyan's behavior today, Bai Tian really didn't see any signs of remorse. He remained indecisive and hesitant, and she couldn't help but doubt that one day he might fall for another woman's temptation again. So although her words were somewhat out of spite, they were also stating a fact. Jiang Roman clearly didn't understand the warning in Bai Tian's words. Feeling extremely embarrassed, she retorted angrily, "Who are you calling a wild woman? Do you think I need your reminder? My relationship with Jin Yin is stronger than gold. He won't be moved by any other woman, so don't waste your breath here." Jiang Roman tightened her grip on Bai Tian's wrist, making it hurt a little. Bai Tian couldn't help but frown and shook her hand. "Let go of me." "No." Jiang Roman glared at her, flames of anger burning in her eyes. "You won't leave here until you explain yourself." Bai Tian used some force to try to shake off Jiang Roman's hand, but Jiang Roman held on tightly, turning her wrist red and refusing to let go. As the two of them were in a stalemate, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping Bai Tian's hand and gently pulling her wrist away from Jiang Roman's grip. Bai Tian looked up, her gaze meeting Gu Zao's eyes, and she was momentarily stunned. Gu Zao had approached at some point. The three of them had been arguing so loudly that no one noticed him. Gu Zao lowered his eyes, reached out to rub Bai Tian's wrist, and then looked at Jiang Roman, his gaze cold and calm. "I don't want to see you touch Tian again." His expression was icy, colder than winter frost. His voice deep and carrying an implicit warning and threat. A cold wind blew through, bringing the chill of post-rain, causing Jiang Roman to shiver involuntarily. Gu Zao's gaze felt like a heavy stone pressing down on her heart, making her feel a chill from within, and she couldn't help but feel afraid, momentarily speechless. Gu Zao stared at her for a moment, then turned to Wei Jinyan, raising an eyebrow. "Whatever you want to do, you better take it back. Or don't blame me for being rude." He narrowed his eyes, looking at Wei Jinyan with unprecedented anger and indifference, as if he didn't regard Wei Jinyan at all. Wei Jinyan pursed his lips, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal under Gu Zao's gaze. Gu Zao stared at them for a while, then shifted his gaze back to Bai Tian, gradually softening, and reached out his hand to her. Bai Tian looked down at his palm, her delicate eyebrows flickering, and slowly extended her hand to him. Gu Zao grasped her hand, not casting another glance at Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roman, and led her back. As they walked, he casually asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? I saw there are some lobsters in the fridge. Do you want to eat them?" Gu Zao's voice was clear and soothing, as if carrying some kind of calming magic. Hearing him talk about mundane topics, Bai Tian's previously agitated and angry heart gradually calmed down, and she began to think about dinner following Gu Zao's words. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roman stood in place, watching them walk away side by side, finally reacting from Gu Zao's pressure, feeling somewhat annoyed and embarrassed. They exchanged glances, both turning their heads in a huff, not wanting to acknowledge each other. Gu Zao held Bai Tian's hand, slowly walking to the front of the house. He stopped, turned to look at the slightly reddened corners of Bai Tian's eyes. This small redness had been there since he first saw her, but he didn't know if it was due to sadness or anger. He reached out his thumb, gently rubbing the corner of her eye, and said softly, "Don't be sad over that kind of person." Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment, meeting Gu Zao's deep and unfathomable gaze, which unexpectedly held a careful tenderness. Looking at him, Bai Tian couldn't help but smile, nodding with her crescent-shaped eyes. The shade of trees along the road fell on Gu Zao, casting a shadow. The warm sun after the rain filtered through the gaps in the trees, creating a soft light on his profile, clear and distinct, with relaxed brows and eyes. And his collar slightly disheveled. Bai Tian reached out to adjust his collar, leaning her head on his shoulder. She gazed at the two birds on a branch in the distance, somewhat lost in thought, while Gu Zao wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, quietly accompanying her without speaking. Bai Tian closed her eyes, inhaling the scent on Gu Zao, and suddenly let down her guard. In fact, she had felt quite uncomfortable at the beginning. Bai Tian's voice was muffled, carrying a hint of unspoken grievance and sadness. Although she had been pretending not to care over the years, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Roman had always been a source of sorrow for her. One had once claimed to love her the most, while the other had vowed to be her lifelong good friend. The feeling of trust collapsing in an instant. The sudden disappearance of something she thought would always exist was something she never wanted to experience again. Gu Zao seemed to understand immediately which back then Bai Tian was referring to. Without asking further, he reached out and gently patted the back of her head, stroking her hair softly, his voice low and gentle. I understand. I will never betray you. Bai Tian smiled slightly. I know you're not him, of course you won't. Gu Zao softly replied with an fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked, Can you tell me about your past with Wei Jinyan? Bai Tian thought for a moment, feeling somewhat surprised. Before we got married, I mentioned this to you, and I remember you weren't very interested. Why are you asking about this now? Gu Zao bit his lip. I was worried that bringing it up would make you sad, so I didn't ask. Bai Tian was taken aback. She remembered that when she had told Gu Zao about it back then, Gu Zao had merely nodded indifferently, seeming completely uninterested in her emotional life. She had thought it was because Gu Zao didn't care about her at all, viewing her merely as a marriage partner, which is why he was indifferent. It turned out the truth was that Gu Zao was worried she would be hurt. Bai Tian found it somewhat amusing, yet couldn't help but feel a bit touched. She had indeed been in a bad state at that time. If Gu Zao had asked her to recount her past with Wei Jinyan then, she might have cried from sadness. The fact that Gu Zao could notice her emotions and cared about her feelings indicated that he had been quietly concerned for her even back then. She couldn't help but smile. It really wasn't an honest opportunity at that time, but now all of that was in the past, especially after today. She had completely let go. When she brought up these matters now, there was no sadness left at all. She thought for a moment, then slowly began to speak softly about her past with Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng, not deliberately organizing her words, just speaking freely as thoughts came to her. She spoke intermittently for a long time, and Gu Zao listened quietly without interrupting her. Bai Tian didn't know how long she talked, but finally finished recounting this troubling matter. After she was done, she felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, and couldn't help but feel relaxed, letting out a gentle sigh. Chapter 47. The first day of recording ended in the drizzling rain. Due to the rain, the production team changed the recording schedule, mainly pushing the recording tasks to the next day. Early the next morning, the production team delivered the task card, which was to help others. After gathering at the entrance, the host explained the task, saying that due to yesterday's thunderstorm, the nearby farmland was flooded, and the locals were overwhelmed, so they needed help harvesting crops. After harvesting the crops, everyone would push the cart to transport them back to the locals' homes and help repair the leaking roofs, thus completing today's task. Once everyone understood, the production team distributed a pair of water shoes and sleeves to each person, then drove everyone to the edge of a paddy field. The main crop to be harvested today was rice. After putting on their water shoes, everyone followed the host's guidance into the rice field. Jiang Ruomeng, due to her pregnancy, found it difficult to move and stayed by the roadside, sitting on a bench waiting for everyone. The mud in the water was sticky and slippery, and Bai Tian walked slowly, stumbling along the way. Gu Zao stayed close behind her, reaching out to protect her and occasionally offering a helping hand. When they reached the center of the rice field, the host explained the techniques for harvesting rice. After everyone understood, he divided the areas that needed to be harvested for the day and then left. The guests remained in place, bending down to start harvesting. There was a lot of rice to harvest today, but fortunately, there were many hands, and although they had no experience, they were all willing to work hard. At first, Bai Tian was not very skilled, but Gu Zao patiently taught her a few times, and she gradually got the hang of it. Gu Zao harvested rice beside her, often glancing at her hands, afraid she would hurt herself. If he could, Gu Zao would have preferred to let Bai Tian rest on the side. He could handle all the tasks alone. However, he knew that if Bai Tian did nothing, she would surely be criticized by netizens once the show aired. So he had to suppress that thought and work a bit faster to finish this section early. Other guests were also focused on their work. Wang Huan occasionally flirted with her husband to get his help, but was still working hard. Wei Jinyan, who had been a star since childhood and had never done farm work, seemed unusually silent today, as if he had been stimulated yesterday and was working diligently. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, and the heat was intense. Bai Tian kept her head down, feeling a bit dizzy, so she straightened up slightly and wiped the sweat from her forehead. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Ruomeng sitting by the bank, gently fanning herself with a hand fan. When she noticed Bai Tian looking over, she smiled and deliberately rubbed her belly, appearing very relaxed. Bai Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes and continue to focus on harvesting rice. Gu Zao, having somehow fetched a bottle of water, handed it to Bai Tian and said, "Take a break and drink some water." Bai Tian nodded, took the bottle, and drank a sip. She noticed a bit of mud on Gu Zao's forehead and couldn't help but giggle. Gu Zao usually looked pristine, and this messy look was surprisingly cute. "What's wrong?" Gu Zao touched his forehead, smearing it further. Bai Tian chuckled, took out a tissue, and naturally raised her hand to wipe it for him. Gu Zao was taken aback for a moment and then slightly bent down. The host walked over, clapped his hands at the bank, and said with a smile, "The staff has brought the food. Everyone come over to eat. We'll continue harvesting rice after lunch." Everyone stopped their work, helped each other, and walked to the bank. After a morning of harvesting rice, they were a bit tired with sore backs and legs, and their walking speed had slowed considerably. Gu Zao, however, showed no signs of fatigue and helped Bai Tian walk slowly to the bank. The production team had already set the food on the table, but when everyone approached, they couldn't help but feel disappointed as there was only a plate of steamed buns on the table, not even a soup. The host smiled apologetically, explaining that the mountain roads made it inconvenient to bring food over, so they had to make do. Seeing that the locals and staff were also eating steamed buns, everyone nodded in understanding and began to eat. The buns were a bit dry, and they drank water while eating. The water was bland and tasteless, and the buns had no flavor either. After eating, although they filled their stomachs, they felt something was missing. After a tasteless lunch, the guests returned to the paddy field to continue working. An hour later, they finally managed to harvest most of the rice and stopped their work. The men loaded the rice onto the cart, while the women sat on benches to take a break. Jiang Ruomeng, feeling good after resting all day, stood up and poured a glass of water for everyone. The last cup she handed to Bai Tian, pretending to be concerned, said, Tian, drink more. Look at you. You're so pale from all this hard work." Bai Tian was very thirsty and didn't want to waste time talking. She took the cup and drank a couple of sips. Jiang Ruomeng looked her up and down, noticing the sunlight shining on her face, making her skin appear smooth and flawless. Even though she looked a bit tired, her lips were still rosy and glistening slightly, giving her a fragile beauty. Jiang Ruomeng couldn't help but curl her lip, feeling a twinge of jealousy rising again. She reluctantly sat next to Bai Tian, particularly enjoying teasing her when she was unhappy. She gently rubbed her belly and looked at Bai Tian, saying, "If you were pregnant too, would you be spared this suffering?" Bai Tian looked at her and replied, "I don't think this is suffering. It's just labor like exercise." She truly believed that. Today was sunny, and although laboring was tiring, seeing the harvested rice felt fulfilling, providing a sense of achievement. It was a novel experience, and if she could star in relevant dramas in the future, it would count as accumulating experience. Jiang Ruomeng chuckled at her words, leaning in a bit as if casually chatting. "Since there are no cameras around, tell me, do you really have some issue that prevents you from having children? You've been married for so long, and your wealthy husband's family must be urging you." Bai Tian looked at Jiang Ruomeng with some exasperation. Grandpa Gu had never urged them about this matter, but her mother had brought it up twice, both of which she had managed to brush off. "Why do you care about me every day? Are you too idle? Or am I so radiant that I caught your eye, so you can't stop staring at me?" Jiang Ruomeng couldn't help but scoff, awkwardly taking a sip of water. "Isn't this just concern for you? You really don't know how to appreciate kindness." "Thank you, but you don't need to worry." After that, they both turned their heads away, having a disagreement and parting unhappily again. After the men finished loading the cart, everyone transported the rice back to the locals' home. Under the organization of the production team, they continued to help repair the leaking roof at the locals' house. The production team led everyone into a very dilapidated room with pockmarked mud walls, dust piled on the floor, and wooden pillars likely used for storing miscellaneous items. Once inside, the men prepared tools while the women grabbed cloths to help wipe away the dust. Jiang Ruomeng looked around and couldn't help but frown. She waved her hand near her nose and said, "The smell here is a bit nauseating. Jinyan, come outside with me for a bit." Wei Jinyan glanced at the production team, who had no choice but to nod in agreement. Since Jiang Ruomeng was pregnant, they couldn't make it difficult for her. Jiang Ruomeng smiled and happily pulled Wei Jinyan out to slack off. The others continued their work, first sweeping the floor clean, then starting to prepare for the house repairs. Everyone was busy and cooperating, working diligently, when suddenly a loud rumble came from the roof, and debris began to fall. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and someone suddenly screamed that the house was going to collapse. The people inside the house immediately panicked and rushed to push the door. But the door was locked for some unknown reason and couldn't be opened. Bai Tian was focused on wiping the table when she heard the loud noise. Before she could even look up to see what happened, Gu Zao hugged her tightly and backed her into the corner. Bai Tian reacted, her face turning pale, and she quickly raised her hand to protect Gu Zao's head. The roof continued to drop stones, and screams echoed in the house. Bai Tian was in front of Gu Zao, and behind her was the wall, with Gu Zao shielding her in the corner. Surprisingly, Bai Tian, holding Gu Zao so tightly, wasn't too scared. She felt unexpectedly calm inside. After an unknown amount of time, the door was pushed open, and the loud noise disappeared. The host came in, apologizing to everyone in a low voice, saying, "It's all over, everyone stay calm. It was just a test conducted by the production team for the couples. And this place is very safe." Upon hearing his words, the people in the house let out a sigh of relief. Bai Tian looked up and saw the room was already in a chaotic mess. Wang Huan and Yu Chung were hiding in a corner, crouching on the ground with their heads held. Li Fengyang and Song Ning were holding hands, hiding under a broken table, anxiously looking around. Lu Chunwang was crouched on the ground, with Li Wanrong fiercely protecting him beneath her, her grip so strong that her fingers turned slightly white. And Lu Chunwang couldn't break free. Bai Tian looked at Lu Chunwang's bewildered face and thought he might be like her, still not realizing what had happened before being protected. She looked up at Gu Zao and couldn't help but smile. Gu Zao lowered his gaze, gently patting her neck with his palm, trembling slightly from the aftershock. He furrowed his brows and coldly glanced at the host. The host, aware of his wrongdoing, awkwardly rubbed his nose and quietly apologized to everyone. Everyone's expressions were not good. They hadn't received any prior notice and were unprepared, thinking they were genuinely in danger just moments ago, which scared them to the core. Song Ning, with a fiery temper, couldn't help but curse a few times, pulling Li Fengyang up from the ground. The host, feeling guilty, kept his head down and bowed repeatedly, apologizing to everyone on behalf of the production team. As everyone calmed down, their expressions improved a bit when signing the contract. The production team had mentioned there would be some tests, but they hadn't expected these tests to be so thrilling. Chapter 48, Jiang Ruoming stood at the door, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, looking at everyone. She had just managed to lucky escape the test, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. If she and Wei Jinyan had been inside, she wasn't sure how they would react. To be honest, she lacked confidence. So having nothing happen like this was the best outcome. She smiled and raised her eyes to see Gu Zao and Bai Tian hugging each other, unable to help but frown slightly, secretly feeling it was a pity. Their reaction was truly disappointing to her. Once everyone calmed down, the host stepped forward and looked at the camera, summarizing. The purpose of this experiment was to test whether couples could stand together in critical moments. Their essay saying that couples are like birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly separately, but couples are human beings. They are people who share their lives together. When faced with difficulties, couples should support each other, love each other, and help each other. That is the foundation of marriage. The host paused, looking at the camera, and continued. Romantic Fantasies aims to help everyone understand what it means to be a couple, the significance of marriage, and how couples should interact. We hope that after watching this episode, everyone will gain new insights. After the host finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. The guests lowered their heads, reflecting on their earlier reactions. Wang Huan and Yu Chung exchanged guilty glances, feeling a bit awkward. They had been so focused on their own escape that they hadn't paid attention to each other, and in that moment, they had even forgotten each other's existence. Lu Chunwang understood what had happened earlier. His expression remained neutral, as if he had grown accustomed to taking care of Li Wanrong, feeling it was just natural. However, Li Wanrong was still shaken, trembling slightly, her hand tightly gripping Lu Chunwang's. Song Ning and Li Fengyang had handled the situation calmly, looking for a place to hide together. Although they had quarreled a bit during the process, their overall reaction was considered acceptable. As for Bai Tian and Gu Zao's first reaction was to protect Bai Tian, and once she realized the danger, She immediately hugged his head. In such a sudden crisis, this reaction was instinctive and the quickest form of protection, so they were also deemed acceptable. Even the production team was a bit moved by the sight of them hugging. Bai Tian and Gu Zao shared a look and couldn't help but smile, not expecting that this fake couple would turn out to be the most qualified. After the host finished speaking, the recording for the day finally came to an end. Everyone was exhausted and shaken, sitting quietly in the car on their way back. Not a single person spoke. Bai Tian leaned back against the seat, watching the dim lights outside, feeling a bit drowsy. Unable to resist, she yawned a few times and ultimately succumbed to sleep, leaning on Gu Zao's shoulder. Gu Zao looked down at her, smiling softly, picked up the jacket draped over his lap, and gently covered her with it. He watched Bai Tian for a moment. When she slept, her lips would occasionally move slightly and pucker, looking cute and innocent. He smiled and gently held Bai Tian closer, making her sleep more comfortably. When he looked up, he inadvertently caught Jiang Ruoming watching him, and his expression turned cold. Jiang Ruoming thoughtfully stared at the clothing on Bai Tian, raised her eyebrows at Gu Zao, and then shifted her gaze away. She turned to look at her reflection in the car window, lightly licking her lips. The jealousy and desire to take Bai Tian's place that she felt when she first learned about Bai Tian and Wei Jinyan being together surged within her, familiar and thrilling. She looked at herself in the mirror, gently smoothing her hair. She was no worse than Bai Tian, was she? When the car stopped, the surrounding lights became brighter, and Bai Tian stirred, rubbing her eyes awake. Her first reaction upon waking was hunger. The buns prepared by the production team at noon were scarce, with each guest only getting one. Now that it was late, having worked all day, she was quite hungry. The host, sitting in the front, stood up and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The guests were still simmering with residual anger from the earlier test, and their faces were not pleasant. Some couldn't help but glare at the host, clearly not having moved past their earlier frustration. The host felt like crying but could only force a smile under everyone's intense gaze and said, "In the last episode, we interviewed the male guests. Now it's time to interview the female guests. Please stay behind, while the male guests can get off the car and go eat. The production team has already prepared meals for everyone." Bai Tian couldn't help but pout. She was so hungry that she didn't even have the strength to speak. And now she had to stay for the interview. The other female guests clearly thought the same and began to complain. Song Ning, rubbing her stomach, shouted, "Can't we just go eat first? Isn't tea at the same to be interviewed after eating?" No, the host shook his head, stumbling over his words under everyone's watchful eyes. The staff has already prepared the interview room, and the lighting and cameramen are in place. Please hang in there for a bit longer. After the interview, you can go eat right away. It will be quick. Everyone sighed. The staff had it tough too. Since the host had said so, even though they were reluctant, they could only comply. The male guests had to stand up and start getting off the car. Gu Zao turned to look at Bai Tian's pouting mouth and suddenly pulled a piece of candy from his pocket, feeding it to her. The sweetness spread in her mouth, and Bai Tian's eyes lit up immediately. "Candy," she exclaimed. "Yeah." Gu Zao lowered his voice, looking at her sparkling eyes, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won tea, tell Lin Shuang. Savior." Bai Tian looked at him, almost in tears. Finally, someone was on her side against Lin Shuang. Because of this piece of candy, Bai Tian felt good throughout the interview. Initially, she had been a bit nervous, worried she wouldn't be able to answer the questions. But unexpectedly, the content of this interview turned out to be surprisingly simple. After reflecting, Bai Tian understood that Gu Zao was different from her. She had debuted for many years and had left behind plenty of materials and interviews, making it easy for the production team to find information about her. However, they knew relatively little about Gu Zao, so they could only ask questions that were already in the materials, which were quite simple. "Have I gotten to know Gu Zao recently?" Bai Tian answered smoothly and got most of the answers right. She was the first to complete the interview task. After walking out of the interview room and greeting everyone, she went straight to find Gu Zao. The production team arranged for everyone to have a meal together today, but strangely, they did not seat everyone at the same table. Instead, each couple had their own table with the same dishes laid out: 2 buns, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, and 2 bowls of soup. Looking at the familiar buns, Bai Tian felt she had no appetite at all. unconsciously recalling the tasteless lunch. However, when she saw the ribs and soup, she felt a sudden craving. She couldn't help but think that the production team seemed to have become stingy. The portion sizes were pitiful. Was the production team short on funds? She was too hungry to think much and quickly sat down at the table, looking up at Gu Zao across from her, smiling as she asked, "Why haven't you eaten?" The dishes on the table showed no signs of having been touched. Gu Zao had been here for a while and hadn't eaten a single bite. Bai Tian turned her head, her gaze falling on the other guest tables. Wei Jinyan also hadn't eaten. He sat by the table watching them with a dark expression. Lu Chunwang might have been really hungry, as he kept his head down and was devouring his food without looking up. He usually enjoys the scent of books and ink treasures and is quite particular. But now he rolled up his sleeves and was gnawing on ribs, his mouth covered in grease, completely disregarding his image. The plate of ribs was nearly empty. Yuqing ate at a leisurely pace, appearing not too hungry. Bai Tian remembered that at noon. Wang Huan complained that the steamed buns were not tasty and only ate half of one, leaving the rest for him. Li Fengyang was eating a steamed bun while sipping soup, not touching the plate of ribs, presumably saving it for Songning. Gu Zao put a spoon into the soup bowl in front of her and softly said, "I want to wait for you to eat together." Bai Tian turned back and smiled, feeling warm inside. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of rib in his bowl, gently encouraging, "Hurry up and eat. They're your favorite ribs." Gu Zao nodded lightly and began to eat. Even though he was quite hungry, he ate slowly and elegantly. Bai Tian lowered her head to eat a few bites of the steamed bun, then slightly raised her gaze to observe Gu Zao. As she expected, apart from the piece of rib she had given him, he hadn't touched any other ribs. Bai Tian couldn't help but feel speechless towards the production team. They had been hungry all day, and it was already bad enough that the team only provided one plate of food, but there were so few ribs, not even 6 pieces in total. She sighed at the sight of Gu Zao and couldn't resist picking a large, bright rib to put into his bowl, softly advising, "You should eat more. If we get hungry later, we could just go back and make some late-night snacks. The production team has prepared plenty of ingredients in the fridge. It should be enough for us." Gu Zao nodded, asking, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you tonight. Egg tarts. I saw there are prepared tart shells in the fridge," Bai Tian casually mentioned, then lowered her head to give Gu Zao another piece of rib. She actually just wanted to trick Gu Zao into eating more. They had worked hard all day and would naturally need to rest early when they got back. And she didn't want to bother Gu Zao anymore. Gu Zao was unaware of her little thoughts, nodded, and was planning to make more egg tarts later. Wei Jinyan sat alone at the table, watching Bai Tian and Gu Zao eat and laugh together, sharing food in an intimate atmosphere. He furrowed his brows, reaching to press on his slightly aching stomach. His stomach had never been very good, and it would hurt if he went too long without eating. Earlier, he hadn't intended to wait for Jiang Ruoming, but when he picked up his chopsticks, he suddenly noticed Gu Zao sitting still, seemingly waiting for Bai Tian to return to eat together. He didn't know why he felt this way about Gu Zao, so he put down his chopsticks, stubbornly holding on as if in a silent competition, and hadn't eaten until now. However, at this moment, watching Gu Zao and Bai Tian looking so happy together, he suddenly didn't know what he was holding on for. Even if he waited, he wouldn't get Bai Tian, nor would he experience such sweet intimacy. Chapter 49. Wei Jinyan looked at Bai Tian and Gu Zao, his expression gradually turning sour, an awkward mix of embarrassment and anger. He irritably picked up his chopsticks, not wanting to wait any longer. Just as he picked them up and was about to grab some food, the female guest returned, forcing him to put the chopsticks back down. Jiang Ruoming walked back, and upon seeing the untouched food on the table, her eyes lit up. She happily hugged him and gave him a kiss, cheerfully saying, "Husband, you are so wonderful for waiting for me to come back to eat." As she spoke, she proudly glanced at the other female guests, her lips curling up, intentionally raising her voice a few notches, her gaze finally landing on Bai Tian's table. Unfortunately, Bai Tian had returned early and had already started eating, so she couldn't know if Gu Zao had waited for Bai Tian. Wei Jinyan, stiffened by her kiss, pressed his lips together without saying anything, and quietly said, "Let's eat quickly." "Okay," Jiang Ruoming replied playfully, sitting down at the table. She was a bit hungry and, not caring about her image, quickly picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. The female guests all sat down, some complaining a bit, while others chatted happily. Only Li Wanrong stared at the plate of ribs that Lu Chunwang had devoured, sitting silently on the bench, an eerie quiet settling over her. Lu Chunwang, having eaten his fill, was currently picking his teeth. When he looked up and saw her sitting there unmoving, he casually pushed the remaining bun on the table towards her, saying nonchalantly, "You should eat quickly. I was too hungry just now and ate all the food. You usually have a small appetite, so missing this meal won't matter. Just eat the bun first. There's soup to drink. I just had a bowl, and it tasted good." Li Wanrong remained motionless, staring at the bun for a while. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and her whole body began to tremble. This trembling was different from when she was startled earlier in the afternoon. She had trembled then out of fear that the house would collapse and hurt Lu Chunwang, but now she trembled from sadness, anger, or something else. She could no longer distinguish. All she knew was that she felt extremely sad, a sorrow that was almost drowning her, and the string she had been holding inside for so long finally snapped. She blinked, stood up without a word, silently gazing at the leftover food on the table for a moment, and then suddenly swept all the food onto the floor with a crash, shattering the dishes and silencing the room. The conversations abruptly stopped, and everyone was taken aback, pausing their eating and looking over. Li Wanrong's head hung low, her cheeks hidden in shadow, making it hard for anyone to see her expression. They could only feel her residual anger from her trembling body. Lu Chunwang was stunned, staring at the chaotic mess of shards on the floor, his eyes wide in disbelief. After so many years of marriage, he was seeing Li Wanrong this angry for the first time. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, still not realizing the problem lay with him, thinking something had gone wrong during the interview. Li Wanrong tiredly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were bloodshot but held a glimmer of clarity. She looked at Lu Chunwang and spoke slowly, "Let's get a divorce." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone involuntarily gasped, completely unprepared for Li Wanrong to propose a divorce during the recording. Lu Chunwang stood there stunned, seemingly unable to process what Li Wanrong had just said. His lips moved as if to speak, but no words came out. It seemed he had never imagined he would hear such words from Li Wanrong, and for a moment, his expression cracked. Li Wanrong took a deep look at him and turned to run out. Lu Chunwang was momentarily lost and confused, feeling as if he had been abandoned. Sitting there alone, forgetting to react and even to think, only Li Wanrong's words echoing in his ears. A man who had been proud all his life, a man who had been pampered all his life, now found himself at a loss for how to respond or how to plead. Finally, it was Li Fengyang who gave him a push, anxiously saying, "Hurry and chase after her. Sister Rong is in a bad mood. We don't want anything to happen." Once Lu Chunwang snapped back to reality, he rushed out with a pale face, almost tripping and crashing into the wall. The remaining people in the room exchanged glances, surprised and unsure of how to react. The production team was caught off guard by this turn of events, stunned into silence, and, for a long time, no one spoke a word. After a while, the host hesitantly walked out from a corner, casting a frustrated glance at the director. The director gestured in a way that showed his own helplessness, unsure how this farce should conclude. The host sighed and looked at everyone, slowly saying, "Actually, this meal was also a test from the production team." He noticed the collective icy stares directed at him, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Pausing before continuing in a trembling voice, the lunch was intentionally served with buns. The production team just wanted to tell our audience that in life, regardless of big or small matters, the key to a couple's relationship should be mutual care. Whether it's a meal or a crisis, one should never forget to face it together. How can we face it together when we are about to get a divorce? Song Ning couldn't help but interrupt, shouting in anger. Although the production team's intentions were good, it was clear that Li Wanrong had genuinely been hurt. Bai Tian sighed softly. From her recent observations, Li Wanrong was a relatively traditional woman who had stayed home to support her husband and raise children after getting married, endlessly accommodating Lu Chunwang. Lu Chunwang couldn't be said to not love her, but he had grown used to her sacrifices, thus taking them for granted and never considering her feelings. The issues between them were not formed overnight. Today's meal was merely a breaking point. Li Wanrong's sudden breakdown stemmed from a long accumulation of disappointment. The host awkwardly rubbed his nose, also not expecting things to turn out this way. The production team had certainly not anticipated it either, but their aim was to help everyone recognize issues and encourage the audience to reflect on the meaning of marriage and the ways couples interact. He pressed his lips together, steeling himself to continue, saying that the test had ended and the production team had prepared other dishes, which were quite lavish and would be served now. Everyone has worked hard all day, so please eat more. After finishing, the host didn't linger and hurriedly slipped out. At this point, no one had the mood to eat. Once the dishes were served, each person took a few bites to fill their stomachs before putting down their chopsticks, feeling a bit down, and silently returned to their respective places. As they passed by Li Wanrong and Lu Chunwang's room, everyone unconsciously slowed their pace, taking a peek inside. The room was dark, but they could faintly hear Li Wanrong's sobs, creating a heavy atmosphere that made people frown involuntarily. They wanted to go in and offer some comforting words, but hesitated for a moment and decided not to disturb them, letting them resolve things on their own. After all, they had only recorded 2 episodes together and were not that familiar. Saying too much might only make things awkward. A night passed without a word, and the next day when the guests were leaving, Li Wanrong and Lu Chunwang had already left early. According to the staff, when Li Wanrong left, her eyes were swollen from crying, but her attitude remained resolute. She had made up her mind to get a divorce. Lu Chunwang, on the other hand, looked pale, his eyes bloodshot, sighing repeatedly, appearing utterly defeated, as if deeply affected. Bai Tian sat in the car, hesitating for a moment with her phone in hand, before finally sending a message to Li Wanrong. If you need help, remember to tell me. She knew that Li Wanrong was not in the mood to check messages right now, so after sending it, she directly threw her phone into her bag. Are you going home? I'm going to the villa in Zainanqing. Gu Zao suddenly spoke, her voice sounding a little tense. Bai Tian looked up and nodded, saying yes. The last time I went home, the white roses were blooming perfectly. I want to go back and see if they're still blooming now. Gu Zao smiled, her starry eyes sparkling, and said cheerfully they must still be blooming. I'll go with you to see. Bai Tian gently nodded. Thank you for having Uncle Li plant white roses in the yard. I really like them. Gu Zao pursed her lips, seeing that Bai Tian already knew, and said somewhat awkwardly, as long as you like them. When they got home, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang were hanging clothes in the yard. Seeing the 2 of them come back together, they couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Uncle Li helped them carry their luggage into the house, and they went straight to the rose garden. The white roses were still in full bloom, delicately stretching their petals in the sunlight, with a few dewdrops hanging on the pure white petals, looking vibrant. Bai Tian crouched beside the rose garden, unable to resist gently touching a petal. The petal quivered, and a droplet fell down the stem. Gu Zao squatted next to her and reminded, be careful, don't let the thorns hurt your hands. Bai Tian nodded, her gaze still fixed on the roses, unable to look away. She couldn't help but look again and again, but didn't reach out to touch them again. Gu Zao watched her focused expression and couldn't help but smile. Her eyelashes were lowered, even more beautiful than the roses. Suddenly, Gu Zao whispered, will you accompany me to a party tomorrow? Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment, looking up in surprise. After getting married, Gu Zao had never asked her to accompany him to a banquet. It's okay if you don't want to go, Gu Zao added. What kind of party? Bai Tian asked, then smiled. I was just thinking about what to wear tomorrow night. Gu Zao let out a slight sigh of relief and explained softly, it's an old friend's 70th birthday. The one I mentioned last time at Lirong Club. His last name is Chun. A few days ago, his grandson got into trouble while drinking and fled the country. Grandpa is worried about his mood, so he asked me to go congratulate him. Bai Tian nodded, okay, I understand. Although Gu Zao spoke lightly, Bai Tian had heard people mention old Mr. Chun before. He was a tough character in his youth and is still highly respected, now even in old age. Tomorrow's occasion should be quite formal. Since it's his 70th birthday, there would likely be many people coming to congratulate him, especially since the Chun family has opened several entertainment companies in the past 2 years. It seems she would need to dress more formally for tomorrow. Chapter 50. As night fell, Bai Tian held Gu Zhao's hand and stepped into the hotel. She wore an off-shoulder gown and high heels, her long swan neck fair as honey. In her hand, she held a red velvet handbag, which accentuated her porcelain skin, making it even more alluring. Her lips were red, her teeth white, and her charming eyes sparkled. Jiang Ruming stood in the crowd, watching them get out of the car and step into the revolving door, a perfect couple. The car Wei Jinyan bought hadn't arrived yet, and Gu Zao had already switched to a new one, a brand new model that she didn't even want to bother identifying. Jiang Ruming stood frozen in place, staring blankly at them. Amidst the dazzling lights, she suddenly realized that Bai Tian had truly married into a wealthy family. Bai Tian could now easily become a glamorous socialite, enjoying endless wealth and luxury, frequently attending high-end banquets and mingling with celebrities and socialites, a world she had long wanted to enter but had been kept out of. She had always thought she was getting closer to her goal, but unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, Bai Tian had already reached something within her grasp, while she, just to get here today, had relied on Wei Jinyan to help her secure an invitation. Jiang Ruming's eyes turned red with jealousy. She felt her self-perceived superiority crumble in an instant, almost like a joke. She thought she had left Bai Tian far behind, only to realize that Bai Tian had already reached a height she could not attain. What she found hardest to accept was that Bai Tian's man was not only wealthy, but also willing to cook for her. It was known that Wei Jinyan was quite a traditional male chauvinist. Just the thought of him cooking a bowl of noodles for her was already pushing his limits. Her eyes were fixed on that man in the crowd, effortlessly exuding nobility. She couldn't imagine that such a man would cook and serve soup for Bai Tian or peel shrimp for her. How incredible! Yet this was something she witnessed with her own eyes. Her brow twitched, and she snapped back to reality, gently blinking and stepping back into the crowd, suddenly lacking the courage to face Bai Tian and Gu Zao, fearing it would make her seem even more pathetic. Bai Tian held Gu Zhao's arm, scanning the crowd, and, as expected, spotted several familiar faces from the entertainment industry at the banquet. Some were surprised, while others, having seen the variety show, already knew about her relationship with Gu Zhao. They weren't shocked but wore a complex expression, as knowing was one thing, and seeing it in person was another. She had seen Jiang Ruming as soon as she entered, but since Jiang Ruming hadn't come over to disturb her, she was naturally relieved and pretended not to see her to avoid any potential conflict. Gu Zhao took her over to wish Mr. Chun a happy birthday. Mr. Chun was much kinder than she had imagined, with a gentle demeanor and a warm attitude towards the younger generation, much better than his drunken grandson. After wishing Mr. Chun a happy birthday, Gu Zhao introduced her to a few friends. This was Gu Zhao's first time bringing her out, and everyone was somewhat surprised. But they all concealed it well, happily greeting Bai Tian, chatting and laughing, quickly becoming familiar. After observing for a while, it was clear that Bai Tian and Gu Zhao's relationship was even better than they had imagined. Although they didn't know why Gu Zhao hadn't brought Bai Tian out in the past few years, it was evident that it wasn't due to a bad relationship. After a while, someone came to notify Gu Zhao that Mr. Chun wanted to see him on the second floor to discuss business matters. Gu Zhao nodded and told the staff, "I'll go up shortly." He turned to Bai Tian and asked, "Are you coming up with me?" Bai Tian shook her head, withdrawing her hand from his arm, and softly said, "I won't go up. You can talk." She didn't understand Gu Zhao's company matters, and going up would only be a hassle for him. Besides, Mr. Chun might have something private to discuss with him, and her presence could make it inconvenient. Gu Zhao gently nodded, reached out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, and said softly, "All right, then find a place to rest for a while. When I come down, we'll go home." Bai Tian nodded, and after Gu Zhao left, she looked around and finally went to the lounge area alone to grab a glass of fruit wine. She sat down to rest for a moment, and when she looked up, she unexpectedly saw someone she didn't expect. Luo Rong walked over slowly, holding a cocktail, and sat down beside her. Bai Tian chuckled, surprised to see him there. "Mr. Luo, long time no see." "Long time no see," Luo Rong replied coolly. He took a sip of his drink, watching Gu Zhao leave with a mocking smile. "I never thought you were this capable. Not only making Gu Zhao fall for you, but also getting him to bring you to such an occasion so quickly. Truly impressive. Bai Tian, you're overthinking it." But then again, many celebrities from the entertainment industry had gathered here today. Luo Rong glanced at her and continued, "If you perform well here, you should get plenty of opportunities. It will be beneficial for Gu Zhao to introduce you to more connections." Bai Tian remained silent for a moment, unable to hold back her curiosity. You don't know? Know what? Luo Rong frowned, looking puzzled. About my relationship with Gu Zao. Of course I know, Luo Rong chuckled, dismissively saying, just a gold master and his little lover. Bai Tian. It seems you really don't know. She looked at Luo Rong, somewhat confused, and asked, Didn't Wu Liqing say anything to you? No. Are you still thinking about him? Luo Rong rolled his eyes, resting his arm on the back of the sofa, his fingers tapping lightly. Since Gu Zao treats you well, you shouldn't keep thinking about that Wu Liqing. I heard he recently offended someone and got beaten up, so he went abroad. I haven't seen him for quite a while. Bai Tian fell silent, feeling she might know who Wu Liqing had offended. Luo Rong glanced at her, blandly educating her. Since you become Gu Zhao's little lover, you shouldn't be so fickle. This opportunity isn't something everyone can have. Since he treats you well, make the most of it, or one day when his wife finds out, you won't be able to handle it. Don't you usually watch variety shows? Bai Tian looked at him. Romantic Delusion has already aired an episode. Logically, Luo Rong should know by now. I don't watch. It's a waste of time. Luo Rong shook his head without hesitation, sounding somewhat disdainful. What about entertainment news? I don't watch that either. I'm not interested. Hasn't anyone told you the gossip in the industry recently? Luo Rong shook his head. I went abroad a while ago and just came back today. Besides, I don't like listening to gossip. No one talks about it in front of me. Bai Tian thought for a moment and softly suggested, I recommend you watch a variety show called Romantic Delusion. You might discover something new. Luo Rong raised his eyes and gave her a look as if granting her a favor, smiling slightly. You're in it? Bai Tian nodded, yes. Then I won't watch it. Bai Tian. Luo Rong chuckled, took a sip of his drink, and gazed at her beautiful face, slightly lost in thought. Bai Tian's eyes seemed to hide moonlight, bright and lustrous, and when she looked at someone, it felt like she was wielding a small hook, making one as hard itch. Luo Rong lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. You little fuck are the best at seducing people. You want me to watch your variety show? I wonder what ulterior motives you have. I won't fall for it. His face wore an expression of don't think you can seduce me, making him look quite punchable. Suit yourself. Bai Tian let out a dry laugh, defeated by his self-importance and self-satisfaction, leaving her utterly speechless. Luo Rong smiled, gently rubbing the wine glass with his fingers, and said slowly, I haven't forgotten the favor you did for me. Did you receive the VIP card I had someone give you that day? I received it. Bai Tian replied helplessly, but I won't use it. She usually didn't frequent places like clubs, so having the VIP card was pointless. She had long since forgotten where she had thrown it. Stop pretending to be reserved in front of me. It won't work. I've seen plenty of White Lotus and green tea bitches, and I won't fall for your tricks. Bai Tian. Huh, you're the White Lotus. You're the green tea bitch. I will give you the rewards you deserve, and I will fulfill the promises I made to you. The script I mentioned last time is currently in preparation. Once it's ready, I'll have someone come and sign the contract with you, and I will definitely make you shine. No need, Bai Tian refused. She was seducing her husband and still wanted a reward? Luo Rong scoffed, clearly disapproving of her attitude. You're just a small star. Don't get too full of yourself. Now that you have Gu Zao pampering you, you think you can do whatever you want and not bother with acting? When he abandons you, it will be too late for regrets. Women should have their own careers. Don't think he will support you for a lifetime. Bai Tian, who had been scolded for no reason, said, Thank you for your motivational speech. Luo Rong raised an eyebrow. What? Do you think what I'm saying is wrong? Bai Tian smiled. No, you're absolutely right. I completely agree with your thoughts. Tian. Gu Zao had come over at some point, standing not far away, looking at them. He furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing, calling out softly. Bai Tian turned to look, smiled, stood up to adjust her skirt, and walked over to Gu Zao, linking her arm with his. She looked at him, took a deep breath, and suddenly leaned into his arm, playfully asking in a sweet voice, Mr. Gu, will you support me for a lifetime? Gu Zao smiled, glanced at Luo Rong, and replied, of course. Bai Tian happily leaned into his embrace, tilted her head, and winked at Luo Rong, her voice soft and sweet. That's great. Luo Rong's expression went blank for a moment. He bit his lower lip, put down the wine glass, and frowned at her. Bai Tian had no doubt that if Gu Zao weren't there, he might have already cursed her as a White Lotus and green tea bitch. Gu Zao patted Bai Tian's hand and said softly, "Let's go home. I just spoke with old Shun. We should head back first." "Okay." They nodded at Luo Rong and turned to leave together. Bai Tian walked a few steps, but couldn't help looking back. Luo Rong was staring at her with a small man achieving success expression, his eyes full of disdain. Bai Tian flicked her hair, her high heels clicking on the ground, and her steps became even more graceful. Chapter 51. After Bai Tian returned home with Gu Zao, she comfortably took a hot bath. After finishing her bath, she checked the time and saw that she could catch the broadcast of Romantic Delusion. So she casually turned on the TV and leaned back on the sofa to watch. The live broadcast was showing a scene of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming cooking together. Bai Tian watched the whole thing and noticed that Wei Jinyan only helped Jiang Ruoming wash a basin of vegetables. And the rest of the time, he just sat there peeling garlic. Jiang Ruoming was busy making a large spread of dishes on her own. Bai Tian saw her hiding in a place she thought the camera couldn't capture, secretly rubbing her sore waist, and couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. To make others watch her show off her love, she really was putting in a lot of effort. The production team might have considered the possibility of salvaging the situation, so they temporarily didn't show the footage of Li Wanrong and Lu Chunwang's divorce, leaving some room for maneuver. The footage of Jiang Ruoming and Wei Jinyan arguing was not recorded and thus not aired. And the video of Bai Tian and Jiang Ruoming arguing over the painting was likely withheld by the production team out of concern for negative impact. After finishing the episode, Bai Tian opened the comment section to see the audience's reactions. In the last episode, a netizen summarized that Gu Zao called his wife 58 times. In this episode, another netizen summarized that Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming kissed a total of 22 times over 2 days. They went to great lengths to show off their love, but unfortunately, the audience was not very receptive. A few people exclaimed that it was sweet, but most felt it was too cloying, almost fake. More like a performance, too much of a good thing, which aptly described those two. However, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's fans couldn't let this opportunity pass. They united for the first time and pushed Magma Kiss to the second spot on trending topics, with Magma being the couple name for Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming. The first spot was occupied by Bai Tian, but anyone who clicked on it would find that the comments were mostly sarcastic and mocking. As Bai Tian had been ridiculed into trending, Bai Tian is really spoiled. She won't even eat the meal made by the best actor. I would love to eat it, but I can't even get a taste. Bai Tian's emotional intelligence is truly infuriating. Even if she doesn't like Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, can't she pretend to be happy and eat a few bites? I wouldn't blame her if she ate a bit more. Just look at her disgusted expression. Is having a husband who can cook so great? What do you mean her appetite has been spoiled by Gu Zao? Isn't that implying Magma cooks worse than her husband? And what's with saying boiled shrimp is okay? Boiled shrimp just needs some scallions and ginger. Such a simple method. Who wouldn't make it taste the same? This couple is really a perfect match. Bai Tian's fans were spamming the comments, trying to push down these negative remarks. But there were too many haters, and their comments got buried. Some fans couldn't hold back and started arguing with the haters. To be honest, Tian just doesn't like you best actor couple. Her attitude is pretty clear. Is there a rule that says she must like you? You Magma cooks worse than our son-in-law. Tian is just straightforward. Who she likes or dislikes is none of your business. So what if she dislikes you? Besides, since the three of them knew each other before, how do you know their relationship is really bad? If they don't say, did you know they knew each other before? If they don't say, there are many things you would know. Strangely, I really didn't expect the three of them to know each other already. Could it be that something happened before, which is why Bai Tian doesn't like them? I always feel something's off about their relationship, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Strange one. To be honest, I'm a bit curious about their relationship. It feels like a fog, hard to figure out. As the comments flooded in, when the fans saw Bai Tian's unabashed disdain for Jiang Ruoming's acting during the live broadcast, the online uproar escalated, and the two fan bases started hurling insults at each other. The production team, not shying away from controversy, edited Bai Tian's frowning and changing channels into the broadcast, enlarging and slowing down many subtle moments, making her disdain for Jiang Ruoming's acting crystal clear. It was evident to anyone that she was expressing her dislike. Last time, Wang Huan watched Jiang Ruoming's drama and was glued to it for a long time, praising her to her husband. Now that it's Bai Tian's turn, she doesn't hesitate to change the channel with a disgusted face. What does she think? Even though she's a fellow guest on the show, she should at least give Jiang Ruoming some face. She's really lacking emotional intelligence. Bai Tian, Jiang Ruoming has no grievances with you. Isn't it a bit excessive to keep targeting her? She's pregnant, and you're bullying her like this. Jiang Ruoming really has a good temper, always being gentle with Bai Tian. On the other hand, Bai Tian's fame and quality are not proportional. After watching this episode, I've switched to being a fan of Jiang Ruoming. Fame is temporary, but quality lasts a lifetime. One shouldn't lose their integrity. The online insults were rampant, and Bai Tian took a glance before putting down her phone. With a facial mask on her face, she played some music, closed her eyes to the soothing melodies, and relaxed. She was who she was. There would always be people who liked her and others who hated her, and she couldn't force it. After about 10 minutes, the music suddenly stopped, and her phone rang incessantly like a death knell. Bai Tian helplessly tore off the mask, picked up her phone, took a deep breath, braced herself for the scolding, and answered the call. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Lin Shuang's angry voice came through in a barrage. Can't you pretend a little? What's wrong with being a bit insincere? Look at Jiang Ruoming. She's smiling like a flower when she sees you. You don't have to smile like a flower, but can you at least treat her like a stone? You say your acting is good, but why is your everyday acting worse than hers? Bai Tian let her finish before retorting. Acting is required when filming, but I need to act in life too? When am I supposed to be myself? Lin Shuang was left speechless by the rebuttal, paused for a moment, and finally calmed down, taking the initiative to admit her mistake. You're right. What else? Next week, I won't bother you. I'm sorry. Lin Shuang's attitude was good as she quietly hung up the phone, realizing she had been a bit impulsive due to the comments online. In fact, they had already prepared for participating in the variety show. As long as they were happy being themselves, that was enough. Working hard was also for a more comfortable life, and having to smile at enemies was just putting the cart before the horse. As Lin Shuang's mood settled, she quietly observed the developments online. If the insults became too severe, they would have to figure out a way to manage public relations. However, given the current heat, it seemed they would have little effect. Fortunately, Bai Tian had always let her work speak for itself, and the online discourse was not that significant. While the online insults were fervent, after a while, before Lin Shuang could take action, the tide began to turn. Some netizens, curious, went to watch Jiang Ruoming's drama and couldn't help but capture animated GIFs of her exaggerated expressions and actions, which made others laugh out loud. The discussion gradually shifted to her acting. I announce, Jiang Ruoming has provided me with all my recent laughs. Is she performing, or just posing to show off her beauty? Color contacts, filters, voiceovers. She's doing everything an actor shouldn't do. Jiang Ruoming's shocked expression looks so silly. It's hilarious. Haha. I want to sing her a song about extravagance. Her dark transformation performance is just heavy smoky makeup and terrified screams, clearly telling everyone. I've turned dark. It looks a bit like a scene from a horror movie. When she's sad, her gaze is vacant like a blind person. Can't her eyes move at all? And her lips tremble like they're electrocuted. So funny. Did she really graduate from a professional acting school? No wonder Bai Tian can't stand it. Even I, an amateur who has never studied acting, can't watch it anymore. It's so affected and awkward that it almost breaks through the screen. What are you trying to criticize? My Meng Meng is performing from the heart. Okay, if you really pay attention, you'll find that her acting is very delicate. If you analyze it carefully, you'll see she's performing very well. What nonsense are you talking about upstairs? Am I supposed to analyze her inner feelings while watching a drama? Shouldn't she be the one showing us what she wants to express so we can understand it right away? Jiang Ruoming's fans are arguing fiercely with everyone, but still can't stop the heated discussion about her acting. Some funny netizens have turned Jiang Ruoming's crying expression into memes because when she cries, apart from her eyes shedding tears, it's hard to tell if she's crying or laughing. Netizens also creatively caption the memes. Today I cried and then laughed, performing a mix of crying and laughing. Who says my acting is bad? I'm not laughing. I'm clearly laughing. It's just that the eye drops accidentally dripped on my face. These memes became very popular and spread rapidly. There are also some lively netizens who compare Bai Tian's acting with Jiang Ruoming's in GIFs. Both are crying scenes, but Bai Tian evokes sadness before even shedding a tear, moving everyone. When she finally cries, everyone can empathize with her immense hidden sorrow. While Jiang Ruoming's crying scene has tears falling heavily, yet her eyes show no emotion at all, clearly just eye drops, lacking any emotion or impact. It's an insult to compare her acting with Bai Tian's. Without comparison, there's no harm. Bai Tian and Jiang Ruoming are clearly the same age and graduated from the same school, yet their acting skills differ so much. If I were Bai Tian, I wouldn't want to watch her drama either. It's too painful to look at. Upstairs, Bai Tian debuted even later than her. Speaking of which, she's actually her senior. Yet her acting looks like that of a junior's junior. I feel embarrassed for her. You can't say that. Jiang Ruoming is clearly performing well. She is just advertising eye drops. How sincerely she expresses the importance of eye drops. Without them, she is smiling. Look closely, she smiles so brightly. Jiang Ruoming's acting is already weak under scrutiny, and now it has been closely examined. Her poor acting has been pushed to the forefront of criticism. And anyone who sees those gifts can't help but make a comment. Bai Tian has long since gone to sleep, while Jiang Ruoming, witnessing all these changes, is shaking with anger. Her well-prepared show of affection has been ruined. Now, no one cares how many times she kissed Wei Jinyan, nor how sweet they were when cooking together. Netizens' attention is all on her acting, digging up the embarrassing clips from her dramas. The most infuriating part is that the trending topic earlier was actually bought by her. She originally thought that under the marketing accounts guidance, everyone would harshly criticize Bai Tian's emotional intelligence, but unexpectedly, her cleverness backfired. Through this trending topic, everyone began to dig into her acting. Now it's out of control, and she can't manage the public opinion anymore. She angrily threw her phone down. Bai Tian is indeed her nemesis. Every time she encounters Bai Tian, she never has a good outcome. Chapter 52. Bai Tian took advantage of her break to shoot a few ads and participated in several commercial performances. During other times, she would sift through scripts, admire the roses in the yard, and the days flew by quickly. It was already the day of recording, and she suddenly realized that she had been living in the South City villa for so many days without noticing. Upon arriving at the recording site, Gu Zao happened to take a call for work, so Bai Tian dragged her suitcase inside alone. The suitcase didn't contain much, just a few scattered pieces of clothing and cosmetics, while the heavier suitcase was in Gu Zao's hands, and he refused to give it to her. As the weather warmed up, the scenery at the recording location became even more beautiful. The walls were covered in green vines, lush and thriving, with several unknown small flowers blooming among them, emitting a rich floral fragrance. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, leaving behind halos of light. There was a narrow alley leading to the courtyard, and when Bai Tian looked up, she happened to see Jiang Ruoming, and they met face to face. Jiang Ruoming's expression was unfriendly, and her eyes narrowed as soon as she saw Bai Tian. Bai Tian knew that after seeing the comments online, she would definitely be unhappy. So she anticipated that Jiang Ruoming would come to find trouble. Bai Tian stood still, watching her break into a smile, and said indifferently, "Say what you want to say." Jiang Ruoming glared at her with fiery eyes, gritting her teeth. "Bai Tian, don't get too complacent. Do you really think your acting is better than mine? You just rely on good resources. If I had your resources, I would definitely be more popular than you. What do you think gives you the right to be more popular than me? It's just because of your husband." Bai Tian couldn't help but sneer. After so many years in the industry, she had never relied on Gu Zao. When she first entered the entertainment industry, Gu Zao did ask her if she needed help, but she had declined. Bai Tian's eyes moved slightly, and suddenly she smiled leisurely, but in the next moment, her expression changed. She looked down at Jiang Ruoming with a cold gaze, as if she were looking at an ant with no capacity for resistance, high above and incredibly arrogant, thinking, "Were you that you dare to compare with me? You're just a lowly person." Jiang Ruoming immediately felt her anger surge, her face turning red. "Bai Tian, what did you say?" Bai Tian's eyes began to change, a look of pain spreading through her pride, a mix of emotions layered and intertwined. Her voice started to tremble. "Chun Sisi, you're just a dog wagging its tail next to Jin Kong. What gives him the right to say that although you're in the dust, you're nobler and more virtuous than me? He's really blind. Bai Tian's last sentence was ethereal, as if hiding immense pain. It seemed she had endless grievances, wanting to say more but hesitating. Jiang Ruoming's expression changed abruptly, her eyes widening in shock, anger mixed with a hint of confusion. The lines Bai Tian just spoke felt somewhat familiar. They should be lines from a drama she acted in, but which drama was it? She couldn't quite remember. At that moment, Bai Tian's gaze suddenly became wild. She grabbed Jiang Ruoming's shoulders and shook her hard. Chen Sisi, I owe you nothing, nor Jian Song. I, Ruan Weiliang, have a clear conscience. Her last sentence was said with utmost determination, her gaze piercing, as if she had suffered a great injustice. And beneath her crumbling exterior lay a heart as clear as the wind and moon. Jiang Ruoming felt for a moment that she was the character in the script, the Ruan Weiliang she had failed to portray. She finally remembered the protagonist of that drama, Ruan Weiliang, a woman of tragic fate, yet deeply loyal. Bai Tian blinked gently, releasing her grip on Jiang Ruoming's shoulders, calming her emotions, her expression returning to normal, and the emotions in her eyes quickly faded away. She transitioned in and out of character swiftly, and before Jiang Ruoming could react, Bai Tian had already changed back to Bai Tian from Ruan Weiliang. Jiang Ruoming looked at her series of changes, her entire body shaking slightly, and her expression appeared somewhat dejected and embarrassed. Bai Tian looked at Jiang Ruoming's flushed face and slowly said, "Do you still remember your own lines?" Jiang Ruoming's pupils constricted sharply, and she felt her blood run cold. The lines Bai Tian had just spoken were indeed from her currently airing drama. This drama was one of her best resources in recent years, which she had begged Wei Jinyan to secure for her. She had high hopes at the beginning, but the result was disappointing because her performance was terrible, leading to a large number of spoof videos made by netizens, saying her wide-eyed expressions and stiff demeanor didn't look contemptuous, but rather like a mental patient. Wei Jinyan also felt she had embarrassed him and refused to give her any resources afterward. She had always thought that the role was too difficult to portray and that the audience was nitpicking. However, Bai Tian had easily displayed the contempt and disdain that the director had always wanted her to show, and, as the recipient, she had deeply felt the contempt and humiliation coming from Bai Tian just now. Jiang Ruoming pressed her lips together, her face turning pale. She had to admit that she had just been utterly crushed by Bai Tian's acting skills. Seeing her pale expression, Bai Tian took a small step back, ran her fingers through her hair, and answered her earlier question. I could be popular because I deserve it, and it's based on my acting skills being better than yours. Jiang Ruoming gritted her teeth, her face looking extremely unsightly, yet she couldn't find any words to refute. Capital cannot buy acting skills. She could say that Bai Tian relied on capital, but she couldn't say that she had no acting skills. Yet, ironically, those with real acting skills do not need capital, as they themselves are the capital. The reason I watch your drama is that you have never tried to portray a character with sincerity. When playing a villain, you worry that if you act too badly, the audience won't like you. When playing a good person, you worry that if you cry too poorly, it will affect your image. So, you're unwilling to show too many expressions. How can you portray the character well while being so cautious? Jiang Ruoming's eyes seemed to spark with anger, and she could no longer hold back. Do you think everyone is like you, that no matter what expression we make, fans will say you have no angles to die from? Bai Tian chuckled lightly. You really are beyond saving. No one can be beautiful forever, but a person can rely on acting skills to make others acknowledge you, and that is the most beautiful. Jiang Ruoming was panting heavily, glaring at her fiercely, but after a long pause, she couldn't say anything back. Bai Tian saw that she was not listening, shrugged, and said, Don't carry so much resentment while pregnant. Be careful not to teach your child bad behavior. Jiang Ruoming forced herself to maintain composure, coldly sneering, My child doesn't need your concern. I certainly won't care. Bai Tian replied, ignoring her and turning to leave. Jiang Ruoming stared at her back, her face dark and gloomy as if it could drip water, remaining motionless for a long time. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone rang out in the narrow alley. Jiang Ruoming snapped back to reality, picked up her phone, looked down, and quickly adjusted her emotions, revealing a flattering smile. Her voice turned sweet. Hello, Deputy Director Wang, it's Xiaoming. What can I do for you? Deputy Director Wang said, Xiaoming. I'm sorry, I couldn't secure the role of the second female lead for you in Sheng Tianwu phone. Jiang Ruoming's smile immediately stiffened. This drama was one of the major productions of the year, and the male lead had already been confirmed to be Wei Jinyan. She had hoped to use her connection with Wei Jinyan to snag the second female lead, but ended up with nothing. She couldn't help but feel resentful and forced a smile after a while. It's okay. I still want to thank you. But may I ask why? Deputy Director Wang hesitated for a moment and explained softly. Well, to be honest with you, the director wants Bai Tian to play the leading lady. But there have been rumors about your not-so-good relationship. Recently, you both participated in romantic delusions together, and Bai Tian's attitude towards you is very obvious. The director is worried that she might withdraw from the role because of you, so he asked me to reject you in advance. I really have no choice. Maybe we can collaborate again next time. Jiang Ruoming could no longer maintain her smile. She scoffed coldly and said fiercely into the phone, Don't worry. Even without me, Bai Tian won't get the role because she hates Wei Jinyan even more than I do. When she said the last sentence, a wave of satisfaction surged in her heart. After finishing, she hung up the phone without hesitation. She didn't care about what the deputy director thought. Jealousy had turned her eyes red, and the anger in her chest surged wildly. She had to find a breakthrough. She leaned against the wall, trying hard to suppress the fury within her. But she knew that this anger was mixed with a sense of collapse that she could no longer contain. At that moment, she heard steady footsteps approaching, and when she looked up, she saw Gu Zao coming towards her. She stared at Gu Zao for a while, and suddenly broke into an ambiguous smile. Since Bai Tian dared to provoke her, she would let Bai Tian relive her past nightmares. She still remembered the look of shock on Bai Tian's face when she caught her and Wei Jinyan in bed. That was her most exhilarating moment. The long-standing resentment she had felt was fully satisfied in that instant, and that sense of satisfaction was even greater than when she married Wei Jinyan. She still remembered Bai Tian's astonished expression and her red-rimmed eyes from trying to hold back tears as she left in embarrassment. Remembering that feeling of triumph, she suddenly wanted to relive it once more. She gently lowered her gaze, her mind racing, and she already had a plan. This time, she was still pregnant, so she wouldn't actually do anything with Gu Zao. But as long as she could make Bai Tian uncomfortable and remind her of the pain and hatred from the past, ruining the relationship between Bai Tian and Gu Zao would be enough. Then her goal would be achieved. She smiled slightly. This was the best way for her to vent her overwhelming anger and resentment. She adjusted her expression, tugged at her collar to loosen it, and pulled up her skirt a bit to reveal her long legs, adding a hint of flirtation in her eyes and brows. Then she lifted her head, puffed out her chest, and slowly walked towards Gu Zao. She knew how to present herself at her best, and she believed that there weren't many men in the world who could resist her allure. She walked gracefully, showcasing her good figure and charm, exuding temptation. She believed all men were the same and was ready to welcome Gu Zao's amazed gaze. However, to her surprise, Gu Zao walked past her as if he hadn't seen her at all, not glancing in her direction, as if she were invisible. Jiang Ruoming abruptly stopped, looking back in disbelief. She almost suspected that Gu Zao was a wooden person. Otherwise, how could he not even look at her once? Chapter 53. Jiang Ruoming, unwilling to give up, stopped in her tracks. Why did Gu Zao treat Bai Tian with such care, but not even glance in her direction? She secretly ground her teeth and hurriedly called out, Gu Zao, wait. Gu Zao halted, turned around with a blank expression, and shot her a cold glance. Jiang Ruoming smoothed her clothes, raised a smile again, and looked at Gu Zao, sweetly saying, Gugu, I think I saw your clothes got dirty just now. Upon hearing her sudden change of address, Gu Zao raised an eyebrow, remaining still to see what trick she was up to. Jiang Ruoming smiled slightly as she looked at Gu Zao, tilting her head a bit. Her fans had once said she looked the most beautiful from this angle. Softening her voice and deliberately lowering her tone, she seductively said, Let me help you tidy it up. Gu Zao looked down at his clothes. The outfit he wore today was freshly changed. Not only was it not dirty, but there wasn't even a single wrinkle. Jiang Ruoming was lying through her teeth, her cheeks showing no sign of embarrassment. She walked towards Gu Zao with a bright smile, and just when she was half a meter away, She coincidentally tripped over a stone and fell into his arms. Gu Zao watched her series of actions, unable to suppress a cold laugh in his heart. He thought she might have something new to offer, but it turned out to be the same old routine. Over the years, many had thrown themselves at Gu Zao, and he was already familiar with this series of tricks. Watching Jiang Ruoming perform, he only felt her acting lacked authenticity and had no other thoughts. When Jiang Ruoming touched the hem of Gu Zao's clothes, she couldn't help but secretly grin in triumph. Before she could even feign a pout, she felt Gu Zao suddenly grip her wrist tightly and push her away. Jiang Ruoming was momentarily stunned. Her mind went blank. Due to inertia, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, nearly falling to the ground. Once she regained her composure, she looked up at Gu Zao in disbelief. Her face filled with the words impossible. She had been pushed away? The corners of her mouth twitched, and her cheeks felt fiery, as if she had just been slapped hard. Since Jiang Ruoming was pregnant, Gu Zao had not used much force. Otherwise, she would have already fallen on her backside. Gu Zao looked down at her coldly, his expression filled with disgust, his voice laced with mockery. Is this the trick you used to seduce Wei Jinyan back then? If so, I can only say he truly has no eyes. You. Jiang Ruoming's face paled as she looked at him, too angry to speak. She hadn't expected Gu Zao to be so aware of her and Bai Tian's situation. I don't want Tian to be unhappy, so stay away from me in the future. Gu Zao's voice grew heavier as he glanced at her one last time before walking away. Jiang Ruoming stood frozen in shock. It was the first time a man had rejected her so directly. Her heart trembled, and she remained motionless for a long time. Standing at the intersection, Li Fengyang and Song Ning were equally astonished, looking at Jiang Ruoming in disbelief, stopping in their tracks, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They recalled the scene in their minds before daring to confirm that they had really seen Jiang Ruoming deliberately throw herself into Gu Zao's arms. Even more unbelievable was how Gu Zao pushed her away as if he had encountered a virus. They froze in place, and once they reacted, they looked in terror at the phone in Li Fengyang's hand. The phone was live streaming, and the chat had already exploded with activity. Li Fengyang suddenly remembered the live stream and hurriedly tried to shut it down, but this was his first time using a live streaming app, and he didn't know how. After searching for a while, he finally found the button to turn it off. By the time he turned off the stream, the audience had already witnessed Jiang Ruoming's disgrace, causing an uproar in the fan community. Li Fengyang and Song Ning exchanged glances, neither daring to look at the fans' reactions. It just so happened that it was their turn to stream today. Li Fengyang had just opened the front camera, intending to show the viewers the beautiful scenery while walking. But he hadn't expected to stumble upon this scene and broadcast it live. They looked at Jiang Ruoming in the distance with lingering fear, unsure of what to do. The viewers in the live stream were even more shocked than they were, completely dumbfounded. Did I just see that right? Isn't that Wei Jinyan's wife and Jiang Ruoming's husband? How'd they end up together? They didn't end up together. If you look closely, Jiang Ruoming clearly went to hug Gu Zao and got pushed away by him. It's clearly a 3-person movie. Why did Gu Zao suddenly have a name? Is this the so-called love quadrangle? It feels like a grand drama. Oh my god, what explosive news is this? Was Jiang Ruoming really throwing herself at him? I feel like Wei Ingdi got cheated on. I feel the same way. Wei Jinyan probably got cheated on. Bai Tian's hat should still be green for now. Woo-woo. What a perfect man Gu Zong is. This is what it means to be unshaken in the face of temptation. The internet was ablaze, while Bai Tian remained unaware of the storm outside. After putting away her luggage, she had nothing to do, so she took out her phone and read the latest chapter of Above the Sky. Sitting on the sofa, as she read, her eyes gradually turned red. She pressed her fingers to the corners of her eyes, feeling a deep ache in her heart. The latest chapter was too heart-wrenching. The misunderstandings between the male and female leads continued to deepen. They clearly loved each other, but were buried under layers of misunderstandings, on the verge of falling apart. Bai Tian's emotions swayed with the ups and downs of the characters, and after reading it 3 times, she reluctantly put down her phone. Just as she set it down, she found herself still unable to stop thinking about the earlier plot, feeling sour and upset, sitting on the sofa in a daze. Her whole demeanor a bit wilted. When Gu Zao returned, he found her eyes red and a sad expression on her face, which made him frown and ask, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Bai Tian weakly shook her head, unable to resist picking up her phone to read the latest chapter again. Gu Zao glanced at the words above the sky on her phone screen, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pursed his lips, and sat down on the sofa opposite her. He took a sip of water, then looked up at the slightly red corners of Bai Tian's eyes, letting out a gentle sigh. Bai Tian's complexion was already fair, and the redness around her eyes was very noticeable, making her look pitiful and endearing. Gu Zao watched her for a while before finally putting down his cup, grabbing his laptop, and walking outside. He sat down on the outdoor sofa on the lawn, opened his laptop, and began typing lightly on the keyboard. An hour later, Bai Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that Shi Gan had updated an astonishing 10,000 words. This was the first time he had ever updated so much at once since he started writing novels, which was truly rare. The comments under the novel refreshed rapidly, with everyone excited and curious about why Shi Gan suddenly changed his style. Bai Tian looked at the latest chapter as if she had found treasure, unable to resist bouncing in joy. After calming down, she cherished her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In this chapter, the male and female leads finally resolved their misunderstandings, mending the regrets of the previous chapter and gradually becoming sweet with each other. Bai Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell, and her mood improved. She felt exhilarated, unable to shake off the excitement, as if she had gone through a tumultuous journey with the characters. She happily put down her phone and looked up, only to realize that Gu Zao was no longer in the room and wondered where he had gone. She quickly stood up, looked around, and realized that she had been so immersed in the novel that she hadn't noticed when Gu Zao had left. She picked up her phone to call Gu Zao, and just then saw him walking in with a laptop. Bai Tian looked at the computer in his hands and asked, "Did you go handle company matters?" Gu Zao pursed his lips and softly replied, Bai Tian glanced out the window. It was sunny today, with plenty of sunlight that was almost blinding. She couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't handling things inside. Gu Zao was silent for a moment, then said, "It's hot in here." Bai Tian looked at the air conditioner, which was running normally, so it shouldn't be broken. The weather had been getting hotter lately. Could it be cooler outside? Although she felt a bit puzzled, she didn't think too much about it. She gently nodded, glanced at the clock on the wall, and asked, "Why hasn't the production team assigned tasks today?" According to their usual routine, the production team should have come to distribute tasks by now, but today no one had notified them about anything. Gu Zao shook his head, looking a bit puzzled as well, unsure of what was going on since no one had come to inform them. Bai Tian felt relaxed, since the production team hadn't started giving them tasks yet. She picked up her phone again and read through the previous and current chapters together. Reading them in this way made her feel incredibly refreshed and satisfied. Gu Zao secretly scratched his arm, where a few small red spots had appeared from mosquito bites he got outside. After finishing the novel, Bai Tian couldn't help but shake her legs joyfully, humming an unknown song. Gu Zao looked at her and smiled slightly, asking, "Feeling good?" Bai Tian nodded vigorously, happily saying, "The novel I like just updated, and the misunderstanding between the male and female leads has finally been resolved. It's so great." Gu Zao watched her smile and couldn't help but smile back. Bai Tian continued to encourage Shi Gan while lowering her head, saying, "Shi Gan is really amazing. I love him." Gu Zao first laughed, but then, thinking of something, his smile faded slightly, and his voice became a bit low. "You really like him that much?" Very much," Bai Tian nodded, then thought for a moment before softly saying, "When I was feeling down back then, I watched the movie adapted from his work to get through it, so it left a deep impression. Since then, I've watched every one of his works." Gu Zao seemed to recall something, a flicker of understanding and pain passing through his eyes. However, seeing Bai Tian admire another person like that, he couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit jealous of himself. He had to admit that he was somewhat jealous of himself. He wished Bai Tian could look at him with that kind of admiration. Chapter 54. Gu Zao endured for a while, but couldn't help but look at Bai Tian and began to speak ill of herself. "Shi Gan is just a novelist. Don't blindly worship him. He may not be as great as you imagine. After all, you can know someone's face, but not their heart." Bai Tian's delicate brows immediately furrowed, and she couldn't help but retort, "Shi Gan is not an ordinary author. The stories she writes are full of ups and downs. The world she depicts are magnificent. and the characters are vivid. There are many reflections of reality hidden between the lines, which are worth studying. The most important thing is that I really like her perspective on the world. If you have time, you can check out her works too. After reading them, you might have a different opinion. Bai Tian felt that Gu Zao didn't understand Shi Gan, which was why she held such biases. If she were willing to deepen her understanding, she would surely like Shi Gan just as much. When Gu Zao heard Bai Tian praise Shi Gan, her lips curved neither up nor down, and in the end, she could only press her lips into a straight line without saying a word. They didn't know that the director and crew were already in an uproar, watching the replay of the earlier footage, completely stunned. The position where Gu Zao had been sitting had a newly installed camera on the wall, which perfectly captured the entire process of Gu Zao writing and posting. Because the camera was partially obscured by green leaves, Gu Zao hadn't noticed its presence. Did I see that right? Gu Zao, is Shi Gan? Doesn't he know that the position he was sitting in had a new camera installed? Ha ha! He thought he found a hidden spot. It's so funny. It's kind of cute. It seemed Bai Tian also didn't know. If this aired, it would be a huge news story, and the trending searches would explode again. The idol is actually her husband. Haha. It's really hilarious. If I remember correctly, Bai Tian even confessed to him on Weibo before. Bai Tian's luck was incredible. Her husband was a CEO and also a popular writer she admired. I'm starting to envy her now. Everyone chimed in, and the director, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and excitedly said, "Make sure to edit the next episode well. Include every bit of this. If this leaks out, it will definitely be big news." He thought for a moment and instructed the people in the room, "Don't tell anyone else about this yet, and don't let Bai Tian know. We mustn't leak any information. When the show airs, we will be the first to reveal Shi Gan's true identity, and the news and buzz will be guaranteed." Shi Gan was quite famous in the original circle, and with his identity as a domineering CEO and Bai Tian's husband, it was impossible for this not to explode. This was definitely the biggest unexpected gain of this episode. After hearing the director's instructions, everyone happily agreed, eagerly anticipating the content of the next episode. A few of them were fans of Shi Gan and couldn't help but feel excited, wanted to get a book signed by Gu Zao. After discussing for a while, someone couldn't help but say, it would be even better if we could see Bai Tian's reaction after she finds out the truth. Just thinking about it is amusing, but unfortunately, we won't be able to see her reaction when the show airs. The director's expression shifted since the crew was so curious. The audience must be even more curious. The main service target of their variety show was the audience, and since the audience wanted to see it, they naturally had to meet that demand. The director slapped his thigh, coming to a conclusion. He cleared his throat and said, "Notify the guests that the recording time for the next episode will be moved up to the day the show airs. As for the reason, you can come up with any excuse. It doesn't matter as long as Bai Tian is under the camera when the show airs." The crew members understood his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. They had to make sure to edit Bai Tian's reaction well. Just thinking about it made them want to laugh. The audience still didn't know about Gu Zao being Shi Gan. But the incident with Jiang Roman trying to seduce Gu Zao was already starting to gain traction, and the audience was aware. This trending topic exploded online. Someone recorded the live content, and the video was posted online, with various websites scrambling to reprint it. Marketing accounts also posted the video, causing the trending topic to shoot straight to third place, quickly climbing to first, with discussion volume skyrocketing and views soaring. Fans and bystanders were stunned after watching the video. Weekly saying, Jiang Ruoming is trying to seduce Gu Zao and got rejected? Are you kidding me? ISNT she's still pregnant with Wei Jinyan's child? This is too scandalous. Report. Wei the movie emperor, you've been greened. Urgently seeking green turtle emoji. I need to comment on Weibo to remind him, wake up, the green hat on your head is getting bigger. No wonder Bai Tian doesn't like her. Turns out she's been eyeing someone else's husband. If it were me, I would have torn her apart by now. Watching a live broadcast, I didn't expect to see such a big drama. Exciting. Li Fengyang and Song Ning were both panicking. Haha. But why are Jiang Ruoming's fans scolding others? It's not like anyone forced her to seduce men. If there's blame, it should be on your idol for being improper. No one expected to stumble upon such a big drama. Who knows? Maybe she didn't even want to do that. It's really knowing someone else's face, but not their heart. I used to think Jiang Ruoming really loved Wei Jinyan. Their previous loving image has shattered since participating in this show. It feels strange, not genuine love, but rather staged. After watching this video, I can confirm that their loving image is completely gone in my eyes. Lava, CP disillusioned. I no longer believe in love. Bai Tian, after finishing the novel, opened Weibo out of boredom. Her phone kept buzzing with notifications, and countless messages popped up, with comments increasing by tens of thousands. She felt puzzled, and before she could check, she found that Lin Shuang had sent her several messages at some point. Check Weibo quickly. Jiang Ruomeng is performing again. She really can't help but create trouble. Gu Zao did well. Give him a thumbs up. Bai Tian tilted her head in confusion and obediently opened Weibo to take a look at the comments. Tian, someone wants to green you. Take Gu Zao and run, otherwise you'll get stuck. Tian, Wei Jinyan has already been greened. You haven't been yet. Cherish the days you aren't greened. Our son-in-law almost got pounced on. Luckily, our son-in-law reacted quickly. Well done. I can rest assured leaving my daughter to you. Congratulations to Bai Tian. The green hat hasn't been successfully worn yet. Jiang Ruomeng's mission to green you has failed. Bai Tian was utterly bewildered, knowing that Jiang Ruomeng must have done something again to provoke public outrage. She pursed her lips and clicked on the video where countless people had her. After opening the video and watching for a moment, her eyes gradually widened and her expression became serious. In the video, after Jiang Ruomeng was pushed away by Gu Zao, she looked as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water, completely stunned. Gu Zao frowned in disgust, looking at her as if she were a cockroach. His voice cold and emotionless. Stay away from me. After saying that, he turned and left, his movements clean and decisive, without any lingering feelings. At that moment, the camera shook. Song Ning seemed to push Li Fengyang slightly and whispered, "Quickly turn off the live broadcast." Then Li Fengyang anxiously fiddled with his phone for a while. The screen went black, and the video was turned off. Bai Tian watched intently, missing no details in the video. After finishing, she couldn't help but chuckle and lean back on the sofa. Jiang Ruomeng is indeed full of tricks. Her desire to harm others never dies. However, this time Jiang Ruomeng was unlucky, as she wasn't caught in the act, but was instead caught by the entire nation. She smiled and couldn't help but glance at Gu Zao, who was cutting fruit in the kitchen. Although Jiang Ruomeng had always been keen on the third party, Gu Zao was not Wei Jinyan, and many things would not repeat. Since Wei Jinyan betrayed her, she had lost trust in relationships and was utterly disappointed in love, not wanting to love anyone again. Unexpectedly, Gu Zao made her understand what loyalty meant. It turned out not all men could be easily tempted like Wei Jinyan. Just then, Gu Zao walked over with a plate of fruit. Seeing her smiling at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Tian took the fruit from his hands, smiling as she handed him her phone. This. Gu Zao opened the phone and was slightly surprised to see that the incident had been recorded. After watching, he frowned and anxiously explained, "Don't misunderstand. Nothing happened just now." He hadn't told Bai Tian about it earlier, fearing it would upset her, but he didn't expect the live stream to directly broadcast the video. Bai Tian popped a slice of orange in her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't misunderstand. It was clear in the video that you did well and deserve a reward." She took back her phone and admired Jiang Ruomeng's incredulous expression when she was pushed to the ground, bursting into laughter. When Bai Tian laughed, her beautiful brows and eyes completely relaxed, making her captivatingly attractive. Gu Zao gazed at her for a while and suddenly asked, "So, is there a reward?" Bai Tian was taken aback for a moment, then looked up with a smile, asking, "What kind of reward do you want?" "I haven't thought it through. I'll let you know when I do." "Okay," Bai Tian readily agreed. At that moment, a loud argument suddenly erupted from the neighboring house of Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng, growing increasingly intense. Bai Tian listened closely and could tell from their conversation that they were indeed arguing about the video. Wei Jinyan was a macho man who cared about his image. Now that the netizens knew he had been cheated on, it was unclear how Jiang Ruomeng would explain it to him to calm him down. As the argument escalated, the sound of breaking dishes could be heard. The staff, worried about what might happen, stood at the door peering in, but no one dared to enter, especially since they were already aware of the earlier incident, making it quite awkward. Although the production team enjoyed having topics and buzz, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The show was only halfway through, and so much had happened. They could only silently pray that the program could be completed safely. Chapter 55 Bai Tian looked at her phone for a while. And enjoying the drama, she picked it up to send a message to Lin Shuang. Bai Tian, are you at the office? Lin Shuang, yes. Bai Tian, go to the changing room and find a green hat, then take a photo and send it to me. Lin Shuang, don't stir up trouble. Bai Tian, you want to hold back? Lin Shuang fell silent for a moment, seemingly in a dilemma. After a while, she finally replied, Lin Shuang, no holding back. I'll take care of it. Let us get her. Just wait. Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle and replied with an okay emoji. She always followed the principle of fairness. However others treated her, she would treat them the same way. Since Jiang Ruoming was unrepentant and wanted to put a green hat on her, she naturally couldn't let Jiang Ruoming off easily, especially since she was just pushing the boat along. Lin Shuang acted quickly and soon sent the photo. When Bai Tian saw it, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Shuang didn't send just one green hat, but a whole stack of green hat photos, all different kinds neatly arranged together, which was quite eye-catching. She zoomed in on the photo and couldn't help but find it amusing. She had never realized the company had so many green hats, and she didn't know where Lin Shuang had found them. She laughed at the photo for a while before opening Weibo to start editing her post. Actually, what she wanted to post was standing with my hands on my hips. Back when I was cheated on, now my husband is helping me get back at them. I'm feeling pretty awesome. However, after thinking it over, she decided against it. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to get off the trending topics of the entire day. Bai Tian made an effort to rein in her mischievous thoughts and began to edit her Weibo post seriously. Someone wants to send me a green hat, but my husband says I don't look good in it, so he won't let me wear it. Can everyone help me see if a green hat suits me? The accompanying image for her Weibo post was the one Lin Shuang had just sent her. Bai Tian looked at the Weibo post she sent out and felt that she had truly become outrageous. It seemed her outrageousness was about to be perfected. Her post was clearly suggestive, and the one wanting to send her a green hat was obviously Jiang Ruoming. After the fan circle saw her Weibo post, it completely boiled over. Everyone was originally just munching on gossip, and of course, they hoped the gossip would get bigger and better. The comments under Bai Tian's Weibo post instantly became lively. Don't wear it. Since Gu Zao didn't give you a chance to wear it, we definitely won't let you wear it. Tian. This is obviously the hat of the Emperor Wei. Hurry and return to him. Tian. Be good. We don't want it. Although it's very unethical. It's fine for the Emperor Wei to wear it alone. Ha ha ha. So many green hats. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Tian, you are truly my source of happiness. Ever since I started following you, I've been happy every day. Who dares to put a green hat on you? Our sweet cone will be the first to stop it. Don't hold me back. I'm going to scold that woman who cheated on my sweet. Jiang Ruoming, with an emperor husband, still isn't satisfied, going around seducing men, really shameless. And she is pregnant too, yet she does such things. If she weren't pregnant, who knows how promiscuous she'd be. I'm so mad. What evil did Jin Yin commit to marry that woman? Look at all these green hats. Maybe the Emperor Wei has more green hats than these on his head. Bai Tian smiled as she scrolled through the comments for a while, then stepped back to check the trending topics. Because of the earlier video, the trending topics had already exploded. Jiang Ruoming seduces Bai Tian's husband. Wei Jinyin gets cheated on. Gu Zao rejects Jiang Ruoming. And other terms were all ranked high on the trending list. Major entertainment news was still continuously pushing headlines, and reporters seemed to be working extra hard, rushing to write news articles. Bai Tian tapped her chin with her finger. It seemed this incident had blown up bigger than she had imagined. She wondered how Jiang Ruoming was going to resolve it. Under Jiang Ruoming's Weibo, there were already tens of thousands of insults. It was the first time she had such a large interaction and view count since opening her Weibo, unprecedentedly lively. Wei Jinyan's Weibo was the same. Many passers-by rushed to comment. However, the comments on Wei Jinyan's post were clearly different from Jiang Ruoming's. The comments under Jiang Ruoming's Weibo were all insults, while Wei Jinyan's Weibo was filled with green turtles, green leaves, green hearts, and other emoji. Overall, it was a sea of green, making it clear to anyone who saw it that he had been cheated on. Bai Tian couldn't help but shake her head. Everyone was being too harsh. Wei Jinyan, someone who valued his reputation so much, was now completely embarrassed, whether it was colleagues in the entertainment circle or his fans. Almost everyone knew his wife was cheating on him, and she was doing it while pregnant with his child. Bai Tian scrolled through Weibo for a while, unable to resist the urge to eavesdrop on their argument. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng were still arguing. Their voices were loud enough that Bai Tian could hear them clearly through the wall. Jiang Ruomeng, do you have a brain? Even if you want to seduce Gu Zao, can't you wait until the show is over? There are cameras everywhere here. You might not care about your face, but I still do. Wei Jinyan, I said it was a misunderstanding. I just accidentally fell into his arms. Try accusing me again. You fell into his arms. What kind of misunderstanding can that be? Didn't you do the same to me back then? I shouldn't have married you. No, I shouldn't have been with you from the start. This is the biggest regret of my life. Wei Jinyan, you finally spoke the truth. If it weren't for our relationship being exposed, you wouldn't have wanted to marry me at all. Wei Jinyan fell silent for a moment, furious yet laughing. Jiang Ruomeng, do you think I really don't know it was you who got the paparazzi to take those photos, deliberately exposing our relationship? Jiang Ruomeng was momentarily stumped. Then, after a moment of silence, she straightforwardly admitted, so what if I exposed it? Who told you to never acknowledge my identity? I am clearly your girlfriend, yet on set. Even a second-tier actress dares to step over me. I want everyone to know that I am your woman. Jiang Ruomeng didn't feel she had done anything wrong and continued indignantly. Besides, if I don't make my identity clear, how would I know if you would be seduced by some little vixen while filming? I made you betray Bai Tian in just half a month. Wei Jinyan's anger surged. You are the one who is cheating. I haven't said anything about you. Yet you are accusing me. You're just promiscuous, habitually seducing men. You can't be honest for even a moment. Bai Tian slightly curled her lips, sneering. Wei Jinyan had now tasted the bitterness of being cheated on. She wondered what he was feeling now. However, after listening for a while, she found it somewhat ridiculous. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng's relationship was built on infidelity, so there was no trust between them at all. Bai Tian lost interest in their dog-eat-dog drama, picked up her phone, recorded an audio clip, and sent it directly to Lin Shuang. Such an interesting event was definitely worth sharing. Lin Shuang, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. This must be the funniest joke of the year. Jiang Ruomeng is really digging her own grave. We haven't even done anything to her, and she is already putting on a big show herself. Bai Tian, I'm feeling a bit happy right now. Lin Shuang, enjoy it well. Satisfied? Bai Tian put down her phone. The argument next door continued for a long time without stopping. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng seemed to be venting all the grievances they had accumulated over the years, arguing without care. The production team didn't dare to enter and disturb them, so the recording hadn't started yet. The doorway was crowded with staff, and a group of people were whispering and discussing what to do. Bai Tian felt bored sitting inside for a while and decided to listen to Lin Shuang and enjoy the moment. So she dragged Gu Zao over to join the excitement. Before they got close, she saw Li Fengyang pacing back and forth at the front of the house, looking very self-reproachful and anxious. Song Ning was much calmer than him. She glanced at him and said, "All right, stop wandering around. You didn't do it on purpose. Besides, if Jiang Ruomeng hasn't done anything embarrassing, no one can frame her. This isn't our fault either." Li Fengyang shook his head and sighed, but he also felt that she had a point, finally stopping his restless pacing, though his brows were still furrowed. Wang Huan stood quietly, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze dark and distant as she looked at Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruomeng's courtyard, listening to their argument with a contemplative expression. Bai Tian and Gu Zao stood together, boredly observing everyone's expressions and reactions. After a while, the arguing inside finally ceased, ending with Jiang Ruomeng's sobs, indicating she had finally changed her approach and started to show weakness. Bai Tian pouted, already predicting that their argument was about to conclude. With a man like Wei Jinyan, who had a strong sense of masculinity, the more you argued with him, the angrier he became. If you took the initiative to show weakness, he could calm down and listen to you properly. The director of the production team sighed. It seemed they wouldn't be able to record today. He cautiously glanced at Bai Tian, worried that she might blame the production team for what had happened during the recording, especially since Jiang Ruomeng had tried to seduce her husband right under her nose. In detail, the production team also bore some responsibility. as one of the parties involved. The director was unsure if Bai Tian was still in the mood to continue recording. Even if she said she didn't want to record anymore, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Bai Tian didn't make things difficult for the director. She smiled and said, "Gu Zao, and I can continue recording." Ultimately, this incident hadn't harmed her, and the production team couldn't have foreseen that Jiang Romeng would try to seduce Gu Zao, so she wouldn't blame them. Other guests, hearing her words, also expressed their willingness to continue recording. The director, relieved that Bai Tian wasn't upset, happily said, "That's good, that's good. But since it's already so late today, let's just call it a day and start recording again tomorrow." After everything that happened during the recording, the director felt a bit exhausted and realized he just didn't have the mood to record today. They would have to wait until everyone adjusted their mindset tomorrow. As night fell, Wei Jinyan in Jiang Ruoming's room finally quieted down. Chapter 56. In the evening, after a silent afternoon, Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming's studio finally issued a joint statement, claiming that their relationship was good. They explained that Jiang Ruoming had accidentally fallen and landed in Gu Zao's arms, and everything was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. To demonstrate their good relationship, they even did a 20-minute live broadcast together, where they smiled and bowed to the audience, apologizing for causing unnecessary worry. Bai Tian couldn't help but find it amusing. They truly lived up to their reputation as the false model couple of the entertainment industry. They had argued so loudly in the afternoon that most of the staff had heard it, and now they could still put on a facade as if nothing had happened. It was hard to decide whether to commend their thick skin or their acting skills. However, some things cannot be hidden just by trying. The truth is evident, and no matter how much they explained, those who had seen the video had their own judgment. Moreover, even though Jiang Ruoming used a lot of makeup to conceal it, she couldn't hide her swollen eyes and pale complexion. Therefore, in the face of their lies, the online criticism only intensified, making this live broadcast counterproductive. Although the online response was significant, their fans and shippers were clearly reassured and chose to believe them. These fans rallied again, ready to organize counterattacks against the negativity. Although the two had lost public favor, they at least retained their fan base. The next day, Wei Jinyan seemed unwilling to face the public, so he stayed indoors and did not come out. Jiang Romeng attended the recording alone, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, clearly indicating she hadn't slept well the night before. However, her makeup was still exquisite, and her appearance was impeccable, ensuring she wouldn't lose face in public. She smiled, first apologizing to the director and staff for delaying the filming due to personal matters, expressing her deep regret. Then she apologized to the other guests for the inconvenience caused the previous day, still sounding very apologetic. The staff had all heard her argument with Wei Jinyan the day before, so they felt a bit awkward. Jiang Romeng seemed oblivious to their discomfort, continuing to smile. But when she saw Bai Tian, a strong hatred surged in her eyes. She lowered her voice and gritted her teeth, saying, "Bai Tian, you are ruthless, taking the opportunity to step on me, aren't you?" She felt no remorse, as she never intended to truly get involved with Gu Zao. She was still pregnant and wouldn't go that far. She merely wanted Gu Zao to be infatuated with her, to feel unrequited love, and make Bai Tian uncomfortable. However, she hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and it was too late for regrets. Gu Zao heard her words and stepped in front of Bai Tian, looking at her with cold indifference. Jiang Romeng shot a resentful glance at Gu Zao. If he had fallen for her yesterday, they would at least both be facing criticism today, instead of her alone being ruthlessly attacked, while netizens praised Gu Zao as a good man. She couldn't help but sneer internally. No matter how good a man was, if he was Bai Tian's man, he was worthless in her eyes. Bai Tian lowered her head and chuckled softly, saying slowly, "Jiang Ruoming, you have bitten me twice with malicious intent, and I only stepped on you lightly. You should be grateful for my generosity. If you push me too far, I might just step on you a few more times." Jiang Ruoming's gaze turned cold. Mixed with fear, she gritted her teeth and said in a voice that seemed to come from the depths of her chest, "Bai Tian, just wait." Bai Tian felt somewhat speechless. Why was it that every time Jiang Ruoming made a mistake, she ended up blaming her? With a deep sigh, Bai Tian thought to herself that it was better to indulge her. Eventually, society would make Jiang Ruoming understand the truth. Li Fengyang stood by for a while. waiting for the two to finish their conversation before approaching Jiang Ruomeng to apologize. He had been unable to sleep all night due to guilt. His honest face flushed as he sincerely said in a low voice, "Miss Jiang, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it yesterday, and I didn't expect this to happen. I am sorry." Jiang Ruomeng narrowed her eyes at Li Fengyang, wishing she could slap him across the face. If it weren't for his slow reaction, she wouldn't have been live for so long, and she wouldn't be in a position where no one would believe her no matter how she explained. She was seething with anger, but reason told her to remain calm. Now was not the time to tear their faces. She needed to hold on until the variety show was finished. If she withdrew now, it would only confirm suspicions, and the netizens would believe her even less. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Her eyes were filled with disgust and hatred, yet she still managed to smile at Li Fengyang. A stark contrast to how she had just faced Bai Tian. She smiled and pretended to be generous, saying, "It's okay. It was all a misunderstanding." Li Fengyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had truly forgiven him. But Bai Tian knew that the calmer Jiang Ruomeng appeared. The more she was plotting her revenge in her heart. Song Ning didn't approach, but seemed to sense something was off with Jiang Ruomeng, so he stood aside, watching her warily. After discussing the matter, the program finally began recording officially. The host first came out to announce that Lu Chunwang and Li Wanrong had withdrawn from the recording, and everyone learned that they had officially completed their divorce procedures. Bai Tian had already received a message from Li Wanrong about this, so she wasn't too surprised, only feeling a bit sorry for them. They clearly had love between them. But love ultimately can't withstand wear and tear. When one party's efforts exceed the others, the love becomes unbalanced. Love also needs maintenance to last. Upon hearing the news, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They had only recorded 3 episodes, yet so much had happened in such a short time. Fortunately, despite the difficulties, the viewership ratings for this variety show kept climbing, leading the pack among many shows, almost leaving them in the dust. For this episode's recording, the production team dared not mess around anymore. After the previous episode's light testing had caused so much trouble, everyone was in a bad mood. The production team could only assign some simple tasks, and they didn't dare let the guests act together, as 3 of the 4 groups had an awkward atmosphere due to the live incident. The director hastily changed the task cards, organized a couple of activities, and completed the recording content, thus concluding this session. On the way back, as the car approached the city, Bai Tian told the driver, "Uncle Xiao, take me to the apartment." Gu Zao's expression darkened noticeably upon hearing this, his lips tightening and brows furrowing slightly. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile, explaining softly, "I'm just going home for a day to pack some things to take to the South City Villa. I'll mainly be living there from now on. As I've realized, I find it more comfortable at the South City Villa. It's not only beautiful, but also lively with more people." Gu Zao paused for a moment upon hearing her, then broke into a bright smile, gently nodding, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After Bai Tian got out of the car and waved goodbye, she stood by the roadside watching his car leave before turning to walk toward the apartment. When she reached downstairs, she noticed something lying under the light, pausing her steps. As she approached, she saw an unexpected figure. Bai Tian looked at Luo Rong, who was drunkenly slumped by the roadside, speechless. "Big brother, are you doing this on purpose? Why did you choose to get drunk right under my building? Am I supposed to take care of you or ignore you?" She stared at Luo Rong for a while, confirming that he showed no signs of waking up, and then squatted down helplessly, patting his face. "Wake up." Luo Rong reeked of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit. After Bai Tian patted him for a while, he finally opened his eyes hazily. He gazed at Bai Tian for a moment, blinked hard, and after recognizing her, he mumbled, "Little fox, tempting men again. Bai Tian, do you believe I will really leave you here to let you sober up completely?" Bai Tian was angry for a while, but still squatted down to check if he had a phone on him. Wanted to contact his friends or family to take him home. Unfortunately, after searching him thoroughly, she still couldn't find his phone. It seemed that after getting drunk, he had long forgotten where he had thrown it. Looking at Luo Rong, who had fallen asleep again, Bai Tian struggled internally for a moment, but eventually helped him up and took him upstairs. Luo Rong didn't look heavy, but he was surprisingly heavy. After helping him upstairs, Bai Tian was out of breath and nearly fainted herself. As she leaned against the wall, Panting, Luo Rong, the rascal, unexpectedly opened his eyes again. The two stared at each other for a moment, one struggling to catch their breath, while the other looked around leisurely. Bai Tian, if you're going to wake up, do it earlier. You only wake up after I finally managed to get you upstairs. You must be doing this on purpose. Luo Rong leaned in a bit closer, looking at the sweat on Bai Tian's face, and jokingly scolded her. Damn, you look so good even when you're sweating. No wonder you're a vixen. Bai Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes, angrily pushing him onto the sofa. Just sleep. Even drunk, Luo Rong wasn't obedient. The more Bai Tian urged him to sleep, the less he wanted to. After being pushed down, he dazedly sat up again and shouted at Bai Tian, "Vixen, I command you to show me your tail." Bai Tian walked over, took a sip of water, then turned around and mimicked him, shouting, "Luo, Xiaojie, I command you to bark like a dog." Luo Rong chuckled, his playful and carefree face showing a hint of innocence, thinking to himself, this young master is clever. I won't listen to the stinky fox and bark woof woof woof. Bai Tian took another sip of water, gently nodded, "That sounds nice." Luo Rong. After a moment of slow reaction, Luo Rong finally realized what was happening. He looked at Bai Tian and suddenly howled, tears welling up in his eyes. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Bai Tian accusingly, his voice tinged with a sob, pitifully saying, "Vixen, you tricked me. You heartless, ungrateful woman. Do you think I worked hard to raise you to this point?" Bai Tian was at a loss. The mood changed too quickly. "Please give the vixen some time to prepare." "Ugh, you're the vixen. Don't cry," Bai Tian hurriedly shouted before his tears could fall. If she didn't stop Luo Rong quickly, when he woke up tomorrow and recalled what happened tonight, wouldn't he want her to disappear immediately? The world is big, but a drunk person is the biggest. Bai Tian comforted herself a few times in her heart, walked over, gently stroked his head, and tried to speak as softly as possible. "I didn't trick you. I just suddenly forgot how dogs bark, so I wanted to ask you. I think you're knowledgeable. You must know. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof." Luo Rong held back his tears, barking a few times before stopping, looking at Bai Tian with pride, slightly raising his chin and saying proudly, "You silly, that's how dogs bark." Bai Tian. Very good, very smart. Chapter 57. After tossing and turning for most of the day, Luo Rong finally settled down and fell asleep on the sofa. Bai Tian covered him with a blanket and confirmed that he wouldn't get up to cause trouble before taking her phone to call Gu Zao. As soon as the call connected, Bai Tian spoke before Gu Zao could say anything. "Do you want to get a hotel room?" After all, she was a married woman and couldn't stay in the same room with another man. Moreover, the news about Gu Zao and Jiang Romeng was still trending, and a group of reporters was likely watching her from the shadows. If she guessed correctly, some reporters must have already captured footage of her bringing Luo Rong upstairs. However, there was no way she could let this drunkard freeze to death downstairs. She had to get him inside first. Now that she had finally dealt with Luo Rong, she needed to resolve the issue quickly. As she helped Luo Rong upstairs earlier, she had already come up with a plan. Since Gu Zao hadn't left yet, they might as well stay out together for the night. Even if it got leaked that she had brought Luo Rong upstairs, she would have evidence to prove that she was with Gu Zao that night. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zao couldn't help but take a light breath, and the excitement momentarily caught in his throat. After Bai Tian explained the situation, he finally said softly, "Okay." An hour later, Bai Tian and Gu Zao stood in the luxurious couple's suite, staring at each other. After a moment of silence, Bai Tian placed her bag on the table, walked over to the rabbit tail on the stand, shook it lightly, raised her eyebrows, and said softly to Gu Zao, "So you like this kind of thing?" Gu Zao. He had only asked his secretary to help book a room, saying he and his wife wanted to stay out for the night. He never expected the secretary to think they were looking for excitement and prepare a couple-S suite for them. Gu Zao found it hard to explain. Awkwardly glancing at the rabbit tail in Bai Tian's hand and the remaining rabbit ears on the wall, then slightly shifting his gaze and clearing his throat. "No. You don't like it?" Bai Tian asked again. Gu Zao imagined Bai Tian in a rabbit costume and thought it might not be so bad. He couldn't answer the question, not daring to look at the rabbit tail in Bai Tian's hand anymore, and walked into the bedroom of the suite, reaching to turn on the light. The moment he pressed the switch, the room seemed to turn into a dance party, with colorful lights flashing wildly, accompanied by suggestive music. The ceiling was mirrored, and lying on the bed, one could see everything happening on the bed through the mirror, filled with suggestiveness. Bai Tian looked up, seeing their bewildered faces reflected in the mirror, the flashing lights making them appear quite ridiculous. Bai Tian, is my husband doing this on purpose? Gu Zao, shouldn't the secretary be fired? They finally managed to find the switch to turn off the lights, and the suggestive music stopped, leaving only soft warm light. Exhausted, they sat on the bed, surrounded by red rose petals mixed with jujubes and peanuts, a bizarre blend that left them speechless, preferring silence. Gu Zao rubbed his forehead and let out a barely noticeable sigh, suggesting they wash up and go to sleep. He decided to deduct the secretary's bonus for this month to make him understand what true suggestiveness was. Okay, Bai Tian nodded and got up to go to the bathroom. A moment later, Bai Tian came out of the bathroom and shrugged her hands at Gu Zao. Gu Zao suddenly had a bad feeling. He stood up and walked into the bathroom. Looking down, he saw a colorful bathroom with a heart-shaped double bathtub in the center. So far, this was still within the normal routine of a couple's suite, but Gu Zao felt things wouldn't be that simple. As he approached, he saw the bathtub filled with various flower petals, which was still acceptable. However, when he looked up, his gaze froze, landing on a pair of suggestive handcuffs next to the bathtub, with pink fringes wrapped around the inside and a whip in the cabinet above the tub. Gu Zao, the secretary's bonuses for next month and the month after are gone too. If they're going to take a bath, could they have fewer gimmicks? He walked over, yanked the handcuffs down, grabbed the whip, and tossed it into the trash can. When he looked up, he happened to see the hotel's slogan on the wall, providing customers with excitement and surprises is our eternal pursuit. Gu Zao bit his lower lip, realizing that while excitement was present, the surprise hadn't been revealed yet. He sighed helplessly and walked out, casually placing his hand on the table, looking at Bai Tian and saying, "This hotel wasn't my choice, and I didn't know these things would be here." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand accidentally touched something, and a cartoon character suddenly popped up from the wall. It tossed its hair and started pouring out small square object from a basket it was holding, laughing and shouting. "Is that enough? Is that enough? 7 times a night? Is that enough? If not, you can call customer service for more." The voice was extremely shrill, and the laughter was so exaggerated it felt like it would pierce through one's eardrums. If Bai Tian and Gu Zao didn't have good psychological resilience, they would have screamed in terror. This was not a couple's suite. It was a horror experience room. Bai Tian looked at Gu Zao speechlessly and then glanced down at the strange items on the floor. Gu Zao, even jumping into the yellow river won't clear this up. After all the commotion, they were both physically and mentally exhausted, too scared to touch anything else in the room. They quickly took a shower and hurried under the covers. They sat in silence for a while before finally recovering, wishing each other good night, gently closing their eyes. Fortunately, they had been sleeping together during the filming of the show, so they were already quite accustomed to each other's presence, and they fell asleep quickly, even more soundly than when sleeping alone. A night without dreams. In the morning, Bai Tian opened her eyes to see sunlight streaming through the curtains. She couldn't help but smile slightly, but after closely examining the curtains, she instantly suppressed her smile. This couple's suite really had surprises everywhere, making it impossible to avoid. Last night, they hadn't noticed that part of the curtains was made of gauze, but now, with the light shining through, she saw a few golden characters on it. "Pleasure for you, me, and him. Love relies on everyone. More surprises await your discovery." Bai Tian couldn't help but be startled awake. No, she didn't want more surprises. She just wanted a good, stable sleep. She picked up the alarm clock by the bed to check the time, but the moment she grabbed it, loud, intense music filled the room, accompanied by a voice. "Morning is the most energetic time. Are you really not going to try again?" Bai Tian. She never wanted to step into a couple's room again in her life. Gu Zao opened his eyes and heard this, finally unable to resist texting his secretary, asking, "How did you choose this hotel among so many?" The secretary, unaware that his boss was on the brink of a breakdown, quickly replied to the message with great excitement. "Boss, did you have an unforgettable night last night? You don't need to praise me. This is what I should do as your secretary. Serving you is my lifelong mission." The reason I chose this hotel is that I saw online reviews saying that this couple's suite is quite special and unforgettable, which is why I booked it for you and your wife, hoping you would have a memorable night. Gu Zao's forehead twitched. It was indeed unforgettable. I believe you'll find it hard to forget as well, because your bonus for the next 3 months is gone. After informing the secretary of this bad news, Gu Zao felt a bit better. He ignored the secretary's lamentations, put down his phone, and ordered breakfast. Bai Tian and Gu Zao sat in the couple's suite, pretending to be calm while eating breakfast. During the meal, neither dared to speak out of turn or touch anything other than the breakfast. After finishing their meal, as they walked out of the hotel, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the entrance. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh simultaneously. Driver Uncle Xiao first took Gu Zao to the company and then drove Bai Tian back to the villa in the southern city. Although last night was a bit thrilling, Bai Tian was in a good mood. She asked Uncle Xiao to stop the car at the intersection, and, while admiring the scenery along the way, she leisurely walked toward the yard. The morning air was refreshing. The trees were lush, birds were flying, and cicadas were singing, creating a serene scene. When she reached the door, she paused for a moment, her steps halted, staring at a white object on the lawn, not far away. Widening her eyes for a closer look, she discovered that there was a silly little alpaca on her lawn, grazing with its head down. Bai Tian blinked hard and opened her eyes again. The alpaca was still there. Bai Tian looked at the approaching butler and incredulously asked, "An alpaca?" The butler walked over, grinning, and patted the alpaca's head, cheerfully saying, "Yes, young madam. The young master said you like alpacas, so he had it airlifted here. The young master personally chose this alpaca, which just arrived yesterday. It has a good temperament and looks quite cute. Do you like it?" Bai Tian recalled that during her last variety show, she had indeed mentioned to Gu Zao that she liked alpacas, something she had almost forgotten. She didn't expect Gu Zao to remember. She calmed her astonished feelings and walked over to pat the soft little ears of the alpaca. The alpaca looked up at her with its black eyes, snorted a bit with its nostrils, and chewed on a leaf. Bai Tian looked down at its silly appearance and couldn't help but smile. She liked it. With Gu Zao so thoughtfully remembering every one of her preferences, of course, she liked it. As she gazed at the alpaca, a gentle warmth surged through her heart, lightly knocking on her heartstrings, drawing a musical note. Chapter 58. The little alpaca was still small, with a round little face, a short tail, and its whole body covered in fluffy white fur that looked like cotton. When it saw Bai Tian, it did not seem shy at all. Instead, it walked over with its short legs, nuzzling affectionately against her. Bai Tian's heart softened like cotton, and she couldn't help but hug it and pet it over and over again, unable to let go. Looking at the alpaca, Bai Tian asked with some concern, "Is this little thing suitable for keeping at home?" Although she liked alpacas very much, if it wasn't suitable to raise one here, or if it would negatively impact the alpaca's health, she would rather not have one. She couldn't let her momentary preference harm it. The housekeeper smiled at the alpaca and quietly replied, "Don't worry, young madam. This alpaca has already been vaccinated, and the young master has found a professional caretaker who will come regularly to take care of it and check its health. As for the specific feeding methods, he has already handed them over to me, so you don't need to worry." Bai Tian nodded and felt relieved. Gu Zao was thorough and attentive, which was very reassuring. The alpaca seemed a bit scared, possibly due to the new environment, with its big, round, dark eyes staring at Bai Tian, looking somewhat pitiful. Bai Tian felt her heart melt at its gaze, and she personally fed it some food and water, continuously lifting her hand to gently stroke its back, wanting to get familiar with it quickly so that it would relax and not be nervous. After a while, the alpaca finally realized that it was safe here and gradually became more lively, getting closer to Bai Tian, its round little body nuzzling against her, adorably silly. When Luo Rong called, Bai Tian was sitting on the lawn, feeding the alpaca corn. The alpaca was enjoying its meal, and Bai Tian couldn't help but smile. She took out her phone to snap a picture of the alpaca. Just then the phone rang, and she answered it. "I'm at your house now." Luo Rong's voice sounded a bit hoarse, as if he had just woken up, and he seemed surprised. Before Bai Tian left yesterday, she had left him a note to close the door when he left, with her phone number written on it, since Luo Rong was calling her. It meant he had seen the note. Hearing him ask this, Bai Tian couldn't help but purse her lips and retorted, "What else could it be?" Luo Rong was silent for a moment, seemingly becoming a bit more awake and organizing his thoughts. "How did I end up at your place? Can you recall?" Luo Rong fell silent for a long time, as if he recalled some unpleasant memory. His voice grew heavy. "Did you make me bark like a dog?" "You can forget about that part. Given that you brought me back, I'll let you off this time." Luo Rong scoffed. "Where are you now? What are you doing? Why aren't you here taking care of me?" Bai Tian looked at the alpaca, leaning in closer, and casually replied, "I'm feeding the alpaca right now." When Luo Rong heard this, he raised his voice in disbelief. "You're actually off feeding an alpaca and not at home preparing breakfast for me. Be sure to close the door when you leave." Bai Tian finished speaking and hung up the phone decisively. It was already good enough that she brought it back home. The demands were quite high. When Luo Rong called back, Bai Tian ignored it and didn't answer again. The phone rang a few times before it finally quieted down. Even through the phone, she could feel the anger boiling inside him, which made her smile as she continued to feed the alpaca. In a good mood, Bai Tian picked up her phone and took several pictures of the alpaca, some of it eating grass and others basking in the sun. She even placed a flower on the alpaca's head and took a picture. Finally, she selected a few good-looking ones and sent them to Gu Zao. Gu Zao was in a meeting at the company when he heard his phone ring. He took it out to take a look and couldn't help but smile. His gaze landed on the picture of Bai Tian and the alpaca, where Bai Tian was beaming with a bright smile. He stared at it for a long time, lightly rubbing it with his finger. He suddenly thought that having lunch at home later wouldn't be a bad idea. When Gu Zao returned home for lunch, as soon as he walked in, he saw Bai Tian tying a bow on the alpaca, a red spotted bow on its neck, making it particularly cute. Bai Tian was wearing a white cotton dress, sitting on the lawn with the alpaca, and from a distance, they looked like two fluffy white balls, very eye-catching. Gu Zao smiled, watching quietly for a while, and suddenly remembered something. He walked over and reminded her, Tian, don't get too close to it. You're still not familiar with each other. An alpaca in a defensive state can spit at people." Bai Tian looked up and saw Gu Zao's worried expression, which made her laugh as she reached for his hand and gently placed it on the alpaca's head. "Our little one is very well behaved and has a gentle temperament." Gu Zao reached out to pet it, and the alpaca indeed allowed him to do so obediently, even happily squinting its eyes. Gu Zao couldn't help but smile. It really was very gentle. Bai Tian chuckled. "I didn't expect you to know so much about alpacas. I didn't even know they could spit. Luckily, this one has a good temperament. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard just now." Gu Zao hesitated for a moment and said, "I looked up some information, so I know a bit." Bai Tian nodded and held up some corn to the alpaca's mouth, and it immediately began to eat with great enthusiasm. Gu Zao looked at them for a while and said, "Let's give it a name." Bai Tian gently poked the alpaca's chubby cheeks and smiled. "Let's call him Mian Bao, Cotton Treasure, soft like a little ball of cotton." "Okay." Gu Zao reached out to touch the bow on the alpaca's neck and couldn't help but laugh. Bai Tian took out her phone and said to Gu Zao, "Let's take a family photo with Mian Bao. We have already taken pictures of just the two of us this morning. We just need you now." Gu Zao walked over, and together with Bai Tian, they held the alpaca in the middle, taking their first family photo. In the picture, Bai Tian and Gu Zao were smiling widely, and the alpaca had a sunflower on its head, looking quite distressed. After a while, Bai Tian noticed that Gu Zao had set that photo as his WeChat profile picture. She hesitated for a moment and also changed hers to that picture, casually posting on her moments. Gu Yi, Vin Yu, Hanmu. All liked it, and the likes came in particularly quickly. Bai Tian smiled and cuddled the alpaca, giving it a gentle rub. After lunch, Lin Shuang called and immediately said, "You're trending again." Bai Tian initially thought it was because of Luo Rong, so she didn't take it seriously. However, when she opened the webpage, she was surprised to see that it was Wei Jinyan who had brought her into the trending topic. The film emperor loves Bai Tian, but cannot have her. Drunken late-night confession. Bai Tian felt a bit dizzy at the news headline. Wei Jinyan truly did not let her have a moment of peace. She took a deep breath and clicked on a video in the news. In the video, Wei Jinyan was drunkenly slurring her name, his cheeks flushed, speaking with heartfelt emotion. At the peak of his feelings, he even had tears in his eyes, looking pitiful. Bai Tian, if she didn't remember catching Wei Jinyan cheating in bed. She would almost think that he loved her deeply and would do anything for her. Bai Tian glanced at the ID that first posted the video. It had no information, so she didn't know who had filmed it and posted it online. However, judging by the angle and distance of the video, this person should have been a friend who drank with Wei Jinyan. The entertainment industry is not lacking in such superficial friendships. One moment they're calling you brother, and the next they can send you straight to the trending news. Wei Jinyan has lived in the entertainment industry since childhood, and Bai Tian never expected that he would make such a mistake. However, she guessed that Wei Jinyan must have been emotionally overwhelmed at that moment, which led to his loss of composure. After all, he had not completely taken off the green hat that Jiang Ruoming had put on him, and feeling down, it was normal for him to think of his ex-girlfriend. After watching the video, Bai Tian could already anticipate the online backlash, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the comments. Why did Wei Jinyan call Bai Tian's name when he was drunk, and why was it so ambiguous? This is huge news, so Gu Zao, Bai Tian, Wei Jinyan, and Jiang Ruoming are actually involved in a love quadrangle? How melodramatic. Hee. Who is cleaner than whom? Jiang Ruoming and Gu Zao are entangled, and Bai Tian and Wei Jinyan are also entangled. The entertainment industry is really chaotic. Everyone looks glamorous, but in reality, they're worse off than us. Is the person upstairs toxic? Wei Jinyan was drunk and insisted on calling Bai Tian's name. What does it have to do with Bai Tian? The words came from his own mouth, so if you want to blame someone, blame him alone. Tian is unique and does not accept any binding. Come on. Bai Tian isn't exactly clean either. Are her fans not afraid of being slapped in the face later for defending her so much? This is really victim blaming. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming have already played out their drama. So what does it have to do with Bai Tian and Gu Zao? They're both acting. The online arguments continued for a long time without stopping, and Jiang Ruoming's fans fanned the flames, hoping for the situation to escalate so they could criticize Bai Tian and Wei Jinyan even more. The news kept fermenting, and Wei Jinyan's studio quickly released a statement saying that he was just drunk and didn't know what he was saying, asking everyone not to overthink it. He and Bai Tian were innocent, and he definitely did not do anything to wrong Jiang Ruoming. Although the statement was released quickly, netizens were not buying it. His recent love life was a mess, and he was overwhelmed everywhere. As a former child star, the childhood filter that netizens had for him was almost gone. After reading his statement, Bai Tian discussed it with Lin Shuang, and they both agreed that since Wei Jinyan had already responded, they did not need to make a statement. After all, Bai Tian could not lie as shamelessly as Wei Jinyan did, claiming they had no relationship at all. As long as Gu Zao knew that she and Wei Jinyan had no relationship at all, that was enough. Since Lin Shuang and Bai Tian had made their decision, they ignored the online uproar. Gu Zao saw the news online and, although he wanted the company's legal department to issue a statement, he really didn't want to see Wei Jinyan's and Bai Tian's names mentioned together, so he let it go. He opened WeChat and looked at Bai Tian's profile picture, smiled, and soon his mood improved. Chapter 59, because the director wanted to record Bai Tian's reaction upon discovering that Gu Zao was sure gone. The recording time was moved up significantly. When Lin Shuang called Bai Tian to inform her, she was about to say something when she heard Bai Tian anxiously shout from the other end of the line, "Mian Bao, don't eat the flowers. Be careful not to get pricked." Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Mian Bao? Did Bai Tian have a child at home? Upon hearing Bai Tian's shout, Mian Bao turned around and ran to her side, holding a red rose in its mouth, looking adorably clumsy. Bai Tian's heart instantly softened as she checked to see if it had been pricked by the thorns, symbolically patted its little head, and told it not to damage the flowers and plants. Bai Tian's voice was soft and gentle, not at all like a reprimand. So Mian Bao not only wasn't scared, but also affectionately rubbed against her hand, acting cute for a while before wiggling its little bottom and happily returning to its nest with the rose. Bai Tian couldn't help but smile and continued talking to Lin Shuang. Unable to resist, Lin Shuang asked, "Who is Mian Bao?" "It's the alpaca Gu Zao just bought." "What is that?" Lin Shuang's tone was a bit incredulous. Bai Tian had to repeat, "Alpaca, the one you think it is." Lin Shuang. On the day of the recording, when Gu Zao and Bai Tian arrived at the venue, Everyone couldn't help but shift their gaze from Gu Zao and Jiang Ruomeng to Wei Jinyan and Bai Tian. After the two previous hot news stories, everyone was greatly curious about the relationships among the four of them. However, it was work time, so no one asked too much. Although the guests were equally curious, they all pretended as if nothing had happened and worked hard to liven up the atmosphere. Bai Tian could keenly sense that the relationship between Jiang Ruomeng and Wei Jinyan had deteriorated significantly, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering whether they were gaining more or losing more by participating in this variety show. After all the guests had arrived, the director quickly released the first task card, instructing everyone to return to the houses they stayed in during the recording period to watch this episode of Romantic Delusions and create a guest reaction. After reading the task card, Bai Tian didn't think much, and neither did Gu Zao, as they were unaware of the exposure of their own matters. Following the requirements on the task card, the two returned to their room, turned on the television, and sat side by side on the sofa, watching the latest episode of Romantic Delusions as requested by the production team. During the earlier segment of the show, they both watched with smiles, and Bai Tian didn't expect that what seemed like simple footage during the recording would turn out to be so interesting when edited by the production team. They hadn't seen some amusing incidents involving other guests before, and now, watching it like this, they couldn't help but be captivated and watched very seriously. Occasionally, they would discuss the content of the show. When the program reached the part where Gu Zao took his computer outside and sat down to type, Gu Zao happened to be in the kitchen pouring water and was not in front of the television. Bai Tian watched the scene on the screen without much thought, assuming Gu Zao was just going out to handle company emails. She leisurely watched the television, in a good mood, peeling an orange, until the camera panned to what Gu Zao was typing, and she froze, her body that was lazily leaning against the sofa suddenly sitting up straight, her eyes wide in disbelief. Gu Zao, is she gone? She stared intently at the screen, not wanting to miss a single shot, until she saw Gu Zao release the latest chapter, and the orange in her hand rolled onto the floor. Gu Zao was actually sure gone. Ah! Bai Tian's heart screamed, while her face remained frozen in front of the television, unable to react for a long time. Gu Zao walked out of the kitchen with a cup of flower tea and placed it in front of her. Bai Tian's eyes were wide open, staring at him without blinking, as if she suddenly didn't recognize him, her eyes sparkling. Gu Zao was taken aback by her gaze, looked down at his clothes, and touched his hair, a bit surprised as he quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Tian looked at him, swallowed hard, feeling nervous, and trembled as she asked, "Are you sure gone?" Gu Zao was taken aback. "How did you know?" Bai Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed gently in the direction of the television. On the TV, Gu Zao had just finished typing and was lifting a cup of coffee, taking a sip. The caption in the upper left corner of the video read, "The author, who is still unaware of the camera, has worked hard. Gu Zao." He was silent for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, "Wasn't there no camera there?" Bai Tian barely managed to suppress her excitement. Looking at him to explain, during the last recording, the production team installed a few new cameras in that place. When the production team came to notify you, you had just gone out, so you didn't hear. As she spoke, she kept her eyes fixed on him. After all, he was her favorite author, the author Shi Gan who had helped her through many unhappy days with his words. She looked at Gu Zao, as if afraid of disturbing something, and cautiously asked, "So you really are Shi Gan?" Gu Zhao's ears turned slightly red, almost imperceptibly, and he coughed softly. "Shi Gan." Bai Tian could no longer contain her excitement and leaped forward to hug Gu Zao, finally meeting her idol in person. She was immersed in the thrill of seeing her idol, somewhat forgetting herself. Gu Zao froze for a moment, his ears turning even redder, and then, as if he thought of something, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. He looked down at Bai Tian and asked in a muffled voice, "Are you hugging me now, or hugging Shi Gan?" Bai Tian blinked gently, looked up at him, and innocently asked, "You're Shi Gan. Shi Gan is you. Is there any difference?" Gu Zao pressed his lips together, the frown on his brow still not easing. At that moment, a playful piece of music played from the television, and they both turned to look. The TV was showing a scene where Gu Zao and Bai Tian were arguing about Shi Gan. The subtitle on the video read, "President Gu. Is it really okay to be jealous of yourself?" Gu Zao. Bai Tian looked at the subtitles on the television and suddenly realized, as if a sudden clarity had flooded through her entire being, why Gu Zhao had asked that question earlier. She felt a bit embarrassed, her hands and feet stiffening as she released Gu Zhao, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Bai Tian was quiet for a moment, but still couldn't suppress her excited heart, raising her bright eyes to look at Gu Zhao, her gaze sparkling like it held little stars. Gu Zhao, quickly give me a spoiler, Bai Tian said excitedly. Will the male lead and female lead end up together? What is their ending? Will the male lead give up his revenge and live a secluded life with the female lead? What is the female lead's true identity? She can't be the male lead's enemy, right? Bai Tian couldn't help but excitedly ask a bunch of questions. Just as Gu Zhao was about to answer, she quickly covered her ears and waved her hands, saying, "Never mind, don't tell me. If you spoil in advance, it won't be interesting anymore. I'll wait for the update. That way, when I watch it, it will be fresh and more thrilling." She saw Gu Zhao close his mouth, showing no signs of speaking, so she put down her hands covering her ears. After pausing for a moment, she couldn't help but ask again, "Can you update more often? At least once a day would be good." She thought for a moment, and before Gu Zhao could speak, shook her head again, calculating. "Forget it, don't overwork yourself. Quality is the most important. I'll quietly wait for your update. You can do it." Gu Zhao. Bai Tian finished speaking to herself and finally calmed down a bit. She looked at Gu Zhao and couldn't help but curiously ask, "How did you come to write novels? Logically speaking, you are so busy every day that you shouldn't have time to write online. Besides, most people wouldn't associate a domineering CEO with an online novelist. These two professions really have nothing in common." Gu Zhao explained in a low voice, "My dream used to be to become a writer, but after taking over the Gu family business, I lost that opportunity. So I could only write a few articles online to satisfy my cravings. And gradually, I began to see writing as a way to relieve stress." After hearing him, Bai Tian gently nodded. She felt like she understood Gu Zhao better now. He was responsible and had dreams, a real person with flesh and blood. She opened her phone, and, as expected, Gu Zhao was already trending. Fans of Sweet Cone, CP fans, and Gu Zhao's book fans were all excited. The book fans were just as thrilled as Bai Tian, all coming to see their author. "Our author is actually a domineering CEO? Life is just like a novel. So thrilling, suddenly I feel awesome too." Bai Tian, as a fan, how did you unknowingly become his wife? I hate it. So the sudden update from Shi Gan that day was for his wife. Ah, so sweet. What a real-life sweet story. Haha, Gu Zhao, who is jealous of himself, is so cute. I'm a fan now. It's like a scene from a novel has come to life. If I were Bai Tian, I would give myself to him. No, wait. She is already married. My heart hurts. Why do such great husbands belong to others? Is there anyone to comfort me, this lemon essence? One of the most liked comments was, Shi Gan's pen name clearly comes from his and Bai Tian's names. So sweet. It turns out he has been showing off his love. Even if his wife doesn't know, he is still asserting his claim. Bai Tian looked at this comment and couldn't help but giggle, raising her head to shout at Gu Zhao. "Everyone says you chose this pen name because of me, but we didn't even know each other when you picked it." Gu Zhao gently pressed his lips together. "I changed my pen name." Bai Tian's laughter suddenly stopped as she remembered that when she first liked Shi Gan, his pen name only had the character Shi, and later he added the character Gan. Calculating the time, this must have been added around their wedding. Bai Tian couldn't help but be a bit surprised, looking up at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao glanced at her, his voice low. "They're smarter than you." Bai Tian was stunned for a moment, hearing his almost confessional words. She blinked gently, and upon realizing what he meant, her face suddenly turned red, becoming hot. Her idol's pen name was actually named after her. Chapter 60 at night. While sleeping, Bai Tian couldn't help but secretly open her eyes to look at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao's nose was straight, his eyelashes slightly long, and his thin lips were gently pressed together while he slept. Bai Tian felt an uncontrollable excitement in her heart. The person sleeping next to her was her idol. She tried to suppress her excitement, blinking her starry eyes at Gu Zhao, not moving for a long time, her hand resting on her chest, her heart pounding incessantly. Gu Zhao's eyelashes fluttered, and he suddenly opened his eyes, turning his head to glance at Bai Tian. seeing her staring at him without blinking with an admiring gaze. He couldn't help but smile slightly, covering her eyes with his hand. His voice sounded a bit hoarse in the night. "You've already looked at me all day. Stop staring and go to sleep. Are you jealous again?" Bai Tian recalled the time Gu Zao got jealous of her and couldn't help but move her lips, asking softly. "No." Gu Zao's voice caught in his throat, and after a moment of silence in the quiet night, he replied in a low voice. Bai Tian secretly smiled. Gu Zao's hand was still gently covering her eyes. His palm was warm, like a heater, and she couldn't help but nuzzle against it lightly. Gu Zao's fingers slightly curled, and Bai Tian's delicate skin brushed against his palm, cool and smooth, which made him unconsciously lower his gaze. Bai Tian's eyes and nose were covered by his hand, revealing only a pert little nose and her cherry-red lips. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her lips. Her lip shape was perfectly full, glistening with a faint sheen, contrasting beautifully against her fair skin, making them look even more rosy. The corners of her lips were slightly upturned, appearing a bit playful. As Bai Tian noticed he hadn't spoken for a long time, her eyelashes fluttered with curiosity, brushing against Gu Zao's palm. Gu Zao's palm felt a slight tickle from her eyelashes, heating up as if on fire, spreading to his heart. Suddenly, he rolled over, pinning Bai Tian beneath him, leaning down to gently kiss her lips. With her eyes covered, Bai Tian couldn't see anything, but her senses heightened. She could clearly feel the soft touch of his lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, fleeting and elusive. She unconsciously widened her eyes, holding her breath lightly. Gu Zao's lips felt different from the warmth of his palm, cool and soft. "Tian Tian, can I kiss you?" Gu Zao looked down at her, leaning closer to her ear, his voice very soft, not as Tengon, but as your husband, Gu Zao. Bai Tian's heart raced violently, one beat after another. Her lips moved slightly, yet she couldn't utter a word. Gu Zao leaned down and gently brushed his lips against hers, his voice carrying a hint of sweetness. "If you don't object, I'll take it as consent." As soon as he finished speaking, his lips pressed down, the movement gentle yet urgent. Bai Tian's breath became chaotic in an instant, intertwining with Gu Zao's breath. Her hands unconsciously gripped the soft quilt beneath her. Gu Zao's hand had somehow come down, gently wrapping around her waist. Although Gu Zao had removed his hand from her eyes, Bai Tian still couldn't see anything. It was as if flashes of white light danced before her, like fireworks bursting, vibrant and dazzling. All she could clearly feel was the kiss Gu Zao was giving her, her nose filled with his refreshing and clean scent, making her feel dizzy, unable to distinguish where she was, completely submerged in Gu Zao's presence. In the morning, Bai Tian woke up slowly in Gu Zao's arms. After opening her eyes, she couldn't help but recall the kiss from last night, her cheeks flushing red. She hurriedly moved out of Gu Zao's embrace and bashfully ran to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, she reached out to gently touch her bright red lips. They were slightly swollen and vividly colored, clearly having been kissed. Although she had a troublesome ex-boyfriend, this was still her first kiss. With her face slightly flushed, Bai Tian shifted her gaze from her lips, her thoughts turning to Gu Zao, filling her with sweetness, as if she were drinking honey water. She patted her cheeks to wake herself up a bit and began to wash up. During breakfast, Gu Zao's expression was normal, but when he saw her slightly swollen lips, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, silently serving her a pair of chopsticks with food. Seeing his smile, Bai Tian couldn't help but bury her face lower, eating quietly, too shy to look at him. After breakfast, the program team quickly sent over today's task card, saying they could relax and choose to go to the cinema or amusement park. When Bai Tian took the task card, she thought for a moment. Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming were eager to show off their affection and would likely choose the amusement park, which had more room for development. Not wanting to see them, Bai Tian decided to go to the cinema instead, and Gu Zao naturally had no objections, agreeing to whatever she chose. After the program team learned of their choice, they sent a car to take Bai Tian and Gu Zao to the nearby cinema. Recently, Chun Fei had a movie released, and Lin Shuang had been asking to contribute to her son's box office. So Bai Tian chose this movie to show her support for Lin Shuang's son. After all the audience outside had entered the theater, They walked in, and since Bai Tian was a star, the program team worried about causing a commotion and affecting filming. So they booked an entire theater for them to watch the movie freely without any disturbances. When Gu Zao entered the cinema, he saw everyone holding popcorn and cola, so he ran to buy some too. Bai Tian smiled at his serious look as she took the popcorn from him. Gu Zao and Bai Tian sat side by side, and the movie soon started as the lights in the theater dimmed. Bai Tian focused intently on the big screen. Although Chun Fei was an idol singer, his acting was good, and he could draw people into the character, making Bai Tian unconsciously engrossed in the film. The cameraman recorded for a while from a nearby seat before finishing the shoot. It was too dark in the cinema to record much, so he followed the director's instructions to film the movie's beginning and end. After packing up the recording equipment, the cameraman, having no interest in watching a movie or being a third wheel, went to the next theater to watch a sports game, leaving Gu Zao and Bai Tian alone in the cinema. Only Bai Tian and Gu Zao remained in the theater, with the surrounding seats empty, and they were sitting in the central position. Without the cameras around, Bai Tian unconsciously relaxed a bit. Even though she was an actress constantly living under the lens, she still felt some pressure. She indulged in a couple of handfuls of popcorn, and when she turned her head, she found Gu Zao staring at her lips. Bai Tian. She paused her movement, thinking for a moment, then picked up a piece of popcorn and fed it to Gu Zao's mouth. Gu Zao smiled slightly, lowered his head, and ate the popcorn. While watching the movie, Bai Tian asked softly, "Have you been to the cinema to watch a movie before?" Gu Zao chewed the popcorn and nodded gently. "Previously, my novel was adapted into a movie, and I came to the cinema to watch it when it was released." Bai Tian, hearing him mention the novel, naturally became very interested. "I also watched the movie Shui Zhongxing that was released 3 years ago in the cinema, but I went to the midnight show, and there were only me and another person in the entire theater. At that time, I had just gone through a breakup, and your movie was so positive and uplifting that it gave me a lot of motivation. That's when I started to like your novels." Recalling that past experience, Bai Tian couldn't help but smile with her eyes curved. In the past, thinking back to that time made her feel bittersweet. But now knowing that she was watching Gu Zao's work back then made her heart feel warm and fuzzy. In this world, how many fans can tell their idols about the process of falling for them? Bai Tian couldn't help but shake her legs happily. Gu Zao, hearing her words, smiled slightly and said, "Well, I remember you were crying terribly. From the beginning of the movie, you kept crying until it ended, and you just couldn't stop." Bai Tian was taken aback by his words and looked up at him, asking, "How did you know?" Gu Zao gently touched his lower lip, where Bai Tian had accidentally bitten him the night before, and it felt a bit itchy now. He replied lightly, "Because I was the other person in the cinema with you at that time." Bai Tian's eyes widened slightly as she recalled everything that happened that day. After catching Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming in bed, she didn't go home directly because when you would worry about her. So she randomly walked into a cinema instead. She was immersed in her emotional breakdown, and although she knew there was another person in the cinema, she didn't have the energy to pay attention to what they looked like. All she remembered was that she kept crying during the movie, even hiccuping and unable to stop. With tear-filled eyes, she watched the film until it ended, and only after seeing the uplifting conclusion did her mood gradually improve, and her sobs lessened. At the end of the movie, that person thoughtfully handed her a tissue, with her face full of tears. She accepted it without raising her head and muttered a thank you. That person was Gu Zao. Bai Tian felt both surprised and a bit touched. It turned out that when she was at her saddest, Gu Zao had been right there beside her. As she recalled this, a warm current seemed to glide through her heart. She looked up at Gu Zao and softly asked, "Did you remember me back then?" Yes, Gu Zao nodded gently. Looking at her, he remembered that day he was sitting in the empty cinema with Bai Tian, with only the two of them in the screening room. He recalled that he had been very busy with work that day, attending meetings all day, so he only had time to watch the movie at night. Bai Tian was wearing a short white down jacket that day, looking long and cute. Her face was even paler than the jacket, with tears in her eyes and streaks of tears on her face, appearing pitiful and helpless. Even though the movie had funny scenes, he and T had time to laugh before Bai Tian on the other end had already started to cry loudly. He unconsciously looked over at her, and once he did, he couldn't look away for a long time. His gaze seemed to be pinned on Bai Tian, unable to shift, and before he knew it, He had firmly etched her appearance into his heart, never to forget. Chapter 61 Bai Tian listened to Gu Zao finish speaking, looking up at him with an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Is this the reason you agreed to this marriage back then? Gu Zao nodded without hesitation. I went to the Han family that day to refuse the marriage with Han Mo, but unexpectedly, I saw you. Later, someone suggested that we get married, so I. Although Gu Zao didn't finish his sentence, Bai Tian already understood everything clearly. It was because Gu Zao had seen her that he agreed to the marriage. It was also why, after they got married, he was so caring and gentle towards her, giving her a love that was almost all-encompassing. She recalled the first day she met him, realizing that the look in Gu Zao's eyes held emotions she couldn't understand back then, surprise and affection. Bai Tian fell into a daze for a while, replaying scenes from the past in her mind. Those intricate details mixed with love gradually surfaced, revealing that Gu Zao had been loving her in his own way all along. She suddenly felt grateful that she came with Gu Zao to participate in a recording of romantic delusions. Otherwise, there were many things she might never have known in her life. The events that happened during the recording made her understand Gu Zao better, and, unknowingly, she completely fell in love with this man who was already her husband. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Tian turned her head to look at Gu Zao, her brows and eyes gentle as she smiled softly. She reached out to hold his hand, their fingers interlocking. Gu Zao looked up in surprise at her. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Bai Tian leaned slightly closer and gently kissed the corner of Gu Zao's lips, looking into his eyes and softly saying, Gu Zao, thank you, and I like you. Gu Zao's love for her was like the silent moonlight, providing her warmth and light, tenderly and meticulously guarding her path forward. Once she discovered the existence of the moonlight, she became deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. Falling in love with this moonlight, she couldn't repay Gu Zao's selfless love over the years, so she decided to express her feelings first. When Gu Zao heard her words, his eyes suddenly brightened, pupils shaking, and his eyes burst with immense surprise, the corners of his lips rising uncontrollably. He looked at Bai Tian, gently pressed his hand against the back of her neck, leaned down, and gave her a delicate and tender kiss. I love you. The movie continued to play slowly, and the two people in the cinema intertwined their breaths, kissing gently, unable to tear their gazes away to look at the scenes in the movie, only seeing themselves in each other's eyes, focused and joyful. Due to many unexpected events during the previous recordings, the director was worried that more issues would arise if they continued like this, so he wanted to speed up the recording process. Therefore, this time, they would record 2 episodes in a row, longer than the usual recording time. After the first episode was recorded during the second episode, the director felt that the previous episodes lacked interaction among the guests to ease everyone's emotions. For this episode, he gathered everyone together to enhance the interaction among the guests. Knowing that the audience wanted to see this, the director issued a task card, asking the guests to play games. The winning guests could make a request to the losing guests. He decided on the spot to have the male guests help villagers chop wood, with the one who chopped the most trees winning, while the female guests would go fishing, with the one who caught the most fish winning. Bai Tian, having previous fishing experience, found the process of baiting, casting the line, and hooking the fish went smoothly this time. However, Jiang Ruoming encountered some issues. Bai Tian happened to be sitting next to her. Jiang Ruoming kept dropping her hook into the water and scattering bait, fussing around and unable to settle down, which even affected the fish near Bai Tian. They simply wouldn't swim over. Bai Tian looked at her speechlessly and shared half of her bait with her. Use this, and then sit quietly. The cameras weren't rolling yet, and Jiang Ruoming looked at the fish in Bai Tian's hand, reluctantly saying, how can I use something you've already used? Bai Tian coldly laughed and poured the bait directly into Jiang Ruoming's bucket. You can use the men I've used, so what I say little bait? Jiang Ruoming didn't take it seriously, looking at the bait with a reserved tone. I won't touch what you've used. Oh, Bai Tian smirked. Then you should chop off your husband's hand. You. Jiang Ruoming choked, biting her lip in frustration, unsure how to retort. She looked up to see the photographer coming over, and the other female guests had already prepared their fishing tools. She was the only one who hadn't put bait on her hook yet. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly put the bait on her hook. Bai Tian didn't bother with her anymore and focused on fishing. The production team had given everyone 2 hours for the competition. After 2 hours, Bai Tian's results were good. She ended up catching 5 fish, 2 large and 3 small, filling her bucket. Jiang Ruoming caught fewer fish. She kept complaining about the sun and looking for a parasol, then complained about the fishy smell and hurried to find a mask to cover her nose, busying herself and unable to concentrate on fishing. In the end, she only caught 2 fish, 1 large and 1 small. Seeing that the competition time was almost up, Jiang Ruoming finally started to feel anxious. She glanced at the fish in her bucket and then at the fish in Bai Tian's bucket, counting them and her face darkening. The difference was just too great. She looked up at the other guests' buckets, realizing she wouldn't win. Unable to help herself, she started thinking of a strategy. Her eyes turned, and she suddenly had an idea. Her eyes lighting up, she slowly picked up her bucket, squatted by the lake, and gently poured the fish from her bucket into the water. Turning to the camera, she softly said, "I think fishing is too cruel, so I decided to release these fish. It doesn't matter that I lost. What matters is that the fish can live well." The other 3 female guests looked at the fish in their buckets, unsure whether to release them or not. If they all released the fish, then what was the point of wasting 3 hours competing? If they didn't release the fish, Jiang Ruoming's words made it seem like they were the cruel ones. Song Ning couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ruoming, biting her lip in annoyance. Everyone knew that even if Jiang Ruoming didn't release the fish, she was bound to lose. The words she just said were merely for show. In other words, she just couldn't accept losing. Song Ning covered her bucket and said in a neutral tone, "I worked hard to catch these fish all morning, and tonight I'll stew them. We usually eat fish, so why are we suddenly being picky? Since we've caught the fish, if we release them, they won't live long anyway. Besides, these fish in the lake are artificially raised and will eventually be caught and sold anyway. What is the difference?" Jiang Ruoming didn't expect to be directly confronted like this, feeling awkward and forcing a smile to restrain her tone. "I just had a moment of compassion. You know I'm about to become a mother. When I encounter these little children and animals, I easily soften my heart and can't harden my resolve." After saying this warmly, she felt a bit unhappy in her heart. She hadn't settled accounts with Song Ning and Li Fengyang over the live stream incident, and now Song Ning dared to confront her like this on camera, making it hard for her to not hold a grudge. Wang Huanhuan noticed her bad mood and quickly chimed in, "Sister Ming, you really have a kind heart. It's true that mothers are easily softened." Jiang Ruoming was waiting for this sentence. Her expression immediately brightened, and she smiled at Wang Huanhuan. She secretly thought to herself that among these guests, only Wang Huanhuan seemed to understand things a bit. The others were all more annoying than the last. She was just hoping to finish recording the variety show as soon as possible to get away from them. After Song Ning finished her earlier remarks, she felt much more relaxed and didn't speak back to Jiang Ruoming anymore. Bai Tian maintained her principle of automatically filtering out Jiang Ruoming's words, lowering her head to arrange the fish in the bucket. Because of Jiang Ruoming's commotion, the outcome of the competition was without suspense. Bai Tian won, and Jiang Ruoming lost. The staff helped everyone carry their buckets, and they returned to the central square to gather. The male guests had already come back and reported that the competition was quite intense. Wei Jinyan had worked hard chopping trees, and his palms had developed blisters. However, in the end, he didn't win. It was Gu Zao who won, as the staff said Gu Zao had chopped one more tree than Wei Jinyan. Bai Tian couldn't help but chuckle secretly, suspecting that Gu Zao had done it on purpose. She held Gu Zao's hand in her palm and examined it carefully. His hands were still soft and showed no wounds, just a bit red and swollen from exhaustion. Gu Zao shook the gloves in his hand and smiled, saying, "I listened to you and kept wearing the gloves, so my hands didn't get hurt or chafed." Bai Tian smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The host walked up to everyone, clapped his hands cheerfully, and said in a loud voice, "All the guests have worked hard, and the competition has results. I'm sure everyone has the answer in their hearts. That's right, the winning guests this time are Gu Zao and Bai Tian. Congratulations to you both." Everyone clapped in unison, creating a lively atmosphere. The host continued, "Gu Zao and Bai Tian, you can now make requests to the 2 guests who lost, namely Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming, and have them fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Wei Jinyin and Jiang Ruoming couldn't help but look a bit grim. Jiang Ruoming initially thought she had found an excuse for losing to Bai Tian. Losing to Bai Tian wasn't too embarrassing. But she didn't expect Wei Jinyin to also lose to Gu Zao. Now, it became a situation where the couple lost to Gu Zao and Bai Tian, which was somewhat embarrassing. After the host finished speaking, Gu Zao raised his chin slightly towards Bai Tian, indicating for her to go first. Bai Tian crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Ruoming, gently tapping her fingers on her arm. Jiang Ruoming felt her scrutiny make all the hairs on her body stand on end and whispered, "Don't go too far." She feared Bai Tian would come up with some way to torment her, like making her remove her makeup on the spot as a cruel punishment. Bai Tian smiled faintly and reassured her, "Don't worry, it's not difficult. You just have to say one sentence." Jiang Ruoming looked at her suspiciously. "What should I say?" "You just need to say to me." Bai Tian smiled, her lips curling up, and said lightly, "Sorry." Chapter 62. The guests on site were taken aback by Bai Tian's words. They didn't understand why Bai Tian suddenly asked Jiang Ruoming to say sorry. They thought Bai Tian would take the opportunity to make things difficult for Jiang Ruoming, but it turned out to be so simple. They found it odd that such a simple task could be a punishment. They turned to look at Jiang Ruoming, feeling even stranger. Such an easy punishment task. If it were them, they would have done it long ago. Why was Jiang Ruoming not only refusing to do it, but also looking very upset, as if the punishment was particularly difficult? Jiang Ruoming naturally understood what Bai Tian meant, and her expression darkened uncontrollably. Over the years, although she had taken Bai Tian's boyfriend, she never felt she had done anything wrong, nor did she think she owed Bai Tian an apology. She believed she had taken a man through her own abilities and didn't care about the so-called moral shackles. Now, Bai Tian actually wanted her to apologize in front of all the audience in this way. Of course, she was unwilling. Seeing Jiang Ruoming silent for a long time, Bai Tian raised an eyebrow slightly and asked nonchalantly, "You don't want to?" Jiang Ruoming certainly didn't want to. She pressed her lips together and said nothing, coldly staring at Bai Tian, silently confronting her. The others stood by, their eyes inquisitive, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Bai Tian looked at Jiang Ruoming for a while, then suddenly smiled slightly. "Since you don't want to say it, let me give you another sentence. Let me think. How about this? You just say that back then Jiang Ruoming was utterly heartless." "I'll say it," Jiang Ruoming quickly shouted, cutting off her words. Jiang Ruoming's expression changed. She was worried that if she didn't apologize quickly, Bai Tian would uncontrollably say something shocking, so she hurriedly agreed. Bai Tian looked at her flustered appearance and chuckled softly, her voice gentle. "Okay, then you say it." Jiang Ruoming, unwilling, gritted her teeth and quickly said, "I'm sorry." Bai Tian's eyes shifted, and she quietly looked at her for a moment, suddenly feeling that some things were completely let go. Bai Tian's punishment had ended, and it was now Gu Zao's turn. Gu Zao thought for a moment and casually said to Wei Jinyin, "You should also say sorry to Tian." Wei Jinyin furrowed his brows, fell silent for a while, then slowly walked in front of Bai Tian, looked at her for a long time, and suddenly bowed solemnly, saying in a heavy voice, "I'm sorry." His formality surprised the guests, and they couldn't distinguish the relationships among the four of them. They only knew there must be some entanglement that everyone was unaware of. Bai Tian looked at Wei Jinyin indifferently, neither accepting nor rejecting his apology, just smiling relievedly. Looking up at Gu Zao, her heart filled with sweetness and letting go. No matter whether Wei Jinyin and Jiang Ruoming were good or bad in the future, they were completely unrelated to her. After the punishment task was over, the host stepped forward again and said loudly to everyone, "The losers have punishments, and the winners should also give everyone some rewards." Bai Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed the host meant that although she and Gu Zao had won, there were still tasks to complete. She couldn't help but smile and said helplessly, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" The host smirked, a cunning smile on his face, and teased, "If we had told you earlier, you definitely wouldn't have wanted to win." Bai Tian thought that at least the program team had some self-awareness. She weakly said, "What do you want us to do?" "Just say it directly." The host was very pleased with Bai Tian's understanding and directly announced the answer. The next task segment was called Invite You to My Home, which meant that the two winners should invite everyone to their home as guests. Bai Tian frowned slightly. She and Gu Zao inviting everyone to their home was fine, but they had been living separately, and she wondered if bringing everyone back would lead to being discovered. She hesitated in her heart and involuntarily looked at Gu Zao. Gu Zao, knowing what she was thinking, comfortingly patted her shoulder and said to the host, "Can we go now?" The host smiled and nodded, saying that the director had instructed them to see the real situation at their home, so there would be no time for them to prepare, leaving in the afternoon. "Okay." Gu Zao slightly turned his head and said to Bai Tian in a low voice, "I'll call Uncle Li later to have him lock our room door. The program team shouldn't need to go into the bedroom." Bai Tian relaxed and nodded in agreement, thinking that since Aunt Wang and Uncle Li were at home, there shouldn't be any problems. Once the decision was made, the group cheerfully had lunch together before driving to the South City Villa. As the car entered the villa area, everyone was greeted by lush green lawns, blue skies, and white clouds, with various rare flowers, plants, and trees lining the roadside. They were surprised by the serene scenery, not expecting such a tranquil place in the city center. However, they were unaware that this was not surprising at all, as it was heavily guarded. If it weren't for Gu Zao and Bai Tian in the car, they wouldn't even be able to enter the first gate. After driving for a while, the car stopped in front of the South City Villa, where Aunt Wang and Uncle Li stood at the entrance, smiling and welcoming everyone. As the group got out of the car and looked at the villa before them, they were all taken aback. Although they knew the Gu family was wealthy and had prepared themselves mentally, they didn't expect Bai Tian and Gu Zao to live in such a grand villa located in the city center, surrounded by vast open space. In this precious urban area, every inch was invaluable. What surprised them the most was that in the yard of such a luxurious villa, there were actually peppers and eggplants planted. Looking at the luxurious villa and the peppers and eggplants in the yard, everyone fell silent, thinking it was already enough to leave them speechless. But they were soon met with even more speechless things. They stood there for a while, watching a white object bouncing over, its white fur curled, with a red bow tied around its neck, looking very much like an alpaca. Mian Bao ran over with its little short legs, affectionately rubbing against Bai Tian's leg. Everyone was stunned, and Song Ning couldn't help but ask in disbelief, "You guys have an alpaca at home?" "Yes." Bai Tian nodded, reached out to pat Mian Bao's little head, and looked up at Gu Zao, saying, "Gu Zao gave it to me." Song Ning stared at Mian Bao in silence for a moment. "You really have a sense of fun." She had never thought of keeping such a thing at home and was surprised to look at Mian Bao for a long time. Bai Tian smiled at her and led everyone into the house, while Mian Bao was reluctantly taken by Uncle Li to eat grass. After everyone followed Bai Tian into the house, there was no time to think about the alpaca anymore, as they couldn't help but be attracted by the various famous paintings and antiques in the house. Winnie was a painter, so over the years, she had moved a lot of paintings here. Grandpa Gu loved antiques, so he had also moved many antiques here. Although Gu Zao and Bai Tian didn't understand these, the house was filled with them. They were somewhat helpless, but they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of their two elders. The calligraphy and paintings displayed openly were not too valuable. The truly precious artworks and antiques were kept in a safe, but even the displayed ones were enough to leave everyone in awe. Jiang Roming looked at the understated yet luxurious surroundings and felt her eyes turn red with jealousy. She recalled how she had boasted about her home decoration in previous episodes and couldn't help but feel both angry and relieved. It was a good thing she and Wei Jinyan hadn't won earlier, or everyone would be standing in her house right now. If the program team made a comparison, that would be truly embarrassing. Wang Huanhuan's fingertips gently brushed over the solid wood cabinet, her eyes glimmering with an indescribable light. Unconsciously, she glanced up at Bai Tian, her eyes flashing with jealousy and unwillingness. Bai Tian was only a bit more beautiful than her, yet she led such a wealthy life. Even Jiang Ruomeng could rely on Wei Jinyan, constantly suppressing her. Shouldn't she also aim for a higher level? At the very least, she wanted to live better than she currently did. Her gaze slid over the several men in the room, finally settling involuntarily on Gu Zao. After a moment, she struggled to divert her gaze from him. Although Gu Zao was outstanding, his status was too lofty to reach, and the power in his hands was immense. She didn't dare easily provoke such a figure. Moreover, with Bai Tian around, she knew she could hardly compete with her. Her gaze shifted again, landing on Wei Jinyan. Wei Jinyan had been in poor condition lately, with a faint stubble on his face, looking haggard and dejected. Especially now, he stood in Gu Zao and Bai Tian's home, staring at their wedding photo, seemingly lost in thought, standing there motionless with his head tilted back for a long time, unaware of it. Jiang Ruoming stood beside him, with her back to the camera, secretly pinching him. He came back to his senses, withdrew his gaze, and shot Jiang Ruoming an annoyed glance. Jiang Ruoming looked back at him with equal disdain, and they both huffed lightly, turning their heads away simultaneously. Wang Huanhuan watched them quietly from the side, and upon seeing them turn their heads at the same time, she couldn't help but gently lick her full lower lip. Although Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming had been trying hard to pretend that nothing was wrong lately, it was obvious that their relationship was strained, with cracks appearing in both love and marriage. Even though they tried to maintain a facade of peace, the details revealed the truth they couldn't hide. Wang Huanhuan smiled faintly. Just then, Wei Jinyan happened to look over. When she saw him looking, she immediately smiled shyly at him, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes bright. She reached out to gently smooth her long hair, her gaze sparkling, and her smile radiant, surprisingly reminiscent of Bai Tian, exuding a pure yet indescribably alluring charm. Wei Jinyan stared at her smile, momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering for a while. Once he came to his senses, he awkwardly lowered his eyes. Wang Huanhuan took in his reaction, letting out a knowing laugh. She was always attentive. During the recent recordings, she had carefully observed that every time Wei Jinyan looked at Bai Tian, his gaze was complex, as if filled with unspoken entanglements. He seemed to want to get closer, but was afraid to do so. He wanted to distance himself, yet couldn't bear to pull away. Watching him, she felt a pang of discomfort on his behalf. Chapter 63. Wang Huanhuan's gaze gently swept over the several men in the room, finally unconsciously fixing on Gu Zao. After pausing for a moment, she made an effort to shift her gaze away from him. Although Gu Zao was excellent, his status was too high, and she didn't dare to provoke him easily. Moreover, she was self-aware. As long as Bai Tian was around, it would be difficult for her to win Gu Zao over. She shifted her focus to Wei Jinyan, who had not been in good spirits lately, sporting a faint stubble and a dejected expression. Especially now, he stood in the center of the hall, gazing up at Gu Zao and Bai Tian's wedding photo, seemingly lost in thought for a long time. Jiang Ruoming noticed his demeanor and quietly approached him from the side, turning her back to the camera and secretly pinched him. Wei Jinyan withdrew his gaze, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at Jiang Ruoming, who looked back at him with equal disdain. They exchanged glances for a moment, simultaneously snorting and turning away. Wang Huanhuan quietly observed their every move, gently licking her full lower lip. Although Wei Jinyan and Jiang Ruoming had been trying hard to act as if nothing had happened, their relationship was clearly strained, with cracks appearing in both love and marriage. Even though they were making efforts to maintain appearances, the details were hard to fake. Anyone with eyes could see that their feelings had long since changed. Jiang Ruoming turned away angrily, and Wei Jinyan looked up just in time to meet Wang Huanhuan's gaze. She immediately smiled shyly at him, subtly reaching out to gently touch her long hair, her eyes shimmering with a bright smile. From a distance, she even resembled Bai Tian to some extent, exuding a pure charm mixed with an indescribable allure. Wei Jinyan was momentarily stunned by her, his gaze lingering before he suddenly reacted and awkwardly lowered his eyes. Wang Huanhuan took in his reaction, letting out a knowing light laugh. She was perceptive. During the recent recordings, she had carefully observed Wei Jinyan. He appeared gentle and refined, yet his gaze towards Bai Tian was complex, filled with unspoken emotions. As if he wanted to approach her, but was afraid to, wanting to distance himself yet unable to let go. Wang Huanhuan felt entangled just standing beside him. After realizing this, she watched some of Bai Tian's films to learn from her, carefully studying Bai Tian's expressions and actions, deliberately mimicking a few of her unique gestures, hoping to test Wei Jinyan's attitude and see if he would become flustered. Now she knew for sure that Wei Jinyan indeed had feelings for Bai Tian, and her position in his heart was significant, possibly even surpassing Jiang Ruoming. Although she couldn't be certain about the true relationship among Gu Zao, Bai Tian, Wei Jinyan, and Jiang Ruomeng, she could roughly guess that it was just a complicated web of emotions, increasingly tangled. The emotional entanglements among the four of them had nothing to do with her, but as long as she could make good use of this, she felt she could change her current life, at least achieve her goal of climbing to a higher level. Wang Huanhuan's eyes narrowed, and she smiled with satisfaction. When she looked up, her gaze happened to meet Gu Zao's. He was staring at her with a heavy gaze, a hint of sarcasm playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Huanhuan felt a pang of guilt, but after calming down, she moved her expression, mimicking Bai Tian's demeanor and actions, and smiled gently at Gu Zao. Gu Zao's reaction was the exact opposite of Wei Jinyan's. Instead of showing any fascination, he looked at her with distaste, furrowing his brows and turning his gaze away, seemingly uninterested in her at all. Wang Huanhuan couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Her guess had indeed been correct. Not only was Gu Zao hard to provoke, but he was also not easy to fool. She closed her eyes briefly, feeling resolute. Although Gu Zao was great, opportunities were limited. She couldn't waste time on him and had to succeed at once. Therefore, Wei Jinyan, who seemed to be the safest bet, was her best choice. Bai Tian, of course, had no idea about Wang Huanhuan's little schemes. She had been in the living room with everyone for a while when Aunt Wang suddenly pointed towards the kitchen, mysteriously pushing her in that direction. Bai Tian thought Aunt Wang was secretly preparing some delicacies for her, so she opened the door without any preparation. Han, Emma suddenly jumped out, holding a freshly baked pizza. Shooting, surprise. Bai Tian's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in delight, "Sister, you're back." "Yes." Hanamo put down the pizza and rushed over to hug her, spinning her around. "I just got off the plane this morning and came straight here." Bai Tian was lifted up high by her, unable to hold back her giggles. Hanamo had developed a passion for fitness during her years abroad and could easily lift her. Everyone was a bit surprised to see an extra person in the room. Gu Zao walked over and saw Han Mo hugging Bai Tian, subtly pursing his lips. After spinning a few times, Hanamo finally set Bai Tian down. "Why have you lost weight again?" Bai Tian smiled and took Hanmo's hand, introducing her to everyone. "This is my sister, Hanamo." Everyone greeted Hanamo, and Jiang Ruomeng couldn't help but glance at Hanamo, wondering when Bai Tian had gained a sister. When she saw the two of them looking so close, she couldn't help but look away in disdain. She didn't believe in friendship or familial ties. Gu Zao and Han Mo exchanged greetings, both maintaining indifferent expressions. They had known each other for a long time and had never particularly liked one another. Since the engagement, their mutual dislike had only intensified. Bai Tian didn't care about filming. With Aunt Wang and Uncle Li hosting the guests, she didn't have to worry about anything. She took Hanmo's hand and went upstairs to chat quietly. It was Hanmo's first time at the Nansheng Villa, and she looked around Bai Tian's room, lowering her voice to ask, "You're still living separately?" "Yes." Bai Tian shook her hand and smiled, honestly admitting, "But I have already fallen for Gu Zao." "Really? When did this happen?" Hanamo was somewhat surprised and also delighted. Bai Tian had felt guilty for choosing to marry Gu Zao due to her impulsiveness. If they could end up together, that would be the best outcome. Although she didn't particularly like Gu Zao, he was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a husband, possessing good character, capability, looks, and intelligence. It just started recently during the recording of the variety show. Bai Tian thought of Gu Zao and couldn't help but smile sweetly. She wasn't shy in front of Han Mo, softly saying, "He's really great, and I like him a lot." It was the first time Han Mo had seen her like this, and she couldn't help but chuckle, feeling relieved. She looked at Bai Tian and teased, "So you really like him that much?" Bai Tian obediently nodded, her big almond-shaped eyes filled with affection, her voice softening. "I've never liked someone this much before." Her previous feelings for Wei Jinyan had been vague affection, but now, liking Gu Zao made her realize what passionate love felt like, bright and dazzling like fireworks. Hanamo cupped her face, playfully rubbing it and laughing, "Oh my, our sweet Tian is in love. I'm so happy. This time, you didn't come back empty-handed." Bai Tian didn't resist, smiling with her lips pressed together. After sharing her latest romantic developments, she couldn't help but start to ask about Hanmo's love life. "Sister, What about that guy you met while traveling last time? How's it going? Han Mo replied cheerfully, not bad. He's a little puppy type, and we're currently in the observation phase. As for what happens next, we'll wait and see. Bai Tian and Han Mo were upstairs sharing private conversations, while the guests downstairs were also busy. Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee had prepared a lot of fresh fruits to entertain them, all of which were personally grown by Uncle Lee. He brought out all the ripe fruits, but he didn't spare even one strawberry, leaving them all for Bai Tian. Jiang Ruomeng didn't like to join the crowd, so she went outside by herself to stroll around the South City villa. However, the more she walked, the more frustrated she became, and eventually, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, staring eye to eye with a llama that was grazing not far away. Unwilling but helpless, she thought for a moment and walked towards the llama. Since she had previously said in front of the camera that she liked children and small animals because she was pregnant, she had to continue to maintain that persona and try to show affection for the silly llama. She looked at the llama, pretending to be surprised as she approached it. Just like Bai Tian did earlier, reaching out to pat its head and speaking in a high-pitched voice as if teasing a child. Little llama, you're so cute. As soon as she finished speaking, the llama spat a mouthful of saliva right onto her face. Jiang Ruomeng. Her voice suddenly stopped. The llama's saliva was wet and sticky on her face, with a few strands of hair stuck to it, carrying a fishy smell. Her forehead twitched, and her cheeks flushed with anger, nearly cursing out loud. This llama was just as annoying as its owner. She took a few deep breaths, indignantly rolled up her sleeves to wipe her face, and couldn't help but glare at the llama in anger. Just earlier, when Bai Tian had touched this smelly llama, it had been perfectly fine, looking obedient and not spitting at all. Now that she had touched this smelly llama once, it started spitting. She wondered if Bai Tian had trained it to deliberately be difficult with her. Although she knew it was impossible, she couldn't help but let her anger spill over, secretly cursing Bai Tian a few times in her heart. The llama looked at her, innocently blinking its long eyelashes, its lips moving as it spat another mouthful of saliva at Jiang Ruomeng. After spitting, it calmly lowered its head and continued to graze. Jiang Ruomeng couldn't take it anymore and let out a scream, jumping up in frustration. She looked down at her wet clothes. This outfit was a high-end custom piece she had personally bought abroad. Knowing she was coming to Bai Tian's house, she had carefully selected this one from her closet. But now, it was ruined after such a short time of wear. If it weren't for the cameras still filming, she would definitely give that smelly llama a good beating. Chapter 64. Jiang Ruomeng held back her anger and glared at the alpaca. She rummaged through her backpack for a tissue, wiping her clothes while cursing as she walked toward the bathroom. There were many rooms in the villa, and after pushing open several doors without finding the bathroom, she became a bit irritated and turned to the kitchen to ask Aunt Wang. As she approached the kitchen door, she overheard Uncle Lee and Aunt Wang talking. Aunt Wang said with a smile in her voice, "The Miss Han Mo who came today is the one who almost got engaged to Zao, right?" Uncle Lee's voice sounded a bit lower compared to Aunt Wang's. "It's her." Jiang Ruomeng paused upon hearing their conversation, her expression slightly changing as she leaned in to listen. Aunt Wang said in a low voice, "Miss Han Mo looks pretty good, and her personality seems quite cheerful." Uncle Lee's voice rose with displeasure. "What does her appearance and personality have to do with us? The young master and young mistress have a good relationship. I think the young mistress is much better than that Miss Han." "What are you thinking?" Aunt Wang replied somewhat speechlessly. "I know that Tian Tian and Zao have a good relationship. Besides, Tian Tian is so good. I'm just happy that Zao could marry her." "What do you mean by that?" "I said Miss Han is a decent person, and I'm not thinking about her and Zao's business. I just think it's great that Tian Tian has such a sister. I was worried they might have some estrangement over this matter, but seeing them getting along well today reassured me." Jiang Ruomeng listened for a while, and only retreated slightly to hide around the corner when Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee changed the topic. She couldn't help but smile at the conversation she had just overheard. She thought Tian Tian and that cheap sister had a good relationship, but it turned out that Tian Tian had snatched someone else's fiancé. It seemed they were just a pair of plastic sisters. They appeared harmonious and friendly on the surface, but who knows how much they might hate each other deep down. She smirked, and in an instant, her mind was already plotting. She turned around nonchalantly and continued to look for the bathroom elsewhere. Even though her clothes were already stained beyond cleaning, her mood couldn't help but improve. During dinner, Uncle Lee and Aunt Wong set up a large table on the lawn to entertain everyone, filled with a variety of foods and drinks. Aunt Wong loved cooking, and now that so many people had come to support her and even appear on television, she was naturally excited and couldn't help but prepare a large feast with vibrant colors, making it look very beautiful. The sky was blue with fluffy white clouds, and the surrounding area was filled with floral scents. A gentle breeze blew by, making it pleasant and refreshing. Cotton Treasure was munching on corn not far away, enjoying it and completely oblivious to the group of people. Tian Tian and Han Mo walked out hand in hand. Han Mo was a model and often needed to appear in front of the camera, so she handled the recording camera with ease. After sitting down, she quickly became familiar with everyone, chatting and laughing without feeling shy at all. Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee had already placed the dishes on the table and stood by, watching them without sitting down to eat. Gu Zao looked at them helplessly. Aunt Wong, Uncle Lee, you should sit down and eat too. Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee refused to budge, so Tian Tian had to stand up and directly push them into their seats. Aunt Wong was fine with it. She didn't have too many formalities and just sat down to share a meal with everyone. Nothing too serious. Uncle Lee, however, was still the same. After sitting down next to Gu Zao and Tian Tian, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, fidgeting as he quietly said, "Young master, young mistress, you eat first. We'll eat later. We won't eat here." Hearing Uncle Lee's respectful address, everyone at the table was somewhat surprised, momentarily feeling as if they had traveled back to the last century. As such titles were rarely heard in today's society. Jiang Ruomen covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Tian Tian with a sarcastic tone. "Tian Tian, this is where you are wrong. What era is it now? You still let this uncle call you young mistress? If someone didn't know better, they might think you're creating some class issues and dividing people into ranks." Tian Tian was just tasting Aunt Wong's homemade golden silk white fungus soup when a sudden compliment caught her off guard. Gu Zao looked up at Jiang Ruomen, his expression darkening. Tian Tian helplessly put down her spoon, looked up at Jiang Ruomen, smiled slightly, and softly said, "As for me, I don't divide people into ranks. In my heart, people are divided into two categories." She extended her finger and gently shook it, implying, "These two categories are good people and bad people. I wonder which category Miss Jiang falls into." "Of course, I'm a good person," Jiang Ruomen replied without thinking, looking at Tian Tian and chuckling lightly. "I'm not like you, letting people call you young mistress. I have great respect for my family's maid. Before I call her anything, I always address her as Auntie. After all, we live in a society governed by law, where everyone is equal." Since she and Tian Tian had already torn apart their facade in front of everyone, she didn't want to pretend anymore. The recording of the variety show was about to end, and she wanted to seize every opportunity to make the audience dislike Tian Tian in front of the camera. Otherwise, there might not be another chance. Previously, the votes prepared by the production team showed that Shi and Wei Jinyan were originally the highest, but due to the recent incidents, their voting rates had plummeted and were unlikely to rebound. Tian Tian and Gu Zao, on the other hand, kept spreading sweetness, causing their voting rates to rise sharply and reach the top. If this continued, Shi and Wei Jinyan would definitely lose, and Tian Tian and Gu Zao would win for sure, which made her anxious. Shi and Wei Jinyan had already given up, realizing they couldn't win, so she also wanted to bring Tian Tian and Gu Zao down. At least not let them win. Tian Tian's expression turned cold upon hearing her words, and she said seriously, "Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee are not maids." Uncle Lee and Aunt Wong could have retired long ago. They stayed to take care of them out of concern, just like family, and they were definitely not maids. "Oh, not maids? Then are they servants?" Jiang Ruomen looked at her, sneering. "Tian Tian, I'm not very familiar with the matters of your wealthy family, but you really have impressed me. You've truly become a wealthy young mistress." Han Mo, unaware of the convoluted relationship between Tian Tian and Jiang Ruomen, saw Tian Tian being bullied and couldn't help but coldly say, "Why do you speak so sarcastically?" Jiang Ruomen considered their relationship to be that of plastic sisters, looking at Han Mo with a sympathetic gaze. So her tone wasn't too intense. "I'm just speaking the truth." Uncle Lee, unable to hold back his anger any longer, finally spoke up. Miss Jiang Ruomeng. I don't appreciate what you're saying. What's wrong with me calling Tianqin young mistress? What does it have to do with you? Are you managing our family affairs now? He took a breath and continued, It's my habit. The young mistress has advised me many times not to call her that, but I'm an old man, and my habits are hard to change. If the young mistress is willing to tolerate me, I'm grateful. He usually called Gu Zao young master and Tianqin young mistress, but he didn't expect it would cause trouble for Tian Tian today. He felt a bit regretful. If this video were to air, it would definitely have a negative impact on Tian Tian, so he needed to clarify things. Jiang Ruomeng obviously didn't believe him and looked at Uncle Li, advising old man. You should think things through. It might be better to change jobs. There are many paths to Rome. It doesn't matter where you work. Why lower your status and compromise in such a class-conscious place? He didn't like Jiang Ruomeng when he watched the earlier episodes of Romantic Delusions, and now he disliked her even more. He had spent many years by old Master Gu's side, and his words were sharp from practice. Although he usually didn't talk much, he was not easy to bully. He looked at Jiang Ruomeng and slowly said, somewhat angrily, It's the same wherever you work. Let me tell you, it's definitely not the same. When working outside, who would let me plant eggplants and peppers in such a valuable place? When working outside, who would think of bringing gifts for us two elderly folks during the holidays or on business trips? When working outside, who would personally take care of us when we are sick? After Uncle Li finished speaking, Aunt Wang couldn't help but add, So what if we live happily with the young master and young mistress? What I said to you? Uncle Li and Aunt Wang were firing on all cylinders, leaving Jiang Ruomeng speechless. She didn't expect these two seemingly honest and simple elderly people to be so ruthless in their retorts, even sharper than Bai Tian. She choked a bit and forced a smile, saying, I'm just concerned about you, worried that at your age, you might be suffering some grievances here. Uncle Skufa. No need for your concern. We have the young master and young mistress caring for us, and that's enough. They not only provide us with a place to live, but also give us money to spend. We can do whatever we want here. I love to plant flowers and vegetables, and the young master and young mistress never interfere with me. My wife enjoys researching recipes, whatever she cooks. The young master and young mistress eat without complaint. Our life here is simply too good. Jiang Ruomeng chose to stay silent. She could hear a strong sense of boasting in Uncle Li's words, and she was afraid that if she said more, Uncle Li would only boast more. Gu Zao picked up his chopsticks and served a plate of dishes to Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, saying, Calm down, let us eat. The others at the table quickly chimed in, saying it was all a misunderstanding and cheerfully playing peacemakers. Jiang Ruomeng felt frustrated and slightly dry in her throat. She looked up and saw a plate of plump, red strawberries on the table and reached out to grab one. Seeing her action, Uncle Li immediately stood up, quickly took the plate of strawberries and placed it in front of Bai Tian. These are for the young mistress. The strawberries I grew, meant only for good people. Jiang Ruomeng's hand, which was reaching for the strawberries, paused in midair. She couldn't hold it in any longer and rolled her eyes dramatically, forgetting that the camera was still on. She realized that everyone around Bai Tian was more annoying than the last, not only disliking her, but also extremely protective, not allowing her to say a single no about Bai Tian. Chapter 65. When everyone left the South City Villa, the recording of the program came to an end, and they could all go home. The filming of Romantic Fantasies only had one last episode left, and the director scheduled the recording date for half a month later. After Bai Tian and Gu Zao sent everyone off, they stayed at the South City Villa and did not return to the filming location. Han and Mo stayed at the South City Villa for one night, and after much persuasion from Bai Tian, she finally agreed to go home to see Xian. Bai Tian accompanied Han and Mo back to the Han family. Xian was naturally very happy to see his daughter, who had not returned home for many years. But he had to maintain his dignity as an elder. Han Mo's attitude was lukewarm, still remembering what happened a few years ago. Wen Yu and Bai Tian had to mediate between them to ease their relationship. Bai Tian stayed at the Han family for 2 days, and only when she saw their father-daughter relationship gradually improving did she finally feel relieved. Every time Gu Zao called, he could hear Han and Mo hanging around Bai Tian, and just when he had finally made some progress with Bai Tian, Han and Mo snatched her away, making it hard for him not to feel frustrated. Bai Tian actually missed Gu Zao a bit too, But since Han Mo had finally returned to the country, she naturally wanted to spend more time with her. After dinner that evening, Bai Tian went back upstairs to rest. Lin Shuang mentioned that there was a good script and production team for Bai Tian to consider. Bai Tian skimmed through the script and found it quite good. It was well written, and the character of the female lead was one she liked. It was indeed a good piece of work. She had rested for so long, and it was time to get back to work. So she scheduled an audition for the next day. The next day, when she arrived at the audition location, she was surprised to find that the director of the movie was actually Li Wanrong. Li Wanrong smiled at her and explained softly, "Actually, I used to be a director, but I gave up my career for my family over the years. Now, I want to pick up what I missed and make up for what I lost. Tian, would you be willing to believe in me and give me a chance?" Bai Tian couldn't help but smile and nodded without hesitation. "Sister Rome, I've seen your works before. I believe in your ability." She wanted to see Li Wanrong stand up again and was naturally willing to help her. However, it wasn't just because of personal feelings. Most importantly, Li Wanrong's professionalism was very trustworthy. She had seen one of Li Wanrong's early works, which was very spirited and almost won a famous director's award. If Li Wanrong hadn't given up her career for her family back then, she would likely have had a different development by now. Hearing Bai Tian's response, Li Wanrong let out a sigh of relief. When she had the staff hand the script to Bai Tian, she intentionally did not mention that she was the director of this movie, as she didn't want Bai Tian to choose this film because of her. She hoped that Bai Tian genuinely liked the script and wanted to make the film, so she felt very happy to see Bai Tian come for the audition today. After Bai Tian agreed, she performed a scene according to the script she received earlier. Both Bai Tian and Li Wanrong were very serious while working, and the audition ended smoothly without taking too much time, with both sides being very satisfied. When the male lead arrived, Bai Tian couldn't help but be a bit surprised. She didn't expect the male lead of this movie to be Chun Fei. This film mainly focused on female roles, and the male lead had very few scenes. Chun Fei was currently very popular, and Bai Tian originally thought he wouldn't come to play such a role with limited screen time. She was secretly surprised, realizing that although Chun Fei was young, he was quite steady in his career and was not blinded by his current popularity. Instead, he was diligently honing his acting skills, proving that Lin Shuang hadn't chosen the wrong person. Chun Fei didn't seem as cold as he looked. After everyone became familiar with each other, he started to talk more, like a big boy from the neighborhood. With him around, the atmosphere on the set became much livelier. Bai Tian sat beside Li Wanrong, watching him audition. Although Chun Fei didn't have formal training, he had a natural talent for acting.